Coach, what's have been the challenges of your health issues, and what did an average day look like for you?
Athletics, sometimes y'all be on that bull junk, so I'm really not going to tell you much.
All right.
You know that. But I'm not here to talk about my health. I'm here to talk about my team.
Do you know what an average day look like for you on the ranch?
Average day, I'm looking good. I'm living lovely. God has truly blessed me. Not a care in the world. Not a want or desire in the world. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Been a while since we talked about Prime, but he spoke at Big 12 Media Days yesterday, and that's how you know football is right around the corner. God, the more I think about it,
college football!
I feel like that week 0 game that's now the staple that happens in Ireland every year, that can't be too far off. I think that's like just barely over a month from now. Let's see. The first game of the college football season, which takes place at 10 a.m. between Iowa State and Kansas State in Ireland at, August 23rd. I mean, we're getting close. The reason I want to start with Dion is because, first of all, that answer right there is one that I wasn't a big fan of. Now, it was more about giving an answer, I suppose, to The Athletic than it was to anything else. But here's what I tell you. Just in hearing that, and I want you guys to listen to this one more time. Just take a real listen to what the question. It's about his health.
Coach, what's have been the challenges of your health issues, and what did an average day look like for you?
Athletics, sometimes y'all be on that bull junk, so I'm really not going to tell you much.
All right.
You know that. But I'm not here to talk about my health. I'm here to talk about my team.
Do you know what an average day look like for you on the ranch?
Average day, I'm looking good. I'm living lovely. God has truly blessed me. Not a care in the world. Not a want or desire in the world. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
So putting the stuff with The Athletic aside and just taking that answer, he said, I'm not here to talk about my health. I'm here to talk about my team. I don't think that those things are like mutually exclusive. I think his health is a giant part of the team. I think to a certain extent, this version of Colorado is Dion. And it will only go as far as Dion goes. And if health becomes a problem for him, and let's say it gets to the point where it's just no longer viable for him to both be a football coach and have the right health, then Colorado changes immediately. Maybe not going back to what it was before he got here, which was, a 1-11 season, but certainly changes in the way they operate. All of the things that have been done, and this is just part of the caution that I had in watching the beginning of this, which is the school is not being promoted as the Colorado Buffaloes. The school is being promoted as Prime. Go to any Dick's Sporting Goods store. Go to any store that sells local college merchandise. And take a look at the CU rack. And tell me the percentage that says Buffs on it and the percentage that says Prime on it. Now, for the moment, it works. Because merchandise sales are through the roof. Dion is obviously a lightning rod, whether it's good or bad, liked or hated, within the college football realm, and his gear sells everywhere. But my question has always been, what about when that stops? And I think the question about his health is completely valid. And I think it's one that I always hesitate to use a word like this, but I think he kind of owes the university. When you're the highest paid, and I think he is, I don't think it's particularly close. The highest paid public employee in the state, I think at times you owe explanations on things. I mean, Dion just came fresh off a contract, and we've talked about this before. He is making $10 million a year. The coaches that surround him making that kind of money are like Kirby Smart and Dabo Swinney and Brian Kelly and Ryan Day. National championship having coaches are the ones that surrounds him. The only other one I think that wasn't was Bill Belichick, who might not have a national championship in college, but he's got a few championships in another league. When you are paid as highly as he is, you owe explanations on things, even if you don't really feel like talking about it.
Brett, I promise this is relevant. Can you just ask me how I spent my holiday weekend? Ask me what I did.
What did you do over the 4th?
Sometimes y'all be on that bull jump, so I'm really not going to tell you much.
Nelly, you don't have to tell me a damn thing. If you were making $10 million, it might be like, Nelly, I think you owe it to the people to tell them exactly what you did over your long extended holiday weekend.
Sometimes y'all be on that bull jump.
But I don't think I'm wrong here. When you're paid as much as he's paid, and again, a public employee, I think that you owe answers to people. And so I didn't particularly like that one. Like, I do think, and look, it all comes with the territory of the money and the stature within not only that university, but within the actual state of Colorado. So he missed minicamp stuff with health problems. And I think, okay, if your health isn't there, then you got to take care of it. But I think it's fair to ask what's going on. So that was just a part of the bigger overall sort of speaking at media days. The second answer is one where I felt like Dion spoke on behalf of 95% of coaches in college football, where they asked him how to regulate NIL. Like, how would he do it? Here's what he said.
I wish it was a cap. You know, like the top of the line player makes this, and if you're not that type of guy, you know you're not going to make that. That's what the NFL does. So the problem is you got a guy that's not that darn good, but he could go to another school and they give him $500,000, and you can't compete with that. That don't make sense. And you're talking about equality, and all you have to do is look at the playoffs and see what those teams spent. And you understand darn near why they're in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. It's kind of hard to compete with somebody who's giving $25-30 million to a darn freshman class.
Right.
It's crazy. We're not complaining because all these coaches up here can coach their butts off and give them the right opportunity with the right players and play here and there, you'll be there. But it's what's going on right now don't make sense. You're going to see the same teams darn near at the end and with somebody who sneaks up in there, but the team that pays the most is going to be there in the end.
Yeah. Certainly feels that way. And when Dion speaks about this, they aren't totally in the we are help us, we're poor category, but they aren't in the upper echelon of it. They have a few bucks they can spend here and there on some different recruits and different transfer guys. But overall, Dion is using the marketing system that he's built to try and nab some of these guys either in the portal or elsewhere. I think a cap is the first thing that needs to happen. You know, the NBA has essentially a cap on how much somebody can make. You know, when somebody enters free agency in the NBA, it's not free. There's a max you can make. If Nikola Jokic had the open market in front of him, my guess is he'd be making more than what he's making, despite him making an enormous amount of money. Somebody would be willing to pay him more. Hell, the Nuggets would be willing to pay him more to keep him here. But they put the max on it because it's the best for the league. Because if you're spending $120 million of 100 and I don't know what the cap is in the NBA, 200, something like that. If you're spending 65% of your salary cap, 70% of it on one player, then how do you even field a team? And so the maxes are in place to stop teams from doing that. So in the case of what college football should do, I think, first of all, they can look at something like that. But second of all, they just need an overall cap. I think it's the easiest way to do it. And they've been talking about implementing this, which there is a maximum amount you can spend. And some teams will reach that and some teams won't. No, I think that's like the fairest way you can go about it now. Here's the cash you're allowed to spend. If you reach the limit, you reach the limit. If somebody comes into the transfer portal and says, I want to come here, but I need another $2 million, you say, you know what? No, I don't have the money for you. I think that's the way it should work. Like, you need to be a little bit more picky and choosy with the people that you bring in. So I think he's right on that. Because for right now, it is a broken system that they're trying to figure out on the fly. And it's become a real issue. You know, as far as you're going to see the same teams in the playoff over and over again, I really don't think that's any different. I mean, using that as an argument is arguing for what's been the status quo in college football for 30 years.
Right. You remember when the national championship game was, for what was it, 10 years, was Alabama and Clemson? Maybe sprinkle in Georgia if you're feeling frisky.
Alabama, Clemson, Auburn, Florida, LSU, Ohio State. Like, it was the same teams then, too. Like, that part of it doesn't change. All I'm saying is, if they want it to change, if they want it to be a little bit more parity-filled, I think that's the way that you go about it. Not to mention, it's, to me, the most fair. Texture writes in, HIPAA laws, none of my bleeping business about his health if he doesn't want to disclose.
Sorry, I think you said the beginning of that text wrong. What's the thing?
HIPAA sucker?
HIPAA sucker. Oh, okay, I get it now. Thank you.
Okay. If HIPAA laws apply to sports, then why do I know every injury of every player in the NFL or NBA? Don't argue like this is some HR guy at your local office. It's not. It's the highest paid state employee that the state has and one of the highest in the country. These things are not the same. If the president comes down with a major illness, I think the people should be made aware about it. Does he have HIPAA laws? I'm sure he technically does. But I think there is something that is owed to the public when you're a public employee and something important like that comes up. I mean, is that being unfair? Again, HIPAA laws don't apply when I know that Aaron Gordon has a grade 2 hamstring strain going into Game 7. They don't apply when Michael Porter Jr. has a giant diaper on his shoulder for an entire playoff series. But I would say that you pay somebody that amount of money, and again, public employee, I think that there's a little bit different situation there than, hey, I need to take 3 days off of work because I got a health problem, and your boss is like really digging into what the health problem is. By the way, one last thing with Dion. He was talking about his relationship with Joey Maguire, the Texas Tech head coach. And he said this.
Yeah, Joey got some money. Joey, where you at, baby? Spending that money. I love it. I love it. Once upon a time, you guys was talking junk about me going in that portal. Now, when everybody go in the portal, it's okay. It's cool when they do it. But it's a problem when I do it. Ain't that a rap song? First of all, let's get this straight. I love me some Joey Maguire, and one of the best coaches in our conference. I've seen him excel from high school all the way to where he is now, and he's a winner, and I absolutely love it. And you know, I love him because he's a man of standard. We played there last year, and we was getting bombarded by them tortillas. I don't know how to say it. Somebody say it. Tortillas. We was getting bombarded by that, and Joey grabbed the microphone and told him to stop throwing at us, or it's going to be some consequences. And I love that, and I love Joey. Joey, I know you're out there, baby. I love you, man. I appreciate you. Can you send, a few of those dollars to us so we can get some of those players too?
So Texas Tech has come across a whole bunch of money, number one. Number two, did he say tortillos? Are we still, after a year? I asked this question when this first happened. If you guys remember, Texas Tech got in trouble because they were throwing tortillas on the field. And if you don't remember, Nelly, can you give
down without question. But does he get him with enough of the top of the helmet, or is it off to the side? Again, it's got to be confirmed.
That is Joey Maguire yelling at the crowd to stop throwing stuff on the field. But Dion did not, and this is from last year. He had a press conference saying they throw, what are they called?
Daunting challenge on the road. We love it. We're going to get booed. I heard they throw, is it tacos? Fajitas? Tortillas? I said everything but the right thing, huh? I was around the area, though. I was around the area now.
Did he say tortillos then?
We're going to get booed. I heard they throw, is it tacos? Fajitas? Tortillas?
He did.
It sounds like he says tortilla wolves. Tortilla wolves?
So,
Tortillas?
yeah. And I asked the question, Deion Sanders is a 57-year-old man. He's had tacos before. He's had to. There's no way you haven't. Does he not know what a tortilla is? Or at least how to pronounce it? Has he gone his whole life just thinking that's the bread to a taco or a burrito?
And we was getting bombarded by them tortillas. I don't know how to say it. Somebody say it.
And I think the answer is yes.
Well, my question is, where's Deion Sanders from originally? I know he's played in a lot of different places. I'm looking it up here. Fort Myers, Florida. Does Florida not have good Mexican food? I know there's a high Cuban population in Florida. Are tortillas not a staple of Cuban food? Like he's not from Des Moines, Iowa.
Right.
There are parts of the country where Mexican food is king, and just by existing there, you would know what a tortilla is. That's what he played in Dallas. He won Super Bowls in Dallas. Have you heard of Tex-Mex?
Well, not to mention, it's just like they're called tortilla chips. Oh, can I tell you something, Nelly? So I have my Twitter bookmarks. I know what some of you freaks use that for. You guys disgust me. My bookmarks are filled with recipes. I'm always looking for something. And one of them said how to make homemade chips. And I'm a sucker for chips. I will eat them anytime, anywhere. I love them. I was like, homemade tortilla chips, this is great. So I watched this guy. He takes a bag of tortillas and he quarters them, lightly fries them, does all this stuff. And it's the first time, I know this is going to sound stupid, it hit me for the first time that when I'm shoveling chips and queso in my face and I'm eating these chips by the pound, that I'm just eating tortilla after tortilla after tortilla. It's the first time it hit me. I'm like, I have to go through, when I eat chips and queso, 15 tortillas in total, at least. And it freaked me out. It's like, that's all I'm doing? Like, imagine instead of a basket of chips, they just put an actual bag of tortillas in front of you and you just couldn't stop eating it. It's the first time I realized it.
You're telling me the tortilla chips were tortillas the whole time? After you had this revelation, did you?
But I couldn't, I never put that together before. I don't know why.
After you had this revelation, did you take your two puff and pass to the left?
No,
man.
No. It's something that's so obvious, but I just never put two and two together. because they feel like totally separate things.
And
but
actually,
Dion might not know what a tortilla is. I don't know.
just quickly going back to the first thing first clip we played, can I ask you, and maybe we can address this on the other side.
Sure.
That reporter asked him, can you give us an update on your health? Which I agree is relevant to the team, because if the guy who's running the whole ship, who, like you said, Dion is the tail.
Dion's the team.
He's the tail wagging the dog for the CU football program. What would you want him to say? Like, in that moment, how's your health, coach? What's your ideal answer?
Okay,
What should he have said?
I'll give you that on the other side in just a second. So if you guys want in, 303-504-0925, Shant Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this.
Coach, what's have been the challenges of your health issues, and what did an average day look like for you?
Athletics, sometimes y'all be on that bull junk, so I'm really not going to tell you much.
All right.
You know that. But I'm not here to talk about my health. I'm here to talk about my team.
Do you know what an average day looked like for you on the ranch?
Average day, I'm looking good. I'm living lovely. God has truly blessed me. Not a care in the world. Not a want or desire in the world. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
All right, so Nelly, you asked me, what is he supposed to say?
Sometimes y'all be on that bull junk, so I'm really not going to tell you much.
Just say, hey, it's just something that I don't know the proper answer because I don't know exactly the situation that he's dealing with. My assumption is it's the same kind of stuff that he's dealt with for years now, which would be, I had something to battle that just took a little bit of time during minicamp. I'm good now. It's not a concern moving forward or something along those lines. Like, I don't think that just being like, that's none of your business is a proper answer. But it's hard to answer without knowing exactly what the situation is. How about this? If I was having blood clot problems and that was part of the reason why I missed minicamp or whatever, or that's part of the reason why I've been missing time, and it's pretty well known, at least in that department, I'd say, yeah, I had another issue that kind of popped up. I had to go in and get some things taken care of, but we're good now and can't wait for the season to start. Like, I think something like that. But just to say it's none of your business, I do think it's at least somewhat people's business. They put in a lot of money to make sure that thing goes. And that money is going directly towards you. Make no mistake about it. And he has earned it. He has earned the right for people to have his trust and their cash. Hard-earned cash. Because he has made CU a viable football program that's entertaining and fun to watch again. But I do think that there's some give and take. That's all. So 303-504-0925. We can get back to Dion in just a little bit. I am very excited about what this year is going to be. I think this is the first year where you can really prove your worth as a head coach for Dion, where it's not so much about the branding of the university, but it is about how do you recover from losing the best player in the nation and one of the best quarterbacks in the nation. Two guys that kind of were in lockstep, arm in arm with you everywhere that you went as a college football coach. You do not have them by your side anymore. They are not there. I don't want to say bail you out, but at least give you a safety valve, knowing you have them at all times. Now it's just about how do you coach? Can you put together recruiting classes consistently and then coach them well enough to win in impact games? So I think this is exciting for Dion moving forward. Now, as the trade became official, we kind of talked about this. Did Michael Porter, this was last week, has anybody heard anything from Michael Porter Jr.? And the answer was no, because you couldn't talk about it because it wasn't official yet. But now that it is official, Michael Porter Jr. put out a statement yesterday. And I said, before I even had to hear this, I go, I guarantee what Michael Porter is going to say is something about how gracious and thankful he is to play for the Nuggets organization, about them taking a shot on him, and that he wishes them nothing but the best. Because that's the kind of guy that Michael Porter Jr. is. He doesn't take things personally. He understands this is a business. He said it, I believe, at the trade deadline, that he goes, if we don't get to a championship, then there's probably big changes coming for this team. Like, he knew it. And he probably knew that he was going to be one of the people that was going to be involved in it. So, here's a little bit of Porter. Is this part of the farewell here, Nelly, what you're talking about?
Yes, this is all part of his farewell video. He went on his Curious Mike YouTube channel, and he spoke for about 11 minutes.
Yeah.
No pauses, just speaking straight from the heart off the top of his head.
Yeah, so this is about the injury he was dealing with in the postseason.
It was tough because I wasn't able to play the way I wanted to play. I wasn't able to hoop the way I wanted to hoop in the playoffs because of, my shoulder. It's still a little messed up. You can kind of see it's a little popped out still. It's still healing up. But I was severely limited in what I could do in the playoffs, and that was hard. That's the taste that I left with the Nuggets fans and the organization. You know, I really felt like I let the team down this past playoffs. You know, I went out there and I tried, but I was playing with one arm, like legitimately. My whole shoulder was popped out, torn. I was putting a needle in it every other day trying to get the pain down. But regardless, I went out there and I tried to play after the shoulder injury, and I just wasn't able to be myself, and I wasn't able to help the team. And, you know, that hurts. That's how my journey with the Nuggets ended.
That's what I figured. I mean, we all saw it. You know, for whatever you thought consistency-wise with Michael Porter Jr., if he's had issues in that department or not, that was different than previous. The way that he was trying to gut it out in the postseason, and it's a credit to him because he's been doing that his entire career. It's why you'll never hear me say a bad word about Michael Porter Jr. Because I think that he has, from what you've had to deal with, either injury-wise or personal life stuff, to go out there every day and play the way that he did, I thought was remarkable. And it doesn't feel as if there's any hard feelings. I mean, he's having an exit once again in true Michael Porter Jr. fashion, where he says, yeah, you know what? I probably had to be better. And it's what he's always been. Not once has he made an excuse about anything. Not once. And it's why I'll always have the utmost respect for him. And I found it very difficult to understand why people would not like him. And maybe it just had to do with he had a bad game, so you're pissed off or something like that. But as far as the guy, I don't know how anybody could dislike that human being. Anyone. Just some more here, Nelly. Do you have the beginning where he kind of talks about thanking Coach Malone? And if you remember, there was a very much a tough love relationship between him and Michael Malone early in his career, where he did something wrong and he got yanked off the floor in a hurry. But to Michael Malone's credit, I've criticized him for being unwilling to play young guys and let them fight through mistakes. But sometimes guys need that. And I think Michael Porter Jr. is one, and I think he admitted as much here.
I appreciate you, Coach Malone. Thank you, man, for just for helping me grow up, you know, and teaching me how to play the game the right way. Like I said, I pretty much went from high school to the NBA because I never got to really play college basketball because of the injuries. So, Coach Malone, I appreciate you, you know, helping me out, helping me grow as a player. And I remember I really broke out in the bubble. It was really my rookie year. My rookie year, I did not play, but then my second year in the NBA was really considered my rookie year because it was my first year playing. So we played for a while, and then we had that hiatus because of COVID. I don't even know if I said hiatus right, but we had that break because of COVID, and then we went out to the bubble. And I actually got a lot of playing time for the first time because a lot of guys were injured, or not injured, a lot of guys had COVID. So when I went out there, I immediately was starting. And I really broke out. You know, I think I had 3 30-point games in a row. And Coach Malone really threw me into the fire in those playoffs, really as a rookie.
You know, he is a very interesting case because he's right about that. There used to be a time, and I'm sure a lot of you guys remember, where guys would go straight from high school to the NBA. Porter, I think, is like the closest example we've had to that in years. Because he went from high school to back injury his 1 year at Missouri, where he didn't play really at all, then jumped right into the league. God, and then he's right, he missed another year. His rookie year, he missed again because of the back injury. And then his first year was when COVID intervened, this guy didn't have a normal year of his life, like, ever over the last 5-6 years. 7 years, 8 years. That's pretty wild. But again, he's got a full 11-minute video on YouTube that if you guys want to go check it out, you can. We're not going to play, obviously, the full thing here. But it's just, I would say, it's hard to hate that guy. Really hard. And it actually says, I have a friend who just hates on MPJ for everything. The max contract, I think, is what people hated. Well, you know what? I guess we're done with this now. But just one final reminder. Michael Porter Jr. was getting that contract from someone. If it wasn't the Nuggets, it was somebody else. And if the Nuggets didn't give it to him, there's at least a chance they don't win a championship. So hating on Michael Porter Jr. and his contract and thinking the team is stupid for it and all this different stuff, I would just happily remind you that he was part of a starting five that won a title. And he was a big part of it. He had some bad games during even that postseason that they won, but he also had games in which he couldn't miss. So anyway, this chapter's over. Whatever you think of Michael Porter Jr., I guess is what you think, because there's no changing any minds now.
It's over, pal.
But without him, who knows if you win a title or not? My best guess would be probably not, because he fit in really well with that team and accepted his role. So 303-504-0925, back after this. So there is something, I mean, you might as well get pumped. Tonight is game 1 of the Nuggets Summer League, which means it's our first opportunity to see Deron Holmes back in action.
Yeah.
I think this is incredibly important tonight. Like, if things go well for the Nuggets, and you can't rely on everything to happen all together, but I think you have a couple of givens now. The given is that Bruce Brown being back on this team immediately helps your bench. The given is that Cam Johnson is a very good shooter and at a minimum will fill the same role as what Michael Porter Jr. brought to the table. The unknowns are, first of all, if Cam Johnson can elevate to that level. The unknowns are if Valanciunas is even going to be your backup center. And the unknown is this. For guys that we have looked at for the last few years and thought maybe, could they take a step forward and be an actual legitimate piece of a championship level rotation? You've needed guys to make a step. I think the same thing applies to the Avs, by the way. I think they've been waiting for somebody to step up, improve. As someone who has gone through the system, been on the team for a few years, or at least within the organization for a few years, can you step up and be a piece of that? You know, the only real example that comes to mind over the last few years is Sam Malinsky. Sam Malinsky has found himself, I think, is a very viable piece of your blue line. But as far as the Nuggets go, they've made a whole bunch of draft picks. And Christian Braun has obviously been someone who's hit. He has been an absolute star. Or at least maybe, I just mean that in the context of guy that you drafted to be a viable piece of your team and has become that, and I think, and then some. He's going to turn himself into, according to Bobby Marks, a $30 million player. Can you get something from Deron Holmes? Can you get something from Jalen Pickett? Can you see Julian Strawther take a jump? Like, those are the questions I think that can separate you from kind of where you were last year to a step above that in being an elevated piece that can get through OKC, win the West, and win another title. But I think that Deron Holmes is a huge piece of it. He is somebody that they invested in. They traded up to go get. And he showed promise in the small amount of time that you were able to see him. So as far as guys, I guess, to keep an eye on during this summer league, Hunter Tyson's going to play in this again. Deron Holmes. They'll have Tamar Bates and Curtis Jones, two of their undrafted free agents that they signed on this team. Spencer Jones is going to play in this. I keep an eye on a guy like Keontae Johnson. Like, there's a few names. Most of these guys you will not have heard of, and that's fine. But I think all eyes are going to be on Deron Holmes and what he can bring to the table. If he can become a player that you can rely on off the bench, because he's got a lot. I remember I was talking to Demps last week. He has ability of being able to shoot. He's a tall, lanky body. He's got athleticism. He can handle the basketball a little bit, and he can do that at 6'10". If you have that coming off the bench where you can, how about say this? We have a backup to Aaron Gordon. It's huge. What you lacked last year was, well, depth overall, but especially depth in the bigs area. You didn't know who the hell was going to come off the bench for AG and for DeAndre Jordan. Or I'm sorry, for AG and Nikola Jokic. It was DeAndre Jordan and a mishmash of different people that they were trying to make fit. I mean, again, you go back to last year, it was your starting 5, Russell Westbrook, and then Peyton Watson was playing the 4, but I think he's more of a 3. Like, you're having him stretch into a bigger role, and he's athletic enough and lanky enough where he got away with it because he's able to block shots and be just an impediment in front of people. But still, if you can have somebody who's just like a big who's supposed to be a big, God, would that be huge? Just absolutely massive for where this team wants to go. And you get your first look again, and I'm going to consider this a first look at Deron Holmes. I don't consider last year that. This will be your first look. But he is such a huge piece to your offseason. You know, the Valanciunas story is huge because you want somebody to be a backup 5. And what I really don't want this to turn into the same situation that we've seen over and over again where you're asking somebody who's not a big to be a big. They've done that to Zeke. They tried that with Dario. They made that Jeff Green. Like, all of these different guys that we talk about are all like 6'8" dudes that you're asking to play bigger than that, and it's just tough. You've just never had it. And so I can't wait for Deron Holmes. Texture says, if you get Al Horford here on that MLE, Watson and Zeke will never get off the bench unless they earn it. Watson will, because Watson is not going to. Watson does not play, is not supposed to be playing that role. Watson's a wing. He's not a big. But he's been forced into it, and that's been part of the problem, is that so many different iterations of this team have forced guys who aren't that role to play that role, and they don't look right and they don't look good because they aren't supposed to be there. You know, like Garrett Bowles is a good left tackle. You ask him to play running back, he's probably going to look like crap. Or I guess we could go the reverse. Adam Troutman is a tight end, and he's a mild tight end at best. But you got no backup right tackle, and your right tackle goes down, and now you forced him to play off. Like, of course he's going to look bad. It's not what he's supposed to be. So I think that's applied to Zeke. I think that's applied to Peyton Watson. I think that's applied to a bunch of people, including Dario Saric, by the way. Dario's not a center. He's a 4. Now, I don't even know if Dario can still play, but I know that certainly didn't help. So if Deron Holmes can come in with an actual backup big, whether it's Valanciunas or whoever else, and be the backup to AG, I think that is the perfect situation to be in. So again, that game's going to be tonight. I believe that game is going to be on Altitude. We'll ask Vic when he gets in here in a couple of minutes, but I do think that's the case, as they'll have pre and post about Game 1 of Nuggets Summer League. 303-504-0925. Again, I think there's a lot of stuff to get into with Dion at Big 12 Media Days yesterday, because he talked about a couple of really interesting things. One of them being obviously about the salary cap that he thinks should be implemented in college football. And I think he's speaking on behalf of a whole bunch of different coaches across the country on that department. But also, it's, I guess, what are you, as a fan, what should you be privy to? Because if Dion is going through hell stuff, is that something that is any of our business? I want to get to that in just a couple minutes as well. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed, or order online, and Safeway does the rest. Download the app or go to Safeway.com. Also, you can watch on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio and subscribe to the channel, and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Coach, what's have been the challenges of your health issues, and what did an average day look like for you?
Athletic, sometimes y'all be on that bull junk, so I'm really not going to tell you much.
All right.
You know that. But I'm not here to talk about my health. I'm here to talk about my team.
Do you know what an average day looked like for you on the ranch?
Average day, I'm looking good. I'm living lovely. God has truly blessed me. Not a care in the world. Not a want or desire in the world. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Big 12 media days. Did you guys know college football's first game is August 23rd in Dublin, Ireland? We're right around the corner, folks. Right around the corner. It will feature a game between Iowa State and Kansas State in Dublin.
College football is becoming Major League Baseball, where they keep opening the season.
That's true.
Earlier and earlier and someplace else. Major League Baseball opens their season like a month before the season really begins in Japan.
Yeah.
College football.
Well, the reason it's stupid in baseball is because they open it up overseas while exhibition games are still going on here for another week.
Well, and not to mention those games start at 3 o'clock in the morning or something like that. Like your first games of the year. It's just weird. But I listened to a lot of what Dion had to say yesterday.
I did too.
And I got to tell you, that first clip, I think, caught my ear the most. Obviously, he's going to get a lot of run with this his idea on how to regulate NIL, and we'll get to that in a second because I do think it's a good idea, and I do think he speaks on behalf of 95% of coaches in college football right now. But this answer, I'm going to play it back for you. This is somebody from The Athletic, and he says, I don't really trust The Athletic. You guys write bull junk. But the question was about his health. If you guys remember, CU was at, they had a camp a few weeks back, and Dion was not there due to health reasons. So let's listen again.
Coach, what's have been the challenges of your health issues, and what did an average day look like for you?
Athletic, sometimes y'all be on that bull junk, so I'm really not going to tell you much.
All right.
You know that. But I'm not here to talk about my health. I'm here to talk about my team.
Do you know what an average day looked like for you on the ranch?
Average day, I'm looking good. I'm living lovely. God has truly blessed me. Not a care in the world. Not a want or desire in the world. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Can I set the table this way with this?
Sometimes y'all be on that bull junk, so I'm really not going to tell you much.
Who did he say he represented?
The Athletic.
The Athletic is a credible, established source of sports commentary and news. What do you mean bull junk?
I don't know.
Maybe he was confusing it with Athlon Sports, and they had the report that the locker room was like Grand Theft Auto waving guns around last summer. So maybe Athlon Athletic got crossed in his head.
Maybe.
This isn't Bro Bible here. This is the Athletic.
Well, regardless, the question's about his health. And I don't use the word "oh" a lot when it comes to, hey, you as public famous person owe the public an explanation on X, Y, and Z. I don't do this all that much, but I will say this. When you're the highest paid public employee in a state and you make $10 million a year and your name is mentioned alongside Dabo Swinney and Kirby Smart and Ryan Day and Bill Belichick, and think of the highest paid names in college sports, you're there. I do think you kind of owe people an explanation if your health is an issue or not. If you're missing time with your football team, I do think that you kind of need to give people an update on what the reason is. I know that Aaron Gordon has a grade 2 hamstring before Game 7 of a very important game for the Nuggets. And I do think that when it comes to prime, especially with him, this university and this football team is as much prime as it is CU football, if that makes sense.
I disagree with you.
Okay, go ahead.
And it's really simple. He's not going to put his health status out there because he knows it's going to impact recruiting. He knows that other coaches, other establishments are going to use it against him, whatever he says. So it pays not to reveal too much. If he says he's dealing with something, how soon before the other schools, when they're competing for the services of a player, use that against Dion? Oh, well, he's not going to be there for long. Look what he's dealing with. No, I wouldn't say anything either.
Well, I guess, okay. I think that's a decent response. Again, I think they're probably using that anyway. I think there's a million things that they use against Dion to negatively recruit to start with. But I don't know, Moj, where do you sit on this?
I sit on the... I think that you should know if your coach is okay. If he tells me I don't need to get into the specific details of what ails him and on a daily basis or whatever. But when he said, "Hey, I feel great, not a care in the world, that's good enough for me personally." And Vic, I think, is correct. Man, and it's a long-held tradition in college football that opposing coaches and opposing now GMs and opposing whatevers, they will use anything and say anything to keep you away from another team. They really will.
You know, there's a level with Dion, though, that I use this analogy. You go to anywhere that sells merchandise for college sports, go to a Dick's Sporting Goods or something like that, right? And they have all those shelves with CU stuff and CSU stuff and Air Force stuff and all that DU, all the different schools around here. What percentage would you say of the gear sold at those stands say Prime on it opposed to Buffs?
Probably, I'd say 45%, 40%.
I would say about half. About half.
I don't know if half, but 40%.
I was at Dick's Sporting Goods over at the Park Meadows Mall a couple weeks ago.
You're telling me they had DU stuff there? I don't think
they have like a college section where they sell.
I don't know that I've ever seen DU stuff anywhere, which is crazy, but go ahead.
All I'm saying is, right there front and center was sweatshirts with Prime across it. It was hats with Prime across it. You know what I mean? You've seen them.
Yeah, I've seen them.
We've seen them. And all I'm saying is, he is right now as big for that place as the football team itself. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to stay that way. It hasn't always been that way. Like, we all know the history of this team and how good they were previous to Dion, back in the 90s especially. But for the moment, Prime is CU. That is why he gets $10 million, is because they can sell stuff with his name on it.
Of course.
That's why. And I just think the health status of somebody that is that important to your university, if you're saying that this is a recruiting technique, Vic, then maybe that's the proper answer. But I do think you kind of got to be aware of what's going on with somebody that important to your state, if that makes sense. Again, $10 million a year to a public employee is not a small chunk of change.
Yeah, but I mean, remember the old HIPAA sucker that we've employed on this show?
It doesn't really apply to sports.
You don't need to know everything. Some people are revealing. I'm very revealing about what I go through.
Mm-hmm.
Too revealing, to be honest with you.
Am I too revealing?
Some people don't have to be that way.
Or my stories just boring?
I totally respect. In fact, I more than respect. I'm an old man without a prostate. Yeah. I actually envy the ability to swallow that kind of information and not go out there with it, because I know he's going through a lot.
Yeah.
More than we will ever know.
Mm-hmm.
I have no problem with it. I really don't.
Okay.
I think we pry in certain places where we don't belong. If as long as he can coach, as long as he shows up for his team, as long as he can run that program, what business is it yours to know his daily health regimen?
That's all I'm getting at, though, is that it hasn't affected. Has he missed games due to any health reasons?
No, I don't think he missed the game at all. No.
But he missed that camp, and I guess it would be like if he starts missing games, maybe. But how about this? Before we get to the NIL stuff, did you guys hear when he was shouting out Joey Maguire, his friend who's the head coach at Texas Tech?
Oh, and they're killing it.
Well, he says two things in this that I think are hilarious.
Their sons are each of their sons. They're very tight with each other.
Yes.
Yeah, they're very tight.
So he's in the middle of his big setting in front of all these reporters talking about money in college football, and Texas Tech has a ton of it. You remember Texas Tech is the school that gives $1 million to a softball pitcher, right?
They just gave, again, that kid, that offensive lineman, $5.1 million for 3 years.
Guaranteed.
So here's what Dion said.
Yeah, Joey got some money. Joey, where you at, baby? Spending that money. I love it. I love it. Once upon a time, you guys was talking junk about me going in that portal. Now, when everybody go in the portal, it's okay. It's cool when they do it. But it's a problem when I do it. Ain't that a rap song? First of all, let's get this straight. I love me some Joey Maguire. And one of the best coaches in our conference. I've seen him excel from high school all the way to where he is now, and he's a winner. And I absolutely love it. And you know I love him because he's a man of standard. We played there last year, and we was getting bombarded by them tortillas. I don't know how to say it. Somebody say it. Tortillas. We was getting bombarded by that. And Joey grabbed the microphone and told him to stop throwing at us, or it's going to be some consequences. And I love that. And I love Joey. Joey, I know you're out there, baby. I love you, man. I appreciate you. Can you send, a few of those dollars to us so we can get some of those players too?
So let's put the tortillas on the side for a second. And can I bring up the first thing? He's so right. He was so ahead of the curve. And I remember I was one of them. I was like, dude, I don't think you can just go to the transfer portal and have that be your roster every year. You need a stable of high school recruits. And it turns out, no, you don't. Actually, nobody does anymore.
He goes the 40-40-20 route. Did you read that? If you heard him say that, they go 40%, 40%, 20%. And the 20% is high school kids.
Which is 40% in-house, 40% transfer portal, and 20% high school.
40% grad transfers.
Grad transfers, that's right.
Then 40% transfers, and then 20% high school kids.
Let's hold on the tortilla thing a little bit because it's just too good. Let's hold on that. My question is this. All right. He's saying, where are you guys getting all this money? You got money. You got money. I thought the NCAA and college football have come to an agreement that each school is salary capped with money they can spend on players. Where's this extra money he's referring to? Is this the NIL money that they have at Texas Tech?
Well, I don't think that cap thing has gone into effect yet, has it?
No. I don't think it has.
No, I don't think it has yet. And by the way, the cap is only what your max spending can be. Teams aren't forced to spend it. You can spend up to, I think, was it $20 million? I think was the number.
And it doesn't include marketing money you can make on the side. That's just money the university pays you.
Yeah.
So teams like Texas Tech, I guess, can still provide NIL money. I apologize.
Can I read?
I am so confused as to what can be spent on a college athlete. I have no idea what's happening right now.
Let me. I don't know if you have this cut, Brett, when Coach Prine talks about salary cap.
I wanted to save that for longer after the segment.
But let's do that then. But he's right, and he basically said everything's just going crazy. And everything is just going crazy right now.
He spoke for all coaches in college football that weren't named, like
Kirby Smart,
and Kalen DeBoer and Ryan Day.
I think those three guys, and Michigan maybe.
Look, there's Michigans and Floridas and LSUs and teams like that that are probably in this too. But I'm just saying most teams in college football.
I think he does speak for Dabo Swinney. Because I think Clemson's having an issue and Dabo's getting poached, and I think he's like, hey, man.
Dabo he's like the coach. Remember when Coach K was against one and dones? He thought it was like immoral or something like that. And then it was like, hey, either get on the train or get the hell out of here.
Right.
That was Dabo with paying players. He was like, I'm not going to do it. And they're like, well, then you aren't going to be a head coach very much longer.
I ain't paying 50 cents for no Coke.
Right.
Well, then you ain't getting no Coke.
Right. His mentality was that. So I think he's had to like change his thought process.
He used to be a quarter. What's the problem?
Yeah, I ain't asking for the world here.
Losing to the track.
All right, forget all that.
Funny.
The confusion of college finances continues to. I don't even know the word I can use anymore. Every time I hear about spending and who's spending what, I'm like, wait a minute. I thought they capped this. Whatever. Do what you want to do, college football. Keep spending money. Why can't that man pronounce the word tortilla?
I don't know. Well, it was last year where he didn't know.
So we have all, you know what, Nelly, let's just go through it now. Again, last year, they were going into, it was a big game that was at Texas Tech in the middle of the season. It was sort of a turning point in the year. It's either you were going to be competitive or you were going to be a team that was middling in the Big 12. And he talked about leading into it, what they were going to face in a hostile environment. And
daunting.
So yeah, Nelly, go ahead.
Daunting challenge on the road. We love it. We're going to get booed. I heard they throw, is it tacos? Fajitas? Tortillas? I said everything but the right thing, huh? I was around the area, though. I was around the area.
He said right there.
Tacos, fajitas.
And he said tortillos there.
I heard they throw, is it tacos? Fajitas? Tortillas?
He said tortillos there.
Did he say falitas?
No, he said. I think he said
Tacos,
fajitas.
fajitas, and tortillos.
Fajitas? Tortillas?
No, he didn't say fajitas.
No, he said fajitas. Fajitas.
Hang on.
Fajitas?
He's a 57-year-old man. And I said at that time, I go, does he not know what a tortilla is?
And he lived in Dallas. He lived in Texas. You don't think they have fajitas?
Like, obviously,
tortillas?
he knows what a tortilla is, but he's never said it before.
Tortillas?
That's hysterical.
And I go, all right, that had to be just a mistake. Okay, it had to be a mistake. And then he said it again here.
And we was getting bombarded by them tortillas. I don't know how to say it. Somebody say it.
Bombarded by them tortillos.
Tortillos. That's great.
Everybody has that word. Guys, everybody has that word or words in your brain where when you get to those words, you can't do it. I can't say Giannis's last name. I'll study it. I've tried it. I've executed it on a couple of occasions. Can't say it. Can't do it. And the guy who won yesterday's stage at the Tour de France, I've seen it. I know how to pronounce it. I butcher it every time.
Vic, I think one country is very aware that you can't say Panathinaikos.
Is that how it's said?
I think it's like that, Panathinaikos.
Yeah. There's certain words. Okay, but those words are, they're foreign words. This is a pretty standard.
It's a tortilla.
It's a tortilla.
I mean, it's a tortilla and a chip. It's a tortilla. That's it. Tex-Mex is all about tortillas. By the way, I don't know if I've said it to you guys before. Maybe it's just been in the appetizer hour. So, Vic, you and me have talked about this. I'm a huge chip guy. God, I will go through a bag of chips in 10 minutes.
So bad for you.
It's horrible for me, but I can't. I love them.
I have that.
Love
what kind? What's your favorite?
I got a couple.
Just give me standard Lay's.
Yeah, the bear likes the standard Lay's.
I mean, look, barbecue chips.
I'm big on that.
Big on barbecue chips.
Big on salt and vinegar.
Cheddar and sour cream chips. I'm a big fan
the
of.
bear just brought home some kettle chips that were dill pickle.
I knew
those are pretty good. Pretty good.
Oh, that dill pickle. Oh.
Here's the thing, though. I think live the rest of my life on chips and queso. I could do that my entire life.
Easy.
No sweat. Yeah.
But I watched this video. Have I told you guys this? That my bookmarks on Twitter are all just recipes. So I got like a million of these things that I'm never going to make, but they're all saved in there. And one of them was to make homemade tortilla chips. And I was like, dude, that'd be cool if I could make my own. Maybe a little bit healthier if I do it. And I watched this guy take a bag of tortillas and quarter them and then fry them.
Right.
And I know this sounds stupid, but it's the first time in my life that I realized when I am just hammering this chips and queso, I'm eating just like 15 tortillas whole.
That's all you're doing.
I never put it together in my head, though, that's what I'm just eating straight up like 15 tortillas without stopping.
Well, the corn or flour? Corn, obviously.
When I was a single adult male living in Austin, Texas, working in this business, and I had no idea how to cook. None. Do you know what I would eat for dinner every night? I would take my tortillas out of the fridge. I would butter them up real good. Sour cream them up real good. I wouldn't even put beans or meat in there. I'd just take the tortilla and eat the heck out of that all night long. I'd eat 4 or 5 of those suckers.
Vic, when it was 2 days before payday, me and my buddy looked in our checking accounts. We each had $7 or $8 a piece. We'd go to the bar. We'd spend the rest of our cash on whatever beer we could afford. We'd go home. The only food we had was tortillas or tortillos and shredded cheese. Shredded cheese on the tortilla, nuke it for 30 seconds. That was dinner. That was it.
That's really good.
No, it was. It was totally fine.
You don't do that today? For a little snack?
I actually don't. I should.
I do that just for a snacky snack.
Help me understand this one, too. When you get the fajitas and they ask you, do you want corn or flour? I think masochists order corn tortillas.
Well, corn is mostly the tortillas that you eat, but you get flour ones. Flour ones are delicious.
That's what I'm saying. Flour is the only option here. The corn tortilla falls apart. It falls apart in your hand. You can't utilize it. It doesn't hold. It's a broken dam.
If they ask me corn or flour chips, like flour chips immediately every single time. Every time. Now, how Dion sees fixing the NIL problem, again, I think he speaks for most coaches in college football when he talks about this. We'll get to it next.
Down, without question. But does he get him with enough of the top of the helmet, or is it off to the side? Again, it's got to be confirmed.
Ah, yes. The money of college football. Dion.
Hold on, real quick. You like this song?
Yeah. I don't need factoids about it. I like the song.
Well, nobody cares what you think about it.
All right. I'll just shut up then.
Good call. Good call.
Well, the OJs were a great band. And Bullet Boys redid
Did they
this
do
song.
Love Train?
They did.
They did. They're awesome. And Bullet Boys redid this song in a killer version. My man Mick Sueda.
Great.
Killed it.
So
Couldn't care less.
Dion spoke
good
about the
coach.
money in college football and what to do. And he said, it sounds a lot like what the proposal was that the NCAA has been talking about, but he said this.
I wish it was a cap. Like the top of the line player makes this, and if you're not that type of guy, you're not going to make that. That's what the NFL does. So the problem is you got a guy that's not that darn good, but he could go to another school and they give him $500,000, and you can't compete with that. That don't make sense. And you're talking about equality, and all you have to do is look at the playoffs and see what those teams spent. And you understand darn near why they're in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. It's kind of hard to compete with somebody who's giving $25-30 million to a darn freshman class.
Right.
It's crazy. We're not complaining because all these coaches up here can coach their butts off and give them the right opportunity with the right players and play here and there, you'll be there. But it's what's going on right now don't make sense. You're going to see the same teams darn near at the end and with somebody who sneaks up in there, but the team that pays the most is going to be there in the end.
He's referring to Ohio State. He's
Well,
referring
yeah, of
100%
course.
to
Absolutely.
Ohio State.
Yeah.
Ohio State's spending spree, what they spent on players last year was incredible. Unthinkable. The amount of money that they're throwing at players at Ohio State, just compare. Look it up. Go ahead, look it up.
Well, yeah, they spend a ton. Now, there's two things that I think he's wrong about when he said that. First of all, well, not exactly wrong, but I always think when somebody says something like you're going to see the same teams in the playoff over and over again, I was like, well, like the last 30 years of college football. I mean, it's been this way forever. Like the NIL has not affected that part of it. It's been Georgia and Ohio State, in Alabama, in Auburn, in Florida, and LSU, and Notre Dame, and the same teams over and over again, regardless
And Clemson.
of these rules or the previous rules. I mean, it's all been the same. So I don't think that changes anything. But he said, I was confused on this. He said, cap the highest player.
I don't get that
And he said, that's what the NFL does. The NFL doesn't do that. The NBA does that.
Yeah.
There's a cap on how much money Jokic can make. If let's say Jokic becomes a free agent, he doesn't make whatever the market offers.
He makes what he's allowed to due to the constraints of the CBA.
And if they're talking about that with college football players, I think that would be probably fine. That you have, here's the high end of what you can make, and that's it. Boom, here you go. But if nothing else, you just need a cap. You need a cap. And if you have that, then you can spend whatever you want to fill out your roster. But that, I think, would stop somebody from giving $10 million to one kid. If they have a $20 million salary cap, then you can't spend 10 on one guy because then you get 70 other roster spots to fill out on a football team. You know what I mean?
I'm confused by what he said there as well. I think the cap comes into play with how much overall spending you can have for a team.
Yeah.
Each team, what does it matter how much you spend on each specific player? That's up to each team.
Right.
You can do what you want.
Like just for example, in the NFL, I don't know what the cap is now. Is it $220 million or something?
Like that,
230.
yeah.
Let's say it's 230. If I wanted to spend $150 million a season on Patrick Mahomes, I suppose I could, but that'd make it really hard to make a good team. I'd have a really good quarterback, and that's it. So you have that money, and you kind of divvy that out where you see fit for all the other guys. I think the overall cap makes the most sense.
You want to hear something crazy about caps and spending in sports? So yesterday, the Suns decided to pick up the extension of Devin Booker. All right.
Again, this is where I beg the Meteor. After the Chet Holmgren deal, I'm like, Meteor, I'll tell you what. If you don't want to take out anybody else, I get it. I'm going to go stand in our parking lot.
Just a direct shot.
Which right now is wide open, right? Mm-hmm. I'll even stand away from your car, Brett.
Thank you.
Unless you want me to take your car with me.
So
I think you kind of want that.
Yeah.
Vic, I'll go stand in the middle of the lot and Meteor come do me.
I want
Nail
you to
me.
I want you to think about something. Just swallow this information, digest it. So this guy, Devin Booker, and the NBA salaries are just out of control right now. They're out of control. I don't know what to tell you. $72.5 million a year is what he's going to get. $72.5 million a year. Joker's going to get that kind of money as well. 10 years ago, just 10 years ago, take yourself back 10 years ago. Do you know what the NBA team salary cap number was? For the team, $70 million. That's
really?
it. 10 years ago. So in 10 years, what you could pay out for a team is now going to one player. How crazy is that?
Yeah.
Where is the money coming from? Obviously, television.
Talking about
How?
the NBA?
Yeah.
Because they signed it billions and billions of dollars worth of money.
How in the world are these television companies able to make that revenue up?
Well, I'm going to tell you how.
How in the world do they do it?
It's the best form of television left. Not everyone's watching Love Island.
Oh, I know that. You're talking about live sports, right?
Live sports is, I mean, you tell me. You tell me. What other television competes with live sports?
Where you get, I think, if nothing else, like there's big shows. Netflix can have some big shows that come on or whatever. But it's appointment television. Like 7 o'clock this night, you turn your TV on here, you miss it.
You're correct. I do not watch network television at all. I don't watch any. I couldn't tell you what the CBS lineup is for the week, or ABC, or NBC, or Fox, or anybody.
Vic,
I have no idea, and I don't care.
The last thing that you and me would turn the TV on at the same time on the same channel to watch the same thing that wasn't sports was what? Do you remember?
Ozark?
No.
Righteous Gemstones?
Yes.
Well, I suppose us too. But I think it was Game of Thrones. Was the last thing that, like, the country, for the most part, had a ton of people tuning in at the same time on the same channel for one specific thing that wasn't sports. It was a Game of Thrones episode.
Well, Band of Brothers?
No.
You want to see Moser's face melt? Listen to this one.
No.
Back to the spending of the NBA. This contract that Devin Booker signed, and more to come, $72.5 million per year, is more money than two NHL teams have spent at this rate, at this point, as a team. Sharks have spent $71 million. The Ducks have spent $66 million on their entire rosters as of now. One player exceeds the roster payroll of two NHL teams as of now.
And Devin Booker is not even close to being the best player in the league.
Whoa. So
it's like, you know what it's like, Vic? It's just the next man up. It's like the quarterbacks.
Moj,
it's just the next guy up is getting 50 per. That's it.
I am not one to complain. You know, it's so hypocritical of us to complain. We make a living following, talking, opining about sports. I work in the NBA. This is what I do. It's absolutely foolish of me to bite the hand that feeds. It's foolish. Call me a fool. These guys are making too much money. I've said it before. It's outrageous, the kind of top-level money. It's just, when people ask me, you know, what's the difference between covering the NBA and, like, football? Difference between covering the NBA and hockey. I'll tell you the difference. The money makes a lot of these guys, as cool as they are, unrelatable.
Yep.
You know what I mean by that?
Totally.
They're unrelatable. They can't. They're making so much that they lose the ability to be. Humanity leaves them at times.
You know what's funny is, and we'll play some of this in a second, because MPJ just had his farewell sort of video on his YouTube
awesome
channel.
Too.
By the way, that was really good,
so
man.
Cool.
Can I tell you something?
I said it before. I said I love me some MPJ.
I'm gonna get him on the show.
Yeah,
please
do.
For a guy who made a good amount of money. Now, Michael Porter Jr.'s contract, it's like a bargain now. It really does feel like a bargain. Is he not, for making a bunch of money, one of the most down-to-earth, cool dudes? It's something I always respected about him. And if you watch that farewell video, You see it. Like, he is just a very, very humble guy with basically every reason not to be humble. Number 1 recruit in the country out of high school, drafted in the first round, becomes a max contract guy. Every reason you could think of for somebody not to be humble in his position, and he is. I just think it's great, so we'll play that at least a little bit in a few minutes. But you're right, Vic. I've thought about this for a long time. These maxes get higher and higher and higher. I mean, Shea is going to make $865,000 a game on this new contract. Jokic is going to make almost $1 million a game.
It's too much, man. I mean,
when does that stop? Because what happens, Vic, 10 years down the line, well, God, 10 years, 5 years down the line, when somebody's making over $100 million a year in that league? For a league that already, I think, has a little bit of an ego problem with particular players at times.
So the automatic reaction would be, what do you care what they make? Because usually I am a to the core capitalist. I am. You know, it's all about making. I never, if you run a business and you're successful and you do it the right way, more power to you. This one feels off, though.
It does.
Because of the disparity in salaries. It's so off. It's just, I think it's gonna lead to a downfall of sorts.
Devin Booker's a good player. He's a good player.
He's not a $72.5 million a year player. He's not.
Patrick Mahomes is going to be arguably the greatest quarterback who's ever lived, and he's not close to making that amount per year. Not even close. In the biggest sport in the country, by the way.
Homebrew999 says, Vic, who are you to say what's too much? I knew those questions were coming, and that's a great question. You're every right. I don't know. I'm nobody. I'm a nobody to say that. It just feels wrong. I don't know what to tell you. In my experience covering sports, the money in the NBA is making this sport. What's the word I'm looking for?
No, Vic, I agree with you. It's hard to explain.
They're unrelatable.
Like, God, man, I don't know. It's when you get to a level of somebody is going to be making $80-some million a year, and I think we've accepted that. Like, there's some soccer guys that have made in the hundreds of millions on a season, but that's like Messi and Ronaldo and like the biggest names in the sport. You're going to get to the point where it's just like Franz Wagner, because he's the best player on the Magic, is going to be making $80 million a year, and you're like, well, that just feels off.
I mean, think about this. Jonas Valanciunas, who we've been talking about for the last 2 days, and there's a little more news on him we'll get to in a bit. He's a backup center right now. He's made $145 million in his career. $145 million. Has he moved the needle on the sport?
No, not at all.
Do the common folk know who he even is?
No, I would say they probably do not.
But maybe he's made $145 million.
They may have heard the name, but they don't know what he does. They don't know how he does it.
That's more than 98% of all NHL players.
Yeah.
That is correct.
That's nuts.
Think about it that way.
That's nuts. So I'm with you, Vic, but between college football and the NBA, it's going to be really hard to regulate moving forward. Even if you think you have a decent idea, it's still going to be tough.
There are guys in college football now, again, that are making a lot more money than even NFL rookies.
Shedeur took a pay cut to go to the league. He did.
Yeah.
It's the truth. So, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. When we come back, I want to play a little bit of that MPJ stuff. If you guys missed that, MPJ with a nice little farewell. And I thought, what would it sound like when MPJ left? I said, I bet you he'd be very gracious to the Nuggets organization, everybody involved, and that's exactly what happened. We'll get to it next.
The days are long. The weather's perfect. Everything's calling you to get out and enjoy, right? But if you're not feeling up for it, you're not sleeping well, not feeling strong, it's time to find out why, and it's time to call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Maybe it's because you have low testosterone and you just don't know it. Well, you should be feeling your best this summer. Rested, sharp, full of energy. Do yourself a favor. Go to their website if you're feeling like that. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. They're going to have your results on that quiz right away. And then schedule an appointment. $99. Draw your blood. You'll have results within 30 minutes. They're going to tell you what your body is doing or not doing. And by the way, at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they tune up your whole dude engine. So you better get it taken care of. You're going to feel like you did when you were younger. Men in their early to mid-30s start to lose 2 to 3% of testosterone production every single year. So do something about it. Give them a call today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I'm really excited for this next chapter out here in Brooklyn. I think over there in Denver, I felt like my ceiling had kind of plateaued. We have a very, we just have a way of playing, and how Joker plays, how Jamal plays, that two-man game is very potent. And, that's how we play. And I'm so appreciative of the way we play. We end up winning a championship, but I do feel like my ceiling in Denver kind of plateaued a little bit, and I'm excited for this next chapter in Brooklyn for sure. It's crazy because me and Cam are actually boys. Obviously, Denver got a great player and a great dude, and I'm excited for him to be able to finally, compete for a championship over there. And I myself am excited to expand my game and be able to do what I do.
I think all 11 minutes, you can catch it on his YouTube page. We aren't going to play the whole thing, obviously, but a couple of clips here. That clip is actually what I think I appreciated most about him. We just talked about Moj. He's the kind of guy that had every reason not to be humble in his life, that he was the superstar AAU guy, number one recruit in the country, has the back injury, still gets drafted in the first round, gets the max contract, all that different stuff, right? And at the end of all of it, MPJ was always like, I'll do what's best for the team. Always. Always.
Not only humble, but very diplomatic in that approach there. He mentioned the two-man game and the Nuggets. How many times were we watching Nuggets basketball, and he goes to the corner and just stands there and looks like he's out of the picture? How many times have we said, why isn't Michael Porter Jr. part of the offense in the fourth quarter? Why is he so good in the first half and then falls off the cliff in the second half, right? We've said that before.
Sure.
And a lot of that is him. A lot of that is the offense. A lot of that is simply spacing. Hey, go to the corner, make some space so we can do this two-man game.
Yep.
He didn't say anything bad about it. He acknowledged it. And he's right. He's right. I said once he was traded, I said change is sometimes good. And I think it's going to be good for him. It may unlock other facets of his game that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, he said that his ceiling plateaued, and I think that is true in Denver. I don't know what kind of player he's capable of being.
There you go. I don't know
what that is.
I don't know what other facets, Vic, have not been unlocked that are going to be able to be unlocked.
Well, he's going to shoot more. They are.
He's going to shoot more. I'm sure he's going to shoot more. He's going to get a lot of PT. I'm sure he is.
The facet that was going to be unlocked is pretty simple. He just said it. Being option 1 or 2 in clutch time when you need scoring. He was not option 1 or 2. Sometimes he was option 4 or 5.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
That was always the funniest thing, too, because I remember early in his career, we always wondered that. It's like, why does Porter just look like he's standing in the corner and not doing anything? And I'm like, well, he's not getting benched. So it's obviously something that they want him to do, or else they'd be like...
Space the court.
Yeah, if you aren't going to be active, and that's all I thought. I was like, he's a shooter. He's going to pull a defender out towards him, and it's going to open up room in the middle.
Let me tell you something. Going to Brooklyn, where they're not going to win. They're not. They're terrible. They got 5 first-round draft picks on the roster.
Yeah.
Okay? They're not good. He's going to be a big part of their scoring load. Huge. This is a chance for him to rehab his career. And when I say rehab, I mean bolster his statistical career. He's going to get – they're going to tell Mike, hey, man, jack it up there. Go ahead.
What does bolstered mean?
Do what you want to do. Shoot it as many times as you like. He's going to have a chance to put up some serious numbers there.
I'm kind of excited to see it, actually. I want to know what he is when he's one of the bigger options on a team, what he's capable of. Now, he goes on, he detailed what he was dealing with in the playoffs. We all know it was a shoulder injury, but here's exactly what it was.
It was tough because I wasn't able to play the way I wanted to play. I wasn't able to hoop the way I wanted to hoop in the playoffs because of, my shoulder. It's still a little messed up. You can kind of see it's a little popped out still. It's still healing up. But I was severely limited in what I could do in the playoffs, and that was hard. That's the taste that I left with the Nuggets fans and organization. I really felt like I let the team down this past playoffs. I went out there and I tried, but I was playing with one arm. Like, legitimately. My whole shoulder was popped out, torn. I was putting a needle in it every other day trying to get the pain down. But regardless, I went out there and I tried to play after the shoulder injury, and I just wasn't able to be myself, and I wasn't able to help the team. And that hurts. That's how my journey with the Nuggets ended.
Again,
I'd agree with that. I mean, we all knew that he was injured, man. The guy played, I give him so much credit, couldn't put his flipping jersey on. And he's out there every single night, giving whatever he can give. I like the guy a lot. I'm going to miss him as a person. I'm going to miss his shooting at times, no doubt. I'm going to miss his rebounding because he's an underrated rebounder. Nuggets are better, though, right now. With that trade, the Nuggets became a better basketball team.
He also just, he always does this, but he goes, I let the team down again, which is, again, I say what you want about Porter. Like, I understand that people got frustrated with the contract or maybe his inconsistencies with his game on the floor or his shooting or whatever. I don't know how you can't like the guy. Like, I don't know how you can't just like the dude. I mean, all of that he just said. My shoulder was out, torn ligaments, and I let the team down. It's his response. You know what I mean?
We don't need to. We need to go into detail again of what he went through, not only with his own health issues, his back and drop foot, but the family. It's not been an easy ride for that man for the last 3 years. It's been a very difficult ride. And for him to put that all aside, remember, they won an NBA championship during the rockiest year, personally, of his life.
He will go down. Again, I will never say a bad thing about Michael Porter Jr. ever. I mean, anytime his name is brought up between now and the end of time, it's going to be like, you know what? Terrific Nugget, great guy. Love to have him. They're a better basketball team right now. No offense.
That is just a little bit.
Well, hold on, real quick though.
Yeah.
Do you think that any of his teammates have talked to him since he's been traded?
100%.
Okay. Sure.
Did you see what DeAndre Ayton said about the Lakers?
Oh, he let that out of the bag.
He's like,
I can't believe that.
Have you talked to LeBron and Luka? No, they haven't talked. They haven't called me at all.
He said he texted with Luka, but he has not been texted by LeBron.
I did get a text from Luka.
LeBron's gone, isn't he?
It sounds like LeBron is. Yeah, it sounds like LeBron is cashed out.
I mean, they got a big man, a free agent big man who was bought out.
You know what?
Supposedly the answer to their prayers in the middle, and nobody, the big guns aren't talking to him. Like,
you know what's happening in LA?
Screw it, whatever. Cracks me up.
They're slowly but surely turning their backs on LeBron James. Lakers fans, they're out. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Watch. Yeah. Go look. A lot of them are like, okay, that's run its course. We're done. We're done.
Now that we've got Luka, LeBron can just go away. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, this little act, his kid, all that. I mean, they're done.
I'm watching this video, by the way, of DeAndre Ayton as he's on with 710 ESPN LA. I don't like how this co-host has the sunglasses on inside. What's going on there, Moj?
Which one?
I think it's Kaplan.
Oh, yeah. Who's that guy?
Rocking shades indoors? What are we doing here? But you're right, Vic. I mean, yeah.
Do those LA guys?
Yeah, we can hear it real quick. Go ahead, Nelly.
Hey, DeAndre, have you spoken to LeBron? Have you spoken to Luka?
Not really yet, but I've definitely got a text from Luka. I know how the offseason go. This is not my first rodeo. People are probably busy and training and having times with their families, but I'm just waiting. I'm just really just trying to integrate myself with the team and get to know everybody.
God, LeBron would drive me nuts. Like, seriously.
You like getting nailed by the king?
I mean, this is the thing.
I mean, it's only been a week. I mean, LeBron's training. It's only been a week to pick up the phone and say, hey, welcome to the team. You're going to be our big man in the middle. I mean, listen, you got to have Taco Tuesdays. I mean, hell, that was a big day. You cannot screw with Taco Tuesday to call your new teammate.
I think that's when I turned on LeBron, to be honest.
I mean, my God, man.
When he tried to trademark Taco Tuesday, like he invented that phrase, I think that's my turning point.
That might have, that.
It's the same thing with Ohio State.
That wasn't my turning point, but that was an add or honor.
It's the same thing with Ohio State. I didn't like Ohio State, and then I hated them when they tried to trademark the.
Can you believe that? The
time you say and, you owe me 10 cents.
I'm trademarking tortilla.
I'm sorry, Vic. That's fine, because I've trademarked tortillo.
Some variations in there. I got to get me some sort of variation.
I like the masculine ending of tortilla.
Tortillas?
There are reports on the internets that Nikola Jokic has reached out to Jonas Valanciunas, and I just wanted to confirm something. We said it yesterday. If you don't think these guys are talking, of course they're talking. Of course they're chatting. I've told you that the Nuggets, for their coaching staff and executives, have been talking to Jonas Valanciunas throughout this whole process. All right, they've known that Jonas was going to make that trip to Greece. They've known this. the more this happen, the more I hear about this now, the more this comes out, the more I'm sure this is all. It was always a leverage ploy to extend that contract another year.
All right. Well, let me just wait for the article to pop up on Eurohoops.net.
Yep. Let's see what that.
Vic
Let's see what that.
reporting
Hold on a
things.
second. What about the family is back in Lithuania? They don't want to move anymore.
The more I'm convinced, and I suspected this from the get-go, as soon as I heard about this, it smelled like a leverage play to me, and it's almost too dramatic now. It's like a scene from Love Island. I mean, he is playing this out, making the trip to Greece, doing all this stuff, public statements at conferences. He wants that second year guaranteed.
Well, there's a big thing happening tonight that we were just talking about appointment television. I have something that I think you should make appointment television for tonight. We'll get to it next.
Let's do it, Brett, right now. Got to get you into my life, into my life. Got to get you into my life, into my life.
Who is this?
Earth.
This is Earth, Wind, and Fire?
Earth. It was a Beatles song, obviously.
That's so good.
Into my life, into my life.
But you got to wait for the beat to drop here.
Yeah, let me hear it. Turn it up. Turn it up, Nelly.
Baby, we coming.
Louder. I mean, is this not the greatest band ever?
Dude, they were so...
Who doesn't love Earth, Wind, and Fire?
They were so good still. Vic, I saw them. How many weeks ago did you go to the mountains, Brett?
3, I think.
3 weeks ago over at Fiddler's, man. Philip Bailey still kills it. They were so damn good.
If you don't like Earth, Wind, and Fire, then you just, I don't know, prison? Straight to jail?
The only thing that really stunk, and I don't know why it is, but Verdine White didn't play bass that night.
Well, he's old.
He's in his 70s, and I don't know, it was an altitude thing, or maybe he's just under the weather. The guy who filled in was killer. He was great. Don't get me wrong. He's kind of the backup bass guy. But they were just phenomenal, dude. You know every flippin' song. They hit every flippin' note. The show itself is wildly entertaining. I can't say enough about Earth, man.
So the Nuggets are playing a summer league game tonight.
No, don't you even.
This actually sounds a little bit like a sitcom intro where they're introducing the characters like Full House, and it's John Stamos. Yeah. All right. So yes, appointment television tonight.
That's why we're saying got to get you in tonight.
We're listen. We just talked about how live sports is the only appointment television left, and I know I say NBA Summer League, and you go, ugh. Like you do with any preseason sport, right? I'm telling you,
7 o'clock pregame on Altitude, 7:30 on Altitude Television tonight.
Watch on Altitude Television because Deron Holmes is going to be important this year. It just feels that way, and you're going to get your second
really good.
Your second first look at him.
What if he's really good?
What if?
I mean, think about what that unlocks if he's really good.
Or if he's really bad. I mean, how much that matters.
And it's hard. Let me caution you. I think it's very difficult to determine the worth of a player based on summer league basketball. It's very difficult because it's not real NBA basketball. It's not. It's ref differently. It's timed differently. They play. It's a much shorter game. So I don't know what to expect, but I want to see how he moves. I want to see how he shoots.
I think the same way, though, with preseason football. Like, yes, is it real? No, it's not real. But you can tell if somebody can play or not. I really do. Like, if somebody that you're really looking for to see, do you got ability or not, I think you can tell with certain people, even in these, quote, fake games that are played.
Yeah, Vic, you were asking me the other day, when you look at a hockey player, can you tell if that guy can play or not? I said, yeah, again, but you're trying to project out what they're going to be, what their potential is at the age of 25, not at the age of 18. What are they going to extrapolate out and be, right? I guess the same kind of story with these guys. Vic, since you are a Nuggets historian, and I've only been covering the team for 30 years, you tell me, man, can anybody pop that we don't expect to pop?
I'll give you the best case scenario.
Who's the last guy? Okay, I guess Joker.
Joker did not pop at Summer League.
No, he didn't. But I mean, he's the
That's
last
the
guy.
thing about it.
He's the last guy that sort of came out of nowhere, and now he's the best player on the planet. But is there anybody who can pop, and we go, wow, this guy can really play in the NBA?
Well, I'll tell you somebody who popped and it didn't work out. Yeah. Do you remember Hunter Tyson's first Summer League?
Sure do. Yeah, he was pretty awesome. Yeah, he was all over the place.
Leading scorer on the team.
Yeah,
he made the All-Summer League team.
Yeah.
Hunter Tyson's playing tonight, too.
Yeah. So that's what I'm getting at. It's not the end-all. It just isn't. It's not real. Don't take it as – I mean, like if you're watching tonight and you're expecting just amazing numbers out of Deron Holmes or else, it's not real. Go back and look at Nikola Jokic's Summer League. Nobody said, oh, my God, this guy's the potential to be an MVP. Nobody said that. Nobody.
And I think some of the guys, I remember the first summer league of Emmanuel Mudiay. And I'm like, oh, this kid's a player. Look at him. He looks like a player.
Yeah.
No, he didn't become a player. And I just, again, I'm hoping that somebody, Vic, pops out of nowhere and even can have a stable NBA career. That's all I'm looking for. The odds are definitely against it.
2 summers ago, I watched Chet Holmgren at Summer League, a year removed from his injury. And I'm watching him run around. I'm like, man, I don't know if this guy's going to be an NBA player. Lo and behold, 2 days ago, he signs one of the richest deals in Oklahoma City basketball history.
Well, here's why I think the Deron Holmes thing is very important. And it's equally as important, well, maybe not equally, but getting him in Valanciunas, like if Valanciunas is a Nugget and plays this year as the backup big to Joker, and Deron Holmes is a viable option on your roster. It does something that I don't know when the last time the Nuggets have had this. And it's posed a problem for multiple people on this roster that I felt bad for. You have asked year after year after year multiple guys coming off the bench to play out of position. You've asked Zeke to play a 5. He's not a 5. You've asked Dario Saric to play a 5. He's not a 5. You've asked Peyton Watson to play a 4. He's not a 4. If those guys are the players we hope they are, if Valanciunas is one on the roster and Deron Holmes becomes a viable backup 4 to AG, then you can put Peyton Watson at the 3 where he's supposed to be. Then guys start slotting in at places they're supposed to play. Yeah. It's been a big problem. You asked the year you won the title, you know the backup 5 was?
Yeah, it was basically
Jeff Green.
Jeff Green. Yeah, that's who it was.
It was Aaron Gordon.
Well, it was AG, but AG's not a 5 either.
Yeah, and Uncle Jeff got some time in there too, Vic.
The point is, you have guys slotted into the positions they're supposed to play, and I bet you they look better when they do it.
I think you're probably right. What definitely stinks is that if Joker's off the floor, the opposition immediately knows you have to go small.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, let's go get us some. And if you don't have to, which is why this guy is so important to join the Denver Nuggets. And Vic, you made me feel better with what you said earlier, so that's good. That makes me happy. But it's just I want to solve those problems, Brett. I want things to be congruent going forward, the way they should be.
Yeah. Since we're doing the game tonight, and play-by-play is done by NBA TV, but we're going to chime in during the game. We got the pre and the post. I went through the roster, the Nuggets summer roster, and I have to admit to you, outside of just some of the basic names that we just mentioned, and the 2 guys they signed to 2-way contracts, I don't know who the heck these guys are.
Yeah. I really don't either.
I don't either.
Like Logan Johnson.
Here's the ones that you guys will know.
26-year-old rookie.
You'll know Deron Holmes. You'll know Hunter Tyson. You probably heard of Spencer Jones. He got a little bit of run last year.
You heard Tamar Bates on these very airwaves.
Tamar Bates and Curtis Jones were the undrafted free agent signings from this past season. I know Keontae Johnson. I remember him playing in the NCAA tournament a couple years ago for Kansas State. And then that's the end of my knowledge.
Who was Terrence Hargrove Jr.?
Player.
They got a couple 7-footers going.
Vic, I need
They got an Australian. Give me your best Australian accent.
No, not a jukebox.
Well, yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Vic, give me your best. Give me your best Australian accent.
Hold on. MPJ says he's going to join us.
Sweet.
Awesome.
Okay, get that ironed out.
All right.
Moser, I need you to pronounce the name of the guy from Memphis who's number 20.
Okay, I'm going to give it my best. Can I do it in parts?
Sure.
Kaldirich?
I think it's Kauderici.
Okabundu. Okabundu.
You notice they have 2 7-footers on that roster, and that's
I just told you that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They got Baji. They got Baji from Senegal, and they got Harrison out of Australia.
Have you guys seen the trend in the NBA? By the way, and hoping to get MPJ. Heck, we can get him as early as today here. But do you notice the trend in the league going big and bigger?
Yeah.
I mean, these teams are like double booking bigs now.
Well, this is what I mentioned. If Valanciunas joins this roster, I don't think his role is going to be solely when Jokic leaves the floor, he enters. I think they could play together. I really do. Other teams are doing that. They're putting big bodies on the floor, and especially guys that got a little bit of touch. As long as you have that.
There are no bigs who can't move anymore. Just like the National Hockey League, you don't have any like fourth line enforcers who really can't skate or anything, right? You don't have that. That is gone from the league. It has been gone. Do you really have any gigantic plotting big men in the middle who just rim protect?
You can, but
what?
You need to have people around him that can shoot. Like, I'll give you an example. When Minnesota went with the Twin Towers of Gobert and Towns didn't play like a big.
No, he played.
He played just like a giant four. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Chet Holmgren and Hartenstein when they play together. Those are two giant bodies.
Yeah, but Hartenstein,
but one can shoot.
And Hartenstein's not a plotter either. I mean,
See what the Clippers did? I mean, this is sort of under the radar. The Clippers, so they add Brook Lopez to Big Z, right? They got Zubats, who we all have to admit, man, he was a load to handle. So they bring in Brook Lopez, another 7-footer. Then they go get John Collins from Utah, who is not a center, but he plays like a big man. They got big. Dude, all these teams are going big.
Except for
big
Golden
old
State.
Boys.
Golden State's still rolling with we're going to throw out a whole bunch of 6'5" guys out there.
Yeah, Golden State's making me laugh because they'll probably going to end up with Al Horford now. And you said it yesterday. The median age of that team.
Oh, my God.
My goodness. They're like 35 years old, average age.
Your three best players are 37, 35, and 35 right now. If they add Horford, that's a 39-year-old on top of that. Like, if this was 2013, like, that team is scary as hell. Oh, good Lord. But I'm not too freaked about it now.
Times change, man. Guys get old. Father Time wins.
Yeah. So, efforting to get Michael Porter Jr. on the show, and you said possibly today's show, Vic? Possibly?
Yeah, he is coming back from Europe, so I'm not sure if he's still in the air. I'm trying to figure this out because he was told about this deal when he was on vacation, and he's processing it. And again, more as a way to say goodbye to him because I think he's going to be revered in this community for the rest of his career. He helped bring a championship to Denver, and he played a key role and made no excuses about any of his injuries.
Yeah.
Just played, man. I like the guy.
So,
always have.
We've all always liked the guy. Yeah.
Hopefully talk to Michael Porter Jr. either today or soon at some point.
Have our song ready just in case we get him.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he hasn't heard that probably up close.
Well, he did. I think he not up close, but in the arena, he's like, what the?
It's loud in the arena. We can put it right in his ears. So hopefully have Michael Porter Jr. at some point today or sometime soon. Back after this.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Nope.
Nope.
First of all, MPJ's on a plane back, so he can't do it right now, but he's going to do it soon. He promised. He wants to say goodbye to the fans. In
fact, Vic, I'm proud of you. Thank you very much. Can't wait.
In fact, he wants to hear from the fans. So when we have MPJ on, maybe we'll take a couple calls.
Sure. Be great.
So he's really, it really resonates with him. He really wants to say goodbye to everybody here. And I'm thankful that he wants to do that. Not a lot of guys do.
I want to say goodbye to him.
I'm going through Twitter here, and I noticed that there's a lot of activity coming from Greece. I'm not sure if a lot of those Greek people are still listening or watching our show today.
Wait,
Giannis,
directed towards you?
No,
Oh.
no. I don't know why. How does that work?
Vic, this is how it works. This is how it works. You watch the program on Twitch or YouTube from across the pond, and you get addicted immediately. And so all the Greeks, hey, they don't want no freaks. They're coming back to us.
They're
like
not
it.
geeks.
They ain't
But
geeks.
what's happened is my Twitter feed is now a bunch of Greek stuff. And I'm seeing that Giannis is in Greece. And he brought with him, I am ashamed to say I don't know who this guy is, but apparently who is Speed?
Streamer of some sort.
Okay.
A famous streamer type. I don't know.
What?
He streams. He streams online. He's
What's
a
a
famous
stream
streamer.
online?
What do you mean?
What does he do?
Yeah,
Does he pick his nose?
I don't know what that
Does he
means.
break
Do you know,
dance?
do you know what we do?
Yeah.
He does the same thing on the internet, just for like hours at a time.
But about
He talks
what?
sports?
I don't know what he does. I don't watch any of those.
Well, you seem to
people.
know who the hell he is.
I'm aware of the person. I don't know what he does.
Someone says he's a streamer like you guys. So does he talk sports? What does that mean when someone says they're a streamer?
What
does that mean?
If I
know what a
and
streaker is.
Put myself on the YouTube live and just go, and I do that for 3 hours. Is that streaming?
As a general rule, when someone's a streamer, they start by streaming themselves gaming. Like they're a video gamer, and then they talk while they play, and then what they say is funny, and people like it. That's usually what you mean when you say
some of these
streamer.
guys just evolve in which they have such a big following, they can just turn on the camera and talk about whatever. And
they turn into personalities, yeah.
But it started with video games.
I have no idea. I don't know what his life. Why do you need to know all of the intricacies of his life? He's a famous guy. I don't know what to tell you.
I feel ashamed that I don't know who he is, I guess. I don't, like, the world has opened up to so many different personalities and people who do different things. I don't know who he is, and I'm asking, should I know? You guys didn't know either, so I feel better about myself.
I know he's a famous guy.
I knew Moser would know.
So what is the point of... I almost said...
Why did you bring it up?
What is the point of all this?
Because everything I'm getting on my Twitter feed now is Greek-related.
Well,
so what you're telling me is that the algorithm, because so many people in Greece hated you...
Yes.
The algorithm says, dude must want to interact with Greece more.
And from what I understand, you're known as Grandpa in Greece.
With hemorrhoids.
Yeah. Soon to be hemorrhoids. That's so, dude, that's just
one of
so
the funniest
funny.
things. Yesterday's show was just
funny.
epic. It was beautiful.
It's hysterical.
And did you see, so KJ posted a clip of us at war with the Greeks on our YouTube channel, and the comments section now, the Greeks and the Serbians are going to war. The Serbians have gotten involved.
Wait,
Yeah.
Serbians got our back?
Yes.
Right on.
Serbians are going toe-to-toe with the Greeks.
You know that publication that incorrectly sourced me as saying something I did not say?
Yeah, they also said that we were they accused us of being racist and whatnot. It's just ridiculous.
Well, they came back and said, well, listen to your own transcript. You said that. I go, I know I didn't say that. What are you talking
about your report?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that is not the case. I have a trivia game if you guys would like to play it. Just a simple question.
I'd love to.
What do these four players... Yeah, Nelly, give me some trivia music. What do these four players have in common?
Mm-hmm.
Barry Sanders,
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Donald,
Mm-hmm.
Micah Parsons, Marvin Mims.
Okay, well, they're all football players, obviously.
Okay, that's a good one, Moshe.
They didn't all go to the
Hold
same
on a
college,
second.
so that doesn't count. They're all
Barry
from
Sanders went to Oklahoma State. They all played in the old Big 8.
They are from the same town in Texas.
No.
Because we already established that Marvin was outside of, Fort Worth. They're all studs?
Name the four again. Mims, Sanders, Oklahoma State, Oklahoma.
Barry Sanders, Aaron Donald, Micah Parsons, Marvin Mims.
Aaron Donald's Pitt. Marvin Mims. I don't know.
They are the only 4 players, despite the fact that Marvin Mims is only 2 years into his career, to make the Pro Bowl every year of their career.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
That's pretty good.
Now, again, a little longer resume for guys like Barry Sanders and Aaron Donald, but
that's impressive. Aaron Donald made the Pro Bowl every year of his career.
Single year.
Dude, he was a human refrigerator.
You know what I'd love to see?
I mean, have you ever, I know you probably have, but the domination of Aaron Donald in the interior of that line, it's almost incomprehensible. And even in today's football, it's almost incomprehensible.
We were just talking about this. Maybe it was the appetizer yesterday, Nelly, but it was players who retired at the peak of their career. Yeah, because we were talking about Jokic and that always being a fear of mine and why not signing the contract now is a good sign for that. Aaron Donald's one of them. Aaron Donald was still a monster and just said, yeah, I'm kind of done. I'm done.
I've got a trivia for you.
Well, hang on a second, just quickly. You know what I'd love to see from Marvin Mims this year is that he makes the Pro Bowl or an All-Pro team as a receiver instead of a returner. That's what I'd love to see. That would make me very, very happy. Because it does, I'm not taking anything away from him. The special teams Pro Bowl thing doesn't hit as hard as wide receiver getting 1,300 yards and 10 touchdowns sort of thing. That would be a lot better this year if Marvin Mims could do that. What's your
absolutely. I mean, he's got a unique skill set. You have to utilize it. But I don't see him perhaps being a Pro Bowl wideout. Why? Unless they really utilize his.
I don't think he's going to get enough touches.
That's exactly right.
Why?
I don't think they'll go vertical enough.
I don't think the offense is designed that way.
Agreed.
This offense is a share the wealth offense, especially when it comes to throwing the football. What makes you think that they're going to focus on one or two guys? This isn't Cincinnati.
Hey, if you put him in Buffalo or Kansas City and said go, maybe.
Well, my thought would just be get the ball to guys who are your best players. And if he's one of your best players on offense, then he should touch the ball a lot. That's my thought. And I don't care how you do it. I always thought, why not use him sort of like Percy Harvin, like he was used? Put him in the backfield, give him 4 carries.
Well, they did. Well, at the end of the year, they did.
They started to, and then he blew up. He had a huge end. I'm like, why not do that all year? And then he very well could be that guy who gets enough touches to be considered for it. That's all I'm saying. If he's one of your best players on offense, then get the ball to your best players on offense. They do that for Cortland Sutton. Sutton's your best player. Yeah. Got him the ball all the time.
Hey, the running back room to me is still very interesting. Are we anointing, as we speak right now, are we anointing the rookie as the starting running back?
No, I think it's Dobbins.
I was
going to say, first. They went and signed Dobbins, and why would we there's all this talk about the 60th overall pick, second rounder, but 60th overall just being inserted into the starting role?
No, I think that the way Sean Payton's going to operate is
third down, Dobbins is going to be the back. Passing situations.
I just think Dobbins is probably your main guy for the first few weeks of the season, and if R.J. Harvey proves that he's capable of taking that load, then maybe they make the transition over.
Sounds good.
That'd be my guess. I don't think they're good. I don't think first snap of the season, Mose, you're going to see Dobbins. You aren't going to see Harvey unless there's an injury or something like that. But that would be my assumption between those two.
By the way, do you see the shirt I have on today?
Yeah, it's a Broncos shirt.
Got my Broncos shirt on today.
Cool.
Well, I'm just getting hey, man, am I just allowed to get in the football mood a little bit?
You can. You're wearing a shirt. I'm wearing a shirt.
I'm just, okay. When I walked into the closet this morning at about 6 a.m, I go, you know what? I said, look at that Broncos shirt hanging right there, that beautiful Broncos polo.
This is what I wanted to avoid was this
Okay.
story.
And I said, you know what? I'm feeling a little football-y right now.
I'm watching wildlife videos on Twitter now.
I want to get in the mood.
Moser, anytime you want to get in the mood for training camp, you just say the word. I got you, brother.
Moser, let me tell you something right now. That is not how Speed got to go to Greece with Giannis Antetokounmpo. Whatever you just did is not how his stream blew up. Okay?
Speed.
So, I just sent you something, by the way, now. Like, yeah, cut that mower.
Hey, did you guys see the reaction from Cam Johnson and Tim Hardaway on the Old Man in the Tree podcast when they were told they were playing with...
Isn't that the Old Man in the Three?
Is that what it is? Oh, it is.
Did you say the Tree?
I did.
The Old Man and the Fur.
First of all, it's called the Young Man in the Tree. Or is it the Old Man in the...
Oh, good Lord. Again, this is not how Speed blew up his Twitch numbers.
Well, blame Moser. You know what? I completely lost interest in everything in this show as soon as he started going in on his cotton shirt.
What did they say?
I don't know.
Okay, great.
Jesus, good Lord. All I said, we were
Vic,
talking Broncos football, and I said, look, I got my Broncos shirt on. And then
Shut
you
up.
guys
Now
poo-pooed
that
it.
you have it.
Yeah, you were thinking about the book The Old Man and the Tree, A Different Approach to Deer Hunting by Barry Wenzel.
How about
is what
The
you
Old
had
Man in the
mind.
Sea? A little Ernest Hemingway stuff.
You
What do
have
you want?
the interview with Cam Johnson and Tim Hardaway Jr. by chance?
I will bring it up from that podcast, which has a name.
The young
Anything to get off freaking Moser's shirt routine.
All right, let's hear this audio from the Young Man in the Bush.
That's a whole different book. That's a whole different genre.
That's one of those that your wife reads late at night to herself.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You know what? I swear to God, thank God I'm off tomorrow because I would come in here losing it at 7 a.m. Look at Vic's face.
I would just love to poke the bear a little bit.
That is the look of disdain on his face. Look at him. I love you guys a lot, and sometimes I really hate all of you.
Well, this morning, so I've got these notes down about what I wanted to talk about today. I got a lot of sports items, and we've spent the first hour of the show. You went way deep on Kool and the Gang for about 20 minutes.
First of all, it's Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Oh,
Don't
okay.
you dare do that.
Whatever. And then you went deep on your shirt and your wardrobe and picking your shirts. And when you do that, I get off track, and that's when I start just foraging the internet. And I don't know and that's where I get lost. You are the reason I get lost because I lose complete interest in anything that's going on. So blame yourself.
Say it all the time. Got to know your teammates. All right, so let's go ahead and hear this clip.
What are you most excited about playing with Joker?
Oh,
Look at that smile.
honestly, a big part of it is not having him no more. Because he's a problem. He's just a problem. That's it. Period. And he can pass, he can rebound, he can score, he can come. You know what I mean? You don't know what you're going to get on any given day, like kind of what mode he's in. But man, just it's an uncanny ability he has. Spatial awareness, just how he feels the game, how he understands the game. Like he does it in a way different than anybody else in the league. It's made him, one of the best players in the league and one of the best players in league history. From a pure numbers perspective, you're not really touching his output over the past couple of years. Mm-hmm. And it's not accidental. Like he's just that good.
So
and then Hardaway went on to say some stuff too.
That, by the way, that initial sound is exactly what I want to hear.
Yeah.
What are you most excited to play about playing with Jokic?
Yeah.
And he goes,
so those
that
two
sound
guys
is all I needed to hear. That's the answer.
You got those two guys who are just smiling ear to ear. Bruce Brown has been campaigning to come back. Hell, he came back on his own accord during the playoffs.
Yeah.
To punch a ticket to get back into Denver. That's why the Jonas Valanciunas thing is so off-putting to a lot of Nuggets fans, and especially Moser. Because you got three guys who want to be here, who desperately want to play here, who are going out of their way to say how much they want to be here.
Yes.
And then another dude who's like, what is going on?
Have the Nuggets had that before? Have they had
what? I don't know that I've ever seen
lineup
Yeah,
of
I don't know
players
that
in
I've
an
ever seen
offseason
that.
like excited as hell to come here?
No. In fact, I'm going to I'm going to say right now, no, they have not.
No,
they haven't. This is a whole new era.
I've never seen this before.
Because usually what happens is you got to overpay like you did with Millsap, right, to get somebody to come here.
That is correct.
And now it's people like, please, for the love of God, let me go to Denver.
I don't know why more guys haven't figured it out yet, other than, you know what, they don't want to live in Denver or who knows what. But if you come here and you play with the big fella, A, you have a very good chance to win, and B, you are going to get paid.
Yeah.
Someplace.
And if you're playing with an ATM machine, it's just like
that's exactly right.
You come over here, you make cash.
I mean, listen, everybody knows that he'd rather give up the basketball than score the basketball. All you've got to do is cut.
Yeah.
All you've got to do is move your feet and cut, and he will find you.
Yep.
I don't know why this is so damn hard. Vic, you're exactly right. For the first time ever, you got guys who are, chewing fence posts off to get to Denver to play with Nikola Jokic.
But it's also why this is so difficult to understand, the Valanciunas stuff, because you would think after playing with horrific teams, after bouncing around the league, after not getting any opportunity to make it to the deep into the playoffs or the finals, for crying out loud, you would think he'd be hungry to do exactly that.
Yeah. You'd think. Now, again, I am leaving this in the back of my head. If this is all just a leverage play to get the second year of his contract or the last year of his contract guaranteed, then I'm like, you know what? Fine. Then I get it.
No, I'm still not fine with that. It's too dramatic.
Well, I would say this, Vic. If the Nuggets just say no, the only real option you have left to try and do it is to go to these lengths, I suppose.
I'm going to tell you right now, the only thing that's going to repair what Valanciunas is doing is just come out and play great basketball, and people will forget right away.
Yeah.
People will forget right away. I'm just going to fast forward to opening night. You think the crowd's going to go wild for Bruce Brown?
Of course. They're going to go.
How do you think they'll welcome Cam Johnson and Tim Hardaway
They are
Jr.?
going to give them all of the love.
Okay. And now they're announcing Jonas Valanciunas.
They aren't going to boo him.
I'm not saying they're booing him. I'm not saying that'd be dumb.
Yeah.
But you think you'll have the same lust?
No. Well,
he's going to have to earn that back. He's going. Hey. He put himself in this situation.
Yeah.
He's going to have to earn their trust back.
Yeah.
And that's a fair statement, right? That's
Yes.
fair. You didn't exactly endear yourself to Nuggets fans the way this has gone on. You haven't. That's on you. You got to win him back. You got to play now.
Can listen to us anywhere, including on a flight back from Europe, if you're Michael Porter Jr. on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Jeff Legwold at 9 o'clock. Stick around.
I'm Vic Lombardi, and I like to sweat. No, seriously, sweating's not bad for you. Whether you're on the court, playing golf in the heat, hot day, but sweating in the house in the middle of the summer, nah, man. Broken AC, you don't want that. That is worse than the 3-putt double bogey, ask Moser. AAA Service has a $49 AC tune-up special right now, $49. Keep things cool this summer. Don't wait. Schedule today at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Oh, that was a total fake out. I thought that was the opening drum riff to Take the Money and Run. That was a fake out. Hey, Vic. I got a quick update on Livy Dunn.
I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for one.
Vic, did you live in New York?
Yeah, I lived there for 9 months, served a fellowship.
There you go. So she was trying to buy an apartment in New York.
New York City, in Manhattan?
On the Upper West Side.
Okay.
The catch is, it was once Babe Ruth's apartment. So
what?
It sold for $1.58 million back in 2016. It's on the market again, but it's a co-op building. So she's
what does
trying.
That mean?
It means that it's like it has like their own HOA of citizenry. Here's the catch. She's like, it's really cool. I want to buy Babe Ruth's old apartment. It's really awesome. I'll pay cash. Obviously, her soon-to-be husband or boyfriend or whatever he is,
Skeens.
Yeah, he's going to have plenty of bread to do it too.
Mm-hmm.
The co-op board says, no, we don't want you living here. Can you imagine?
Too much attention?
I guess that's what it is, that she's going to bring too much attention to the building. Or
she already bought it, though, I thought.
No, she was under contract, but she had to be approved by the co-op board, and they denied her. They voted. They all voted.
Wait a minute. HOAs have gone a little too far when you can approve who lives in your neighborhood.
Well, the way this building is, I don't fully understand it, but I've heard of this before. I figured you, maybe because you lived in New York, you would know a little bit more than me.
I lived at NYU in a dorm.
Oh, okay.
He lived at Joe DiMaggio's old place.
Yeah, Joey P.
Ray, you know what I'm saying? But apparently, they denied her. They voted, you can't live here. And she speculated that maybe they just don't want a public figure living in their building.
By the way, there's nothing better in the world. Hot summers, New York City, you go to any corner, and they've got fresh fruit just sitting out there, fresh watermelon, fresh grapefruit, fresh pineapple, all fresh fruit.
Mm-hmm.
There aren't enough fresh fruits on the corners here of Colorado. Any corner store in New York City has fresh fruit. It's the best fruit.
You really are correct. When I'm there, dude, you can walk down, and these stores are not very big, Brett. You know, like maybe the size of a small restaurant or something like that.
Bodegas.
Yeah, and they've got killer stuff. They've got oranges, and they've got lemons and tomatoes and watermelon. They've got everything. I mean, Vic is absolutely correct. You walk a block and a half, man, you can have all the goodness of the good.
When's the last time, Brett, you just stopped at a corner store and bought some fresh fruit?
You don't frequent corner stores very often.
That's what I thought.
That's the point.
You're uncultured. Go back in your hut.
I live here with you.
Yeah, but I have fruit.
This reminds me.
You ever get the craving just for a banana sometimes? You're like, man, I really need me a strawberry or a banana or a pine.
Right,
you know what? There's nothing like ice cold pineapple
I'll tell you what.
Chunks.
I got
Those are so good.
Fresh pineapple and fresh watermelon yesterday at the house.
Sweet.
Just cut it up. By the way, this Costco over here, you guys bring back that strawberry banana smoothie or I'm going to riot. Bring it back right now. Stop. I don't need your strawberry lemonade. It's summer. I want the smoothie. Bring the smoothie back.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America?
This reminds me, I was in the mountains for a beer fest a few weeks ago.
Shocker.
And you know the drunk conversations you have late at night after one of those.
You what?
We started getting into Japan and how quickly Japan just forgave America. Like we just after World War II, it ended and we're like, all right, cool. Mm-hmm. So we'll get some Hondas from you. Yeah. And it just immediately.
You guys got some motorcycles? Yeah, well, that's cool.
And my buddy goes like this. He goes, I got to get to Japan. I need to see it. Oh, yeah? What do you want to see there? He goes, they're vending machines. That's what he said. He wanted to go to Japan just to see the vending machines. Because they sell, I guess they sell everything.
They sell everything out of, you can buy soup out of a vending machine. Yeah. You could probably buy anything. You buy anything, yeah.
I've been to Tokyo and Japan, and the most glorious thing about that country is their bathrooms.
They're awesome.
They're the best bathrooms.
Dude, I want to go to Japan badly.
And
Those
just
toilets are the best toilets in the world.
Just eat in a bathroom. That's what you want.
Dude, I want to go sleep
toilets?
I want to sleep on like those little where you can rent for like 5 hours to take a nap.
Yeah.
I want to do that. Yeah.
Like a little morgue?
Yeah, I want to do that.
I want to bullet train it. I want to be like Brad Pitt. I want to get in a fight in a bullet train.
I have been on a bullet train, but I'd like to see their bullet train. I mean, it would be
You guys
fantastic.
will freak out after just the mass humanity that just walks around the streets, and they just pile into these trains.
Do they have fresh fruit?
Oh, yeah.
I did investigate, though, the cost of going to Japan. Not only is it like a 25-hour flight or whatever it is, but...
It's not that long. It's 14 hours.
No. My bad. Maybe I had a layover. But the plane tickets are not exactly cheap to get to Japan, bro.
Singapore Airlines, the best airlines in the world. I'm telling you, dude. You go Singapore Airlines there.
I have one more clip, Nelly, I sent to you that Dion was talking to ESPN, and he was asking, is it hard to not have Shedeur and Travis Hunter and Shiloh on the roster anymore? And Dion says the opposite. Go ahead.
We won't have those two phenomenal players, but we will have a phenomenal team. We're not as good individually, but we're better collectively.
Without Shedeur, a lot of people speculated you didn't have much interest in coaching college football.
Why was that? Why?
I don't. There was a.
Why would that be a factor?
Yeah.
Why would I have interest in doing what God blessed me to do? That don't make sense whatsoever.
Yeah. Well, just walk.
Don't forget, you know I had two sons, right?
I do.
Yeah.
Shiloh.
Yeah. What about Shiloh?
Yeah.
It's easier for me, man.
Okay. Why?
Because I don't have to be two things. I don't have to be the father and the coach.
Yeah.
Now I could just be the coach, and I don't have to look and make sure I'm a dad and he's doing his job. I'm a dad and he's doing his job on the defensive side. Now I could just focus on these young men. I love so many of them like they're my sons. I truly do. And some of them act like they're my sons. But I don't have any biological sons on the team right now. But I'm proud of them, man. But I love the challenge.
I think this is really exciting to see what Dion's going to be without the dad part. That this is now just being a coach. And it's a bigger challenge of you have to replace the best player in the country and one of the best quarterbacks in the country. How do you respond to that? Because remember, his entire college coaching career, he's had on one arm Shedeur, on the other arm Travis Hunter, and they've helped kind of like transition him to Jackson State and then over to CU. I can't wait to see what this is going to be. By the way, did you guys notice that Juju Lewis was the one that was invited, one of the players invited to Big 12 Media Days?
He took two quarterbacks to Big 12 Media Day.
But I'm saying Juju's one of them.
That is correct.
He was too big of a recruit. You can't just sort of I still expect the other guy to start the season, but when you have a recruit of that name and recognition, you got to show him off.
I've been to a lot of these things, Vic. When I was working in the Big Ten area, we go to Big Ten Media Days every year. Ohio State and Michigan would come. Pretty rare to see freshmen at these things, is all I'm saying. Very, very rare that a freshman walked in and was one of the representatives of your team, because it's all about that. They got to earn their place first within the team and earn the leadership spot. But immediately, Lewis was there. Now, I'm going to be totally honest with you. I have no idea what to make of projecting CU this year.
See, this is what I was just going to say. I was just going to say, do we even know how good the Colorado Buffaloes are going to be with so much turnover, with so many new players coming in all the time? And Coach Prime fully admits that, look, my way is mostly transfer portal, okay? He goes, it doesn't work for everybody, but it works for me. I like it. That's the way I do business. So you really don't have a good grasp on, man, who the heck did they really get and how are they going to come together?
It's impossible to project these days. It's impossible to know what the rest of the league looks like. You don't know what these teams are going to do. I know Texas Tech is getting more talent.
I'll tell you this.
They certainly are. And they were an 8-5 team. The Buffs were 9-4. I mean, look, you had 4 teams inside the conference that finished in the top 25, with the Buffs being the 4th team for the first time since like a decade. But I really don't know what to make of the actual football of the Colorado Buffaloes.
I'll tell you this, though, Moshe. Everything that you said is true. transfer portal, new guys, blah, blah, blah. I don't think it's an excuse. That is football now. That is what teams deal with. Teams have a brand new quarterback every year. They have a brand new 50% of their roster every year or more. Like, this is what college football has become. That can't be an excuse. Like, if they go back and they win 5 games next year, you can't be like, well, they had a lot of turnover. So did everybody else.
Yeah.
I mean, Ohio State won a national title with a first-year on-campus quarterback, Will Howard. Not a freshman, but first year he was there.
Watch this. Hey, Vic, how much turnover goes on at your university? I mean, you're talking about the new quarterback. You're like, he's supposed to be really good. It's what's-his-face's kid and all this kind. I mean, right now there's no way to track a recruit and then watch him, maybe get a little playing time as a freshman or a sophomore or, whatever, and then work his way up to the starting role. Now you're plugging and playing. You're plugging and playing guys every single year.
Every year it's another quarterback, it seems. You cannot sustain the development of a quarterback. They got a freshman kid coming in. I think he's a redshirt, CJ Carr, who is the grandson of former Michigan coach Lloyd Carr.
Yeah.
And they chased out their backup quarterback, Angeli, who transferred. I can't follow this stuff because I'm not there. I'm not one of those guys who reads it every day.
Yeah.
But it's just tougher to follow your team because of the turnover. It's just tough.
Yep.
But it's not going to change my loyalty come September. Be there watching every game.
Sure.
And you'll learn as the season goes on, right?
Get back to this in a bit. We got Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, going to give us a little update on the Broncos as we approach training camp in just a few short days, weeks. Get to Jeff Legwold next.
Here we go now.
All right, hopefully we'll locate Leggy here in a few minutes.
And also, Vic Lombardi has done yeoman's work today. Talked to Michael Porter Jr. He's on an airplane coming back from Europe, but he's going to join us sometime, right, Vic? You know what?
He's gonna join us at some point either this week or early next.
Okay. Well, I'm off tomorrow, so please.
You are?
So make it tomorrow.
Tomorrow's the day, guys.
I'll be on my way to Steamboat Springs early in the morning.
Hey, can I bring something? And it's Moser has this thing and holds the opinion of a lot of people that I've heard that I just don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
And this all emanates from a tweet that you sent out last night that it says, I don't got it in front of me, Vic, but it's something to the version of, you're in on the Savannah Bananas.
100%. Dude, I watched the 60 Minutes piece on the Savannah Bananas, how they were organized, how they were basically invented. And I can't get enough of their videos on social media. And it comes down to this. People say, well, it's not real baseball. Why do you watch it? Why do you like it?
So what?
Here's what I love about it. Here's what I love about the Savannah Bananas and what they do. They make me smile. They dance. They entertain me. I can sit there and watch them do something. Like, I watched the whole piece on how the guy gets around on those, what are those long leg things?
Stilts?
Stilts. How he joined the team on stilts. He's pitching and hitting on stilts. I watched a little bit about how the guy in the outfield does the backflip catches. How he learned how to do that in 1 week. And I'm sitting there going, you know what? I like it. I don't apologize.
So let me tell you,
entertaining me.
Let me tell you who these guys are. Okay. So a lot of the stuff
They're
that
good
they do,
players. They're good players.
A lot of the stuff that they do is when you're taking 200 ground balls a day, when you're practicing, and all these guys were college baseball players, you'll flip one between your legs, catch it. You'll do that every once in a while because you're just messing around. Because you get bored. You're like, I'm doing this over and over again. Let me mess around. So all these guys have done this. These are very, very, very good baseball players who are not good enough to be pros. That's it.
Or they're good dancers.
And they found this niche of being an entertaining product while still being competent baseball players. And here's what I don't understand. I don't get why this bothers people like Moser. That's what, hearing you talk about this during a break a few segments ago is the same thing I've heard from others, and they get, upset about it. That's what I don't understand.
They're good dancers. You're overlooking the best part.
Whether you would enjoy the product or not, or the product is very much based around entertaining children, okay? That's what this is. In the same
I'm entertained. I'm not a child.
But I'm just saying that's what the product is based around. I told Moser, I go, you know what I watched with baby Jamal Kale the other day? I watched Toy Story. And guess what? Toy Story's a great movie. I loved it.
So did I.
Why does it bother you?
I love Finding Nemo.
Why does it bother you?
It doesn't necessarily bother me.
The tone that you took was a bothered tone.
It doesn't do it for me, okay?
It's not for you.
I understand that, but what if you have a football?
Like Disney on Ice. It's not for you.
I know
it's just a one. It's not a sustainable product. Let me differentiate here. I couldn't watch a season of the Savannah Bananas. Okay, I couldn't watch
a season of the Globetrotters.
That's what I'm saying. I couldn't watch 162 because there's nothing after the game that is of relevance that you haven't already seen. There's a big difference between baseball, the sport, where you're trying to win, you're trying to get somewhere, and a one-time exhibition, which is what this is. I'll go to this, but if you gave me the choice, if you said one time, one game, Coors Field, Rockies, Dodgers,
it's happening,
or the Savannah Bananas, I'm watching the Bananas.
It's happening. They're coming to Coors Field.
Yeah, I know they are.
A buddy of mine was in the lottery, won 5 tickets to it.
But if you gave me one choice, one game, it's, again, not a sustainable product. I wouldn't go there every night. After a while, you're like, okay, I've seen that dance. All right, I've seen that move. All right, now at some point, let's compete. I get it.
I guess it's like watching the same comedian. You follow them, and they do the same routine every night. That's what it is. It's not for me. I know these guys are terrific players, but I would argue to you that some of these guys could be pros. I'm not talking major
I don't
leaguers.
know about that, but
You don't think they could be minor leaguers?
maybe.
Okay. Well, whatever. Of course, they have their own. They made the other team, too. The team they play, I've read all about them. The other team is called the Party Animals. And they play other teams, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and all this. But they have the one, it's almost like the Washington Generals. They have a team they play, and that team goes around with them.
That's what
But the umpire gyrating into the back of the catcher and whatnot.
It's awesome.
It's hilarious. I'm so into it.
What's so hilarious about it?
It's just funny. It's good. It's different.
You think, okay, whatever.
Do you know who actually
This is what I don't get. When the old Globetrotters were doing all of the stupid dribbling stuff.
Yeah,
when I was
12, it was great.
That's the
I haven't watched the Globetrotters in 40 years, man.
You're not,
I know I'm not the target
They're
audience,
not
but
looking
apparently
to
you are.
bother you. That's why does that bother?
It doesn't bother me.
The Globetrotters don't bother anybody.
They don't bother me. Hey, you want to go to Coors Field and see the Bananas banana out and gyrate and
if
they're
I
going to
sell
sell out,
then go ahead.
Moj, they're going to sell out Coors Field. They're
I
gonna
understand
sell
that.
it out.
I get it.
And try getting a ticket right now.
Hey,
go ahead, look it up.
Hey, Vic, Mother Truck and Coldplay sold out Mile High, and I think they suck. So don't tell me. Don't. I know it's going to be sold out. I don't care.
Moser,
and
you know who
Coldplay blows. And everybody knows it.
Your biggest brother in arms is actually the former producer of this show. Marty O is a certified banana ball hater with a capital H.
Yeah,
he
he
hates the bananas.
I actually like Coldplay. I like Coldplay.
Ask him. He probably heard me with his ears. Marty, tell us why you hate him.
You hate Cold. You like Coldplay?
I like Coldplay. I like the bananas. I like a lot of things you hate.
I hate Coldplay, but again, you know what's amazing about this whole thing?
You know what you are, Moj? When I was in high school,
Yeah,
hold on a
hater.
second. Hold on a second. When I was in high school, we had those peer pressure tough guys that drank beer and listened to Van Halen, and if you didn't, you just weren't part of the crowd. And I always went against the grain. I was that guy in high school. I like dance music.
That's fine.
I like Azima.
Dude, I am. You will not. I like.
Yeah, I'm that guy who said, you know what, tough guys, I'm not going to drink beer and go to Van Halen with you.
Do you know how many?
I'm going to have Azima. I'm going to study. I'm going to get good grades.
Nerd.
Do you know how many Zimas and wine coolers I've housed in my life? Plenty. Vic, you will not find a more to each his own or to each her own guy than me. I don't
Go outside, nerd.
I don't get down on you for the 99.999% of the stupid things that you like.
You sound very judgmental about the lovers of the Savannah Bananas.
You do.
I don't. Maybe it's because I don't get it. I just texted to Leskowitz.
I'm going to tell you right now.
I told you what
he says. He says it's for people with third grade education.
It's because their audience is third graders.
Well,
what do we not get about this?
Here's Marty. Adult. I had to tell him to call in. He says adults should be embarrassed. It's a disgrace to the sport.
Okay. All right. You want to talk about Marty for a second? Let's stop everything. He's the same guy who thinks it's fascinating and fun to run 100 miles.
Hey,
that's
straight.
true. That's also crazy.
Hey, I want you guys to listen to something. Baseball's my sport.
Understood.
It's mine. I don't got a problem with it.
I'm not going to get any opinions from Marty, the Dave Matthews guy who goes to 14 Dave Matthews concerts a year.
I'm not a Dave Matthews guy either. I don't like him at all.
I'll tell you what.
I get it.
Everybody out here that hates the Savannah Banana, that it drives them nuts. If you went to a game and caught a foul ball, which counts as an out, by the way. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, and everybody has to touch on a walk. Everybody has to touch the ball, but the guy can run as fast as.
Yeah,
I know. It's not even.
Bet money, Moj. You catch that foul ball and the crowd roars. You'd enjoy that moment. Guarantee you would.
Watch the 60 Minutes piece on them. I was sold. I all of a sudden I just started. I went down that rabbit hole. I started TikToking every Savannah Banana story known to man.
Here's what
I follow the dancing umpire on TikTok.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you why I think. I'll tell you why I think I enjoy this. I'll tell you why. In a world that now has become so uncreative, Nobody has an original thought anymore. It's regurgitating the same stuff over and over again. Movies aren't original. They're all remakes or a book or something. People are using AI to get away with stuff. These guys created essentially this brand new form of entertainment
out of thin air
that I think is really cool.
I totally agree with you.
They sell out everywhere they go.
Yeah.
Everywhere. I think it's great.
100%. And they dance. Again, my favorite part about it,
Going back to the dancing.
I'm telling you, it's just the music starts playing, and then they break into a dance routine. I think it's great. It's hilarious.
Let's go to the Ramos Law hotline.
Get him
Car
on.
accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Let's talk to big ears over here. Sup, Mickey Mouse? What do you got to say?
Is my music playing? I can't hear.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you got Dave Matthews on. You're good. This is Marty O, everybody.
All right. I can't believe Vic likes the Savannah Bananas. Like, it's so embarrassing. Are you going to go to them when they're in town? Aren't they in town in August?
Yeah,
if I can get tickets, and they're sold out. You can't get tickets. That tells you how many people want to go to them.
Hey, Marty, the party, somebody just said the party deck is going for $450 a piece.
I just dropped to my knees at my desk.
Yeah. See, hey, let's compare and contrast price of tickets for Rockies Cubs and the Savannah Bananas game.
What's your beef, Marty? It's for kids. It's not for you. What's your problem?
My problem is that the adult sitting next to you, or he's probably at home, Vic, thinks that it's for him. It's not. If you get your jollies from a dancing umpire that does backflips, then I feel sorry for you, my friend.
Well, can you do backflips and dance like that? Can you choreograph a big dance in the middle of a baseball game? Can you backflip and catch a ball?
And then the batter gets into it. It's like the most embarrassing things. It's like a cringy video I can't not watch when it comes on my Twitter feed. But I can't believe that you like it. Moser, I'm so glad you're in my camp.
Thanks,
Can
buddy.
you walk on stilts, Marty?
What's the matter with you?
Marty.
With who? Wait. Did you say what's the matter with me?
Yeah, you like this? It's a disgrace to the game.
A disgrace. It's not the game. It's a different thing. It's not baseball. It's a different thing.
They keep going. Okay, there's one cool thing where the fan catches the foul ball and it's an out.
Yeah.
That's cool. But that's the only cool thing.
Hang on. Let me ask you the question. Do you think the Harlem Globetrotters are lame then?
No, they're kind of cool.
What's the difference?
Same thing. It's not a basketball
What's
game.
the
It's a
difference?
disgrace, isn't it?
I don't know. They have tradition. This Savannah Bananas thing, I just don't like it. I don't like the way they dress.
100 years from now, people will be talking about bananas the same way you're talking about the Globetrotters. Let me ask you.
I don't like the way they keep score. There's like 15 different scores. And
Oh, shut up, Boomer.
and stuff.
Listen, old man. Hey, what's tougher to pull off, old man? What's tougher to pull off? Going into the batter's box on stilts and roping one off the wall on stilts.
Oh, my God.
Or running for 100 miles straight.
Honestly, I think the running might be tougher.
You'd have to be a freaking whack job to do that.
I tell you what, Marty. Next time you run for the 100 miles straight, do it on stilts for me.
Okay, fine. That's a good compromise. I'll do that.
All right, buddy. Hey, I saw I didn't call you back.
Hey, we're talking now. It's nice.
Okay.
What are you guys up to? You working?
Yeah, just doing some stuff. Yeah.
Sounds like you're really getting a lot of stuff done in that cubicle.
Hey, tell Tom next door to pipe down over there, right? Okay.
Okay, will do.
All right, bye, Marty.
Are you still driving that Honda?
All right, see ya.
See you, buddy.
There's Marty O. The occasional
You know what?
Twice a year
Shut up,
appearance from
Marty.
That's the
Oh,
response
my
I get
God.
every time. Well, why is the Globetrotters any different? I don't know. It's always I don't know.
You know, the last
what?
time.
I bet his mom likes the bananas.
Oh, hey, whoa,
You
hey,
wait until he's off the phone for that one.
Hey,
Wait until he's off the
the
phone.
last time.
God, please, no. By the way, did you say his mom likes the banana?
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. Oh, good Lord. Hey, the last time we heard from him, you know what it was? And it was unsolicited.
What?
It's when Northern Illinois beat Notre Dame.
Oh, that's right.
Remember that?
Yeah, how'd that season end up?
The only loss of Notre Dame season is Northern Illinois, Marty's team. Had to be.
So good. Look, to each their own. If you want to go to Coors Field with your little ones and you want to watch an umpire
You were about to say jackass.
gyrate his groin into a catcher, then fine. It's ridiculous. I don't want to see it. I am not down with that, okay?
What if it was strike one?
I don't do no. Don't do that. Then good for you. It's just not my thing. I'll find something else to do that night.
You know what we need to do?
What?
Moj. Vic. Vic, you know what? Moj, stay out of this. Vic.
I'm out of it.
We need to try and get in touch with these Bananas folks and force Moj to call a little bit of a game.
What I would love to do,
we
you know
need to
what?
force
You know
it.
what, Nelly, that promoter, Jesse, Yellow Tux Jesse, I believe is his name. Yellow Tuxedo Jesse. He's the guy.
He's a hell of a salesman. I get it. Yeah.
He would. I guarantee, if you got a hold of him via social media he would come on this show. And when he comes on this show, when they come to town, I want to go. I want to go. I want to like all night long social media the hell out of that because I want to attend.
I love how every time Marty comes on the show, he always says this. What you guys doing? You guys working right now? What you up to?
Seriously, get a hold of that dude. Moser, you got to watch a 60 Minutes piece. You'll be sold.
I don't need a 60 minutes.
I won't be sold, Vic. I'll watch it. But I think...
Who does 60 minutes
Listen,
now?
It's a hell of a successful...
A bunch of those old reporters.
I'm sure they make a lot of money, but it just doesn't do it for me. I'm sorry.
This is probably where, you guys know, I have older tendencies on things. I listen to older music. I do crossword puzzles on the paper, like Sunday paper.
And by the way, I love Savannah, Georgia. It's one of my favorite cities on the planet. I love it.
Let me tell you right now, Vic, I don't care if it was about my father. I'm not watching 60 Minutes.
Well, let me tell you what.
I don't care.
60 Minutes, I've watched it all my life. But what resonates with me, again, in my heart of hearts, I'm a dancer. That's what I do. And so if you gave me, let's say, if someone was at war, if you're watching Braveheart and you got guys ready to battle in the battlefield and they broke into dance, that would entertain me. I'd watch the hell out of that.
You know, it goes back to the old ancient Roman times when gladiators would be inside the Colosseum. One guy's thrusting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Dude, I remember watching.
They get into they start the synchronized dance moves and whatnot.
I was watching one of those westerns with Clint Eastwood recently, and they did the old 10-pace high noon duel.
Okay,
and when they turned, they had jazz hands.
Yeah,
and whoever did jazz hands the best.
Yeah, that's the
had
winner.
To get out of
right.
town, right?
Maybe if Hamilton and Burr did jazz hands a little bit, one of them wouldn't have gotten blown away.
Yeah. Vic, you can't keep claiming you're all about dancing and not dance to take us the break. So, Nelly, find him a song. And, Vic, you're going to show off what you consider your expertise.
I'm not saying I'm an expert. I say I enjoy it.
Well, I want to watch you do what you enjoy. This is what I want to watch. On the way to break, Vic, go ahead.
I'm not a clown. I'm not here to amuse you, although this is good.
Yep.
Actually, I think you are. I think you are here to amuse us.
Tonight on 60 Minutes, we have brought in dance expert Vic Lombardi.
It's sort of an old school. Right now, I'm in a house. I'm in an EDM. I listen to EDM when
You
I work
and Riker both. Riker is
I
a
love
big
EDM.
house guy now. Huge house guy.
I go all day on EDM. Give me that EDM.
I don't know.
Give me that remix.
It doesn't
Glow
do it for me
sticks
either.
and LSD and
Give it to
ecstasy?
me.
Like, what's going on with you guys?
I don't know.
See this kind of stuff. Hit the beat. Hit the beat. All day long. In my earphones.
You want a little punch out? All right. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
This is how you move, Vic, right here. Just watch.
Did you guys see what Rick George said, by the way?
What's that?
I believe he said this to DNVR. We'd love to play them every year. It's good for the game. Who was he talking about?
Colorado State. Had to be. Nebraska.
Or Nebraska.
Nebraska.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
Do you think
if you chose between one school, if you said you could only guarantee one team you can play every year, would you choose Nebraska or CSU?
CSU, hands down.
I would too.
It's more important for the state. It's more important for that rivalry to remain afloat.
Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna do this real quick. Hang on.
Straw poll. Oh yeah.
303-504-0925. Choose one. Is it Nebraska or CSU if you're a Buffs fan?
Oh, I think it's good for our state if the Rams and Buffs play. I think it's good for college football if the Buffs and Corn play. So it's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
CSU Nebraska games are huge too. They get prime time slots. But just out of curiosity, if people around here were to choose, would you choose Nebraska or would you choose CSU as the one guaranteed game?
I think for our great state, the Centennial State, 1876, I think that it would have to be the Buffs and the Rams. They have to play each other. I mean, I just think it's better for our state. Now, I miss that Friday after Thanksgiving when the Buffs and the Corn would get it on. I miss those days. I looked forward all season to the day after Thanksgiving to get it on. Man, great times.
The CSU game is important because it feeds two people, the CU and the CSU fan. The CU game I understand. With Nebraska, I understand the history. I live the history of that rivalry.
Yep.
I get it. But they're in separate conferences now. The game is not as meaningful anymore. It just isn't. The CSU-CU game is not only meaningful, it's more meaningful than ever. That needs to stay. They need to find a way. And I don't want to hear CU fans saying, well, it's not worth it to us, blah, blah, blah. Yes, it is. It's very much worth it to you.
Well,
because guess what? The week of that game, we talk on these microphones, and everybody starts talking about the game more so than any other game on the schedule.
Do you think Rick George thinks that way? Or does he
I don't care what. Hey, listen, let me go on. I don't care what Rick George thinks.
What he says.
Okay, but
I don't care.
I'm asking,
if Rick George thinks that CU's too good for CSU, that's his opinion.
I don't know.
Prime time.
I don't know if he thinks they're too good, but I think college athletics now is all about making money, and he probably sees the Nebraska game as a bigger moneymaker.
And it is.
Sure.
It is.
But you asked which game.
No, I understand.
You're not asking us about money.
That's why I was asking
if
about
it's all bottom line stuff, then.
That's what I was saying from Rick George's perspective. Like he said that about Nebraska, not CSU. I mean, CSU was right there on the table for him, too, to say, yeah, we should play them every year. He didn't. So his thought is probably if we play Nebraska, it's going to be primetime TV. It's maybe big noon kickoff for college game days there. You know, that sort of thing is probably what he's thinking. Were they there? Was game day there for, that year one CU-CSU game?
Yeah.
The double overtime game they were?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah. Remember that? Remember, that was the week of all the comment about the shades.
Crazy stuff,
and so Dion goes on game day and takes a shot at Jay Norvell, and it's back and forth. And then after the game, the Amazon cameras caught them on the field. He wouldn't shake hands. Remember that?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That was a fun
Well,
week. God, that was a fun week.
And that season started out, obviously, so well. You get the big win over TCU, and we're like, no way, on the road, TCU, no way. And then
it's just in the Natty the year before.
Right, then you get a great second half against the Corn. You win.
I love watching.
The Rams went to double OT. Was it double OT? The Rams game?
By the way, most of these, yes, it was. So I remember I had a hard time. As good as the game was, I'm like, dude, this is so late. So late.
Let me preface this by saying I'm a CU guy. I attended CU a year. My kids went CU. My brothers CU, right? I can't stand it when you see you people get so arrogant about this subject. I'm watching the Twitch feed right now. Oh, CU's not good enough. CU's not. You don't get it. You don't. Who the hell do you think you are?
Yeah.
Do you think you're Alabama?
Yeah.
Remember who you are. Remember who you are. Oh, okay, Prime's back. You're back in the national picture. So what? Who do you think you're not challenging for a national championship this year? You're not in that category. Again, who do you think you are, CU? You're not too good for CSU. Never have been, never will be. Figure it out.
Now it's Boulder, Colorado, and Greece versus Vic.
To be fair,
I'm so sick of the. You sense it too, or is it just me?
Well, to be fair, 70% of the text line I would say said CSU.
Yeah, Vic, I think again it's also a lot of the younger Buffaloes fans, the maybe Johnny come latelys types. They have this high opinion of themselves. Fine. I've seen a lot of Rocky Mountain Showdown. I think that for the state, it's really good. I've never gone to a Rocky Mountain Showdown and go, golly, I wish I didn't come. I always walk away going, man, that was rad, right? No matter who wins, because I want everybody to be good in this state.
I can't believe it took me until 9:32 on this show to bring this up.
Uh-oh.
But we got an update last night. Nelly? It's official. From NBA Communications. The Nuggets have their official opponents in the 2025
Jesus God, I knew it.
Emirates NBA Cup. Your opponents are
Huge, yeah.
the Houston Rockets,
The
Golden State Warriors,
Big time win.
the Portland Trailblazers,
That is a dub.
and the San Antonio Spurs. You guys pumped? Can you feel it? Can you feel the pressure of that NBA Cup coming? That's a tough draw.
Hold on a second. I was the only one. I guess I don't feel like I'm full of hate, but I guess I am. I'm the only one who thinks that this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. When you go to LA,
It's because you are wrong.
when you go to LA and you see that stupid cup banner hanging in there amongst all the championship banners and whatnot,
It's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing. I mean, it really is ridiculous to look at that banner.
Tell you what, that group sees a bear.
And Vic,
It's a bear.
And Vic, you got all over me. You defended it. You're like, this is really good. This is great. I'm into it now. I'm totally into it. And I'm like, this is the dumbest thing.
The games seem to be more alluring at that juncture of the season, but the cup as a whole, nobody cares if you win it.
Can I just make a suggestion? They got to stop with the court. The courts are just ridiculous.
I am
so
100% in
ridiculous.
agreement.
They got to stop.
It's stupid.
They want to put a little logo on there somewhere for the. Okay, fine. You don't make the Nuggets court red.
It's stupid. You know what it is? It's gluttonous too. Because you know how many times they use those courts? 3 times.
Yeah.
You know how much they pay for those courts? Do you know how expensive those courts are?
Very expensive. Well,
Take
they're
a look
using
at the
them.
price tag on those courts and tell me if it's worth 3 games of those ridiculous courts.
Vic, I think they're using them for summer league. I just saw a couple of teams playing.
They're terrible
on an NBA Cup court. Yeah, maybe it's not summer league, but it's some whatever the team professor versus team whatever.
Enough with the blue court. Enough. Again, you want to make it something a little bit special because it's a fun little tournament that you like, whatever. Go ahead. Stop making the whole thing one color.
I am pleading with LeBron James as a father. Stop this. Stop this.
One of my favorite things that Stephen A. has ever said.
So good.
I mean, you guys are joking about this cup, but I mean, the toll of winning the NBA Cup is what ripped apart the Milwaukee Bucks at the seams.
Course.
I mean, they won the in-season title, and now look at them.
How could we
They're
forget?
nothing. You don't understand the grind it takes. It's like the SEC schedule, man.
Can we all agree that this thing has just been a giant flop?
What's that?
The cup.
Well, yeah, it's ridiculous. It's silly. It doesn't move any needles. It doesn't do anything for me. Who does it move the needle for? Like, who says, you know what, I'm really looking forward to this in-season, regular season game crap, right? It's just, I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
I don't get it either. But that's the Nuggets group. It's a tough group. Very tough group they got rolling with.
You know, another thing I don't get, want to get your guys' opinion on this. Kevin Durant, I'm not sure where he gave this opinion. He gave it on, maybe it was LeBron James.
Yeah, I saw you trying to pick a fight with Kevin Durant.
I'm not trying to pick a fight with him. I just disagree with him. I'm not. Just because I disagree with somebody on Twitter doesn't mean I'm picking a fight with
Kevin Durant will take it as a fight.
Well, that's fine. Kevin Durant doesn't like the way people or the modern game is being cast and treated, and he was asked why all these injuries are happening, primarily the Achilles injuries, right? Because it's been a problem. He says, he tweets, the games are faster nowadays. There's more running, more stress on your ligaments. It's called evolution. Fans of the NBA have yet to grasp that concept. Well, that's a pretty arrogant statement to make about people who have watched the game much longer than you've been alive, Kevin. Because I watched the game in the 70s and the 80s. And to say that there's more running in today's game is patently false. If you watch the Showtime Lakers and Doug Moe's Nuggets in the 80s and the running they did, when every time they got a rebound, they sprinted up the court, are you telling me that today they run more? Today they run three-point line to three-point line. There's replay reviews with 3 minutes off. There's timeouts galore. You're telling me that today's athletes run more than they did in the 80s? BS.
Brett, you've got to go back and watch some of the old Nuggets footage, even against the Lakers, too. Vic is absolutely right. Dude, these teams sprinted 4 quarters of up and down the court. Now you get into some half court, don't get me wrong, but boy, did they like to take the ball out of the hoop and run. It was spectacular.
I mean, that's a knock on those players. They worked their tails off to run. I remember watching games. I remember the Lakers would come to town, and the whole game plan was to have Dan Issel just outrun Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Just run. And I mean sprints down the court. Are you telling me they didn't do that? That's all they did. They didn't have a three-point line. They had it. They didn't use it.
All right, let's do this.
I want a beef between Vic and KD.
Okay, that's what you think. KD's going to take the bait. I'm asking.
No, man, I'm not trying to.
I know. I'm asking
a
Brett.
million people responding to him.
I'm asking Brett now. Yeah, but Vic's got how many followers do you have?
That's true.
It doesn't matter. What matters is, see, I hate it when people give perspective on history when they didn't live that. Like, it would be like me opining about 50s and 60s baseball. I didn't live there. I can't give you an honest opinion of what the game looked like then. Kevin Durant didn't live in the 80s. He didn't watch basketball then. He's thinking he does. He doesn't know.
I would have been a pro in the 50s.
Didn't you say if you played baseball, when was it?
If I played when Jack Glasscock played, I would be revered as one of the greatest to ever live. And you couldn't say anything about it because I'd be like, well, in my time, I dominated the
All right, here's another one. This guy on Twitter that says Jokic for president. He responded to my tweet by saying, in that era, they played zero defense. People can say the modern NBA doesn't play defense, whatever. They're wrong. Those 80s Nuggets teams did not play defense. Nobody in the 80s played defense. I admit the 80s Nuggets defensively had some challenges.
Oh, they did.
But if you watch the way the game was played in that era, Moj, tell them.
It was so
a
fun.
Bloodbath.
Yeah, it was so fun, dude. The angst and anger. All you have to do is go back and watch Kurt Rambis get clotheslined. That stuff happened all the time, dude.
It was a bloodbath. Are you kidding me?
I mean, there were biting and punching and hard fouling galore. Go watch Kevin McHale's career highlight tape. That guy and Lambeer, those guys hurt people.
Let's not stray from the main topic that I'd be hitting 420-foot bombs in 1884. Okay? That's the main thing.
No. That was the dead ball era, bro. Like Ty Cobb led the league with like 9 home runs.
Yeah, that's why I would have a bust in Cooperstown right now.
Imagine Kane.
Do you not understand what I'm telling you?
Kaner, imagine if you
Ty
showed up.
Cobb would be a bum standing next to me.
Oh, my God.
Kaner, imagine if you showed up to a baseball diamond in 1909 with an aluminum bat.
An aluminum bat and a zin in my mouth.
Yes.
What is that?
And a needle sticking out of your butt.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
I mean, I would be, it's just a gargantuan of the game. I don't know how else to tell you. 84-mile-an-hour fastball. I wonder if that's going bang, bang, bang.
Oh, my Lord.
All right.
You're making me laugh.
Fact checker next.
I think you should go back to your seat now, Joey. Right, Clarence?
Oh, he's not bothering anyone. Let him stay here.
All right, but just remember, my name is Roger Murdoch. I'm an airline pilot.
I think you're the greatest, but my dad says you don't work hard enough on defense. And he says that lots of times you don't even run down court. And that you don't really try, except during the playoffs.
The hell I don't. Listen, kid. I've been hearing that crap ever since I was at UCLA. I'm out there busting my buns every night. Tell your old man to drag Walton and Lanier up and down the court for 48 minutes.
It's always one of my favorite
That was great,
things.
man. That was a great cameo. Great stuff.
It's always one of my favorite things. You're watching a game with your buddies, like a football game. And I'm about my 6th IPA in, and it's halftime. And I'm watching the second half, and I see this guy, who I perceived is loafing on the play. And I go like this. The guy's so lazy.
You know what's so funny about that? You know, when you're watching a basketball game and you're so upset because a guy's just not defending the way you want. When's the last time? Because I do this all the time. I'm guilty of that. Then I go play basketball, and I'm loafing back. And I'm like, what am I doing? Why am I not running up the court? Because I can't. I'm too tired. And it just brings me back to reality.
You know the best part about that scene, by the way? You're right, Vic. Is when he eats the bedfish, and they're dragging all they're dragging him down the aisle, and he's got his Lakers shorts on. It's just good stuff, man. Good
Brett,
stuff.
the other version of that is every 4 years when I'm watching the Summer Olympics and some gymnast does this insane gravity-defying stunt, and then they land and they stumble a bit, and with a mouthful of food, I go, gotta land that, gotta stick that.
But then you got morons like Moser who dismiss Olympic gold medalists as no big deal.
She wasn't even that hurt, bro.
Ridiculous, man.
She's milking it. She's milking it for sure.
Hey, man.
Ow, my back.
You know what, man? I'm not going to get on Kerry Strug anymore. I don't care. Okay? I don't care about Kerry Strug. I'm not going to. I got nothing to say about it.
Sure.
Have you ever boxed? You ever done sparring? You ever been in a ring?
I've done the boxing training workout class thing.
Yeah.
It's brutal. And
So I did
that's hitting a heavy bag, which
Yes.
is a lot easier than swinging and missing.
I did just for I wanted to see what it was like. I did a 3-round sparring session. 3 rounds. I did this about 20 years ago. Did a Channel 4 feature on it. Do you know how hard it is just to keep your hands up?
Yes, very
for
difficult.
3 rounds when you're
Very
let alone
hard.
punch. Just keep your hand. Dude, those dudes, you talk about being in shape.
Well,
that's next level.
The trainer I had, he said every time I was swinging, I would drop my hand. He goes, "You're going to get hit." And I go, "Well, the heavy bag's
Bag's not
going to
gonna
hit
hit
me
you,
back.
but-
I'm just trying to get a little sweat going."
What do you mean by drop your hand? You drop your other hand?
Well, you got to keep, if you're punching, you got to keep your hand up so
Yeah.
that if a punch is
Yeah.
coming this way, it's going to hit the
Yeah.
glove. So what I was doing is I was punching and
You're
like
doing this, yeah.
that. Yeah. And what he's saying was I would be knocked out. And he's
Pretty
probably
much.
right.
You're definitely right.
By the way, did you guys see our old friend DJ LeMahieu just got DFA'd by the Yanks?
Did see that, yeah. And he's still owed, what, 22?
Yeah, he's got 22 left on his 6-year deal that he signed back in 2020? God, DJ was good for a lot of years. Really good, but he's certainly dropped off the last couple.
Letting go of DJ LeMahieu, I know people are going to point to the Nolan Arenado deal as the line of demarcation, but you can
You're
say
right.
it was LeMahieu.
It was like that was kind of the start of the end of that
Yeah.
core. Was once he got let go, then shortly after was Nolan, then it was
Trevor Story.
Yeah, that's when things kind of fell apart.
For no
But
reason, too. They could have re-signed LeMahieu.
You know what I appreciate about him? DJ LeMahieu was old school baseball guy. He didn't have a ton of pop. I think he had only 1 year of his career over 20 homers. He was mostly around like the 10 to 12 range.
Mm-hmm.
But you needed that dude to get on. He'd hit 320.
He was clutch, dude.
Like he was your old school. Like I'm going to put it in play, get on base. I'm not worried about smacking it up or down.
He's a 3-time All-Star.
Yeah.
That's where the mistake was made. They didn't want to pay LeMahieu, and they opted to pay the same money to Daniel Murphy.
Mm-hmm. I remember that.
You see,
and then you cap off one mistake by adding another with Ian Desmond.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
See what?
And then it's over.
Don't you?
And
bring
then
him
it's
up.
done.
This isn't about Nolan. This isn't
And
about.
then it's
Nolan.
over. Yeah. At that point, it's over because that team at that point had the pieces. I think did they get impatient? What? I don't know.
I'm going to be completely
impatient from it with what? What do you mean?
Why'd that team just come apart?
Oh, well, it came apart because Nolan left.
I'm not going to get flippant. Okay, I'm not. But by the way, the Rockies another 10-2 loss. They get a couple runs late. That's it. What happened to Nolan? He's only 34 years old. Why is he such a poor player now? Why? His WAR this year is the worst it's been his entire career. He's hitting 244 with 10 dongs. He's only 34 years old. What happened to him?
Oh,
what's wrong with him?
You say only 34.
34, dude. You get guys can rake at 34. What's his
All right, give
problem?
me the names in the league. Give me the 34-year-olds that are raking right now in the MLB.
Might have to look it up.
Okay. Well, I mean, now look, baseball primes are older than most other sports. I will give you. It's like they're upper 20s, lower 30s. That's kind of their primes. 34 is kind of when it starts to go a little bit. I mean, would you expecting him to have a 40-bomb season still?
No, I'm not saying that. I just the guy was an absolute stud. I mean, beyond stud.
Yeah.
I'd have to look.
I'm just saying, Moser, like 34, you're acting like he's still 28 years old. 34 is pretty old. Pretty old age.
All right. I don't know. I can't really find.
Good premise there, Moser.
It's because it's hard to find guys who still rake like that at 34 years old. It's old.
Hey, what do you think about MLB using robot umps in the All-Star game next week? Well, robot, when I say robot, they're just going to do the, what is that thing called? The technology for balls and strikes.
Whatever that is, the pitch, the I don't know what it's called. But yeah, they're going to use that behind the plate. I've told you guys on this. I have railed against the NFL for not finding a better system than old men with chains to go out and measure things. I'm like, this is so antiquated. I want robot umps to stay out of the league.
It's
So you have the
it's
opposite
it's
take in
the
baseball?
ABS challenge system,
That's
automated ball strike challenge system.
But I like the idea of strike zones just being a little bit subjective as long as you're consistent.
Mm-hmm.
I like being able to argue with somebody.
Do you ever watch, we're talking about the evolution of sports and where it's going to be 100 years from now, a century from now. I have no idea what the hell sports will look like. No idea. But I'm watching Battle Bots. You guys have seen that. It's been around for years.
I like those. Robot
It's
Wars.
actually pretty.
Robot Wars was a good show.
Yeah.
I don't mind seeing a little robot. They're going head to head, and watching one of them blow up in the air, and then it gets in the grinder and it grinds it to bits. I don't mind that.
And I'm thinking to myself, is this all we're going? Is 100 years from now? Is this what sports is?
You can have robots fighting,
Robots
playing.
I mean,
wait till you see this power forward me and Hector just built in the lab. He's got everything.
I mean, to be fair, we've raced horses for years. We used to race dogs. I wish we still race dogs just because I think I want to put my dog in a race.
What happened to dog races?
Yeah, I don't.
Why can somebody explain why dog races was like animal cruelty and horse racing is not?
I think it's because when dogs they would just send them out to pasture. I mean, not out to pasture. They'd send them out to. Let's go for a hunt.
Well, I think some of them were putting like cocaine in their system, and that's not good. You shouldn't do that to any animal. But
they'd put that
they ramp them up.
Wait,
yes.
They were going full Pablo Escobar on dogs?
Hang on.
They put that fake rabbit
Rusty.
on the track.
His name's Rusty.
Yeah, the fake rabbit and the
Rusty.
dogs chased it.
Dude, I love to go to Mile High Greyhound Park.
Yeah.
Out in Commerce City.
Cocaine use in racing greyhounds is a significant and documented problem, raising
Wow.
serious animal welfare concerns and casting a shadow on the integrity of the sport.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was wondering, how can I get Moser to run some laps? What if we stuck a 7-Eleven burrito on one of those things and had Moser just chase it down?
Dude, I really enjoyed it, man. It was a lot of fun. And here comes Rusty, and the rabbit comes around. And
I remember we were out. I went with like my dad when I was a kid. I loved it. I thought it was great.
I'm just asking for an 8-ball and $2 million.
I remember he asked me which horse do I think is going to win, and I said the Urinator. I still remember that.
Oh, jeez.
Let's race dogs again, please. I mean, they do corgi races. I watched one at a mammoth game. What's the difference?
Humans will do anything.
What if one of those guys, during halftime of the mammoth game that I went to, they raced corgis? Jacked his dog up on some coke before that just to try and get the dub.
Brett, what is one of the most entertaining halftime things they do at basketball games now are the baby races.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
What if it got serious?
Give a baby cocaine? Is that what you're talking about? Oh,
What
okay.
if there was some serious money put on these baby races? And you got these babies like training.
You always have the one baby who gets out to a good start and then kind of stops and looks around.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yep.
And you're like, hey.
Be a lot of pressure on those babies if there was money at stake.
All right, find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane's where you find it. You all have a wonderful Thursday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
David Ubben with The Athletic. Coach, what's have been the challenges of your health issues, and what did an average day look like for you?
Athletic, sometimes y'all be on that bull jump, so I'm really not going to tell you much.
All right.
You know that. But I'm not here to talk about my health. I'm here to talk about my team.
Do you know what an average day looked like for you on the ranch?
Average day, I'm looking good. I'm living lovely. God has truly blessed me. Not a care in the world. Not a want or desire in the world. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
A spicy Deion Sanders coming out and spitting out of the corner, saying that The Athletic is on that bull junk. What? It's not offside to ask him about his health when he hadn't been around for the majority of the summer. It's okay, Dion. It's all right for those people to ask those questions. And then he would go on to talk about what is kind of the prevailing conversation around college football right now as we welcome you into the morning sprint. Coach Sanford, KJ Granderson is behind the glass. Alex Ryan-Emmy with you guys here until noon. Join us at 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour. The prevailing conversation going into this year with all of the crazy spending going around the top programs. He would go on to say, and I quote, "I wish there was a cap. The top of the line player makes this, and if you're not that type of guy, you know you're not going to make that." That's what the NFL does. So the problem is you got a guy that's not that darn good, but he could go to another school. They give him $500,000 more, and you can't compete with that. It doesn't make any sense. All you have to do is look at the playoffs and what those teams spend. It's kind of hard to compete with somebody who's given $25 to $30 million to a freshman class. It's crazy. It's pay to win.
We know exactly what it is, though, do we not? That this is the invisible hand, right? Laissez-faire economics. This is capitalism at its finest,
It
baby.
sure is.
I mean,
its own little crystal ball ecosystem.
And there is a reality for the Colorado Buffaloes. They don't have mega booster like Texas Tech does that pays $2 million for a softball pitcher.
Let's say the quiet part out loud. What's that reality actually mean? It means that Dion's time here at Colorado is very, very numbered unless you find a way to compete with $25 and $30 million freshman classes, unless you find a way to put a true cap system in or go to collective bargaining.
Now, here's the
and
thing.
make players employees.
Here's what I think. I do think there's a path forward for Coach Prime.
Oh, dude, I think those words are, unless we pay that money, or unless there's a cap where it enforces that Alabama and Ohio State and Michigan and all these schools can't spend more than me. I'm gone.
We're talking orthodox CU football in its traditional sense, in its traditional form, with a lack of a T. Boone Pickens, with a lack of a Phil Knight, with a lack of whatever the heck the billionaire's name is that just hangs out and shows up to Big 12 Media Day representing Texas Tech, and he's now just a spokesperson for college athletics, even though he's really the problem with college athletics. But I think there's a path forward for, if you're a CU Buff fan and you want to say, you know what, I'm tired of this pipsqueak Alex Ryan-Emmy telling me that the numbers or the days are numbered for Coach Prime at CU.
Just listen to what he says.
But here's the path forward. If Coach Prime chooses to accept it. What's different about CU football right now than it's ever been? Who could potentially be the human being that could galvanize a massive media financial cash cow that could fund $25 to $30 million in the roster? It's Coach Prime himself.
I mean, it's still that is a whole bunch to have on your back as Deion Sanders when it's not on the back of Ryan Day. It's not.
But Ryan Day's calling ball plays,
right?
Or has at least throughout his career.
But the pressure for him to bring in the money, the pressure for him to bring in the money, the pressure for him to bring in the media attention that would then bring in the money, that doesn't exist for Ryan Day.
Sign deals with massive media outlets. Sign mega deals that go directly, not to your coffers, but to the coffers of the CU NIL world. It's a possible way.
I'm not saying it's not it's very possible, but you're now asking a guy to take on more responsibility.
You're not a play caller. You're not doing in-home recruiting visits. Am I right? Has this been documented? So you're the CEO head coach, correct? Am I right in saying that?
Sure.
What else are you doing?
Making Colorado relevant, even though they're the 55th best team in the country this year still. But he's doing it.
He's already done that just by virtue of just being the head coach with the name recognition of Coach Prime.
How do you think it goes over for the powers that be at Colorado to bring Dion into a room and go, you're not doing enough?
I'm not talking about that.
You're not doing enough.
That's
the reason why we can't compete with Ohio State and Texas and Michigan because we don't have the money to do it, but you're not doing enough, Deion Sanders, to bring in the more money.
They can't.
How does that conversation go?
They can't do that.
That's where we're going right now. That's the road that you're putting me on.
But what I'm telling you is that the Hail Mary that was thrown after the 1-11 season that I was a part of was Coach Prime in and of himself. He himself is the name. Yeah. He himself is the image. He himself is the likeness that puts Colorado even somewhere on the map and, frankly, very largely on the college football map over the last 2 years. But now we can't fund it to compete at the highest level. There's only one human being, only one component of Colorado football that in and of itself could galvanize and bring together, I think it's the media world that could fund the NIL at a $25 to $50 million clip. You got to sell your soul even further.
How much does the allure of Deion Sanders and all the bright lights on you, even if you're not a college football finalist, right? How much does that allure bring players here? And more importantly, in this world of transferring without any penalty, keep players in Colorado. I mean, there's a reason why, like, he brought 2 quarterbacks to media day, both Caden Salter and Juju. Juju was the only one who was made available to the media, and there's a reason for that, right? Juju's the one who's talking. He's the one who's available and out there.
That's weird. That's unique.
The reason why you're doing that.
What did Caden Salter do? Just hang out?
He's there. The reason why you're doing that is because, well, if Caden starts, I can't afford to lose a highly ranked quarterback recruit like Juju because he doesn't feel the love, right? But
are you guys picking up what I'm putting down with the potential of what Coach Prime could do with his own name, image, and likeness?
Oh no, I totally get it.
And with his reach from a media perspective to sign very unique deals.
I totally get
that really, frankly, Alabama couldn't sign. Georgia.
Well, they don't
sign.
need to. They don't need to.
You're right about that too. But I don't know if they could because it's not as intriguing from a media standpoint as doing something that intimately gets you behind the scenes of Coach Prime. The Coach Prime documentary with Netflix, to me, massive failure.
a Ryan Day. Oh, massive failure.
Dude, it was like 4 episodes. It was like all in on the first, like the offseason and the first 3 games. And it was like, oh, yeah, the next 9 games happened. It all happened in 1 episode. I'm like, what was that? You could go all in and you could sign some deals that frankly have never been seen in sport. Maybe outside of an NFL TV deal, because that's how much interest there is. He's still the human being right now in sports that he doesn't open his mouth for how many months has it been? 3?
He's kind
4?
of been MIA.
But then guess what happens?
Everyone's talking about
the
him.
minute he opens his mouth, everybody's talking about it.
I get that.
And you mean to tell me that CU as a football program can't compete financially with that guy as the person that is waiting there to open up his mouth? He opens his mouth and the entire sports world's talking about it the next day. Here we are. The financial opportunity is there to capitalize on it. But there's only one person that can make that decision. It ain't Rick George. It ain't Phil DiStefano, who I know is out as the chancellor. He's retired. Whatever the next situation is. It's Coach Prime, and it's galvanizing all of the major media types to bring them together and say, who's got the biggest deal for us? And that's going to fund my roster. And oh, by the way, we're going to be the best team in college football. And he could do it. And that's the only place that you could do it is Deion Sanders.
He is very unique, right? In his build, in that for the, let's call Colorado a have-not. Is that okay? Am I going to piss too many of you people up there in Boulder, or all of you people who either played in the 90s or went to school there in the 90s and the late 80s, in the heyday of CU football? Am I going to piss you off when I say that Colorado, when it comes to Ohio State, Alabama, Michigan, hell, any SEC program, they are, by comparison, a have-not. They are. It's unfortunate. That is the world that we live in right now in college football. What's amazing about Dion is that he is the singular person, the singular guy, and this is where you are 100% right, that can take a have-not program and make it something sustainable.
He's already made it relevant. But the next piece is sustainable, and then it's competitive at the highest level.
But you have to guarantee that he's here for the long term. And when he finishes that comment of, and again, I'll quote, the team that pays the most is going to win, and then he stopped. It makes me feel like he's asking. He's going, help me out here. How much more is he willing to do if the university isn't able to pony up that $25 to $30 million for a freshman class? How much more is Dion willing to go, all right, I'm going to put more on my back as I'm getting older. And I know he sounded like he was back into a corner when we started off from the clip from The Athletic. He's getting older. His health ain't getting better.
Yeah.
I know he says he feels, but you don't answer that question like that defensively, that quickly, with that much venom, you're not getting healthier.
There's no rules in college football. And anybody who thinks that this new cap is coming is stupid, because it's going to have a lot of issues in the court. It's not going to hold up in the court of law. It's not. You open up Pandora's box, you're never going to put it back in there.
You have to go to a CBA.
There are no rules,
there has
though, man.
To be collective bargaining.
There aren't going to be rules. College football is off the rails. Okay, so I think that's advantage Colorado. And the only thing I wonder is why. Why would Coach Prime not completely lean into who he has the opportunity to be, which is, I am going to sell this program. I'm going to put it on the open market for you to use however you want it, and you're going to fund this roster.
I want him to be here. I do.
Is it Amazon? Is it NBC? Is it Barstool Sports? Somebody's willing to pay $75 million 3-year contract.
No, you needed Phil Anschutz to not be a Kansas Jayhawk. I know he spent a lot of money here in the state, but he needed to be a Buff, not a Jayhawk. That's your Phil Knight. That's your guy.
It really is.
Although he's more of a, academic philanthropic.
Well, if there is somebody out there that's like being secretive about your billions,
yeah, if you have all the money and you're a CU person, you're not helping him out.
Answer the call.
What's going on?
So that Coach Prime doesn't have to sell himself in the program to the media world to say,
Portnoy's doing it. I'm sure there's one of you out there that graduated from CU that's got a couple of sheets.
It's got to be the Croc guy. Guy owns Crocs.
You believe now?
He's a Boulder guy.
He's a Boulder guy?
For sure.
The dude who owns OtterBox is a CSU guy, I think. Either that or they're in Fort Collins. I don't think Crocs and OtterBox phone cases can compete with,
oil.
With what T. Boone Pickens got cooking underneath the crust.
Or oil.
Or oil, as it said. I don't know, man. I don't want to be that rain cloud, that negative Nelly, that every time he opens up his voice, I go, it just feels like it's another door that... But
I have the solution. I have the perfect solution. The guy that's out there.
What's that?
That would do anything for attention. That would do anything to get in front of the masses. And right now, he's kind of a little bit of a man without a country. Elon Musk. You have the ability to buy CU football. God. Am I right?
Does Elon Musk even know what football is?
I don't think he cares. He just wants to be in the headlines.
Could you imagine Elon Musk trying to throw a football?
He could launch his third political party right here in Boulder, Colorado, and fund the CU Buffs all the way to a national title.
Sure. Sign me up. Anything that gets me to the college football playoff.
Would you take it, Colorado?
That's Coach Mike Sanford. KJ's behind the glass. Take us wherever you guys go today on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. It's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. They are injury lawyers, and you can go to willheightwins.com. That is willheightwins.com.
Athletic, sometimes y'all be on that bull jump, so I'm really not going to tell you much.
All right.
You know that.
Rapids head coach Chris Armas will join us in about 20 minutes from right now. Rapids lost, was it 3-0 last night to LA? They played with 10 men for like
Basically
entire
whole
game. So
it was comical MLS officiating, and you can say, hey, excuses are like backsides, and everybody's got one. They all stink, but it was a terrible call.
So we'll have the Rapids head coach here in about 20 minutes. You'll be able to win a family 4-pack of tickets to go see them take on Vancouver on Saturday evening out at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. So don't miss that coming up in just a few. Did you see former Rocky DJ LeMahieu was DFA'd by the New York Yankees? Still has like $22 million left on his 6-year deal that he signed 5 seasons ago.
Okay.
He's been horrible over the last year or two.
So he would fit right in here. Come back to Colorado.
He would fit in, but what is he going to change what's happening right now? The answer is a stark no.
It's
another 10-2 loss last night.
Another sweeper-oony.
He has struggled. LeMahieu has struggled mightily over the last 3 seasons. He's getting older, right? He's like 36 years old. He's so many years.
He can't be any worse than Chris Bryant.
No, he would play. He would be on the field.
I say offer the guy a guaranteed $7 year, $191 million contract. You too can be like Chris Bryant.
You know what he would do? He would do the opposite of what a lot of Rockies fans out there, like namely Woody Page. He would do the opposite.
Oh, Woody is just relentless.
It's one of my favorite things to look at on Twitter is what Woody's going to tweet about.
There's
that day.
There's times I can see why Woody's been so successful in the media space for so long, because he is. I think at times he's a very punchable face when you read his tweets, but they're so entertaining.
He's awesome. He's very singular.
I love him.
He's the gold standard of writers when it comes to Colorado.
I felt like I've kind of arrived as a media member when he actually like either quote tweeted me or responded to one of my tweets. I'm like, dude, Woody Page.
I watched him on the Round the Horn all the time.
Yeah, that's my guy.
R.I.P. Around the Horn, man.
Sad.
Talk about the best job in sports. I always thought sports media for years. Tony Reale. He sits behind a desk with a bunch of like levers and goes, I like what you said. You get a point. I don't like you said. Shut up for 30 seconds.
You would be a perfect Tony.
I would take Reale's job in a
Reale?
Tony Reale.
What's he doing now?
I don't know. He's probably still employed by ESPN.
Probably good. Doing well.
I would love Reale's job. At the end of the show, you get to crumple up the piece of paper and try and throw a strike at the cameraman.
That was a good.
I loved that show. That was an awesome hour of sports. And this is where, like, I'm gonna get back to the Rockies.
Okay, did that show really start the saying talking heads? Or when when we say that people are just screaming into a microphone on sports talk shows all day?
That hour was
it became exhausting at times, Raj.
That hour of sports, again, it was like, I think here in Denver, it was like 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. is when that was on, or 4 to 5, where you started with Around the Horn, and then you went to PTI with Kornheiser and Wilbon. So that hour was the start of, First Take and everyone yelling at each other. You could, like, Best Damn Sports Show, period, was on Fox.
That's a good take. Good cut.
But that was
who was
also
even on that?
Best Damn Sports Show, period. Who was on? Chris Rose, I think, was the head of it. Chris Rose, John Sally, former NBA player. Michael Irvin was on it for a little bit.
John Sally, yeah.
Tom Arnold was on it.
I'll tell you, Tom Arnold, what is he up to now?
And that was a show that when it got off the rails was very yelly.
Oh, very yelly. So it was like the early 2000s when screaming at each other on television about sports became in vogue.
Yeah.
It was really fun for a while. But after about 5-6 years, when you talk about that ESPN 2-hour segment of back-to-back, and you'd get back from, soccer practice or baseball practice, and you've been out in the sun, and you just lay down, and you're kind of trying to really get a post-practice nap, and all you hear is, Gary Jones! All day.
Dude, I loved those shows.
But it did get to a point where it ran its course.
Well, it ran its course because then everyone saw the success of it, and then every show became, let's yell at each other.
But then it kind of took a step back, and it came
John Kruk was on it, best damn sports show, period.
But
for a
then
little bit.
after everybody was a little bit fatigued by, frankly, older
How do we get here? Woody Page?
older males yelling at each other, then it turned into, let's go to the bro podcast vibe. Get our Pat McAfee on.
Everyone loves everyone.
Oh yeah. But then it's like, yeah, it's just like, we're gonna do sports media in tank tops and belt buckles, and we're hungover every day, and our face looks like it's gonna explode with inflammation.
Tell me how you feel about Pat McAfee.
There
Coach.
you have it, brother.
Long way to get back to Mayhew getting DFA'd by the Yankees. You could bring him back, but it would do the opposite. And how we got into PTI and this was, it would do the opposite of what people like Woody Page and a lot of, I think, true Rockies fans would be okay with seeing. You bring DJ LeMahieu back, and people continue to come to the park. You actually probably get a boom in attendance because DJ LeMahieu, back from yesteryear, back from when the team was good and competing, and if they didn't run into the Brewers, could have really done something with that core. People want to come see that for a little bit because it's nostalgia. It's back when their team was good and competitive and not on track to be. Like, it might be impossible for the Rockies not to be the worst team in MLB history this year with how badly they're losing. Like, their run differential, what is it? It's north of 250 now, minus 250, south of, however you want to look at that, wherever the compass rose is. Bringing back DJ LeMahieu would do the opposite effect of what you want.
Raj, in baseball, like baseball seasons, you get to the point where you're kind of hovering in a territory. So, like, I've been a San Francisco Giants fan my entire life. It passed down from my father. I didn't grow up in the Bay Area. Grew up in Southern California, and I ironically hate all the LA teams, which makes me fit into Colorado fairly well.
Minus 251. It's not even
It's
the
not
All-Star
good.
break.
Okay, so generally speaking for the San Francisco Giants, because they've been a team that won 3 titles in the 2010s, but they didn't do it with, like, winning 100 baseball games, right? They did it, like, almost hovering around 500 for a majority of the season, and then a little tiny micro run at the end of the year, and then they're in the postseason, and all of a sudden their arms would start dealing. So, like, the line that I looked for the last 20 years for the Giants has been 500 baseball.
500 at the All-Star break.
Yeah, and then just kind of you check the box scores. You get busy. You're in football season. You get into training camp, and it's like, are the Giants a couple games above 500? Okay, cool. Oh man, they're down 7 games under 500. Dang it. Yeah, so I was like the mark. How wild is it right now, Raj, that for the Colorado Rockies, that your line is how many games are you under 50 games under 500? You're 51 games under 500 right now. 51. And you're not at the All-Star break.
They're screwing up the balance of the league. Not only do they screw up the balance of the league because teams can walk into a 3-game series with Colorado and go, the expectation is a sweep. And if you win 2 out of 1, you go, that's okay. It's still above the line, but we really don't feel good about it. They are screwing up the balance of the league from a standings standpoint. What they did this week against Boston, they're screwing up the trade deadline in Major League Baseball. Boston is a team that for the last 2 months, they've been talking about trading their all-star center fielder, Jarren Duran, because they're not Toronto, they're not New York. But what happens when you play the Rockies? You win baseball games. Look who's tied in the wild card all of a sudden. The Boston Red Sox, who were thinking about selling big-time players. That's what the Rockies are doing. They're screwing up the trade deadline. Boston might not trade who would have been maybe the number one piece of the trade deadline come July 31st. They might not trade Duran because they just swept Colorado. That's how bad they are. It's so many years removed from it. And, like, I heard the guys talking, DJ was amazing. His years in Colorado, 321, 374 of on base percentage. He was batting 310, 348 in 2016 when he finished 15th in the MVP. Like, Nolan Arenado might be a player that gets traded. Both of those guys have fallen off incredibly. Arenado to a lesser extent than LeMahieu, but Arenado is 2 years younger than LeMahieu is. If you held on to all of those guys from that 2016 team and like they were still on, they'd still be the worst team in Major League Baseball right now. They wouldn't be historically bad. They'd still be without a doubt the worst. Those players age poorly.
I mean, I know we're all getting to the point of exhaustion with this discussion, but when you're at the point now where you've been swept as many times as you have this season, you're 51 games under 500, and you're not even into the All-Star break. Like, where do you go? What do you do?
Can you fire would you fire an interim manager? Who would you go to after firing the interim manager? Like, that's actually the question. I should know this. Where does the presidency fall after the vice president?
I think it's the
Is it the Speaker of the House?
I thought it was the Senate. What's the Senate Majority Leader in the chain of command?
I don't know who it falls to. The presidential line of succession. Vice President, Speaker of the House.
Very good.
There we go. After that is the President of the Senate.
Okay.
All right. So you were right there. Secretary of State is number 4.
Really?
And Secretary of Treasury is number 5. That's where you are. That's how it falls right now. VP, Speaker, President of the Senate, Secretary of State. So who is the Rockies' Speaker of the House?
I'll give you a hint. It's probably somebody with the last name Montfort.
You'd like that,
Hey,
wouldn't
Walker,
you?
you're the COO. Put on a uniform, get on down there, and put together a lineup card.
Let's go,
see how
man.
that goes.
Go out there and get him, man.
It'd be too good, man. It'd be too good. Yeah, Arenado's fallen off. 1.3 WAR this year. He's playing. He's got 10 bombs. 200 or 244 is his batting average. But like that's what a 34-year-old does. That's what a 36-year-old, if you're DJ LeMahieu in Major League Base, that's what you do when you're that old. Like, let's look at the WAR, the leaders in WAR. Aaron Judge he's the anomaly at 33, but he's also built completely different. Like, he's a genetic freak. Nolan Arenado is a genetic freak to a certain point. You guys have heard me say that. Like, all elite professional athletes are different breeds of human beings, but then there's also another level to that different breed. Like, he's the predator to the invading aliens. When I talk about Aaron Judge to Nolan Arenado, right? He's 33. He's got 6-7 WAR, but the rest of the dudes around the league who are putting up unbelievable seasons. Pete Crow Armstrong's 23. Cal Raleigh, Jeremy Pena are 27 and 28. Bobby Witt Jr. is 25. James Wood in Washington is 22. Like, you have to scroll so far to find another dude in his mid-30s that has a WAR above like 2.5. And that's Trey Turner. It's at 2.9. And the reason why he's up there is because the guy steals bases. Like, you hit 32, 33, 34, you start to suck in that league. Don't bring him back. Don't just because he gets DFA, don't bring him back. It would do the exact opposite that you want.
Are the Rockies even in a position to deal and get some decent prospects and decent draft capital?
No.
The good news is you do get the 4th overall pick.
4th overall pick. And there's a very, very good chance that it's not Jackson Holiday. What's
it's the next Holiday?
The next Holiday,
Yep.
who's supposed to be just as good, if not better than Jackson. Jackson Holiday is the second baseman right now for Baltimore. His brother's like 6'4", 190. There's a chance that the 3 teams ahead of the Rockies, because I think the draft is on like Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of next week. It's coming up here in the next couple of days.
Wouldn't that be cool though? Matt Holiday, former Colorado
Dude, it'd be
Rocky.
awesome. You get that type of prospect, a 6'4", 200-pound, power-hitting, speedy shortstop. That would be great. If he falls to you at 4, that's awesome, because the next 3 teams ahead of you may take college arms because they want guys to be on a quicker path to the majors.
Ethan Holiday.
There's a very good chance they could get him. That would make me feel really good. You get Ethan Holiday. I know Chase Dollander hasn't been great this season. They send him back down to AAA. Who's the young guy from
Charlie Condon?
Charlie Condon from Georgia is starting to make his way up the ranks.
He's actually starting to. If there's any good news, it's not hard to find it, but if there is any good news is that Charlie Condon this season started actually fairly slow. I even read some stats, but this season, as of right now, is he hit 312 in high single A.
Okay.
And hit 3 bombs, 17 ribs. He's at 296 now. And looks like he actually started out in the Arizona, clinical league. And then he's now, so he just went up to AA. and he's hitting 222, just 31 plate appearances.
That's fine.
Yep.
Take your time, young man. That's the only way to fix this. Like, you ask, what do they do from here? If they could do anything at the trade deadline to bring in big-time players, the only guy that would bring in a haul would be Hunter Goodman. Because the lack of catching prospects and the lack of catching talent in the National League is, it's devoid of talent, right? Like, he is the second best catcher in the NL right now behind Will Smith. And there's still a margin between him and Smith in terms of their overall ability to impact a game. Hunter Goodman, from a power standpoint, from a value standpoint, is your greatest trade chip, but you don't want to get rid of him. He's too young. He has too much team control. So therefore, at the trade deadline, you can't do much. You can move on from players to open up money, maybe open up some international roster signing bonus slots. You could bring in a very, very middle of the road prospect from a team and hope and pray that he turns into something big. But the only way to fix this is to hit on the draft. It's the only way.
Where are we at on Ezekiel Tovar this year? Like, after seeing a little bit more
sophomore slumpy.
Yeah. He is currently hitting 258, which in the Major League Baseball is not a terrible average anymore. 3 home runs in 128 appearance, actually tangible at bats. Just 10 RBIs, man.
Yeah, it's not a sophomore slump, but it feels like a junior year slump from him, right? This is his 3rd full season in the majors.
Although last year was like, oh, this guy's a guy. So this year feels a bit sophomore slumpy.
I'm not out on the player. He's 23 years old. No way. Chris Armas of the Colorado Rapids joins us next. They fell 3-0 last night in LA, but no rest for the weary. They will play Saturday night against Vancouver. Very, very tough matchup. We'll catch up with the coach on the other side.
What's good, Colorado? If you're like Jonas Valanciunas, you're unsure if you're going to be living here in Colorado. But if you are living here in Colorado, you need to go get yourself a home as a potential first-time home buyer. Right now is the time. It's a buyer's market. There's unbelievable amounts of inventory that is currently out there, and you need to find the perfect realtor to handle all of your needs to get you in the right home at the right price. And that guy's Barry Remington. Barry Remington and the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Barry's from Colorado, born and raised, grew up in Arvada and attended Fairview High School up in Boulder, played inside backer for Coach Bill McCartney at CU, where he still holds the all-time tackle record. He raised his family right here in Boulder County, and all the Remingtons are proud CU grads. Barry's team consists of himself and his daughter, who's been working alongside him for 7 years. And I bought my house with Barry Remington and Cassie, and they're the perfect team to get you into the right house. And so if you're on the fence as a first-time home buyer, give Barry Remington a call. Check out Barry Remington, that's 1M.com, because he has an incredible website that's got awesome properties all throughout Denver, Boulder, Louisville, and beyond. Check it out at barryremington.com. Don't settle for just any agent. Work with the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Visit barryremington.com for more information.
Jackson Travis commits a foul, going shoulder to shoulder. And it's a red card for Jackson Travis in the 6th minute. And Jackson Travis is going to have to hit the showers early if this one is not overturned. And looking at the replay, that is not red card worthy.
Every week, we are joined by the Rapids head coach, Chris Armas, and when they play home games, you have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to go see them take on, it'll be Vancouver on Saturday night at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. We'll tell you how to win those in just a few seconds from right now. The Morning Sprint, Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Coach Mike Sanford, as we head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline, where we are joined by Chris Armas. Coach, I'll start it off here. How many games have you coached in where you've had to play with 10 men for 84 minutes?
0. That was my first.
Yeah, that cannot have been a fun thing to see. And it did feel, I'm not going to get you in trouble here, it felt like a direct red was a little harsh that early in the game.
Yeah, it's extremely harsh. It especially nowadays when you have VAR. We have the video assistant, to the referee, where these in the NBA, in Major League Baseball now, like in all the sports now, the big decisions, you could see it in the playoffs recently, NBA. Every time they'll go to the monitor, because the main thing is to get these big calls right. We don't want to have to re-referee the game, but you want to get the big calls right. And it's a huge game for us as we're hunting for a playoff spot. And, this is a game changer. But imagine it would be unheard of in any sport, in any league around the world, that 6 minutes into the game, you're going to eject a player, but the head referee doesn't go and look at the monitor. Why wouldn't you want to see that for yourself? Right? If you were so clear, if it was so clear, it's a 30-second look. If it's a little tricky, it might take 2 or 3 minutes. Regardless, the objective is to try to get these calls right, because it changes things in a season. So yeah, we felt like it was a harsh decision, but we have to move on from it quickly.
When you look at the play with Jackson Travis, I mean, it's a 50-50 ball, very routine play in the course of a game near midfield. How frustrating is it, Coach, when you go back and look at the film and you want to instruct a player like Jackson Travis, what could you have done differently to avoid a red card? And you watch the film and you're like, nothing. How frustrating is that for you as a coach?
It's extremely frustrating, because there's a lot that goes into preparing for a match. There's a lot for the players that they commit to things from the performance standpoint, physically getting ready, tactically, the hours and hours and hours of video you put in. So again, when you see, again, I'm a soccer person. So when you see plays like this, I know the things that you'd be looking at when you try to sniff the danger. Like if you're the referee, you have to try to protect players, right? The referee can't have guys headhunting, elbows up high, even cleverly acting like it didn't look like it. But in these moments, you're looking at the defender, Jackson Travis. Is he looking at the ball the whole time? Yes, right? Sometimes you see a guy glance over his shoulder and then you see the arm, you leave it up. But in all the ways, it's a young player doing the right things, and the momentum of an arm comes up when you try to win a ball. So some of the simple question I think you ask, and this is because I served on the MLS disciplinary committee for 3 years. Was the elbow used as a tool or a weapon? And then it's easy, right? We think it was used as a weapon. He tried to get him, bang, red card. If it's a tool, that means you're just trying to win a ball and gaining momentum. You use your arms to jump up and you're looking at the ball. So for us, we thought it was really, really harsh for our team to have to play 100 minutes, whatever that was, down a man in a big game.
Well, Coach, I hate to do this, but the fact that you were on the MLS disciplinary committee and you've looked at a lot of rulings over your career, controversial rulings, some probably that benefited you as a player and as a coach, but also some that have been very detrimental. I have to ask you, U.S. men's national team versus Mexico in the Gold Cup. What did you make of the potential handball where the actual ball on the pitch was used to break the fall for the Mexican striker?
Yeah, I think that one, Yeah, I think it's a big decision, and I don't get all the angles that they look at it. I think it's a game changer. So I'd rather not comment on this one. Honestly, I don't sit on the fence off. I just don't want to comment on it. Yeah,
get it.
All right, Coach. Let's bring it back to your team from last night, and then we will transition and look ahead to Vancouver on Saturday. You guys are obviously looking for points to get back into a playoff spot after last night's loss. You play the better part of the whole game with 10 men. How do you assess your team's response to playing with 10 men? I know that the beginning of the second half was difficult. There was talk about controversial decisions, a decision to award a penalty at the end of the first half that went against you guys. How did you like your team's response, or didn't you?
I stood there proud of the team.
All right.
Any Rapids fan watches the team play, barely gave up anything in the first half. We defended well in a 4-4-1 structure, really tight. We hardly gave up anything. So the response was strong. I could see the guys together. I could hear the talk at halftime. I could see the suffering physically, and I know what I'm looking at. So I saw a team that was together. They fought, and that it's the shame of it. But before the game, we talked about, could this night be a season-defining moment? Imagine what I was going for was a win.
Yeah.
Season-defining, line in the sand. So after the game, when I talked to the team, I said, guys, it's not the season-defining moment that I imagined or we started to imagine. However, meaning it meant a victory. However, if it tells us anything about who we are, a team that fights and doesn't give in and went still toe-to-toe with one of the best teams in Major League Soccer historically, then maybe it can be a moment for us that we take something from. So we're going to use that performance and moment to say, let's it's us against them type of thing. Guys, we have to come together and then not play the blame game. We cannot look at referees. We cannot expect any help. That the solutions are left and right of you in this locker room, across from you. We have a good group. We have a good team, and in many ways, we can be proud of the way we fought. So we're going to use this and galvanize our group to throw everything at Vancouver at home on Saturday.
Yeah, and moving on to Vancouver, it's the next challenge in front of you. A team that's second in the table. It's only lost 4 games in 20 chances to play games this season. So it's going to be a tall task. But if you look at your roster, this is about as healthy as this roster has been in several weeks, months. Any updates on Zach Steffen A? And did you come out of the game, even a man down for 85 plus minutes, fairly healthy, able to play majority of your guys going into this huge matchup home against Vancouver?
Yeah, listen, it's a positive. We have a quick turnaround right after that game to play at Seattle on Wednesday. The schedule doesn't get easier. Major League Soccer, I mean, it's rosters are strong, ownerships are spending big money on players, which we love it. This is what we sign up for. So healthy roster coming into it. We'll manage, get some tired legs recovered here. And look, the main thing for us is that we have to understand that there's going to be no easy games. And this is a huge opportunity for us at home against a good team. But we're a good team, and we welcome the challenge. We gotta focus on the controllables. I've said it before on this call. You can't look externally for solutions. It has to be all the controllables. Not giving away penalties, playing even better, defending even better, attacking even better. These are the controllables that we have to focus on in this period, game by game, just one at a time.
That is the head coach of your Colorado Rapids. Saturday, you can listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rapids versus Vancouver out at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. If you want to go to that game, all you have to do is text the word TOOL, TOOL, that's TOOL, to 303-504-0925, and you can win a family 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rapids take on Vancouver. Coach, we appreciate it. We believe in you guys. Go get them on Saturday, and we'll talk to you on Monday.
We appreciate you guys. We're coming strong.
Yes, sir.
Together. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you, Coach.
That is Coach Chris Armas, courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor, and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. One more time, text TOOL, TOOL, to 303-504-0925. Coach and I are earning the name of the show as we sprint from our coffee machines back to the microphones this morning. It's the morning sprint. Alex Ryan, Coach Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass today on the ones and twos. If you missed any of Coach Armis's interview just a few minutes ago, you can go back and catch it on the Altitude Daily on YouTube. Just search at Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube or on your YouTube app. You can catch that at the end of the day. You can also find us on Spotify or wherever you get your podcast just by searching The Morning Sprint. Also, win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rapids take on Vancouver on Saturday at 5:30 by texting the word TOOL, T-O-O-L, TOOL, to 303-504-0925. We will give away that 4-pack of tickets coming up in about 40 minutes from right now. But, Coach, you have something for me.
Yeah, I thought there was a very interesting tweet from Let's Talk Broncos podcast senior editor Zach Seegers. If you want to follow him, he's at Zach_Seegers. Yeah, he posed an interesting question followed by a litany of polls. Finding out about the Broncos fan base, because he's a true Broncos podcast guy, about their belief in Bo Nix relative to other quarterbacks in the National Football League. And so I want you to go through this exercise, Raj, and KJ with me, as well as you, the listener. You can text it in as we go. 303-504-0925. And our fine people even on YouTube that are watching us live in the comments section, follow along and let me know answers to these questions. Okay, so out of curiosity, Zach Seeger said, I'm really fascinated with where Broncos country is on Bo Nix relative to the league's other starting quarterbacks right now. So I'm going to do a thread of Bo Nix versus starter X. Polls below. First one, is Bo Nix better than Justin Herbert right now? Answer, Raj.
They're the same.
Wow.
They're kind of the same. Herbert threw for 3,800 yards, 23 touchdowns, and 3 picks last year. Like, that's a better season in terms of touchdown interceptions, but he threw picks when it mattered in the postseason. They're kind of the same dude.
KJ, Bo Nix, or is he better currently than Justin Herbert? Is he a better quarterback?
I'm not saying they're the same player, but they've had like the same results.
I'm going to say yes, he is better than Justin, just because he shows better moxie in the when games are close.
Okay, the poll from Broncos country, best case, he's followed by a ton of Broncos fans. 20% of respondents said that Bo Nix is better than Justin Herbert.
I think Herbert's
80% said no.
Herbert is the more physically talented quarterback. So if the question is Bo better than Herbert, I think the answer is no. If the question is, would I rather have Bo or Herbert? I think I would rather have Nix right now.
That's fair.
He is more, and I know that the interception numbers during the regular season didn't cause this, but when Herbert needs to have a completion, he throws picks. And I know Bo's only got 1 year in him. I trust Bo more with the football than I do Justin Herbert. I would rather have Bo, but Herbert's the better quarterback right now.
Second question.
Okay. I'll try and be a little bit quicker.
This will be easier. Is Bo Nix better than Jaden Daniels right now?
No.
KJ?
No.
Broncos country voted, and I say no as well. 74% say that no. Bo Nix is not better than Jaden Daniels right now. Jaden Daniels was awesome his rookie year. He's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. We'll find out what happens in the sophomore year. Third, this was interesting. The poll results were different than what I expected.
Okay.
Is Bo Nix better than C.J. Stroud right now?
Stroud, 20-12 touchdown interception ratio last year. 3,700 yards.
Win-loss record?
10-7.
Same?
Right, but they won a playoff game.
Yep.
He's won 2 playoff games in 2 years.
That was the Herbert 3 interception game.
Right.
And you've even pointed that out, that he is 2 years into his NFL career and he has 2 playoff victories.
Bo had a better regular season as a rookie last year than CJ did. Bo,
as a second-year player.
Bo's better.
Okay.
Bo's better.
So, KJ.
And he did it with far less of a supporting cast than C.J. Stroud did last year in Houston.
C.J. had some injuries,
He had some injuries, but he had Joe Mixon.
Yeah, and Mixon's a little banged up. He's had some knee stuff.
I know
in
there
his,
were
in his
injuries,
past.
but if you look at
Okay,
that
I
roster,
agree.
he's got the better offensive roster.
They both have great defenses. Broncos probably are better going.
Bo's better, man.
All right.
Bo's better.
KJ, who's better, Bo Nix or CJ Stroud right now?
Golly.
They're tough questions. This is what everybody's sitting in their cars right now. They're like,
I've done the same thing with. I was doing the same thing with Justin Herbert.
Right now, at this exact moment, I'm going to give CJ Stroud the nod.
I agree. So as of right now, I say that I would take the known of playoff victories over the potential of playoff victories.
So hold on. Who are his 2 playoff victories against? He's got LA last year, the big Herbert 4 interception game, right? 4 interceptions. And who did they play in year 1? Who is the
I thought it was actually a pretty good win.
Who is the team that they beat in that first year?
Gosh.
I'm assuming it couldn't have been good because you still won a crappy division. So therefore you're playing a relative wild card team, right? I don't think it's going to be that good off the top of my head. I don't know who it is, but that's my thought process.
Yeah, they beat the Browns.
Okay, so like who is he
45-14.
So if you give Bo Nix,
Yeah, Bo Nix played at Buffalo. Little different than
Right?
Cleveland and against the Chargers. I mean, the Chargers, they have a terrible playoff history. They're a good football team.
so like, again, if
Broncos
you give
lost to
the
the
Broncos
Chargers
and
twice.
Bo the Chargers in the postseason last year, like I know you lost to them twice last year, but it was 2 games in which you lost by a touchdown, both at home and on the road. I give them a very good chance to beat LA in the playoffs last year. The reason why he's 2-0 is because the Houstons play in arguably the worst division in football. Bo's a better I think Bo right now is a better quarterback, a more serviceable quarterback than CJ Stroud is. And if CJ Stroud wasn't in the AFC South, he would not be 2-0 in the playoffs. Right. He would probably be 0-2.
52% believe that CJ Stroud is better currently of Broncos country than Bo Nix. So it is right on the fence of
okay.
So that adds up, right? All right. Next one. Coming in hot. Is Bo Nix better than Matthew Stafford right now?
No.
KJ?
No.
Broncos country, in addition to Coach Sanford, say no.
But I would also take Bo right now as opposed to Stafford because I have a longer road.
I agree with that. 72% said no.
Like Stafford's 36. He's got, what, 3 more years at the most left in him?
Believe that Bo Nix is not right now better than
Yeah, Stafford's a better quarterback.
Stafford's
Stafford's a Hall of Famer.
Is Bo Nix better than Jalen Hurts right now?
No. Super Bowl champion, no.
KJ?
No.
Absolutely not. I agree. 69% no. Is Bo Nix better than, this is fascinating. Is Bo Nix better than my guy, Jordan Love, right now?
Yes.
KJ?
Jordan Love is too sporadic, so I'm going to say yes.
Yes. Jordan Love is more injury prone. I know he went 9-6 last year. He threw for 3,400 yards, 25 touchdowns, 11 picks. Bo had a better throwing season during the regular season and is just as, if not more effective with his feet.
69% of Broncos country believed that Bo Nix is better than Jordan Love.
I agree with it. I do not. If the trade is 1-for-1, I don't make it. Bo's the better quarterback.
See what
right
I
now.
did there? I didn't answer.
I know you can recuse yourself from this. This is like isn't that a law? Like a spouse is not forced to testify against his or her spouse. Isn't that a thing?
Jordan actually texted me this morning.
Honey, if you're listening.
It was a long overdue text because I congratulated him on his wedding like 2 weeks ago, of which I wasn't invited to. But hey, it's okay. I'm not fun.
Isn't that a thing?
I'm old.
Like you can't be forced to testify against your wife.
Correct. That is correct.
That's what you're doing here with Jordan.
This is one that I disagree with.
You're pleading the fifth.
You're going to be surprised by this, but I disagree with Broncos country on this one. Is Bo Nix better than Dak Prescott right now?
When Dak's healthy, he's really good.
And his numbers are off the charts.
No.
No.
I like Dak. I don't know why I have a soft spot
Guys,
for
Dak
Prescott.
he was basically out all year last year. And the year before, he threw for a gazillion
I
yards
know.
and a gazillion touchdowns.
Is it overwhelming that like Nix is
63% believe that Bo Nix is better to 37%. That Bo Nix is better than Dak Prescott. And this is Broncos country. This is Broncos country. Is Bo Nix better than Jared Goff right now?
No.
KJ?
Jared Goff's one of the 3 or 4 best quarterbacks in the league right now. Top 5. He's a bona fide top 5 quarterback in the league.
KJ?
I'm going to say yes. Bo Nix did exactly what Jared Goff did, just without the talent.
Threw for 37 touchdowns.
Jared Goff won a playoff game.
Bo Nix is trending that way, is he not?
Not to throw for those types of yards. I mean, the
He
yards
threw
and
for
touchdowns.
4,600 yards and 37 touchdowns, and we're going to sit here and say that Bo's better than Jared Goff?
He has 2 top 20 receivers, a top 10 tight end, and he has 2 top 25 running backs. I mean, you tell me, man.
He's got arguably the best left tackle in the game, Penei Sewell. Like I get that, but
lost in the playoffs too.
But Bo's got
to your point, yes.
Bo's got the number 1 or number 2 offensive line in the game. He is not better than the hatred for Jared Goff is insane. That dude he won 15 games last year, and the Lions were really hurt for most of the season.
Broncos country agrees with you, Raj. 60% of them believe that no way.
It should be 90.
He hasn't won a playoff game as a Lion.
Detroit's going to be my pick out of the NFC this year. I'll give you, we're going to do our predictions a month and a half or so from right now. Detroit's my pick to go to the Super Bowl.
Way to bury the lead there, Raj.
Wait, did he not win a playoff game in 2023? Jared Goff?
He did.
Yeah.
And he's been to a Super Bowl also, correct?
He's with
the
LA.
Rams.
Should have won that.
Let's go fast tempo here.
Okay.
Is Bo Nix better than Geno Smith right
yes,
now?
100%.
Yes. 84% of Broncos country, yes. Is Bo Nix better than Kyler Murray right now?
Yes.
Yep.
85% say yes, and so does the coach himself. Is Bo Nix better than Baker Mayfield right now?
Ooh, I love me some Baker Mayfield. No. He is not better than Baker Mayfield. 4,500 yards and 41 touchdowns. Joe Burrow doesn't go nuclear last year. Baker Mayfield wins MVP.
KJ?
Oh, my gosh.
I know I'm getting in love with fantasy stats.
You wanted to say it so bad.
4,500 yards is absurd.
What about the fact that Bo beat Baker in a duel, a head-to-head duel?
Oh, he did smack him.
Smacked him around in Tampa.
Don't get me wrong.
In Tampa.
But right now, Baker's the better
the answer
quarterback.
is no.
It's funny. I say that so emphatically about Baker. You know who was just after in terms of yards thrown last year? Just behind Baker Mayfield? Geno Smith. Geno threw for 4,300 yards last year.
Read those interception numbers.
15 of those
Not
things
great.
went into
Not
the other
great.
hands.
15 of them things.
All right, keep going. I like this. I'm a big fan of this.
Bo Nix better than Tua?
Yes, he is.
You have a Tua? What's his name?
Tua Tagovailoa.
That guy.
He is better than Tua.
Would you have said that after the 70 points that Tua and company laid on the Denver Broncos and VJ 2 years ago?
Where was Bo?
He was playing at Oregon.
Playing for the Ducks,
for the
baby.
Mighty Ducks.
He's better than Tua.
I agree.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
92% of Broncos country.
That's what the number should be.
Oh, man. Is Bo Nix better than Trevor Lawrence right now?
Yes, he's better than Trevor Lawrence right now.
Yep.
And he's way cheaper.
86% believe that Bo Nix is better than
That's
Trevor
a solid
Lawrence.
number. I think it would have been more 75-25, but I like it.
I'm going to get into my little kind of conspiracy theory hat mode right now.
Okay.
I actually think Trevor Lawrence is going to have a massive season this year.
I thought it was going to be last year. Remember when I picked Jacksonville to, win the division?
But that was because at the time, they didn't have the greatest athlete maybe in the history of football on their team, which they do now. And at the time, they didn't have a play caller that loves talking about the county of which Jacksonville lives in. And now they do.
Do you have any other quarterbacks for us here?
Brock Purdy.
Give me 3 more.
Brock Purdy.
I take Bo Nix over Brock Purdy any day of the week.
72% agree with you, Raj. Aaron Rodgers right now.
I take Bo Nix over Aaron Rodgers.
86% agree with you, Raj. Drake May right now.
Ooh, contemporary. This is the conversation. This will be the conversation for the next 15 years, right? Am I wrong?
Sure will.
He is a better quarterback than Drake May right now, yes.
I agree with that as well.
Drake won 3 games last year, 15 touchdowns, 10
92%
interceptions.
of Broncos country agrees.
He is a better quarterback than Drake May. Those are guys, he and Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix and the rest of the other quarterbacks. We're finally going to see what J.J. McCarthy can do in the NFL this year with Minnesota. Who else am I missing from that class of 6?
Well, here we go. And this is the most important one right here. Could you believe Bo Nix drafted 6th out of the quarterbacks taken in the first round? The guy that was drafted 1st overall. Is Bo Nix better than Caleb Williams
I take him over Caleb Williams. He had a better season. He's better than Caleb.
I would completely agree with you. 94% of Broncos country agree.
He's better. And he's less of a headache.
Mm-hmm. And he doesn't wear fireman hats at bars in Chicago in the offseason.
I like that. I'm very, very happy that you found that and you were able to sprint back inside with a coffee in hand.
The morning sprint.
To get it done. Morning sprint goes into NFL notes on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. As a reminder, if you haven't done so already and you want to win a family 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rapids take on Vancouver, 5:30 p.m. on Saturday at Dick's Sporting Goods Park, all you have to do is text the word TOOL, T-O-O-L, that is TOOL, to 303-504-0925. We will give away that 4-pack coming up in about 20 minutes from right now, but fresh off of our conversation of, is Bo Nix better than X, Y, or Z quarterback? KJ, what's first?
Former Broncos safety Justin Simmons is back in town for his annual Justin Simmons Golf Classic charity event that took place yesterday at Arrowhead Golf Course. And, of course, he was asked about the Broncos. And one quote that I thought stood out in some of the articles that I was reading was this about Courtland Sutton. Quote, "I don't know how he is with other people, but I got Larry Fitzgerald vibes from him. He plays like a complete dog. I've always loved Court," end quote. So below I put Larry Fitzgerald stats from his career. And year 8 for Larry, which is 2011, produced 1,411 yards, 80 receptions, and 154 targets and 8 touchdowns. Is there any chance Courtland can take that type of leap? Maybe not those exact numbers, but that type of leap in year 8 with Bo Nix at the helm and factoring in the fact that he's in a contract year.
That's a little bit of a we're talking Larry Fitzgerald and Courtland Sutton? Is that what we're talking? Are we talking that?
Listen, man, I'm just here to provide the news and notes. That's all.
I mean, this man had over 1,000 yards in what, 7 seasons, 6 seasons?
Wait,
Yeah.
Fitzgerald? I think it was 8 seasons, over 1,000 yards.
8 seasons, yes.
He had nearly 18,000 receiving yards in his 17-year career.
The only thing I think from a body type standpoint and go up and get the football, attack like high point the ball kind of reception type of style of play, yeah, there's some similarities. But Larry Fitzgerald was such a good route runner and created separation for a big guy like none other.
You forget how big Larry Fitzgerald was.
Big physical cat,
6'3",
high cut.
225.
Yeah, he was big, thick
He did
haunches,
everything.
long arms. I don't even know what he's listed at high-wise, but he played huge. But yet
I think he was 6'3".
But yet he could separate, man. I love Courtland Sutton. I do. But even putting him in the same conversation as Larry Fitzgerald to me is a bit of a stretch.
Well, I don't know if we're comparing and contrasting the two. I think we're taking Justin Simmons saying he reminds me of a player like Larry with how he attacks the game.
He said, I got Larry Fitzgerald vibes from him. That's what he said. I mean, Courtland would have to have his best season in the NFL by nearly 300 yards and adding 2 touchdowns. Now, we've had this conversation of like what Bo needs to do this year to get the Broncos into contending for a lot more touchdowns.
It's kind of along the lines of Courtland needs to score 2 more times and have around 300 more yards than last year. And that puts him into the 1,400 yard, 12 touchdown conversation, which is year 8 from Larry Fitzgerald. Yeah. I'm not saying they're the same guys, but like, you know what else happened in year 8 of Larry Fitzgerald? He went to the Super Bowl that year.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was on the cover of Madden. Imagine Courtland Sutton on the cover of Madden next year. Like Broncos get to the Super Bowl, Courtland gets the cover. That was a good cover. Larry Fitzgerald and
How about
Troy
Larry
Polamalu?
Fitzgerald played his entire career in Arizona? That is rare. Like even for a guy that has he had the longevity that he did, a lot of times those players end up like Jerry Rice ends up playing elsewhere at the tail end of his career. Played for the Raiders, I believe. You know, Randy Moss, who I still think of him as a Viking.
Jerry Rice, Broncos legend.
That's right, Broncos too. That's right. Wait, so are we saying Larry Fitzgerald didn't have?
Sorry, Larry Fitzgerald made the Super Bowl in 2009, not 2011.
But what are we saying about year 8 for him?
Yes.
But Larry Fitzgerald in his second year had 1,400 yards receiving.
Well, I know. What we're saying is Courtland is going into year 8, and Larry Fitzgerald is going into year 8. That we're comparing year 8 seasons, not career bests. Career.
mean, by the time he was at year 8, he'd had a 1,410 touchdown,
He'd had
1,410,
yard
another
seasons.
1,412, 1,113 touchdowns.
This is a really good text from Alex. Didn't Larry Fitzgerald have more career tackles than dropped balls? I'm gonna look that
nuts.
up. That's got to be one of the cooler bar stats. Like sitting 1 beers deep, and you pull that thing out of your back pocket.
Dude, Larry Fitzgerald had 41 career tackles. That's wild.
You got to find his drops now. You go find his drops. KJ, what's next?
It's a number 2.
ESPN wrote an article yesterday about building the best Olympic flag football roster.
29 drop passes his entire career. 41 tackles to 29
that is
dropped
insane.
passes. And I am so sorry, KJ. I just so rudely interrupted you. That was terrible. Continue, please.
No, you're good, man. I know you was waiting on to deliver that stat. But we all know that one Bronco who's on the list because he's been expressing his desire to play is PS2. And I put together the list that ESPN provided below, and I want you guys to let me know, based off the list that they have, do you see any other Bronco by 2028 potentially making a run as either an alternate or a starter?
Okay, so looking at this list right now, your quarterback is Jaden Daniels with your alternates at Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow. Again, this is not like the game is being played tomorrow. It's being played in 2028 in LA.
Great thought.
All right?
Great thought.
Running backs, Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson. I think there's a very good chance that you're going to be putting in, does Saquon make that team still at that point?
2028, man. That's a lot
Who
more
knows?
miles.
It's a lot more miles.
Think about what Christian McCaffrey was looking like 3 years ago compared to what we think we're at right now.
Great point, Coach. Wide receivers, Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb, as well as Ohio State's Jeremiah Smith, who might be like the best ball catcher in the world right now.
That's a great call by ESPN. Just forecasting that. I mean, it's not very hard, but it's a great call.
He will have played 1 year in the NFL by the time LA comes around in 28. Jamar Chase
as the center. I love that.
Yeah, because you don't need a big boy.
You snap it and then you go out for a flag route. It's the best.
Jamar Chase and Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson doesn't need to be on that list.
Garrett Wilson?
He doesn't need to be on that list.
Maybe they like him as a snapper. Like he's got a good underhand flick. They know there's not going to be any center quarterback exchange issues.
I think you can.
Garrett Wilson, a known snapper of the
football.
football.
Can't you teach me to do a pretty good underhand flick?
Yeah, but with the pressure on, man, who knows? Garrett Wilson is known as a good flag football snapper.
Oh, we've sourced this.
Well, that's the only reason it would make sense.
Your edge rushers are Micah Parsons and Abdul Carter. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Because you need guys who can.
I'd say Nick Benito, man.
Okay.
Because he's undersized. I mean, he's not a guy who's necessarily taking on a fullback to kick on power. He's a guy that's...
All right, so Benito could be there. Yeah. I'll give you that. Your defensive backs, Pat Surtain and Derek Stingley Jr., those are both home runs. Also, Travis Hunter and Sauce Gardner, both complete home runs. Cooper DeJean and Trent McDuffie are... Yeah, you gotta have white cornerback in there. I love that.
Yeah, I tell you what, man.
You know what? Let me challenge that, though. Could Jahdae Barron find himself as like maybe a, jack of all trades?
Hey, KJ. Are you trying to replace Jahdae Barron with Cooper DeJean?
But I think it's Jahdae.
Can we get one Caucasian on this team? Just one.
Jesus.
Like KJ, can you let us have one?
It doesn't work that way.
Just one. I mean, it's our.
I'm sorry. Offensive linemen and defensive linemen aren't included.
They're
I'm
not,
sorry.
They're not.
That's where we lose.
They don't play.
There's no kickers in flag football.
So
we're not punting the ball.
I mean, maybe Riley Moss has developed to that point.
It's like that. Oh my God! It's that. Who's the dude who does the great Donald Trump impression from SNL? He got fired from SNL. Shane Gillis.
Yeah.
When he does the thing about like when white dudes stop being cool in Major League Baseball and Jackie Robinson steps to the plate, hits a home run. He goes, "Oh, damn."
KJ,
what's you take kicking out of football?
KJ can't stop laughing back there because he's now realizing exactly what he did. He's like, well, hold on 1 minute. Right when we talked about Cooper DeJean, instinctive, he's like, we can't have that dude in there.
Oh my God. Too good. Too good.
I do want to go on the record and say I believe in gentrification. So,
oh my goodness. All right, safeties are Antoine Winfield and Xavier McKinney. This is a long way to go around to, are there any other Broncos other than Pat Surtain? Nick Bonito,
Riley
sure.
Moss. Riley Moss.
He's going to get Zach Allen on the roster next.
I mean, can we get a Polynesian in here? I mean, maybe Jonah Ellis is a rusher. He can drop back and play some linebacker.
Oh God, what this is. What's going to be crazy is that there's going to be a push from USA flag football to get flag football players to actually play in this thing. And that's going to be a complete joke cuz I've read into this a little bit.
Patrick Mahomes.
Is that the quarterback?
Yeah, Derek Duchet.
Oh yeah,
Derek Duchette. There's going to be a push to have the guys who play for the actual USA flag football team.
Please God, no.
There is no reason why, you keep Travis Hunter off of this team in favor for, Kevin in Springfield.
Yep. And Kevin in Springfield's going to be like, but I'm really good.
But I
at flag football.
deserve it. I worked really hard for this.
I understand the concepts.
You're
not better than me at this sport.
Let's be very, very honest about this.
And then Justin Jefferson just looks over at Travis or whatever. Who's our friend from Springfield? Was it Travis? Kevin from Springfield. He goes, hey, bro, check the zeros in my paycheck.
I win.
Ain't even close.
I work very hard, and I like to think that I'm okay at this job. If Jim Rome or Dan Patrick walks through the door and goes, hey, that microphone, it's mine. It's kind of their microphone. Let's be very honest about that. I'm Kevin from Springfield when it comes to Travis Hunter. Keep those guys off the football field, put the best thing out there, and mollywallop the rest of the world. KJ?
It's a number 2.
On a more serious note here, the collusion article/report that was leaked recently about the fallout of the Deshaun Watson contract has not gone into the night for the NFL. According to ESPN, quote, on Wednesday, a source familiar with the league office said the NFL notified the union of its intention to seek legal fees and costs in excess of $12 million, and quote, one source with knowledge of the situation tells Pro Football Talk that the NFL previously offered to forego seeking reimbursement of attorney's fees and costs in exchange for the NFLPA waiving its appeal rights. That's not an uncommon move on the tail end of a failed legal claim. So it appears the NFL owners in the Shield are trying to obviously point their finger back at the NFLPA for the fallout. But let me ask you guys, who's really at fault for how this played out? Is it the NFL and its trustees because we saw the names that were listed, or is it the NFLPA for the way that they shedded the light on this situation?
We spent a lot of time on this. We spent an entire segment. I think we were one of the only shows that really leaned into this whole collusion conversation. And I believe it's a problem. And the reason I believe it was a problem was twofold. I thought some of the representatives from the NFLPA were very petty with regards to representing their best interests of the people that they're hired to represent. A lot of the comments about Russell Wilson, he doesn't deserve the money. That's not what you're not there to be an analyst about Russell Wilson and his abilities. You're there to represent and protect all of the players that should be protected from the shield of the National Football League. I also believe that the ownership group, when they were having conversations that were documented via texts, are talking about thank you for saving my bacon from another bad deal, unlike that moron from Cleveland. I think the optics of it aren't great.
The optics aren't great, but that in and of itself is not collusion.
It's price setting. It's price setting by
where you and I differed heavily on this was, I think the NFL, for many reasons, we know it's the premier league in the world.
It's the Premiership? It's sponsored by Barclays?
Part of the reason why it is so much better than everything else out there is because we know who runs the show. We know who has all of the power in that league. And does it suck a little bit for NFL players sometimes? Yeah, it does. They still make great money, but it sucks sometimes. they're not ceding control over the players at any point. And I hate to side with, the ownership groups here.
Yeah, but that's perfect.
But
That's right on brand.
It makes for a better product.
Yeah, but coming from a guy that grew up playing golf at Cherry Hills Country Club.
I did not grow up
You
playing
were
golf at
rubbing
Cherry Hills
elbows
Country
with
Club.
owner types.
I have never belonged to a country club.
I vow
ever,
to
or
you,
my family.
I vow to you,
be
my
so
friend,
sure?
my owner friend, that I will always stand up for you with an open microphone.
If anyone wants to give me a membership to Cherry Hills, I'll be your mouthpiece, baby. Cherry Hills, Castle Pines, come on. You tell me what you want me to say.
Which one's the one at Castle Pines that's crazy exclusive?
Castle Pines Golf Club.
The other one's, there's a country club
There's
and
the
a golf
country club. They're both very
I
difficult to get into.
I actually played one round of golf in like 3 years, and I played at the country club.
Still beautiful.
Awesome.
Amazing.
But you tell me like, yeah, it's like, that's really cool, but
it's the second
it's
tier.
not
Yeah.
exactly the golf club, pal.
No, it ain't. I was very upset with Coach walked into the show one morning. He was like, "Oh, I'm playing golf at Castle Pines," and I went, "That you have to give me more information because right now,
like, what do you mean?
Right now, I hate you, Coach."
Yeah.
I was like, "You're not my friend anymore." And oh, we're playing at the country club. And, it's all right.
We're good.
It's okay. I love you again.
I'm jealous, but not really.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. You have 5 more minutes to text the word TOOL, TOOL. That is TOOL to 303-504-0925. If you do that, you can win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rapids take on Vancouver Saturday at 5:30 at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. One more time, TOOL to 303-504-0925. We give away a winner next. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's the morning sprint as we wrap things up here on a nice little overcast Thursday. It's nice not being 112 degrees outside. PhD's coming up next from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6 this evening. No games this evening. Next time you'll hear play-by-play will be Saturday.
5:30?
5:30.
And that's a home game.
Rapids and the Vancouver Whitecaps.
Oh, White.
The White.
The H
White
precedes the W.
It's the battle of the rivers.
Yes.
We've been talking about, a couple of days ago, we did the best college football rivalries and then the names of those games.
But also, Whitecaps can be on a sound, on a lake.
It can be on an ocean.
It can be on an ocean. It can be on a strait, Strait. The Bering Strait has a Whitecaps. You remember The Deadliest Catch?
Great show.
Really good show. Hey, Raj,
Elite first, 3 seasons of The Deadliest
And then it
Catch.
dragged on.
And then it was like, all right, you guys are catching crabs.
Dragged and drug is a weird thing because both are really correct. Do you know that? Dragged
No, I didn't.
and drug. Yeah. Learn something new every day. Raj, can I...
The more you know.
Can I...
The farther you go.
Can I vent real quick?
You may.
Here on, July the 10th?
This is your show. Your name's on it. You vent.
Kind of. I mean, my name's not Morning or Sprint. But I do sprint oftentimes in the morning to get to said locations.
It's so funny, right? Because your mornings before you vent, your mornings are so jam packed, right? Because for those of you guys who don't know, Coach literally sprints from Valor to get here because he coaches football in the morning.
What am I wearing every day when I come in?
You're still sweating from practice. You have your whistle. Okay. Christ, that's loud.
That was the actual whistle. That wasn't a sound drop.
I have to wait. My thumbs are twitching at 10:01 and 15 seconds.
And I just come in with
and
a
I'm
big
waiting,
smile.
I'm waiting. And eventually I'll fire off hey, Coach WYA. Hey, Coach ETA. And then you come in 15 seconds later.
As you're pounding the send button.
And then I have to press and hold on the blue bubble and then undo the send.
Yep. It's all good. So I'm going to vent a little bit. My daughter plays softball. Great sport. Love it. One of my favorite sports to partake as a consumer. I think this is going to be the two sports that I think are actually superior sports on the women's side versus the men's side is as a spectator. I enjoy watching softball over baseball. I do. I think it's a more action-packed sport.
I say yes to college. I say no to Major League Baseball. But
yeah, there just really is no professional softball that's worth watching. There are leagues and stuff, but in terms of, man, it's a tough.
I'm watching
it's
some
a
Jenny
tough
Finch.
world.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I love watching where the college.
Jenny
softball
Finch still
game is
spinning
right
the
now.
ball.
She's awesome. I don't know. She's just awesome. She's teaching. She's like an instructor.
Continue.
And then I think volleyball is another sport that I think is just unbelievable to watch. The athletes on the women's side. I love watching women's volleyball. High school, college, I think it's incredible. And don't give me that weird look.
I didn't give you any sort of look.
It's a great sport that,
I did not
that
give you-
exhibits
I did
tremendous
not give you
power
any sort
and
of look.
strength. I saw what you were doing there, Raj. And I stand by it. I love the sport in and of itself.
The men's volleyball game is nuts to watch.
Dude, they literally jump their knees are above the net.
They hit the ball
It's stupid.
140 miles an hour.
How did that guy get that high in the air?
It's insanity.
It's almost too powerful that there's not great rallies. It's just
that's the reason why it's more enjoyable to watch the women's game
Women's
because the ball
games
goes back and forth and back
it's
and
a
forth.
lot of fun.
The ball goes up into the air once for the men, and it's over.
So if you've listened to the morning sprint and preceded by Dempsey and Company for a while, you probably remember when I was coaching my daughter's youth softball.
Yes.
Team. It was the rec league. It was so much fun. I miss it. I'm now coaching football again, which is what I've done before I was a rec softball coach. I was a football coach. My daughter's comp softball team, who she had just found, is the first time she's been on any type of travel softball, out of thin air, 4 days ago, just folds. Done. Daughter's just devastated, crying, because it's hard to find innings. It's hard to find reps. It's, the high school season in Colorado is so short. And so you got to play. You got to play year round to get better. She just loves it. She's not gonna play in the Olympics. She's not gonna get a scholarship most likely. And I don't mean that like any, but she loves the game, and I love watching her grow by way of the game. So the last 2 nights, Raj, I've gone to back-to-back nights of comp softball tryouts all over the metro area. 102 degrees, right? Just baking. And these are 3-4 hour events. And you know what I found? I have an addiction to comp softball tryouts.
Why? What is it about the tryout process that gets you going? Is that the reason why you screamed at your football team this morning?
Probably. I'm like, I want to be at a comp softball tryout instead of dealing with you guys trying to win a state championship, acting entitled. I get to go watch my daughter work her tail off just to have a spot on the team. And you guys are taking this for granted. So guess what we're doing again tonight?
Trying out.
We're going to another comp softball tryout.
I love it.
First one up in Firestone. Second one down in Highlands Ranch.
Oh, man.
Third one in Arvada. And I'm like, we're on our way home yesterday. I'm like, how you doing? She's like, to my daughters, me and her. That was fun. I go, it was.
Good. We put 7,000 miles on the truck in the past 4 days.
And then I look at her and go, is there one we can try out for tomorrow? You know what my biggest fear is?
I love it's a we.
Yeah, my biggest fear is that she finds a softball
She
team.
makes a team.
And I'm like, well, what about the next tryout? I want to go try out again. Dad, you're not trying out. But I kind of am. Just so much fun.
The competitive nature of making a team, there's nothing else like it. You know what I'm watching right now? What my favorite thing on Netflix is right now? Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders.
It's a great show.
What
man.
a show.
So I have not.
Shout out Colorado's own McKenna Gerke.
Whoa, I didn't know there was a Coloradoan. What is
play
official?
hockey with her dad.
What's correct? Coloradoan?
Coloradan?
So the newspaper up in Fort Collins.
Coloradoan?
Is spelled
Coloradan.
OAN at the end.
Yeah.
And when I was on with Chris Dempsey.
Coloradone.
And we had Chris Lytle from the Colorado. I won't finish it. Dempsey, who is a very intelligent journalist.
Very articulate.
And he doesn't make mistakes. Dempsey doesn't miss.
No, he doesn't.
He called it the Coloradoan. And I was
don't
like,
know.
Huh. So what are you, Raj? Where were you born?
I wasn't born here.
Okay, so when did you move here?
When I was like 3, I don't remember
Where were
living
you
anywhere
born?
else. Philly.
Explain so
Born
much.
in Philly, lived in Jersey,
Gosh,
but the only place I remember living, like my earliest memories are Colorado.
So what do you consider yourself?
Colorado.
Okay. KJ, I'm not going to ask you. What do you call yourself if you're a native of the state of Mississippi?
Mississippian.
Yep.
Mississippian. That's solid. What about if you're from Arkansas?
Arkansan.
As Arcanian.
I think it's an Arkansas.
I have no idea. The Scotty's out there. He can tell you when we get off the air.
Floridian. Californian.
Where have you brought us?
Oregonian.
How did you get here?
Washingtonian.
What is going on with that squirrel brain of yours? How did we get here?
My addiction.
to high school comp
softball tryouts. Not even softball. Not even a game. Just
favorite,
purely
man.
tryouts.
All right, told you guys we're going to give away a 4-pack of tickets for the Rapids to go see them take on Vancouver. Rapids need points, man. They're sitting outside the playoffs right now. They lost 3-0 last night to LA. The hope is when you guys get there to watch this game on Saturday that there won't be a red card given out in the first 5 minutes, but congratulations to our winner, Andy Gibbs. Andy Gibbs, you are going to see the Rapids take on Vancouver on Saturday. If you can't get to that game, you can listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But for the softball tryout addict.
And also, what we just learned this morning on the morning sprint for the first time, I learned for the first time, is that Raj comes from the Jersey Shore.
Heck yeah, I do. Surf City, baby, exit 63.
It makes so much sense now.
There ain't no better place in the world.
The bleached blonde tips, the spiky hair, the extra medium t-shirts.
Oh, I still have a bottle of Sun In spray. There is a bottle of Sun In spray at my house.
Jaeger bombs. You want Jaeger bombs? You get Jaeger bombs. That was Raj.
For Coach Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson, I'm Alex Ryan. PhD is coming up next. Don't miss it. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Forget about it.
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
That's a good word.
You get bummed out when your computer doesn't work when you walk in here.
It's frustrating.
Well, what Raj do?
It's frustrating. Like, be ready to go. That's a little frustration.
And we got moving parts. We got new people around here. It's summertime.
I get it. I'm not gonna get too bummed out, but it's just it's just a little thing. It's no big deal.
You want it smooth and easy.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I had a good ride today.
Why don't you just yell at Alan Baca the first time he fill it in with us?
It's got nothing to do with Alan. Good to see Alan. No, Alan's fine.
He's sitting there during the show. He'll be watching the Yankees game if they have an afternoon game.
Oh, he's decked out. He's got the Yankees hat on. He's got the Yankees jersey on. Yeah.
He went. Which the series was it? The Cleveland series that you went and saw the Yankees play a year or 2 years ago?
He's nodding.
That's a yes.
Okay. By the way, actually, I wasn't going to bring it up right off the bat, but I can as long as you bring up the Yankees. The Yankees made room for Ryan McMahon on their team yesterday.
Is that right?
By getting rid of DJ?
Mm-hmm. Because they're going to move Jazz Chisholm Jr. What a great name. They're going to move him permanently to second base. Really talented, really good young player. And they just have a kind of a mishmash of dudes that can play third base. So it's not if they were to trade for Ryan McMahon and he wouldn't work out, it's not like they couldn't have somebody else do it.
I'm sorry, there are rumors about that or something?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep,
Okay.
Yep.
Sure. I missed those.
Yeah, it turns out I wasn't dialed in on the Ryan McMahon rumors.
Well, there's only.
I was in Greece. I haven't been to New York lately.
That's all right. I mean, the Yankees owe DJ LeMahieu $22 million, and they're moving on.
Dude, that sounds like something we would pick up just like perfect.
Oh, DJ LeMahieu?
Oh, just $22 million. Say we'll pay for it, and then maybe he's hurt and can't play anymore.
You like that? You like DJ coming in? He can join up with Kyle Farmer and Estrada.
DJ was great when he was here.
Sure.
DJ was great in his first handful of years, 6-7 years in New York. Wasn't he like second in MVP voting?
He was
been
great.
to the All-Star game 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
No, they said it was one of the hardest decisions they've had to make because of how valuable he's actually been. But what they're looking for, they're really looking for something else because he's not producing now. And I think it's going to be a left-handed bat in Ryan McMahon. And I'd say
so. What are we getting for that?
Prospects, Ryan McMahon's in like 212.
Good.
Sucking
Sell them all.
Oh,
I mean, literally,
sure.
There's nobody that shouldn't be for sale.
Well, there's only 2 guys on the Rockies that other teams may have value in, and that's Ryan McMahon and Jake Bird. Those 2. I mean, you can try to trade other guys. They just don't have all that much value. Those are the only 2 dudes that you're going to get something for.
What about Goodman? He made the All-Star team.
Well, yeah. I mean, okay. You want to have no players? I guess.
Well,
sure. I mean, there's only 2 players that sort of make sense to
and
be
it
traded.
doesn't completely deplete you, so
Yeah,
you'll have the worst team in baseball.
I'm sorry.
In general, well, they're already.
Can we get much worse? No.
No, and my guy Schaefer's 2.0 all the way after last night too.
They did it again.
It's relatively close. I'm rolling my eyes. It's another 5-2 sort of deal. They put in Halverson in the 8th inning, and you can tell right off the bat. Now you have to face 3 batters. Them's the rules in baseball, but you can tell. And it's take him out. Leave him in. Just no outs. He didn't get any outs.
5-2 turns into
10-2. So they lost 9-3, 10-2, and 10-2. And they were bombs too.
You still doing this podcast thing?
I did. I don't even know why I'm doing it. Nobody's paying attention. It's depressing. All I'm doing is for 40 minutes yelling at myself.
You do it for 40 minutes?
No, whatever. However long it goes, however long the torture goes. I pick it up in the 8th inning, and I just sort of hang in there till the end of the game. I wanted to hear if Warren Schaefer, if anybody would ask him about Kyle Freeland, why'd you take him out? Nobody did. Actually, last night there was a reporter who was clearly from a non-Rockies reporter. It was kind of funny to actually hear
real questions.
Right. If you're a non-Rockies guy and you're interviewing the manager of the worst team possibly ever, I mean, what would you be asking him? And that's what this guy did. He actually asked a really stupid question, but it was funny. He goes, hey, what's worse? Being swept 11 times or being swept by the Red Sox in 2007? It's a very weird, random. I know, stupid question. And then he goes, "How do you keep your morale up? When you're basically losing so much?" Now that's actually a pretty good question.
Fair question.
And Schaefer was like, "All the guys in here love each other, and we're just focused on Cincinnati coming up." So his excuse, and this was the moment I was like, "Yeah, this is the problem when you just promote from within. You've known these guys for such a long time. Your heart and soul goes out." He's coached him in A-ball, double A-ball, triple A-ball. You know what I'm saying?
It goes back to what I said about Gina. Yeah. He's too close.
He's too close. He's too close. So he ain't the answer.
What was the guy that comes in and basically breaks and throws everything and destroys it, and he's great for like 3 years? Ozzie Guillen, was he the coach?
He was one of them guys,
in Chicago.
Yeah.
And he's great for like the first 2 or 3 years, and then that act gets real thin, right? But he go hire a guy like that.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Let him break some chairs and throw some bats around the shower. And
yep. Schaefer's rooting for his guys too much, and so he's not being objective, and he's not making objective decisions.
I don't know, man. If I'm being honest, there's nothing you can do at that point as a manager. There's nothing you can do to mentally try to motivate these guys. There's no bats you could throw. There's no chairs you could break. There's no whiteboards you can punch.
No, but you can take Halverson out when he obviously doesn't have it, and he's obviously
leaving. But that's not what I'm talking about.
That's what happened last night.
That's baseball logistics, which yes, you can do that. I'm just talking about from a mental perspective. Your only point, the only choice you have at this point. Let's ride this sucker out, boys. We're in this together. That's it.
Well, that's what they're doing, but I think they need the exact opposite approach. I think they need somebody in there that has no personal relationship with the players whatsoever, and you just got to change the culture completely.
You ain't beholden to anybody, and you got to let the ownership and upper management get out of the way and say, you ain't involved. I'm going to speak to older baseball fans, and I don't know what that age limit cutoff would be, but
you mean baseball fan?
Maybe, but yeah, maybe. I'd like to see a Billy Martin moment in the dugout. I really would, because now
that would be funny.
You just talked about it. It's like too much of an acceptance.
Oh God, it's pathetic.
Which turns into apathy or a non-caring. Oh, we'll get him tomorrow. After a while, you got to say this ain't good enough.
You got to watch Ryan McMahon's at bats. His plate, the way he approaches at bats right now. He's screaming, "I want to get out of here." And Bird is too. Now, listen, you don't tank. You don't strike out on purpose. You don't make errors on purpose. You just don't do that. You're still a pro athlete, right? You still play the way. But you can tell subtly through guys' body language and pitches they're taking, pitches they're swinging at, approaches they take based on the situation. Nobody wants out of here more than Ryan McMahon right now. Nobody. And the Rockies should make that happen.
And you know what? We talked yesterday about when Moser went off on, eat a dead rat or whatever it was, Valanciunas.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back, too. There was a whole lot of people unhappy with Trevor's story.
Here?
Because he wouldn't sign or didn't
unhappy with him or the Rockies for getting nothing out of it?
Let me finish. I want to throw different names. Trevor Story, Tulowitzki, and even Arenado, when they kind of moved him away. Well, screw those guys. They want to be here. I'm just saying now, if you can look back in hindsight, those 3 were brilliant. Very good players.
Mm-hmm.
Played really good here. But maybe they could see the writing on the wall down that hallway and said, no, we got to get up out of here.
The only difference between those guys, though, to me, is I like Tulo and Nolan, they're willing to be the bad guy. I don't recall Trevor Story ever being a bad dude. I just recall the Rockies being idiots and not trading him and then letting him go and getting nothing out of it.
That happens.
Yeah, they didn't. I thought he got offered. He kind of said no on the initial offer.
Story?
Maybe it was low, but maybe they just didn't do anything and they just let him walk.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Well, they didn't get anything for DJ LeMahieu either. Like we just said,
and they didn't get anything for.
He went 6 or 7 years.
John Gray was another one.
Yeah.
And McMahon's one right now. I mean, Bird's another one. It's gone. Just get rid of him. He shouldn't even make the trip to Cincinnati, McMahon. Just go to New York. That's where you want to be anyways. Seriously. That's your new guy there at third base, Ryan McMahon. See, Allen's nodding his head. He's heard the rumors about that. And this move with LeMahieu opens up the path to eat. And if it's not McMahon, it's another third baseman. So I don't know the whole scope of third baseman out there for the Yankees. But it's McMahon or maybe 1 or 2 other guys, depending on what other deals they can get. So, make a deal. Get it done. Ryan McMahon shouldn't dress again for the Rockies.
Let me ask Baca. Alan Baca's running the board today, and he's a Giant fan. You can see him right there. The screen got his Yankee stuff on. Appreciate DJ LeMahieu. Was it time for him to go? It was kind of sad seeing him go. What's your thoughts on that as a Yankee fan?
All of it. He was great, but you could have made this move last year. You probably should have made this move last year, but he just kept getting hurt. So they kept buying time, keeping him on the roster. He wasn't doing anything but hitting singles lately, and he could not defend at all. They moved him from third back to second. He didn't have any range
Why
there.
did they put him at first? What else they got going on?
Did he make an all-star game the one year he's playing first?
I don't think at first, but they have Paul Goldschmidt.
Oh, they have
that's
Goldschmidt.
right.
That's right. That's right.
He's not
That's
getting.
why.
He's not a young chicken anymore.
No, but he's a stud.
He's serviceable still.
Yeah.
He's really good defensively.
There was really no spot for DJ. So you've heard the rumors about McMahon, right, with the Yankees? Yeah.
That came last year too. You could have done it last year. So they're definitely going to get a new third baseman. They had Jazz Chisholm, but they moved him from third to second because he's pretty good at second defensively, not good at third. Not as good, I should say.
Right, and McMahon's an exceptional defensive third baseman.
He hasn't been hitting though, right?
But I'm telling you, he'll go to the Yankees and watch.
Oh, I'm with you. I'll take it.
And don't forget, he's a lefty. There's a short porch at Yankee Stadium. It fits McMahon. So, go. You'll see. He'll be in the World Series this year, Ryan McMahon. He'll be there as they lose to the Dodgers again, which is probably what's going to happen.
I'll take my chances with anyone in the American League, but when it gets to the World Series, I'm not confident.
Yeah, no, I get you. So, anyways, that's the Rockies.
Yeah, then there's baseball talk.
There's baseball talk for you. And it pissed me off, and I was just pissed off doing those things. So I'm probably going to stop doing those things.
And I'm going to throw this
I don't
guy's
need
at
to
you,
be pissed
too.
off every night.
It was a shorter stretch. Seemed like an eternity when the Broncos, 8-9 years, not making the playoffs after winning the championship. The year after the Super Bowl, they were at least competitive, and it was a fun team to watch, and they missed the playoffs by this much. But it was desolate for a whole bunch of years, right? But I don't ever remember going out and said your best conversations in the NFL still had the Broncos kind of involved. If we were to have really great baseball talk here, it probably have nothing to do. I mean, great baseball talk. You'd have nothing to do with the Rockies. I mean, the only reason we talk about them now is because you got this stupid bet.
Well, that's right.
Stupid bet, and they're trying to become. After 1 year, that the White Sox will hold the title.
The worst of all time.
The worst team in the history of baseball.
I feel bad for the White Sox. They only get to hold on to that for 1 year.
Yeah. So you got 69 games left, and the Rockies are a stunning 21-72. If they were just bad, it wouldn't be that interesting.
Well, the Athletics are.
It is somewhat compelling how bad it is.
See, I'm over it. I felt that way that at the beginning we got all this attention. They were on ESPN, and to me, it's unfolding the exact way I thought it would. It was compelling. They were bad, and that was a cute little storyline. But now it's just like, what? How many days in a row can we say they're the worst team?
I
don't find anything compelling.
I'm more and more with you because they were losing and the games were competitive and somewhat close. And it was like, well, this is kind of interesting. But the 5 of the last 6 games have been pathetic. I mean, they got their doors blown off twice by the White Sox, twice by the White Sox, 3 times by the Red Sox. I'm with you. There's nothing interesting about watching them suck and not try. And they're not trying hard either. Like, it's the first time I've seen them just really not give the effort. The losing must take its toll at some point where you just emotionally, as an athlete, you hang in there for a little bit and then you just quit.
That's what I was talking about with the manager. There's nothing the manager can do. You can't break any bats. You can't break any whiteboards. There's nothing you can do at this point other than you just dig your heels in. We're in this thing together, boys. Let's survive the year.
Well, no. Okay.
I'm serious.
Motivationally, but legit, baseball-wise, there are things you can do. You can leave Kyle Freeland in to get out of a gym when he's pitching great after 88 pitches, which you should have done. You can take Halverson out immediately and have another guy warming up in the bullpen when the game is still somewhat in touch because it's obviously this guy doesn't have it. I'm telling you, he's making managerial mistakes because he's too loyal to his guys. That's what I'm seeing right now. So the rah-rah stuff, whatever. There's baseball reasons why he's being 2.0 Bud Black, and that's what pisses me off, that this guy doesn't have enough sort of natural instincts to do baseball things the right way.
Okay.
That's what sucks.
As we go to break right now, just a straw poll between you two. Bach, you can join if you want. Straw poll just off the top of your head. They take the interim tag off Schaefer at the end of the year?
Probably.
No.
I'm not for it.
No, they won't. You can't. You can't. No, you won't. Nope.
Dude, that would be the most.
Surprise you if they did.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
If
you're not promoting a dude after the worst season of all time.
Oh, I won't be. It will be the most Rockies things of all time to take a guy and be like, "That's our dude."
He kept those guys together,
right?
Even when we were.
They love him. It'll be that it'll be 2.0. It'll be the same thing. We all love each other. Oh, that's cool. We all love each other. But we all kind of hate each other a little bit, and we care about winning and whatever. How about coming out and saying that was that? And whatever. I'm over it. I don't even want to bother you guys with it. I'm so pissed off about it. So don't worry. I probably will say little things here and there, but not much. Let's talk about Michael Porter Jr. Let's talk about something good. Classiest goodbye of all time, or something else. I hope you're honest here, Scotty. You gonna be honest? Let's stick around and find out. Hey. Oh, that's right. Sorry about that. What's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between an okay experience and an amazing one. This summer, when things are getting, heated up, you want things to be ready for action. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll get you there. I promise you that. They work where the pills or herbals fail. They've got treatment rates with success over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. The initial visit's only $99. You get a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call them today. With 5 locations, there's one near you. 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
and then from there, it's all the little people, as some would say, that I want to express my gratitude to, from the equipment managers to the ball boys to the chef every day. I developed a relationship with a lot of you guys, and I just want to express my gratitude for every single day showing up for me and being there for me and, becoming my friends. Sparky. Shout out to my guy Sparky, equipment manager who was there 40 years, who recently retired. Gene, I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, everybody. It's been a treat to grow up and play in Denver.
That was just part of Michael Porter. It was pretty cool. He was in San Tropez or Turks and Caicos or I don't know.
I think
Rich people vacation.
He was somewhere nice. Let's not forget how much money that dude actually has. I mean, he can
still having.
Oh yeah, he can go anywhere in the world. So I don't know. He looked cool. It was 11 minutes, and the first 5 or 6 minutes were all like, "Hey, it was pretty classy, man." Like, it wasn't anger at all. It was like, "Thank you, thank you, thank you."
Well, if you think back, we had him on when we were out at the Nuggets charity event they were doing at their practice facility. It was like 2 days before the trade deadline. And there were plenty of rumors about Michael Porter at the time, and he handled it very, very gracefully. He was well aware of the rumors. He certainly had no animosity. I thought at the time he handled that interview very well with us, and I'm not surprised that he handled it with class.
I think he's a pro, and I've said this 1,000 times. Said it on the podcast I did last night. He's a good kid, and if anything comes off this thing, he's just a good kid.
He's not much of a kid anymore, though. 27. He was a kid, though.
Yeah.
You're used to seeing him as a kid.
Well,
yeah.
I thought the most intriguing thing I thought he said, because you kind of forget, and I've heard this from other people. I mean, he was going to be a first-round pick coming out of high school. He was like 1 or 2 in that entire class.
He talked about that. Number 1 overall,
and
supposedly.
then when he got hurt, drop. I thought it was interesting. He didn't talk to the Nuggets until the day before the draft, which I found very interesting. They probably kept him off the scent, hoping that he dropped. And then, remember, he didn't play that whole year, had another back surgery, and they had a team where they didn't have to rush him, and so they let him kind of come in and figure it out on his own. Then his second year in the league, his first full season, Malone didn't like him or whatever. I mean, because he hardly played here and there. And I think that's where he became a fan favorite, because he didn't play at all that first healthy season. And people were just clamoring, how about putting him in? You guys can't shoot, and this guy can shoot.
He said it was the bubble.
This is when he came through?
When he broke, that's where it was. That's where it happened. But he was very gracious towards Malone, Tim Conley, Josh and Stan Kroenke. I mean, everybody. Everybody. He was really nice towards everybody.
I'm going to be careful here, because I don't want to sound critical of Michael Porter Jr., because I'm grateful for the experience. I'm grateful for the memories. I'm grateful for a championship, and he was a huge part of it. But I do find it interesting. I hear all these people complimenting him all the time for how often he apologizes for not stepping up to the plate, how often he apologizes for letting the team down, right? And I think it's a good thing to be self-aware, for sure. Don't get me wrong. But I also think it's a little bit revealing about his mindset. And I think at some point as an athlete, when you're stuck in that mode of apology, when I'm stuck in that mode of I've let the team down, when you're stuck in that mode of I got to acknowledge that I wasn't the man that they think I was going to be, I wasn't the player that they thought I was going to be, you start to believe that. And it sinks into your mentality. And I do think that although it's a very admirable trait that he's willing to step up to the plate and acknowledge these things, I also think it's a little bit revealing about what he has been going through mentally. And I think there has been a huge internal struggle for a long time of, am I the player that fans think I am when I'm bad, or am I the player when I'm good? And I'm not sure he's convinced of which player he really is.
Well, I don't think he'll ever, he said plateaued here. I think that's for his whole career, to be, in my opinion. And I hope he has great success in Brooklyn. But for me, it goes back to his health and that back. And I'll repeat, and what changed the corner for me, because I always thought he was just a soft player, didn't know how to play. to be real honest with you.
Okay.
And I was talking to one of the coaches about that. He goes, Scott, it's a miracle he's even playing. The guys that have had the surgeries he's had and the drop foot on the left foot, these guys don't make it back. They don't play at any kind of level in football or basketball or anything else. And after that coach, and he said it so heartfelt, that he said, listen, it's a miracle he's playing.
Well, let me play a couple more cuts for you and get your reaction to it. First, thanking Jamal and Jokic.
From there, I want to thank my teammates. You know, I came in and I had a whole different group of teammates than the teammates I ended up with. But, you know, the two guys that were with me along the whole journey, Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic, I appreciate you guys, you know, accepting me coming into the team. You know, you guys already had your two-man game going on, your very potent two-man game. And, you know, when I came there, you guys immediately made me feel comfortable with my game, and you guys put me in a position to succeed. So I want to thank all my teammates throughout the years over there in Denver. You know, it's been great getting to play with you guys and eventually win a championship. So I appreciate you guys.
Well, that's cool. You know what I'm sure he loved the most is in the two-man game with 7 minutes or so left to go in the game to just stand in the corner and never touch the ball.
Or to be on the bench.
I bet that was his favorite part of that two-man game.
Well, there was a video I watched, some guy critiquing the trades and the moves of the Nuggets, and they brought up Bruce Brown. He said, don't forget, Game 4 in the NBA Finals, a key game because you're up 2-1. You know, this is the Game 4 there, a chance to get up 3-1. Close game. Bruce Brown shows up, ends up having 22-11 in the fourth quarter, and Michael Porter, he came over Michael like 7-something. Porter didn't get back in the game.
Right.
So it was Bruce Brown. And if you go back, listen, Michael did not have a good series that series.
No.
I think he played okay in Game 5. But he didn't really do anything in that series. Listen, he shies away from physical contact. Yeah, I'll give you my real estimate. And again, I like the kid. I've had more conversations this year, just one-on-one conversations with Michael this year than any other player. And personal ones, really good ones. And so I love the kid. I'm going to give you analysis of what I think of him as a player. I think he shies from physical contact. I think his injury limits him, or his leg limits him from being the cutter that this team needs, and that's why you trade for Johnson, because he's more of a cutter and slasher and joker. Excuse me.
Don't you go diet on me.
Hang in there.
Piece of corn.
Leave that.
Cam Johnson will move. He won't just, and you said that, well, it'd be too much of him just sit in the corner. Well, there's plenty of time to come up there, ball sticks back, that if all of a sudden you're slashing him from the corner, you're going to get a layup. Michael just didn't do that. And I don't know if that was completely health or an understanding of what he needed to do or how he could help. He's a sweetheart of a human being.
Do you think he plateaued?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so does he. Let me play this next one for you.
But I think it's for the rest of his career.
Well, he doesn't. All right, go ahead.
And that's
Alan.
good.
Go ahead, Alan.
You better not.
So I'm really excited for this next chapter out here in Brooklyn. I think over there in Denver, I felt like my ceiling had kind of plateaued. You know, we have a very we just have a way of playing, you know, and how Joker plays, how Jamal plays, that two-man game is very potent. And, you know, that's how we play. And I'm so appreciative of the way we play. We end up winning a championship, but I do feel like my ceiling in Denver kind of plateaued a little bit. And I'm excited for this next chapter in Brooklyn for sure. It's crazy because me and Cam are actually boys. We're pretty cool, you know. We're even having talks of swapping homes. You know, he might stay in my crib in Denver. I might stay where he lived in Brooklyn. But anyways, obviously Denver got a great player and a great dude, and I'm excited for him to be able to finally, you know, compete for a championship over there. And I myself am excited to expand my game and be able to do what I do.
All right, and then there's one more thing I want to play, but let's react to that right there.
Well, I'll say this. I can understand his perspective of I have plateaued, meaning I will never be Nikola Jokic, I will never be Jamal Murray, and I can't get in the way of that. And if you look at the roster that he's currently going to, he might be one of the best players on that team. I mean, he is legitimately going to an opportunity where he can showcase himself and not be outshined by other players because he's legit one of the better players on the team.
Well, here you go, because he may bounce up to 25, 26 points a game. And, hey, I bet you he has his first 40-point game of his career with the Nets. And when that happens, I just want everybody around here to be, like, okay with it, because it's just a different vibe, and they're doing. He didn't say, I'm looking excited to compete for a championship with the Nets.
Well,
he knows what the truth is.
I'm going to pick on him and Tyler on semantics. Your ceiling is your talent ability to reach. When that plateaus, that's as good as you get. Now, your game can plateau at a certain environment, a certain system. But go back to Bruce Brown, how his game revised when he came here compared to what he had done his first 3 or 4 years in the league. You know, he's just a 7, 8 point guy. And even after he left, right, he's a 9 point guy.
Mm-hmm.
His game plateaued, but that wasn't his ceiling. So if Michael's got to be careful mixing up my ceiling and my game here is plateaued. I think it should be two different things.
I got you. That's definitely semantics, but I got you. I know what you're saying. The player is the player, and the player's ability is what the ability is. Now, if you're surrounded by less ability around you, you might have more opportunities to score points with the same ability.
Although,
but it doesn't change who you are.
If you have nobody around you, who do they now focus on?
There you go. Well, he does make.
Well, and that's the one thing that he's never had is the ability to create his own shot.
You realize he does make $38 million a year. He might get the ball once or twice there in Brooklyn.
No, he'll get opportunities, and if he's wide open, he's going to shoot. I agree with you. Listen, he'll be fine, but I think he's at the ceiling of who he is.
There was one more thing I want to play for you guys, and this is interesting because he had an interesting encounter with the Nuggets executive because to keep it real, did any of us really think, and if you did, you did, but I didn't think they were going to move him. Did you?
Oh, I thought he was untradeable.
Okay.
I thought the contract, the injuries, the lack of playoff performance, all of that created an untradeable contract.
All right.
I think a lot of people around the organization wanted to move him.
Okay. One more. Here you go. Thank you, Alan.
Yeah, but I want to get into the story of how I found out I got traded. I actually was on the plane over here to St. Tropez, and, you know, I'm over here trying to enjoy my time before I get back to work, before I head back to Denver and get back to work. And I'm laying down on the plane, and I got on the Wi-Fi, and I saw a text I got from my agent and from someone in the front office over in Denver. I think it was John Wallace, just saying, you know, yo, can you get on a phone call? It's urgent. And I immediately knew what was up. I immediately knew what was going on. So I couldn't get on the phone with either of them because I'm on the plane, you know? And I just started texting back and forth with my agent, and I was like, man, where are we going? Like, where am I headed to? And he told me Brooklyn. And my first thought was just like kind of shock, honestly, because I think 2 days prior, I was walking around my home in Denver. I actually was staying at the Four Seasons Residences, and I was down there at the bar or something, and I ran into John Wallace. I didn't even know he was the newly appointed GM because I'm off social media, so I had no idea. I ran into him, we sat down, we talked for a while, and he started telling me, you know, how we're gonna build the team, who he wants to get, who he wants to surround us with, you know, and who he wants in the second unit. He wants to find a point guard that could feed me the ball in the second unit, all this stuff, getting me really excited. But I also think he heard in my voice that I kind of, you know, wanted to grow my game. I didn't want to plateau. I want to keep getting better throughout my career. And I think he also heard that. But I had no idea, you know.
Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough. So 2 days before he got traded, he runs into John Wallace in a bar at the Four Seasons. Nice place. And it's all like, hey, here's how we're going to make the second unit better. Here's what we're going to work on. Okay, well, Jalen Pickett's your backup guard to Jamal, theoretically. So we're going to move on from him. We're going to get somebody else. We're going to do some things to help you out. But Porter gives him back a little bit like a vibe of, I don't know, blah, 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 blah. And I do wonder if that had an impact in the deal getting done. that the Nuggets, first of all, listen, I'm sure they were talking about moving him, period. But why is John Wallace talking to him 2 days before about how great things are going to be with him still on the team?
Because it's just what you do. That's what you do when you meet players. You don't come out and be like, "Hey, can't wait to get rid of you." No, you be kind. You don't have a plan in place just yet. But come on, I mean, if we think about this, John Wallace knew this all along. The only way to get all these other deals done, the only way to sign all the guys that we got, to get Bruce, to get Hardaway Jr., to get all these guys, you had to move Michael Porter Jr. He was the domino. That was the domino that had to fall in order for any of this to happen. So why do you do it? Because you didn't have a trade done. And you certainly don't come out and be like, "Hey, man, can't wait to get rid of you."
Yeah, he's exactly right. I mean, that was the biggest domino, and especially when you get it with such a – because – and really the one team that could do it because they were so far below the salary cap that they can take extra salary. I'm not sure you could have traded him anywhere else. And then, again, watching some podcasts last night, they're calling Cam Johnson the most valuable wing player that was trade bait out there, and the Nuggets picked him up. So that's kind of cool to know. And then, as you said, because you make that move, got to forget being close to that second apron. You got down below the first apron, I think, right below the salary cap itself, didn't you? Right.
So business is business.
Business is business, man. I said this yesterday.
Kind of a crazy running into sort of thing.
Well,
for John
but you know
Wallace
what?
and Michael Porter Jr.
If that was at 5, 2 days for he gets a call, he goes back up in the office. All of a sudden, you get phone calls, and all of a sudden things heat up. I mean,
Yeah,
you think
that could
you're
happen
good? Hey, that says something to me about John Wallace that you're able to transition that fast. That all of a sudden, hey, if you want to do it, let's do it now. We got you. Here's what we'll do.
If you're asking the question, do I think that the tone of Michael Porter Jr. in that conversation influenced anything? My answer would be no.
Okay.
No, I don't. I don't think whatever tone Michael Porter Jr. used had any factor in it at all. They knew darn well that was the domino that had to fall.
It could be true that just things hadn't come together yet, and things happen. Things can happen, quickly.
Which is by far the most likely scenario.
Yeah. So it was going to go, and this is what we thought too. It wasn't going to happen. We thought it was going to be relatively boring for the Nuggets. Relatively.
Well, listen, you were on vacation.
It was a complete difference.
You're on vacation, and Tyler doing a show that Thursday and Friday, and that Friday he was going, well, they're just going to run it back. I told you. And it was boring. Tyler was going to sleep.
Yep.
Basically on the show. I mean, it was zero and
dynamite.
You're feeling kind of down. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, boom. I think the Nuggets fans are pretty excited. I mean, I think they're
I think so too, yeah.
I think they're sitting there saying, oh, my gosh, wait a minute, here we go. I want to throw this out there just 2 seconds, and I know we don't talk about Nuggets. We can do it on either on the other side or not. We talked about when they won the championship, what they lost.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something else we haven't mentioned.
It's PhD on 92.5. Oh, yeah. You didn't hear the Devin Booker deal?
Standing him up.
God. I mean, SGA's making like close to $70 million, something like that. But the Booker deal, the extension is a 2-year.
Which goes into play 2 years from now?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So it's in a little bit when everything goes up, but it's still breathtaking money. I mean, 2 years, $145 million, 71.5 per. I mean, wow.
Good player. Already showed he can't lead a team by himself.
I gotcha.
And even was surrounded by great talent.
But by the way, this is why, obviously, and the Nuggets were honest about it with Joker. Like, hey,
Josh said it in his presser.
We're going to offer you this extension now. We are going to do it now. If you want it now, fine. But just to let you know, if you do wait a year and sign the extension after next year, it's going to be another, on top of everything else, another $80 million.
Right. Which is a stupid amount of money. I don't know a human being on planet Earth that wouldn't want an extra $80 million. But, you know, Scott saying he was talking with one of his buddies in Kansas, and they were like, "Oh, on ESPN, they're talking about Nikola Jokic can leave the Nuggets now." I guess in theory, it does allow the door to be open for people that aren't aware of the situation, and things can happen in a year's time. I don't know why Nikola Jokic wouldn't be satisfied with the direction the team's taking right now. I would think this would be the happiest he's ever been.
Well, at the end of the day, if you're the Nuggets, it's more money, but it's also more time with Nikola Jokic. You're sort of throwing it. Hey,
That's true.
Now we got you for another year until you're 36. I'm sure they'll take him as long as they can have him.
Well, he's got this year and next year under contract. So even if you did it next summer, he's got a still full year if he said no, and then you'd have all year to trade him, which wouldn't be hard. So you got that. Hey, I brought this up, go ahead. And I haven't thought about this. I want to see what you guys thought. I want Tyler to see if he can even compare this to football. And I think I can in 99. But when the Nuggets won a championship, 3 key guys they lost. Well, they had KCP for one more year, but they lost Bruce Brown, Jeff Green. The next year they lost KCP. So 3 of their guys from that championship team within 2 seasons, they lost.
Yeah.
And they never really replaced him player-wise, right? Would you agree with that?
Sure.
But here's what no one's talked about. It just hit me last night.
Yeah.
They're also 3 of your toughest players. So not only did you not replace bodies, you moved the headstones, but you didn't move the body. You didn't replace it with any toughness.
And those are the intangibles that are really difficult to weigh the pros and cons of losing players like that.
Right.
Like it is. You got all these analytics that tell you what this guy does, what's the plus minus. You know,
can we find 10 points for 10 points? Yeah.
But that's where the coaches know more than anything else.
But would you guys agree that
Go to the light.
Thinking back?
Go to the light, Carrie-Ann.
Huh?
Go to the light. If we're talking with your poltergeist references,
follow the light.
Go to what makes the most sense.
But doesn't that now, when you think about it, listen, you lost 3 guys off that championship team.
That would be like for the Broncos. The equivalent would be like Danny Trevathan. He went to Chicago afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Malik went to Jacksonville.
Right.
Was there anyone else? I'm trying to
those
think.
Those were the 2 big ones.
Those were the 2 that I can remember off the top of my head.
Well, after the Broncos won their first 2 championships.
And you didn't replace an inside linebacker for about next decade.
All right.
So after the first 2 championships, you lose after that second Super Bowl, Steve Atwater.
Yep.
Shannon Sharp, and John Elway.
Yep.
Yeah, don't forget you lost Peyton Manning after the Super Bowl, too. I mean,
But I mean, John Elway was a tough dude, too, now.
Just Peyton?
And you.
I forgot about Peyton.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no, I literally was not referring to myself.
But if you think now the additions, I would say, and you guys will now watch a lot of highlights, I think Cam Johnson's fairly tough, a lot tougher than I thought he was. He'd get after you defensively. Hardaway Jr. is a tough kid.
Okay.
And now Valanciunas. So you just added, forget the bodies that they didn't have on the bench, which they didn't. Here's another great stat for you I read last night. Last year in the playoffs, the Nuggets bench averaged 14 points a game. Bruce Brown in the NBA Finals.
Every guy that we signed on the bench this year averages about 10 to 12 off the bench.
But this year's bench averaged 14 in the playoffs.
Right, as an entirety.
Bruce Brown in the NBA Finals, that series, averaged 12.
Exactly.
He averaged as much as the whole bench did during the playoffs this year. But all those guys are tough, and it hit me. Yeah, they got deeper. And I went, oh, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Valanciunas is a tough kid. He don't mess around. Hardaway Jr. is tough too. I mean, he ain't afraid of getting somebody's chili a little bit. And let's be honest, if we learned anything from Minnesota, guess what? We weren't to Minnesota. Talent-wise, we're fine with Minnesota. We weren't tougher than them. They had too many tough dudes. We didn't have anybody that could step up to that.
Are the Nuggets tougher now?
If Valanciunas is in the fold, if everything that came through, they are not only deeper, they are probably tenfold tougher.
I saw he mic'd up, Valanciunas mic'd up with the Wizards. And, he was the typical big guy, European sort of attitude. Very Jokic-like, frankly. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. The mic'd up thing? Just like, first of all, he's a huge dude. Let's just start there.
Yeah, he's bigger than Joker, I think.
And he's very athletic. And he's got a, fun sense of humor, kind of in that very much like the Jokic sort of sense of humor. Like a lot of guys, like Boban has that. They all seem to have that. Even Doncic, I think, has that a little bit. It's kind of self-deprecating. It's kind of fun. It's not taking things so seriously in practice. And I'm like, this guy's not going to be look at this guy. Look at his personality. This isn't a problem here. This is not DeMarcus Cousins, who's pissed off at the world every time he wakes up. This ain't the same guy.
And he appreciated being here in Denver, but he was angry at the world because he should be, in his opinion, starting center somewhere.
I don't know if I've ever met an athlete so angry as DeMarcus Cousins at nothing, and I think it took him a while here just to chill out. Like, we are not after you. We're not like that.
Jamal Murray's kind of close. I mean, if we're being honest, Jamal's got a lot of that in him.
Jamal, the quality time he could spend on a shrink's couch is probably sizable, but I can't psychoanalyze Jamal Murray. There's too much there.
I still wonder if it'll be an interesting transition for him with no Russell Westbrook in the locker room next year.
Where is Westbrook playing next year?
I was going to ask you. I asked
what's going on with Russell Westbrook?
I saw Milwaukee is
hot on his tail. Okay, but definitely not here. I mean,
I'm sitting there thinking. I asked Andy last night on the podcast. I said, "You think he's going somewhere, especially all these moves going?" Wait a minute.
I don't know.
I mean, if it's
wasn't that going to occur to him at some point?
If it's truly about winning a championship, I'm thinking he probably went out. A, he thought he could make more money, but B, this team ain't going to move. We ain't got enough.
All right, I've got a shaky source positive gossip about Valanciunas. Shaky source.
Is it from Europe?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it a random stranger on the internet that says he lives in Lithuania?
It is. Well, find out coming up next.
Okay, guys, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, maybe it's early signs, maybe you already got a bald spot, receding hairline, thinning hair, whatever it is, call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. They're going to get you fixed up. All you got to do is make the commitment to make the phone call at 720-459-HAIR, and Advanced Hair is going to solve your problems. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment, and you're going to have the best of the best working on you. You will love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You will love the entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration because they're the best in the industry at what they do. Guys, they've already changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone, call 720-459-HAIR. What I love about Advanced Hair Restoration is that they believe in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
I'm seeing some breaking news that Jalen Williams just signed a new deal, but I'm having a hard time finding the details here. But holy cow.
That entire team now, right?
Jalen Williams, some sort of max contract, right?
Their core.
Chet Holmgren just did his deal extension. Shea's lot. Wow. Damn, son. How are they affording to keep all that together?
Well, because they don't kick in for another year or two.
So Adam Schefter, who's been tweeting a whole lot more about the NBA these days, he just tweeted out Thunder Trio, Jalen Williams, Shea, SGA, Chet are all now under contract for the foreseeable future for up to $822 million. For 3 players.
Oh my God! Well, hey man,
I'll take a third of 822.
Draft well, win early. Crazy things can happen.
Yeah, the key is to go back and look at the contracts. Like I think Shea's doesn't kick in for 2 years. Williams and Holmgren maybe 2 years. Shea maybe next. No, Shea wouldn't be next year. One of them might be. Shea might be 2 years from now. Yeah, he might have taken that early signing, but they're eventually going to come all due at one time, and then start worrying about first aprons, second aprons, and stuff like that. But I think they're good and for
well, but they got no matter what, they got their core done. So whatever they got to deal with on the other side of it, they got the core done.
Well, in the NBA, you've had 7 years and 7 different champs. Nobody's gone back to back. Nobody's even gone 2 and 3 years.
You know what's funny about that? We always talk about the parity in the NFL, and I do think that it's true. On any given Sunday, no other league provides an opportunity to feel like your team can win every single week. But I will say this: if you look back at the last 20 years in the NFL of teams that have either won the Super Bowl or been in the Super Bowl, it's going to be the same 5 quarterbacks for the last 20 years, right? And in the NBA. As much as we talk about these super teams they developed, the one thing that these super teams changed, and I guess that started with LeBron in Miami. I don't know. We don't really talk about super teams as much anymore.
Well, the new collective bargaining was to try to stop super teams.
But now it just evolves and it changes forms and it morphs into something else somewhere else, and you do see all these teams, different teams, winning championships. Gosh, is it harder in the NBA than any other sport to retain a core?
It's rocky.
Long term, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, long term, maybe.
I mean, the money is bonkers.
Well, and the thing is, though, that now you have 17 guys, 15 are eligible to suit up, 13 suit up, or something like that. However they do it.
Mm-hmm.
They got more guys than they've ever had. When I played, you had 12 guys. Period. You had 12 guys.
Mm-hmm.
Salary cap's gone up. You got room, but
was there a G League or something like that when you were playing?
There was a Continental Basketball League.
Okay,
for a little bit, but I mean, it wasn't.
Was it associated with teams or not?
It was not really associated with any teams. It was an independent league.
Okay.
In fact, the big rule is Isaiah Thomas bought it.
Oh, that's right. He ruined it.
Well, see,
that's right. I remember that. That's right.
So
that's
again,
right.
there's the thought process of people who aren't in the know. When he bought it,
straighten me out.
Well, he bought it with the understanding with David Stern that they were going to merge the league to be like it is now with the G League, that they would be the minor league for the NBA.
Yeah,
that's when he purchased it, and then him and Stern backed out. Stern backed out of the deal, wanted something else or something else. I don't know the particulars of that part. And so Isaiah said, fine, I'm just closing it.
I just remember Isaiah ruined the Knicks and the minor league basketball system. All right, you ready?
That right there is a little Piston hate from the Celtics. Right
there. Well, all right, hold on. Let me back up.
David Stern had as big a part in that.
All right, but Isaiah Thomas was involved with the Knicks and the CBA, and both things kind of went sideways, right?
Well, the Knicks only went sideways because of Marbury.
It had nothing to do with how Isaiah was handling things?
Well, I guess he got accused of something, but it was off.
He's been accused of a lot of stuff. Yeah. But you're sticking up for your guy.
Well, none of it got boom.
Whose side you got? You taking Isaiah's side or Jordan's side?
What side is that?
That is like why he was not on the Olympic Dream Team, my friend, because you guys walked past the Bulls.
I guess I don't.
You didn't.
I remember the rivalry. I remember the drama, but I don't really remember what was it really about.
It should have been a handshake to pass the torch, and Isaiah and Lambeer decided they weren't going to pass the torch.
What year was that? 90. It was before the Dream Team. 94,
that was
5.
No, that was
96 was the Dream Team, right?
It was the 91 playoffs.
It was 92 the Dream Team, something like that.
It was the 91 playoffs.
What happened was the Pistons
had won 2
had
in a
a
row.
hell of a run, but they were exhausted, and the Bulls were coming up. And when the Bulls finally got their number, they walked past the Bulls with time still on the clock. Scott's out on the court.
I'm on the court. You can see the video.
So this is this moment in basketball history of Lambeer and Thomas and all these guys walking past the Bulls before time expires, and Scott's looking to get a rebound or whatever.
Well, no, I'm saying at half court, and they kind of slowed the game down. I think it was an inbound play.
Where's everybody going?
Yeah, they're just letting them go, and Junior ducks below the Bulls bench.
And the rumor was that's the reason that Jordan, he was pissed off. He did not have a good relationship with Isaiah. Because Isaiah should have been on the Dream Team. I mean, give me a break.
Yeah.
And he wasn't. And that just is part of basketball lore.
All right.
So that's that one. All right.
When the real power structure of Jordan took hold.
Well, you weren't putting somebody on the team he didn't want.
Yeah.
You ain't doing that.
No.
I mean, it was a dream team, but it was Jordan's team.
He and Magic at the same time had a falling out too, because I think Magic still had enough sway that if Magic would have said, but I think he and Magic had a falling out, and they were close friends.
That was a weird. They were really close, and they went sideways for whatever reason.
Until that interview, which was a great interview.
Jay went sideways with everyone, literally everyone.
Well, no, Isaiah and Magic went sideways for some reason. No, that's all right. Hey, basketball gossip, man. This is Scott's time. This
but
is,
when they had
the drama of the time.
I don't remember. It was on ESPN, I guess, or
you got to
NBA
stick
TV.
with your teammate, dude.
Yeah. But remember, they had that interview with Isaiah and Magic. They sat down. They hadn't sat down in years, and like there was weeping, like when they finally made up and basically both apologized. It was a very good interview. It was similar to when Kobe and Shaq sat down with each other, and they hadn't really talked since they broke up.
Yeah. I think in retrospect, Shaq has gone way out of his way to praise Kobe at every single point. So, that's the sad stuff about, thinking about Kobe too. Yeah, it just happened. The anniversary was just relatively recently. It's just so sad, man. He wouldn't have been that old.
No.
Kobe. All right, let me give you this. Katie Wingy retweeted it. It's shaky. I'm telling you this right now. Reddit.
So you're putting it on Katie.
I'm just saying this is how I saw it originally. She didn't report it, but she, put it out there. Reddit post on the official Nuggets page. Reddit post.
We go down the dark webs here?
That is correct. You ready for this? So I'm trying to put this in as much context as I can. Quote, there is no more dilemma. Jonas Valanciunas will be the new Denver Nuggets player and the first substitute to the best player in the world. You can see this is like a translation, sort of European sort of thing. This information was confirmed to us by a source close to our player. In fact, how much Nikola values his Lithuanian colleague says the fact that he, Nikola, initiated a phone call to persuade him to be with the Nuggets. Apparently, according to this, on Monday, Nikola called JV to personally tell him the plans for next season. He explained to him how he considers him an important part for what the Nuggets are trying to do next season and going for a championship ring. So, and then it kind of goes on from there.
So I have been wondering what their relationship is like. I would imagine Nikola's got a special, unique bond with any of those European players from, the same neighborhood. The only part about that, like I could totally buy Nikola calling him.
Here's where this says. This is an article by a most reputable basketball website in Serbia, coming from a guy who is a personal friend of Nikola. So Jokic, the Joker, clutch once again.
My only thing with it though, do we view Nikola as like a recruiter, a salesman?
I was going to ask you the question. Do you buy this or not?
No, well, I do buy that Nikola Jokic is probably friends with him. I do buy that he probably picked up the phone. He's like, "Hey, man, excited to have me a part of things." But if Jonas had valid reasons why he wanted to be in Greece, I don't really see Nikola Jokic as being the type of dude that's going to try to talk him out of it.
No, I think he's going to. But I think he called him.
I was going to ask, do you believe that or not?
I do. I tend to believe it. I still go back to what I said yesterday, which I don't think Nate and Statman
Dan Hyatt
yes. Had the same take on it. I think you had a little bit of leverage, not a lot because you can't really do anything, but sitting there saying, wait a minute, if I'm a bench guy and I kill it in the bench and we win a championship, my contract's not guaranteed, and even if they do pick it up, it's only 10. And listen, a guy who averages 10-7, 10-8, and plays 20 minutes a game for a championship team, it sounds crazy to say, is worth more than $10 million. You know what I'm saying? He said, well, wait a minute, I'm getting kind of stuck in this contract. So I could see why he's doing a guarantee next year or guarantee that you won't pick it up or whatever you want to do. So I think those were the conversations. I really do think those were the conversations, especially after looking at it, and you said it, it's a 3-year deal for 10 million euros.
Something like that, yeah.
Which is, $3.3 million a year. That's $7 million a year you're losing. So, well, the tax rate, well, no. Greece has a 44% tax rate when you're in the upper echelon.
I don't know. There was some reason why the money was kind of equal.
Now, if it was 10 million euros after taxes, then okay, maybe. But still, you're losing a lot of money.
Well, the value of the total deal is equal because he's got a 1-year, $10 million deal here and a 3-year, $10 million deal there.
Yeah.
But do you think Jokic called him?
But you got to play 3 years to get that 10
million.
million.
Did he call him? Do you believe that?
Yes, I believe he called him. Yes, I believe they had a conversation.
I'm sure they're buddies. I'm sure they're pals.
Yeah.
You would think they are. Kind of. But, like...
It's a pretty small fraternity, man.
True. Yeah, it would make sense.
They always hug every time because I always
all right, it makes sense.
I always watch Nikola after games because unlike a lot of stars in this league, LeBron James, he goes and basically shake 82 games.
Yeah. Goes
to shake hands and talks to the other team every game. Every game. And I know there's a handful of guys, Vucevic and Valanciunas and the Jokic guy that's played in Miami, I think, last year.
Well. Yeah, and there's another Jokic, yeah.
And all the other guys, the European guys, he knows better. Some of them he played with in Europe, in the Serbian
Are there
team.
relationships different with those Eastern European guys compared to like Alex Carr from France?
Yeah, because they're all in the same thing together.
Yeah. So it's a little different.
They're all away from home. They're all.
Or is Giannis like with that crew as well? Is
I wouldn't think so.
You think there's a difference between the Eastern European and more the Mediterranean or the Western guys?
Yes and no, because I see him him and Giannis really pal it up every time they do it.
Mm-hmm.
I think from the European standpoint, again, it's the same whole thing. It's we're here in a foreign land for 8 months out of the year away from our families and where we grew up.
So
I think there's a bonding.
Would Wembanyama and Jokic have the same sort of relationship theoretically as Valanciunas and Jokic?
Here's a great picture Balkan pulled up. Remember in the bubble, the Balkan boys.
Oh, there you go. Well, you got Slovenia there with Konchar and Doncic. You got Serbia with, of course, our guy. Who else we got there? Boban. Where's Boban from? Boban's not from Serbia, I don't think. Is he from Serbia? No, I think he's Croatian. I think he's Croatia.
Nurkic?
Nurkic right there. Oh, there you go. The Balkan boys.
The big fella from the Clippers?
Yeah, oh my gosh. Yes. Zubats. Yes, thank you, Alan. That's the crew right there.
Yep.
Boban's even big in that picture. It's so funny looking at Boban. That would be a fun dinner right there. That would be I wouldn't understand anything they were saying, but it would be a fun dinner right there.
Nikola looks young.
It's so
it was 20, was it 21 or 20?
Dude, when you go back and even look at when they won the championship, he looks young.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. When you look at the summer league stuff, it's ridiculous because he was really young. But he's aged a little bit in the past couple of years. He does look young. You're right.
Well, Parade will do that to you.
When you stay on parade, that's right.
Also married and 2 kids.
Yeah.
I mean, look at DMac.
It's falling apart quickly. Trust me. The towels are on the mirrors. So the relationship with these guys, I tend to side with Tyler. I think these guys is a little bit different than the dudes from France and Spain. I bet you it is. I bet you there's a different relationship theoretically with Jokic and Doncic than Jokic and Paul Gasol, for example.
Well, lifestyle, yes. But even what was my guy that was in Dallas all the years from Germany?
Not Detlef.
Tony Parker.
No, he was from France. Dirk Nowitzki.
Yeah, well, Germany.
Yeah, but he's Germany. But don't say that's the Balkans.
No, it's not. But
Russia invaded them too at one time.
Yeah, it wasn't groovy.
Yeah. I just the tie-in though is the foreign thing away from home, 8 months out of the year.
Bond.
That's the bond for all of them. These guys have probably played in pro leagues against each other since they were 16.
Well, I'll tell you this: if Jokic picked up the phone on Monday, I'd be stunned if a Big Val Part 2 ain't here.
Oh, I am too.
I'd be stunned.
And I think he did call.
It's PhD on 925. Yeah, you caught my. I agree with you. Like, what's on TV right now? I told you there's this crazy amount of content about basketball on YouTube, and I think that's what this is right here. I think it's just a bunch of like YouTubers who do basketball things.
So this is kind of the new thing. There's obviously a very similar wormhole with golf. A huge golf influencer wormhole on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
And Rory McIlroy, he talks about it all the time, about the danger of these golf influencers onto the game, and specifically to the PGA.
How so?
Because they're good at marketing, because they're good at reaching a different demographic than the PGA is. But now Dave Portnoy from Barstool Sports, he's hosting something that I don't really know what this is that we got on, but
it's from the Summer League, and I think it's this year.
I think it's live right now.
Yeah.
He's hosting a golf tournament just for golf influencers that's got $1 million purse.
Yeah.
Trying to see who's legit, maybe.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, I think too what you see here is like, wait a second, this isn't just like the celebrity all-star game. Like, there's some people here that look like they can actually play because they can. I mean, on a much lower level and everything, but I've watched, the professor. He still does content.
That dude's got to be 50 years old.
He is. He's
still handled, though, can't he?
He sure can, and he does some cool videos. Tristan Jass is another guy. He did a whole video with Jamal. You can look it up. He's got tons of content. I forget this guy's name, and he's a little bigger. He's like 6'5", and he plays the most physical one-on-one games with a bunch of smack talk, and I forget the guy's name, but he's got a million different videos too. So this is basketball. This is influencers and a different vibe, but it's a great way to get young people into the sport for sure.
Well, and like I said, we've talked about it forever. I think the NBA has been at the top of the chain when it comes to influencers and social media and everything else.
Yeah.
So now you're having at the start of your summer league with all these pro teams are going to be there. I think every team in the NBA has a team in summer league. And now you start off with the influencers. You don't think that they're all going to blow up?
Of course.
And now all of a sudden your ratings are going to get this and that and this because everybody's going to check in and watch.
Kind of a brilliant idea, don't you think?
Yeah.
So, yeah, man, basketball's a cool thing, man. And one thing that's fun about the YouTube and the influencers, they take a different approach to things than the very traditional basketball game. For example, most basketball games, they end with a score, not a clock. So whenever you watch anything else outside of like just really regulated basketball.
Yeah, you play to 21.
Yeah. We're playing to something rather than, there's a clock on something. I know they've messed around with it a little bit.
Well, they did that in the All-Star game, right?
They did. I think that would be a hell of a way to do overtime in the NBA. Take the clock off. We're going to play to X amount of points, whatever it is. And that's it. And the first one that hits those points in overtime wins. I think that would be a hell of a lot more exciting than there's 5 minutes on the clock.
First one to 11 or first one to 13.
Whatever. What do you think? They have messed around with it. It's got a name, too, and I'm forgetting the name of it. There is a name for it.
Well,
gosh darn it. And the text line will know before I do.
I wouldn't mind doing it in this preseason. If it's a tie game, then, instead of a time limit, you're going to play first one there. And that way you're not worried about 2 overtimes, 3 overtimes, 4 overtimes.
Wouldn't it be kind of cool? Now, it could end with a free throw, which is a little boring, obviously. But the vast majority of overtime games would end on a walk-off bucket.
Yep.
I don't know. Seems kind of cool to me. I mean, why is overtime in the NBA put more time on the clock? Because that's what we've always done, that sort of thing?
I guess the NFL sort of does that, or they did do that with the walk-off touchdowns.
There you go. NHL has, score a goal in overtime, game's over. We're not.
But they got rid of that in
still have a
NFL
clock
because
on
everybody
it too,
complained
though.
about it.
Say that again?
But they got rid of it in the NFL because everybody complained about it.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some ties this year, which is going to be kind of like, it's going to be a drag, seeing like 5 or 6 ties in the NFL this year.
Yeah.
So I predict that's going to go southwards.
Oh, so are you turning around on that? Because you were Mr. Hated It.
I just don't know. I like both teams getting the ball. I do think that's good. Ties to me are just, I think ties are stupid.
Yes.
So I mean,
so when you say you see more ties, you talking about the NHL or the NFL?
NFL, because now that you get a chance to respond, it changes everything. And honestly, it changes the way you're going to go about your first drive, because now it's going to be about time of possession. It's going to be about a lot of things. You're not just trying to score, you're trying to eat up that clock.
If you drag out a 7-minute drive for a touchdown, it's kind of the ideal situation, right? I mean, you put the pressure, that other team does get the ball, but all the pressure's on them to be a little bit quicker with everything they do.
Yeah, I do agree with you, though. I think we are going to have some ties this year, and I think people are going to look back on it like, I don't know, maybe the old way wasn't so bad.
I know, probably. But, baseball right now is much better that they put a runner on second in extra innings. You don't have 15, 16-inning games, but that was a silly romantic thing. Nobody really liked those games. Everybody just went, okay. You kind of, you say you like them, but nobody likes them. They're boring as hell, man.
Nobody watches
Dante
17
Bichette.
That's for sure.
Wasn't it the first game at Coors Field? Dante Bichette hits a home run in the 14th.
I don't know what it was. It was something.
Yeah, that was kind of cool.
What's exciting more now in baseball is that there's action right away in extra innings, and we're going to figure out a winner. And then it's going to go back to the traditional way in the postseason. And the NHL changes things, and so does the NFL now from the way things are in the regular season.
Do more teams yay or nay on the you start the extra innings, runner on second? Do they automatically walk that next guy to make it first and second?
No. Which team are you?
I wonder.
Not automatic. Which team are you?
I'm the home team.
You're the home.
So I'm in the field. I'm pitching first.
Okay.
Top of the 10th.
Yeah.
They start with the runner on second.
Yeah.
Boom. Send that guy to first base.
It does sort of feel like
unless it's like the ninth hitter, maybe.
It does feel like what's the difference between having one guy on and two?
Nobody
might as well have the opportunity for the double.
Nobody does that with no outs. It's unlikely they would do it with 2 outs because a double would drive in 2 runs. More or less, the concept is you concede that runner on second base. The concept is we can't give up 2 runs. So you wouldn't put on that second run on purpose.
Put the second run in, get a double play. Now you got a runner on third with 2 outs, and now your pitcher's got to get an out.
But if you were the visitor, if you were the team and say, well, you would only need 1 run to win. I don't know. Nobody does it.
And if you're the team, you can put anybody you want on that second base, right?
Nope. You have to put out the last batted out. Mm-hmm. Wait, you still don't know these rules yet?
Well, you could sub because I don't care.
We've been doing this for a while.
Well, you could sub in like that guy, say he's your left fielder. So if you got a speedy guy,
sure, you can do that.
Why don't you steal him third all the time?
You could do that. You actually could. I mean, you can make a sub. You could
See,
do that.
I would play on both ends more aggressive. I'd walk a guy, try to get a double play, and get the guy swinging.
Go for it. The safest thing to me in that situation is just bunt the guy to third.
Yeah, why doesn't every team bunt?
They should, as far as I'm concerned.
The first batter every single time.
I actually agree with you on that. I would bunt every single time. I'd have a runner on third with 1 out, and there's 10 million ways to get that guy in. Just hit a fly ball, or in the Rockies' case, ground out to short twice in a row because you take lousy approaches. Watching the Rockies, I swear to God, watching that Rockies-White Sox series, bases loaded, you can't figure it out. Second and third, you can't figure it out. Infield drawn in, second, third, fourth in the lineup. Beck, Estrada, McMahon just suck. I mean, and then, of course, they turn it around. Here's the White Sox. They get in the same situation. Base hit, fly ball, run in. No big deal. Red Sox have a bunch of guys who are 24 years old. They're just the energy they have right now. They're not like a great team. They're a 500 team. But holy cow, would you be excited to be a Red Sox
what you're
fan?
saying, that should be the Rockies of next season.
I would.
A bunch of 24-year-olds playing baseball.
I wish. We should all wish the Rockies had the lineup that the young guys, probably not winning anything for the next couple years, but hang on to your hats.
Yeah, we'll sign some 36-year-old and pay him $25 million.
Dude, do you know who hit the home run for the Rockies last night?
Is that a rhetorical question?
Sorry. Kyle Farmer. Do you know what the catcher was? I'm sorry again. Some dude named Nola who's 35 years old. Why in the world
is he on your team?
Why do we have a 35-year-old catcher doing anything where Fulford, who's a young prospect, is down there in Albuquerque? The things this organization does is so stupid. Nobody over the age of 29 should even be on the roster for the
Especially
Rockies.
right now.
Oh, of course not. And Ryan McMahon's going to go to Baca's Yankees here, hopefully soon.
Then, of course, you got a guy that was an old player for the Cubs. You signed for $1 million, $200
Chris
million.
Bryant. Yeah, that was. All right, worst deal. We can look at it now. Chris Bryant or Russell Wilson?
Chris Bryant. I was going to ask that exact same question. Chris Bryant.
Man, I don't know. You can't get around the salary cap in the NFL, so it's got to be Russell Wilson. MLB, I mean, if you're willing to outspend it, you can outspend your problem.
Here's what I think. I think it should have been Russell Wilson because it was ridiculous. I think it's turning out to be Chris Bryant, but it should be Russell Wilson.
I get that in like the actual player, the performance. You're right. Russ really wasn't that. Russ was never as bad as Chris Bryant when he was here. But the impact of the contract to the team is so much different in football.
Here's what's I agree.
You ate the contract and made the playoffs.
You know what's crazy is they're past it now.
Yeah.
They did get past it. And as they got past it, they got to the playoffs.
And Chris Bryant, you ain't past it for another 4 years.
No, you're still suffering from the Nolan Arenado deal.
Is it another 4 years?
I think Chris
Something
Bryant's
like
another 4 years.
It's something ridiculous. I think you're right. I think the Russell Wilson deal on the surface was a higher risk. It should have been more painful. And I think it's turning out to be Chris Bryant, which is nuts.
Well, congrats to Chris. I mean, I got no problem being the worst deal in the history of a city. You want to pay me to be the worst deal? I'm happy to be that dude.
He is probably the worst based on the contract, what has happened since. It's probably the worst contract in the history of Colorado sports, any team.
This is a fair point on the text line. Technically speaking, Russell Wilson never played it down on his new contract. We got rid of him before he even played on it.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we and a lot of people said they'll never do it because of that reason. And Greg Penner was just like, let's go.
No, Greg Penner was the one that had hesitation about it.
No.
Greg Penner sent out an email
can we wait
saying he's got 2 years left. Why not wait?
I'm talking about getting rid of Russell Wilson rather than just eating the 53 and then the 35. I mean, that's essentially yes, you're right. Penner had doubts about it like you did, Scott.
Yeah, I did too.
I know. I did not. I was like, sign him up.
By the way, Chris Bryant has 3 more years after this year.
Oh, good.
And I didn't bring my glass.
Send him for assignment.
At 27 plus a year.
Oh, by the way, did you guys catch that?
Hey, come on, man.
He is sitting down with Spit and Shit. They already did a podcast.
Yeah, I did see that.
I haven't. I want to see the podcast. I didn't go check out the podcast.
I don't think they've released it yet, but they
did a picture of it.
Yeah, they teased it that they were. What's the guy's name again? Dysert, Sciencer.
Yeah.
The hell's his name?
Bang guy.
Hey, come on, man.
They had to ask him why the bang.
I'm dying.
This and that had to ask him why the bang.
Did you used to?
Did you narrate your own hockey
Exactly.
fights?
You know, I watched that again yesterday because it was just so damn funny when I was at home. He fought that guy on the golf course like a hockey fight. I didn't pick that up the first time, but he grabbed him. He didn't fight him like jabs or like you'd see most people. No, he hockey fought him.
Grabbed him.
You're not getting away from me. I will hold on to you.
He had such a reach advantage. It was easy for him just to. I don't think that guy was.
See, the dude that got beat up put out a photo. He said, "All I got was a tiny little black eye." He's still not shutting up,
dude. I kind of respect that.
Yep.
He kind of posted up, huh?
He did.
He wasn't like crying, "I'm going to sue you" or anything like that.
No, he just said,
it's like, I'm not
just
that
a little
bad.
black eye.
It's no big deal.
Yeah.
Wow, that is so Canadian. That is so moose jaw right there. You can't. You got to respect that, man. That's awesome, actually. Damn, what is that guy's name, man? Bang Bang guy.
Hey, come on, man.
Every element of that is the funniest thing of all time.
And you called it yesterday. Spitting Chicken guys have got to interview him.
And they did. And they've already done it. So
and the cool thing they teased, obviously going to talk about the fight, but you brought this up. He played in the Russian league, right? And
they said that in their tease, we actually went deep with this guy. We talked about his time in Russia and his whole career and everything he did because, the guy was a journeyman, man.
Yeah.
6 years in the and the NHL, but time in Russia, minor leagues, one of these dudes, journeyman guy, fighter guy, had over 220 minutes of penalty minutes. I didn't realize that just
in 6 years.
Yeah, just in the NHL. Over close to 900 penalty minutes as a total career. So,
Hey, he had a role.
He was your goon.
Kinda. You don't really have guys like that anymore.
And you're on the golf course wanting to fight the dude.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody did a painting.
Yeah, painting, which is great.
There you go.
That's where he's flying through the air.
I'm going to throw you in that pond. And then he actually does it.
You know what? I don't know who the guy is who got the crap beat out of him. I kind of respect him a little bit. I kind of respect him.
Off to a good start, bud.
Fantastic. He came at him 3 different times. He got himself all fired up before he confronted him. I mean, he was hammered. They should have just let the guys play through. I don't know why they didn't.
And apologize, man. We're sorry. We've been drinking.
Yeah, I mean, it always sucks when somebody has to play through. When I don't know if that's even ever happened to you guys. Maybe it hasn't.
Oh, of course.
But it's happened to me. It's like kind of like a little, all right, go ahead, It's not the greatest thing in the world, but whatever.
No, if I mean this, if I can ever feel a group on my heels, I always intentionally wait for them and let them go through.
Yeah.
Always, because it's going to be more enjoyable for both of us if you just move through, and then we got no stress.
Have you guys ever had a conflict not like that, obviously.
I had one conflict that got close to a fight on a golf course, and I was playing in a pro-am one time.
Yeah.
And it was like 360 green to tee. And I don't drive it that far, I hit it over 300, but not 360, right?
Right.
And I just got this crazy tailwind, and I hit it on the green. Group in front gets in their cart, drives all the way back, gets out of the cart, says, "Hey, who hit that ball onto the green?" I stood up. I said, "Hey, that's my bad." He got out of his cart. He was ready to fight, and then he saw it was me. He was like, "All right, just next time wait."
Yeah, were you sitting down or standing up?
I was sitting in the cart when he came back.
And then
but he was flexing and everything, and yeah.
Did you get out of the cart and stand up?
I just stood up and I just said, "Hey, that was me. My bad."
Can you imagine? You go to the cart.
And were you still playing?
Yeah.
So you're like 6'8", 300 comes out of the
yeah,
cart.
But in the cart, he looks normal.
Yeah.
And then can you imagine?
I just look like a normal fat dude. Yeah.
And then you stand up. You're 6'8", 300 pounds.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he shut up real quick when he saw me.
That is fantastic.
Well, this guy probably should have too, because
of course
he was in a different weight class.
Nick Tarnaski is bang guy.
Hey. Bang! Come on, man. Bang!
All right, we'll look for the podcast on Spittin' Chicklets and see what he's got to say. I'll be
gotta
fascinated.
see if we get Bissett on sometime.
Oh well, yeah, that'd be great. That'd be awesome.
Why don't you work on that?
Oh my God!
I just come up with ideas.
No dumb questions. We'll have that next. What's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T, you don't need that. Summertime's here. Don't need to get in fights on the golf course. Just be chill and have great workouts. Have great energy. Have a great love life. Have everything the way it used to be. And losing testosterone happens. Guys in their early to mid-30s start dropping 2 to 3%. Okay? You feel things just slipping away from you. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can get you back in the game. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes. Schedule a consult. They draw your blood. They'll have the results within 30 minutes. Cost of the appointment is only $99. Get that consult, a T and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit's free. So this is an easy call to make yourself feel better, more active, more everything. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, 720-440-7900. 5 locations up and down I-25. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, I'll lead off here. I got some on the text line here too, and on YouTube. Have an issue with Twitch. Sorry, Twitch, but
I got Twitch.
Oh,
I'll monitor it.
Go for it. Go for it. If you got something, that's cool. Let me just lead it off here real quick. What should I be looking forward to tonight's Summer League game with the Nuggets and the Bucks?
I have no idea.
There you go. I told you it was
other than the reappearance of Deron Holmes.
Okay.
Who tore his Achilles in the very first game of Summer League last year. So it's been a full circle, full year. And let's see if you got something there. I mean, it'd be nice if you got another big that can play a little bit coming off the bench.
I know normally they don't, but any chance David Adelman is going to be a part of this thing?
No.
Mm-mm.
Well,
is that not allowed?
Muntz is the head coach.
Yeah. Will he go? He
Oh,
might
yeah.
go. He
they'll
might be
But
there.
I just wondered, as a new guy, new coach, maybe he wanted to be a part of things.
They don't have any of the. It's always
I
for
know.
all the teams.
I know.
Andrew Munson is coaching it.
But he'll be there. He'll be
He
there.
coached it last year. It's a great chance for those second level coaches to actually get coaching experience, and so they run practices, and I'm sure David will. Well, you don't have any veterans, I think, are playing there. Holmes is the most interesting story for me.
So Ryan Bowen's going to be the gold coach this year, huh?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
He's going to go to uproot things, and he's got family and kids. Going to just go to Grand Rapids.
Yeah, well, maybe it's closer to Iowa.
So if you want to be a head coach,
well, here's an opportunity for him.
is that right? Yeah.
I looked up Andre. I couldn't find it. What I was told, he was going to go maybe be the assistant coach at University of Utah.
Assistant coach.
Yeah, that's what I'd heard.
Okay.
Late in the year.
Wants to kind of get home. Had enough of
Well, maybe
of whatever.
But he is a SoCal guy.
Is that home? Well,
he played there for 4 years.
Real quick, other one. Is it a little unfair that people are so dialed in on Bronny James during Summer League? Like it's the Lakers and the Mavs tonight, and it's being hyped as Cooper Flag versus Bronny James. Are we being a pinch unfair to Bronny James to make him the star of Summer League?
Well,
or have the Lakers, LeBron just brought this all on themselves?
One, I'll ask you this. Who's really promoting it?
Well, ESPN.
Okay.
I mean,
and I told you that I had a buddy who told me, and their producer told, when you do a story, or when you do those talk shows or whatever they are, at least a segment has to be about the Lakers. Minimum of a segment has to be about the Lakers.
Yeah.
No real Laker talk that you can talk about right now other than, Bronny James is going to be there.
That's life you signed up for, man. I mean, well, he didn't necessarily sign up for it, but it's the life that he gets, whether he wants it or not. That's what happens. So I don't think it's unfair. And honestly, I think at this point, I don't feel Bronny getting mocked as much as he once did. If anything, I feel like he's gotten some credit for how he played in the G League last year.
I've seen a couple of media things kind of highlighting him not playing well, and it just felt a little mean. That's all. But
I thought
he
was overhyped, and that's the fault of the Lakers and the James family. They got him in early in a game, right? So father and son can play, and you could tell right away he's not an NBA player, at least last year. And I almost think and we do this in America. We beat him up so much early on. I think he ended up starting invoking a lot of sympathy.
Exactly.
A lot of sympathy for him. And now it's, to be honest with you, if you're talking about him in a career, and by the way, he was a second-round pick, and they gave him, I think, a full contract, right? Guaranteed. So I think it's now, as for him as a career, you're going to find out, can you play?
It's kind of like Shedeur Sanders. Like people love to see the fall. They love to mock him. They love to enjoy the fall from grace. And then if Shedeur can turn it on, just watch how quickly he becomes America's sweetheart.
I think sympathy changed for Shedeur once you got down to third and in the fourth round. You could almost feel the tide turning, like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
Then it almost like picked up for him. I'm cheering for him more now than I maybe was.
On the text line. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Don't mean to interrupt. No dumb question. The Rockies aren't playing tonight. No dumb question. What is DMac going to do with himself? It's a great question.
We don't want to know the answer to that.
Summer League game.
I would definitely will be watching the Summer League game. Also, my wife and I have been binging from the start Sex and the City. Now, you can say whatever you want, but I'll tell you this. TV shows produced in the late 90s, early 2000s, in terms of political incorrectness, were off the chain. So whatever you want to say about Sex and the City, I'm going to tell you This may be one of the most politically incorrect TV shows of all time.
And it was the norm when it came on.
Dude.
It was racy, but it was the norm.
There is nothing like Sex in the City that is on anywhere close to today. So
Are you trying to hype up Sex in the City? Is that the goal of this right
he's
now?
He's trying to hype up. He's watching a chick series with his wife.
He's trying to justify it for whatever reason.
I'm telling you,
I'm not buying it.
Okay.
If you're trying to tell me that I'm going to enjoy it, I don't buy it.
I won't force anything on you. I'm just telling you. Because I picked up on Sex in the City because we didn't always have the DVR record. You can watch anything when you want. When that came out, like if you missed the first 3 seasons, pound sand, bad luck. And I did. So I didn't pick up on that show until because it was 6 seasons.
It was on HBO.
It was. So I didn't pick it up until season 4 or 5. So I kind of missed the first 3 seasons and had never watched it. So we picked it up from the beginning. We're watching. I'm like, wait, what the hell?
You know what?
It's crazy.
It's funny you bring up an HBO show because I realized last night, I'm like, as I'm going through it's summertime, you can't find any new shows, whatever. And I'm like, I think I've been paying for HBO Max. I couldn't even tell you the last time I looked at HBO Max. I pulled it up last night. You know what I started binging? Everybody had always told me to watch it. For whatever reason, sometimes you just got one of those shows.
Can I take a guess?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I haven't watched the show either, but I should.
Yeah.
The Wire?
No, but I've seen all that.
Okay.
I've
What
seen
show?
every episode of that. Righteous Gemstones.
Oh, it's brilliant. It's brilliant.
I started watching that last
From
night.
season 1?
Yeah. I feel like I fell into a gold mine there.
It's a total
I had no idea that Kenny Powers was in it. So
is Walter Goggins, who is
that show is
brilliant.
Not politically correct for sure.
It's absolute genius of a show.
Yeah,
John Goodman's in it.
But I feel like I walked into goldmine. I've got 4 seasons of this to watch now. I don't know how many seasons there are. I think there's 3 or 4.
It's 4 seasons and it just wrapped up.
Yeah.
So you're
how often do you fall into a good show that's got 4 seasons that you've never seen?
I'm kind of jealous that you just are discovering it. It's awesome when you can find a show like that.
I did watch that weird show you recommended on HBO. I forget the name of it. The one where the dude's he's trying to prepare them for certain situations and
The rehearsal. Nathan Fielder.
I couldn't get into that.
That's fine. And I told you that. I said this is.
But you hyped it up.
Well, it is a genius show, but it's not for everybody. And it's way in left field. It's like this, it's a genius show, but it might not be for you. And I don't blame you if it's not for you. It is wild what this show is all about, Nathan Fielder. Is this going over your head here completely?
Oh, yeah. I just finished up season 5 of The Chosen.
I finished that too.
Yeah.
It was really well done.
Really well done.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get into Stick, which is on Apple.
Yeah. I've seen all that.
I started watching that too.
I think it's about to lose me. I'm in 4 or 5 episodes, whatever.
It's a little bit cheesy, but it's a good show.
Yes, I'm okay. I'm going to hang in there for a little bit.
I'm at the point where he finally won a tournament, but he's mad at the coach.
Yeah.
And he ran into the crazy girl.
The kid's annoying and the girl's annoying.
Yeah.
But it's still a good show.
Yeah. You think you're going to hang in there the whole way with that one?
Well, I've seen everything so far. I'm not giving up now.
All right. I am too, but I can tell this one's on, how interesting is this really going to be? But it's a golf show. Golf.
Apple TV's got Foundation coming out soon. I'm excited for that.
That's with John Krasinski, right?
I think so.
The guy from The Office. No? Am I wrong on that?
I don't. Maybe not.
All right. Well, summertime binges. There you go.
What was the other show John Krasinski's in where he's that CIA dude?
Yeah.
Jack Ryan.
Jack Ryan.
Jack Ryan.
Correct.
I tried Jack Ryan. That was just too cheesy for me.
Ooh, I loved it.
He was also in the Benghazi movie, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yes.
The movie.
13 hours.
13, which that was fantastic.
Right? It was sick. So there you go. Summertime.
DMac pushing Sex in the City on us.
I'm just telling you, it's wild. And it's way political. You just will never see a show like that ever again. The language and what they do and how they talk about things. Okay. I mean, you can make fun of me all you want. But those first couple seasons are if you want something politically incorrect, go watch the first couple seasons of Sex and the City. And now it's weird because they're all old. They're all in their 60s, and they have another end just like that. That's really a trip. Like, you watch them now, and they're in their 60s, and then you go back and watch them when they're in their 30s.
Because they just put a movie out like a year
They've had
ago.
a couple of movies. Well, they have a new season of And Just Like That, which is just Sex in the City. But they're now in their 60s or 50s. It's totally different. But it's a trip to watch them, like, all old, and then they go back when they're, all smoking hot. Well, not all of them. Miranda's never smoking hot, but, Am I losing you? All right, we have the big question of the day coming up next. You ever watch Desperate Housewives when it was out? Back in the day? With the Nuggets getting into action tonight against Milwaukee, see it on Altitude TV around 7:30 or so. There is some Nuggets news that just happened during the break. It is official. Tim Hardaway Jr. has been signed. Congratulations. Way to go. Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace announced that today. 12-year veteran. How about that? 12 years for Tim Hardaway Jr.
Doesn't feel like such a junior.
I know.
12 years.
Talk about making myself, Scott, feel old. It's like, wait a second.
Well, his dad played here for a season.
Yeah,
half a season.
like, wait a second. Tim Hardaway Jr.
When
is
was
12
that?
years? Oh, a while ago.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Well, I would imagine.
Probably early 2000s.
Not the big question of the day. We'll get to MPJ here in a second, but really quick on Tim Hardaway Jr. What kind of role do you expect him to have? What kind of impact should we expect him to be?
KCP bench player, good defensive player on the ball.
KCP bench player. Those kind of minutes?
I mean, a game like him. Maybe not the kind of minutes, but I mean a style, a real physical on-ball defender and a knockdown shooter in the corners.
Bigger than his dad, 6'5", huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's a little thinner, but he's wiry.
Okay.
Wiry.
KCP was maybe a little taller than that, right?
Maybe.
Close, though?
I think he's, I think he's built. It seems like KCP is a little thicker. Maybe not, though. I think it's very similar.
Okay.
I think
KCP
Junior
was
is a little more wiry.
KCP was a rail, though. I mean, KCP didn't have an
Well,
ounce of-
so is Hardaway Jr.
Same thing, huh?
Yeah.
All right. So we have this announced, the Michael Porter Jr. deal announced. We'll get to him in just a second.
But
when are we going to hear about Jonas?
I don't know. Is it weird? I think it's a little bit weird.
Got to hear about it somewhat soon,
It's not
right?
like if we're looking at a panic meter, it's maybe like a 3 out of 10. I don't know, something like that.
But this week you get the announcement of MPJ, Cam Johnson, Bruce Brown, now Tim Hardaway Jr. Right?
Right.
Like
it's all falling into pieces.
It's not like we got a 5-team trade going on here with Jonas. There's not a whole lot of moving parts.
Correct.
It's a player for player swap.
Like, when should we hear about it?
Well, it's probably they're working on it right now.
Do we hear about it with an extension, or do we hear about it with we got rid of the second year? Is there some amendment to the current contract when we hear about it?
Well, the trade and that might be what's going on now. Trade gets done, but maybe they're working on some particulars to get it in afterwards. I don't know. But I think it'll be done. I think we'll probably hear about it for the weekend.
Well, Reddit said
Really?
Reddit said it's going to be done.
Yeah, Reddit said it's all good.
Yeah.
A European source on the Reddit stuff.
That's best friends with Jonas, but posted on the dark web.
Actually best friends with the Joker.
Oh, with Nicola.
That's right, because the big story was there, Joker called Jonas on Monday to
Got it.
make sure that got done. All right, so you say by the weekend, huh?
Yeah, I would be surprised if it's not done by the weekend.
Okay.
Or during the weekend.
Are we concerned if it's not?
No.
When are we concerned?
By Monday. I am.
Monday?
September 28th.
Stop.
First game?
Training camp opens whenever that is.
Whenever that is? Okay. So you're not concerned about this at all until then?
If we make it to Monday and we haven't heard anything, something's up.
Okay. How about this? I agree with you. I think this comes, whether we hear about it or not, I guess will be interesting. But I think there's going to be some sort of concession from the Nuggets to him somehow, some way about the contract.
By the way, fine. I don't think fans have to think about that as like, oh, the Nuggets are folding to Jonas because they make some sort of concession.
Right.
This is what you do. When you make trades for players, you trade for them because you value them. When you value a player, you want to keep them happy, but it's not so much about keeping them happy as it is doing what needs to be done to make your team a better team. And if that requires making some sort of amendment, fine. It's not like we're talking about some world-beating deal here.
All right, let's get on to Michael Porter Jr. He put out an 11-minute video. Curious Mike was back from Saint-Tropez. Guys have any idea? I mean, Caribbean, but do we have any?
Say that again?
Saint-Tropez? Saint-Tropez?
I'm not mocking you. I'm legitimately
Am I
asking.
messing it up?
No, I'm not mocking you.
Saint-Tropez?
Well, he said Saint-Tropez.
That's what he said.
Where is this?
Well, that's what I was asking. I don't have an answer. That was my question.
Well, you said earlier in the show Bahamas.
Caribbean or Mediterranean, one of the two.
It's all in that area, isn't it? It's Bahamas, Turks and Caicos.
France. It's not even close.
Oh, my
Good
God.
Lord.
Oh, I'm so wrong.
In the Bahamas.
Oh, my Lord. France.
Wow.
Oh, man. That was way off.
Well, I said either Caribbean or
bad.
Mediterranean, so he's on the Mediterranean, right?
You win. France. All right, well, good
I mean,
for
that
him.
makes more sense of why it's an elongated vacation.
Oh, there's Michael Porter Jr. hanging out at the Tour de France. Saint Tropez. Wow, that's where I said France. Good for him.
First town on its coast to be liberated during World War II. That's good.
Wait. I'll give you guys a nickel if you tell me who won today's stage race in the Tour de France.
Dude with the long hair.
It was not, but he came in second, and he's from Colorado.
Is that right?
Yes,
What's
sir.
his name?
Simmons is his last. Hold on, too loud here. His last name is Simmons. I forget what his first name is. Seriously, he came in second, and he is from Colorado. So that was not him, but you're damn close, and I know you're just goofing around.
That's the only one that I'm aware of, and I'm only aware of him because he's got long hair.
Well, Sepp Kuss is from Durango and made big. He hasn't.
Who dat?
Well, he's another great American rider from Colorado who they think they may be holding him back for the mountain stage.
I think I'd rather hear you talk about the Rockies.
Who cares?
Scott, would you rather hear about the Rockies or
Listen, I'm here to pleasure DMac.
Quinn Simmons from Colorado came in second in the stage today.
That's the long hair dude.
Yeah. He's the
Streamers,
long-haired guy.
no dumb question. I ask you, is it riding the bike? Everybody talked about aerodynamics. Didn't kites used to have little tails on them also?
Uh-huh.
So what they had to have that for some sort of aerodynamic thing, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you got me.
What was the tail on a kite for? Stabilization?
Are we still doing no dumb questions?
I don't know. Why does the back
It's
of a
no
plane
dumb
have
summer.
a little
When
mini
did
wing?
you lose yourself?
That's true. It is a no dumb summer. You're right. Well, so there's Michael Porter Jr. He's out there
in France.
Flying a kite.
In the Caribbean. He's in France.
Go fly a kite, Michael.
Well, that makes a lot more sense why, he couldn't get a hold of anybody. They traded him while he was in the air.
Maybe he's a World War II buff.
Well, it's not on the...
I don't hear a whole lot of World War II history other than they were the first to be liberated.
First liberated town in France.
Dude, you are... I know you don't care about the Tour de France, but you realize that is where they're cycling right now, is the beaches of Overlord or...
Saint-Tropez.
Well, no, that's in the south part. That's in the Mediterranean. They're up north. They're right on the beaches of where World War... Yes,
Did
that's where
you
they're racing
even
right now.
mention who got first?
No, because you guys couldn't figure it out.
Bill.
Because you don't know.
Ben Healy won stage 6. He's from Ireland. He wanted to race for England, but they turned him down, so he raced for Ireland. Ben Healy had a breakaway with about 45 kilometers left to go and just held on to it. Good for him. And then Quinn Simmons from Colorado came in second. So it's pretty cool.
All right.
And Tadej Pogačar is 1 second off. Matthew Van Der Poel actually is wearing yellow by 1 second going into stage 7.
So what place is the American long-haired dude overall?
Oh, shoot. I have no idea. I'm not sure where he's placed it in the GC, general classifications. Good question. But, we'll take Americans coming in second in the Tour de France, won't we?
No, you're second.
Not of a stage.
Well, you got one thing at a time here. He's nowhere close to, in the GC.
How do you know?
Because he's not. I mean, I can look it up. Who's there? I mean, I know it off the top of my head. We got Van der Poel. We got Pogačar. You got Van der Go. You've got...
You know what? Seriously.
Did you already say Van der Poel?
What?
You were the kid that traded in Pokemon cards, weren't you?
I hated Pokemon cards.
Hey.
I got to keep that on the down low.
You want
to know the most nerd thing I ever did in my life? And I legit got into it. There was a phase. Magic the Gathering cards. You ever gotten into Magic the Gathering?
No.
That was a phase. I had a phase.
Is the Magic no, I've never done anything that nerdy.
Also,
yes.
As the equivalent of playing Magic the Gathering?
And that is what cycling is, yes.
Yeah, it's playing
Wow.
If you want to compare cycling to sports, that would officially be the nerdiest sport.
You think cycling's the nerdiest sport?
Probably.
I think cycling's one of the most macho sports on earth.
Macho?
Hell yeah.
Name something macho about little skinny string beans that are wearing tights.
Testicles on metal strapped with leather.
Dude, going 50 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour over 120 miles.
You want to compare cyclists to UFC fighters? You want to compare cyclists to football players, to hockey players?
I think cyclists at this level are some of the toughest mentally and physical athletes in the world.
This might be the dumbest take I've ever heard you have, and you've had a lot of them. Tebow Manifesto, all of them.
No, I'm telling you, man. These guys are...
The Glennon Dictum.
Glennon Trubisky Doctrine. That one was spot on. It would made a lot more sense if I said Alex Smith.
Cycling's the most macho sport on earth.
It's one of them, for sure.
Oh, my God.
In
God
terms
help
of
me here.
Strength, stamina, violence, danger, it's insane.
Violence?
Oh, my God. You're kidding me. Have you not seen the wrecks that are going on?
That's not... No.
Well, what
really?
Was it the Olympics where they were on the wet streets in France and they had a bunch of wrecks in that too?
Dude,
right?
there's a bunch of wrecks in this one. Jesper Philipsen, who won stage 1 in
Violence is when I
get
get to punch the dude on the bike next to me, not when you accidentally collide with me.
All right.
Or you slip on a pebble.
Yes.
Hold on a second. Worse, getting punched in the face like Bang Bang Guy.
Bang! Bang! Come on, man. Bang!
Or going over your handlebars at 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, listen,
they ain't always
just
going
because
50
you
mile
run
an
into
hour.
wet cement.
40 miles an hour. Where do you want to put
So
it
they're
at?
going uphill 40 miles an hour.
They're not falling over the
they're
handlebars
not
going
moving.
up. They're going downhill in a descent, or they're in the Peloton, and they go down and they go over their hair. Phillipson was knocked out with a broken
DMac, the
collarbone.
only what you're referring to violence are accidents. That ain't violence.
Well, we're getting into some semantics, but I mean, when was the last time you saw a guy break his collarbone on the golf course? Or whatever sport you want.
I never called golf macho.
You realize every time a cyclist crashes, he could die.
Okay.
You don't think there's some
I could die on a football field?
Well, you can.
Isn't that what killed Mark Eaton?
Yeah. I mean, now you're getting dark, and yes.
Well, you just said that you could die.
Cycling is one of the more dangerous sports out there. Yes. Period. The end. You can die. All right, hold on a second. How many sports exist where if you make a mistake, or even if somebody else makes a mistake and you have nothing to do with it, the result could be death?
Well, first
racing.
off, every auto racing,
Okay.
every single one of them.
I got plenty of respect for those guys. Plenty of respect for those
Macho
guys.
sport?
Hell yeah. What, F1 and NASCAR racing is hella macho. You don't think that's macho?
You are so drunk right now.
Are you're kidding? Hold on a second. Am I losing it here? You don't think that's a macho sport, car racing?
I think that's pretty close to macho.
Yeah. That's up there.
Definitely not dudes in tights.
Oh, wait, hold on. What did you wear for pants in your football career?
Not that.
You wore tights.
Not like that.
You wore tights.
No.
Hell yeah, you did.
And
Of course you did.
you had to put pads
And you
underneath
had to
them.
put pads. There's no pads. These guys don't have pads on.
Except
Well,
in
take the
crowd.
helmet off then, you
Except for your
wimps.
team, yes.
Yeah.
Where it counts, they have pads.
Yeah, they just wear a diaper.
You
That's
just
all.
ragged on guys with tights. You wore tights your entire NFL career.
No, I did not look like that. No.
You wore the same clothes.
No, I didn't.
Except they have pads.
You are so drunk
Do you
right now.
wait? Hold on a second.
You're going to compare the look of a football uniform
What's the
to a
difference?
cyclist.
What is the difference between football pants and what
Except cyclists
wear?
doesn't need pads all over.
Exactly. But
Yeah, because they don't hit each other.
But this is hysterical. You think there's a
They
difference?
don't run into each other unless it's an accident.
Wait, hold on. Did those pants that you wore in football hug you tight as can be?
Sure.
So what is the difference between that and what they wear?
They're not spandex.
What are they?
They're football pants.
Oh, no. You don't get away with that.
Yeah, no, I do.
Because they're bicycle shorts
Yeah.
that you also call spandex.
Yes.
So they're football pants that are also what?
They're not spandex.
What are they?
They're football pants.
No. What are they?
What material?
They're football
Yeah,
pants.
what's the material?
I don't know.
Because those are bicycle shorts.
Polyester.
You wore the same thing, dude.
No, I did
You
not.
sure did.
Oh
And you
my
had
God.
pads.
You're going to compare a football uniform to that.
The pants are the same thing as the bike guys.
Okay.
Scott,
Okay.
You want to rule in
Okay.
on this one, Judge Wapner?
Well, they're kind of similar.
Kind of.
Hey,
identical.
hold on. Let
All right, go ahead.
Google.
All right.
For the record, I cycle.
Football pants are typically made from a blend of polyester and spandex.
There you go. The fact that DMac thinks he's winning this conversation is hysterical to me.
I think I just did.
You think you won this conversation? That cyclists are the most macho athletes in the world.
No, hold on. See, you're deflected now. Let's not get away from
I
the
ain't
football
deflected
pants.
about anything.
The spandex is spandex.
Okay,
Football
fine.
guys wear spandex. The bike guys wear spandex.
Fine, we wear spandex.
Well, okay, that was your point.
It doesn't look anything like that. That's all I know. It might be made of the same material, but it don't look like that.
I went to bike. The wide receivers it does. Typically made of synthetic fabrics like nylon, polyester, and spandex.
They're both spandex. You guys
Also known as lycra.
Okay, fine.
So the lycra is what I think the football pants are made of. So the uniform's the same.
Dude, I think
the lower uniform's the same, except the bicycle's pads are in the crotch.
Yeah.
And yours are on the thighs.
Mine covered my kneecaps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yours are in front, theirs is in the bottom.
You can't wear a tail pad if you want to.
Why don't cyclists wear those little, what are those pads you put underneath your pads? Or shells? Shouldn't they wear shells?
They probably should, actually. They don't wear any protection whatsoever aside from a helmet. It's insane when they go down and you see what happens in the crashes. It's crazy. They probably should. But it's not aerodynamic, obviously.
I would love to compare the surgeries and injury rates of long-term cyclists versus just about any other athlete in the world.
Okay, go for it. I mean, there's all sorts of crazy accidents out there. I mean, going over your handlebars is hella dangerous, period. The end. I mean, it's what it is. It's a crazy sport, man. It's an insane sport. As is like cyclocross, motocross, all these sort of sports. Like you're inevitably going to get injured, which is similar to football as well. If you want to just rag on a sport for not, soft, just talk about baseball.
Here's the only difference. I cycle. I'm just honest.
But so why aren't you into the Tour de France?
Because it's boring.
It can be boring. You got to know how to watch it.
It's insanely boring.
You got to know how to watch it.
It's beyond boring.
Well, you don't know anything about it, though. If you knew more about it, I think you'd find it way more interesting.
Well, I'd be interested if it wasn't boring.
All right. Okay. Scott, you watching the tour at all?
No, I didn't even know it was on.
It's pretty good.
It's kind of like them and the Rockies are right there on my same DVR.
Well, here's the
my DVR is full, so I
deal.
can't get the Rockies or the Tour de France games.
You can watch the entire Tour de France.
Pay for so much space.
You can consume it in 15 minutes, though. Seriously.
Well, I used to always.
You don't have to watch the whole thing.
When Le Mans, it started with Greg LeMond, and then with Armstrong, I watched it a lot then. But he's usually, because CBS would have a highlight show in the evening and talk about the whole stages and everything else. But I was interested then. Now,
dude, there's recap videos on YouTube. You don't have to watch. I'm not even saying watch the whole thing. In fact, it's on Peacock every day. If you watch the last 15 minutes, then it's easy to figure out, the last 10K.
Well, hey, why don't you do a podcast the last 10K of every race?
There you go.
I did do that last year.
Did you?
Nobody watched. This is a Religion of the Rockies podcast. But there's people that
dumb question. Why do you do that?
I don't even know. It doesn't make any sense. It's funny. Like if you go back and watch the podcast, I'm saying that during the podcast. I am just repeatedly saying, why am I doing this? I thought it would be fun and I thought it'd be interesting to document the worst thing ever. And it's just stupid and nobody cares. And they suck. And
had a lot of guests other than Dan Tanner? Coach came on your first
Coach came
one.
on one in like the third show, and that's been it the entire time. Nobody gives a crap. So I'm literally doing something that nobody's paying attention to and nobody cares about.
Kind of like being a husband.
It's Let's Football Go coming up next.
All right, guys, gals, you're in the market for a new vehicle. Call my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Better than calling them. Go check them out today. They've got the best inventory in the state. They've got the best prices. They got the best customer service. And once you buy your first vehicle from Phil Long Ford, you're going to become a customer for life. That's what happened to me, and that's why I go back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford. You're just going to get the best price. They're going to respect you. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And you're going to walk away with a phenomenal vehicle. Guys, remember that Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced to Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
All right, thank you, Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Here we go, story number one. ESPN, a guy named Seth Walder, whoever that is, did a grade for the teams. And can you guess, Tyler and Scott, what grade the Broncos got in terms of their offseason free agency and the trade included?
Hey, right now you got to assume that all these guys are going to be healthy, right?
Yeah.
So if all the guys that you signed remain healthy, hey,
Scott,
A.
Gave him an A-.
Yeah.
But the only teams in front of them, the Cardinals A-. He gave the Niners an A- and the Rams an A. So the assessment at least was the Broncos had a top 5 offseason. Would you agree with that?
I would say if those guys are healthy, like Tyler just said, that's an A+.
yeah, but that's why I referred to this class many times as arguably the biggest boom or bust free agency class that the Broncos have ever had. I mean, if they stay healthy, you knocked it out of the park. But every dude that you signed has got significant injury history, and I mean every dude. Every dude that you signed has got significant injury history, including last season. If one or two of those guys has got a repeat season-ending injury, well, now you look at it like, well, you knew the dudes were hurt, so it could very quickly go from boom to bust.
The only hesitation and the only points he took off is not adding more at wide receiver. And he does point out in the article, listen, nothing against Jahdae Barron, but you must really believe in Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims and Cortland Sutton, which is the exact same thing we said too.
Somebody told me that went to watch some of the mini camps, what they call them, right? Mini camps?
Yeah.
That Barron was in 2 or 3 like short yardage red zone packages, and he said he caught everything in traffic. Said they came away and then went,
Bryant. Who are you talking about?
They're big, tall, thick wide receiver they drafted.
Pat Bryant.
Bryant. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Bryant. They said Pat Bryant. He said they put him in packages, and he said,
here's my only thing with Pat Bryant. Where's he getting his playing time? Wait,
red zone.
Who's it coming over? Vele? Coming over Cortland Sutton? Coming over? He's not competing with Mims and Franklin.
But let me ask this. Once you get down to red zone and you want to score touchdowns in red zone, you want him or Mims?
Well, I probably want Cortland Sutton and Devon Vele and Mims because you've already got two big physical wide receivers that are out there. They're my ones. They're my 2. And that already provides me that. Keep in mind, you've got Evan Ingram, and who knows, maybe I don't predict it, but maybe the Caleb Lohner basketball player turns out to be a part of this thing.
Well, why Lohner, not Bryant, though?
Well, at different positions.
Well, but you're still talking about big wide receivers or big receiving players that are going to be put anywhere along the slide.
Look, I do think Pat Bryant's going to be involved. I think that Sean Payton's got a plan for him. He likes him.
Right.
So I'm not fighting that. I don't see where all the production's going to come.
Listen, the Broncos had a we're smarter than everybody else draft, so they've got plenty invested in it. They had thoughts about Harvey and Bryant that other teams didn't. So we'll see. But, I mean, there's an investment in those guys. They'll want them to succeed. They'll put them in every position to succeed because of the other guys that they did pass on. They passed on a bunch of, higher-rated guys because of Barron. It's going to be fascinating to watch, I think, for sure. So,
it's either they're going to come away as geniuses or we're going to sit here a year from now going, dude.
Well, because it's not going to be hard to look at the players the Broncos passed on at receiver, running back, and tight end. It's not like 1 or 2 guys. It's like 6 different dudes that could have impacted things, but you went with Barron, and then you traded down to overvalue what Harvey was rated at. So, yes, it's sure, it's all on the line here. That we'll see. But again, you got the quarterback. You got a great defense. We're kind of fooling around
Listen,
here.
if their defense stays healthy, that can cause or save a lot of problems for you.
Absolutely, no doubt.
I mean, you guys won a Super Bowl with a great defense and a struggling offense for most of that year.
Yep.
It's hard to argue with Broncos management. And I think you'd be nitpicky at this point to really say, oh, well, okay. But they did pass on a couple of guys. That's it, and we'll see how it works out. If Harvey and Bryant are terrible, then you're going to look bad. But I don't think they're going to be terrible, do you?
No, not at all. I wouldn't be surprised if Pat Bryant's got 300 yards when the season's said and done.
Well, that would be great. That would be awesome. All right, next story. Here we
well,
go.
I kind of meant that in a derogatory way, to be honest.
You think 300 yards would be bad?
For a rookie?
I don't think it's great.
I don't know, man. And he's okay. How many touchdowns does he have?
2.
2 touchdowns, 300 yards is a bust season?
No, I mean, not a bust. It's just not going to be anything special.
I think everything is relative to what's Mims have, what's Cortland have, how are they getting Vele involved? You know what I'm saying? Like if it all goes down with the ship and they have a 7-win season, then you're going to look like a bunch of idiots. But I don't think that's going to happen either.
When's Cortland's contract end? Did they extend him?
I think it's this year.
So you're hoping that Brian, you asked, well, you're going to do another big wide receiver. Is he insurance for Cortland Sutton leaving at the end of the year?
Well,
I hope not.
I'd be extremely surprised if Cortland Sutton doesn't have a new deal before the season begins.
Yeah, me too. I mean,
extremely.
I think they're all in on Cortland Sutton, and rightfully so. I think he's a relatively long, 3 to 5 years sort of guy at this point. I think they really like him.
Well, the quarterback seems to like him.
Everybody seems to like him. I mean, I think the debate about Cortland Sutton is way
well.
over.
If that's the truth, then why didn't they just extend him last year instead of play with and haggle?
I don't think Sean knew then.
Yeah.
I don't think Sean knew. And I think now he likes him.
All right, next story. Eli Manning has turned down an opportunity to buy an ownership stake in the New York Giants. The Giants said in February they're putting a limited stake in the team, possibly up to 10%. How about that? Forbes' last valuation on the Giants. You guys want to take a swing at what Forbes put the Giants at? Let's have some fun. What do you think?
Well, $11 billion.
Scott?
8.
7.3, so a little bit less than you guys thought. Basically, Eli said, it's too expensive for me. These numbers are getting very big. A 1% stake of something valued at $10 billion, I guess that's the value, turns into a very big number. Guys.
$100 million, right?
Do you?
How's my math?
Pretty good. Do you think the Mannings at some point, though, will, and it might not be the Broncos, but do you think they will, as a family, get an investment stake in some NFL team at some point?
Yeah, probably. Do they do it together? Is that what you're asking?
That is what I'm asking, yes. Because he's saying, well, that's too much for me. But if you looked at Omaha Productions and what they're doing together, does it make more sense? And now that the NFL is allowing teams to chop up ownership stakes, which they weren't allowing, but now they are, does it make sense that the Manning family goes in together on some team?
Well, Eli, now, Tom Brady isn't worried about this, and he gets around it, but Eli also mentioned the fact that it's a conflict of interest with what he's doing with broadcasting stuff. So does that factor into it? I guess I could go either way on it, DMac.
Why is it a conflict of interest for Eli Manning and not Tom Brady?
Well, that's my point. But it technically speaking, it is a conflict of interest for Tom Brady. He just gets around it.
They allow him.
Yeah.
I think the Manning family will, in the next 5 years, own a chunk of a team. I'm just curious what team that will be. Now, it might not even be that big of a deal.
It probably doesn't matter.
Right. It probably doesn't because you just want in, right?
With Irsay passing, and Peyton is still revered in Indianapolis, you think if there was ever going to be an opportunity to cut, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5% off,
I bet
it'd be with the Colts and Peyton Manning going back with the Colts.
I bet it has nothing to do with any team they played for, especially if they're doing it together. Because I don't see it.
Well,
I don't see Eli going in on the Colts.
All right. Is there any advantage for the Walton Penner Group to get ahead of the game and offer the Manning family a stake for the Broncos?
Well, they've already given up pieces to like 8 different celebrities, haven't they?
A little bit, yeah. They actually did something a little slick that I don't know if people noticed. Robson Walton sold off or divested some of his shares to the 4 children of Greg Penner and Carrie Walton. So now the kids, they didn't have that in the first year, but they do now. So the 4 kids of Greg Penner and Carrie Walton now do have a financial stake in the Denver Broncos for, keeping the team in the family for forever, the next 100 years, whatever. All right, last story. Here we go. Kirk Cousins did admit on quarterback, I don't know if you caught that or not, he felt betrayed by the Falcons about Michael Penix. And said that had he known they were going after a quarterback, he would have just re-signed with Minnesota because they loved it there. And if he was going to be in some sort of quarterback battle one way or the other, they would have just stayed in Minnesota. Reaction to that?
Well, yeah, no duh. Of course he felt misled. There's 0 chance he signed there. And when he signed there, they're like, hey, we're probably going to draft QB number 8. That's what we're going to do. And he's like, okay, that sounds cool. I'm still going to sign here. So, yeah, Kirk is such a solid dude that he's about the only human being in that league that could have handled it as gracefully as he did.
Do teams ethically should the Falcons have been more honest with him during free agency period about what they may do during the draft?
Well, I will say this. I don't understand signing a guy for 3 years at $30 million a year, or was it 4 years?
I don't remember.
Yeah, but
it was over $100 million.
Yeah, it was over $100 million. Why that draft you would take a young quarterback?
Everybody was stunned. I think everybody was stunned with what the Falcons did. And don't forget they moved up to do it.
Yeah.
Like, it still doesn't make any sense to me. By the way, where are you with the Kirk Cousins going to be on another team?
I don't know.
You were sold that was going to happen.
Yeah, it was. It feels like the only team left might be New Orleans. Is there any other team left?
And if you're Atlanta, do you want to trade him to New Orleans?
I think New Orleans is tanking, though. I think New Orleans is not trying to lose. I'm not saying that, but like they're not going above.
Well, to be clear, the Falcons said they were trying to move him. Nobody's been shy about it.
Right.
Well,
Kirk said he wants to get moved. The Falcons have said they want to move him.
Right.
It's just a matter of finding
Well, didn't they tell him not to come to minicamp? He wasn't at minicamp, was he?
I don't know about that.
I thought I read somewhere where they said it's okay for him to stay away from OTAs and minicamp.
Yeah. I mean, if that's true, then it just tells you everything you need to know. They do want to move him.
I don't know if there'll be any takers. I know what you're saying about New Orleans, and that actually does make sense, but I think New Orleans is looking at the draft and what they can do and other stuff. I think he's stuck. I don't know where else he would go.
Well, he's stuck making $30 million.
Yeah, I get you. I'm not feeling sorry for him.
What if the Browns add a sixth quarterback?
By the way, when is all that going to happen? You think they'll make any moves before training camp, or do you think they'll go to camp with 5?
Oh, no, they'll go to camp with all those guys.
Wow,
here's the crazy thing about Kirk Cousins, though.
They shouldn't. To your point, they should get rid of somebody just to open up more reps, but I think they'll definitely go with all of them.
The Broncos have definitely had 4 in training camp in the past, and that seemed ridiculous. 5? Go ahead, Scott. What?
Go back to Kirk Cousins. He could play another 6-7 years as somebody's backup.
Oh, for sure.
He's got to accept that, though.
Yeah, but he's got to accept that. But, I mean, if all of a sudden they buy him out or just release him like they did Russell, and he knows he's making $30 million this year, why wouldn't you go to a nice team and say, I'll be your backup quarterback for $2 million?
It's when Joe Flacco just said, okay.
He'd probably get 12 to 15 to be a backup QB.
Probably. You're probably right.
Still making 35 from the Falcons?
Oh, you're talking about the offset?
Yeah, I'm talking about. I'm thinking I'll do a 1-year deal for $3-4 million. Whatever.
When can you flip that switch as a quarterback though? And it happens all the time. Andy Dalton.
Well, you know who I thought did it the best of anybody I've seen forever is Mark Brunell.
He did.
Brunell did it.
I mean, he was a stud starter, and then all of a sudden he was just a backup.
Joe Flacco did it.
And he was a backup for Flacco. He's up there too.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, can you flip that switch? Like, this is just what I am now. That's it. I'll take what I can get.
Well, yes, you can, but not everybody wants to.
That's Valanciunas.
He's been a backup now for a couple of years, though. When was the last time Valanciunas was like a regular starter?
Oh, I think 2 years ago.
Okay, well, 2 years is 2 years.
We started a bunch of games, even in Sacramento. He started 9 of his 21 games.
Okay, but was that because Sabonis was hurt or because he's the starter? I mean, Dario Saric started like 5 or 6 games this year. I mean, that happens. I think DJ started a game or 2. Yeah, I mean,
what if Dario goes to the Kings as just a dude?
Wouldn't that be funny? That would be hysterical.
I mean, would it really be that surprising? It was just a year ago that he was playing good basketball for Golden State.
We'll hear from Michael Porter Jr. Gives a little inside dirt on what was going on with the Nuggets. That's coming up next. All right, I want to play a little bit more of Michael Porter Jr. If you missed it, the Curious Mike podcast was pretty interesting.
Did you know that he had stopped doing it for a while? He said he was off social media.
Oh yeah, he was flaky as hell with his whole pod.
He got some interesting guests over the time, though.
He sure did.
He got Peyton Manning on it.
Peyton Manning was great. He got Nicola on it. He got AG on it. They're talking about women they're dating. It was great. It was a little Chris Farley-esque, like when he's talking.
Or between the ferns even at times. With Peyton Manning, it had a little bit between the ferns kind of feeling.
You're absolutely right. But he did get those guests on, and because he was so innocent in the way he was asking questions like that.
Help a brother out here. What's Between the Ferns?
Oh, Zach Galifianakis. You haven't seen Between the Ferns?
I guess not.
Oh, dude,
Is this something I should have seen?
You are in for a treat. You are in for an unbelievable treat.
Okay.
YouTube Between the Ferns. That's all we got to say. You're in for a treat.
Got it.
And even the outtakes are even hilarious.
All of it's good. And he did a movie. That's like, okay. But you're in for a treat. I'm not going to strike out on that recommendation. Not
right,
like
cool.
like the rehearsal.
Basically, it's giant stars. He's interviewing Galifianakis, and he asks absolutely the dumbest, incoherent questions there ever was.
It's great.
He's the Hangover guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Got it.
Yes, you'll know that instantly. All right, here's a little MPJ from Curious Mike. It's interesting that he says Cam will compete for a championship and I'll be able to expand my game. Even it's not a championship, right?
Well, it's honestly untrue. And if you're looking at it from Michael's point of view, I do think it's revealing hearing a guy saying I plateaued. I'm not sure that's something you ever want to hear as a GM. But, he's going to go to a team where he's arguably one of, if not the best players on the entire basketball team. So, in theory, that opens up a lot of opportunity for him.
Did he plateau here? I mean, he's saying it.
He said he did, so you have to go with what he said. I say plateaued, but I think it was more their style of play and his health and his ability.
What'd you think of his hey, see you later sort of deal? And
whatever. It's really super nice.
Wow, you got a different vibe on this.
Well, no, I mean,
go ahead.
Listen, what you saw from that response is Michael Porter Jr., and it's not far removed from how he plays. Really nice guy. Nice guy. And I go back to what I said a while ago. When you lost KCP, Bruce Brown, and Jeff Green, two of those three, the next year after the championship, all three of them by 2 years, you lost three of the toughest guys on your team. You never replaced them. And what tough guys can do on your team, you can have a softer player, a finesse player like Michael Porter around because you got guys around him that can protect him. When he's playing with that second unit playing the 4, he's got Jeff Green. Jeff Green didn't back down from nobody. He didn't have that anymore. Zeke Najee? No. So you lost a lot of toughness from this team over the last couple seasons, didn't replace it, and I think that as much as anything affected Michael Porter. Because his whole thing, listen, when he was the second unit guy, right, the starter that stayed in with the second unit, how many times did he just take over?
Not much. And he did tell a story where he ran into John Wallace a couple days before he was traded, and Wallace was telling him, "Oh, we're going to do this for you, that for you, like to make the second unit better," because theoretically he would be a huge core member of the second unit. He'd be the focal point of the second unit, theoretically.
And I think they wanted that to happen last year. And according to that conversation, well, it was because they really couldn't get anybody to game the rock. And that is true.
Well, and at the time of the conversation, when he runs into John Wallace at the bar of the Four Seasons, that probably was the plan. That probably was. I mean, the Nuggets are looking at it like, all right, what options do we have? Is there anybody out there that we could trade Michael Porter Jr. to? We don't think so right now. So how do we make this second unit work? And we're going to go get him a better point guard. So, like, the whole conversation, I think, was authentic. I think it was real. I don't think that John Wallace was being a used car salesman by any means. It is a little bit fascinating that Michael's now turning the narrative a little bit of saying, yeah, but I think that he picked up on my tone that I really didn't want to be here anymore anyways.
You know what's fascinating is Michael Porter Jr. more or less had the same viewpoint all of us had. The deal wasn't going to get done. There's no way it could be done. You know, it's just it's just what it's going to be. We're going to run it back. Like 2 days before he was traded, he had the same vibe we all had. Oh. He wasn't sitting there on like, oh, I know I'm going. He was surprised by it, according to him. I think he's telling the truth there. I don't think he's lying about that. I am really curious.
Well, I think you kind of tried to make it sound like the opposite. I think you tried to make it sound like I convinced him that I shouldn't be here.
Well, there's an element of that, maybe. I'm really...
Which that could just be a pride thing that anybody has when you get traded. Hey, I didn't want to be here anyways.
It must be really fascinating behind the scenes what happened in that 48-hour stretch between the time John Wallace talked to Michael Porter Jr. and the trade got done 2 days later.
Well,
I bet that's a pretty interesting
And you got to
story.
take that at face value, right? You got to take that conversation being at face value.
Well, you don't think John Wallace was just sitting there just lying to him?
No, I think that was their plan. Now, I would say this, that what I get more out of that conversation was Jalen Pickett might be in trouble. It sounds like John Wallace didn't think that
true.
Jalen Pickett was the guy on the bench. And also that one of the reasons they weren't sad that Russell Westbrook left was that he didn't make people on that second unit around him better.
I had that takeaway, and I've seen other people speculate about that little nugget of information that maybe the Nuggets aren't done, that they may still want to find a better backup guard, and they're pointing to that as an example of why. Do you think that's any still possibility?
Or it could be forced on him.
Well, are we a little bit too late in the game on that at this point, too?
If the Valanciunas thing doesn't... It sounds like it's going to be fine and he's going to play here, but if somehow it doesn't, like, you can get active in the trade market again and try and swing something. So I would say free agency wise, yeah, you're kind of late, but like they could do a trade with somebody.
You know what's interesting to me, just talking about this right here, and Jalen Pickett and whoever you might get, I think you still would be nice to get a younger third type point guard that you can develop. Well, you hired J.J. Barea as one of your assistants.
Mm-hmm.
And
can he do it?
Well, there's probably not been. Yeah, could he play? Could he give us, about 40 games?
I love J.J. Barea.
But has there ever been a guy his size play any better than he did in his time in the league?
Right. What was he, 5'10"?
Maybe. Maybe. But he was tough as nails.
Are you passing on Earl Boykins right there?
Oh, well, Earl Boykins was a better pure scorer, but I remember J.J. Barea lighting the Nuggets up for 31 game in Dallas.
Facu wasn't that good.
No.
Oh, no way.
I wanted Facu to be J.J. Barea.
Facu was my guy, though.
I would have liked Facu.
I'll die on the hill for Facu. He was my guy.
That was the stupidest thing of all time.
He was a little gnat.
I would have liked Facu.
Your try-hard guy?
Yeah, 5 years early.
He is my least favorite Nugget of all time.
I love Facu.
I liked him.
Hated him.
Super nice guy.
I bet you every coach that's ever coached that dude loves him.
Big deal.
I think they looked at him and they said, I wish you were 5 inches taller and better.
He would make too many stupid mistakes out there. Like, if you're going to be that guy, you can't be a dumb player. He was a dumb basketball player, guys. His handle wasn't even that good. It was okay.
He was very aggressive defensively. He was perfectly okay getting an elbow in the schnoz because that's what happened to him most of the time, and that was how he earned his paycheck. To Scotty's point, very nice guy, but man, I'm with you, DMac. I hated when that guy was on the floor.
I hated it. Like, you compare him to, like, Earl Boykins. Earl Boykins was a real basketball player. Like, Earl could really play, and he did for a long time.
Earl came in and was sitting in on the show once a week when we were in the old building. Remember that? Before he started coaching. And he said, man, it was easy. He said, I get there, I'm the backup point guard. I'm better than any backup point guard in the league. He said, I wouldn't worry about passing or anything else. I was just going to score.
Oh, he was a dribbler.
He was a dribbler.
My favorite thing is, like, he was on the court sometimes with Melo at the end of games. He would take the shot.
Yeah.
I'm like, Earl, calm down a little bit.
Yeah, no, he was a scorer, though.
He
was a scorer.
And Earl's a good friend of mine. I love Earl. Can you think of any basketball player who had more confidence than Earl Boykins on a basketball court?
The weirdest thing about his game was how good he was at getting to the rim, but then once he was there, because he was 5'5", it was like, oh wait, and then he would dribble back out, and so that was the tough thing about Earl's game. It was so much dribbling.
All right, so Earl Boykin in his prime or Spud Webb?
I think Earl was a better basketball player.
Probably.
I think Spud had some crazy hops.
Earl or Muggsy?
You know.
Spud was probably 10 mile an hour faster than Earl.
Earl's a better shooter than Muggsy. Muggsy was a pretty explosive player, though.
Yeah. Muggsy problem was defense. That guy defensively was a beast. He killed people defense. When I was playing the Pistons, we'd play Charlotte, and Isaiah and Dumars had a deal. Whoever Muggsy's guard and the other guy bring it up. Because they didn't want to bring the ball up.
They didn't want to deal with it?
Oh, no. He was, because he's this big and whatever, and stout.
Ish Smith had a nice long career, but Burrow was a better player than Ish Smith.
Spud was Ty Lawson fast, if not faster, and smoother around the basket, and obviously had better hops.
Yeah. Unbelievable hops.
Yeah.
Won a dunk contest, right?
Yeah.
At 5'7"?
In Dallas.
Barea was just yes, you're right. Facu, if he could have been Barea, that would have been the goal.
Also,
but he
Barea,
wasn't.
If I'm not mistaken, he previously dated, and I think he's married now to
Miss Universe Puerto Rico.
A couple of different Miss Universes. Yeah.
He's gotten two of them?
Or Mrs. Universe. Yeah, I looked at his Wikipedia page as soon as the Nuggets got him. I was like, that Miss Universe thing, that's real, right? And then I looked at it and it was like, no, he had one, and then he got another one.
Well, I think he's married to the one now, just had a kid with the one now.
Phenomenal.
That is.
Well done, sir.
Well done, sir.
Yes.
Well, Miss Puerto Rico is probably under 5'5".
Who cares?
Awesome.
That's fine.
By the way,
hey, what'd your wife do? Oh, she won a triathlete once. What's yours? Oh, she's Miss Universe.
Yeah, if you're Miss Universe, but you're 5'4", do you really want to date a 6'8" dude?
Well, she's a model too, so she's probably taller than 5'4".
Well, whatever. I mean, how tall is Barea? How tall
now
is
he's
Barea?
bagging on Miss Universe. Winners.
Do you remember when Shaq, when he dated the girl that was on? I want to say it was Flavor of Love. She was one of like the finalists in Flavor of Love, and then she got with Shaq after she was on the reality show. And she was like 4'10", man. And the photos of Shaq with her.
That's ridiculous.
She wasn't even up to his waist. It looked like he was walking with a child.
Right, why don't we just slow down? Scott?
So anyway, JJ Barea with a bag of point guard. I like that.
Hold on. What's the height? How tall does she got to be? For you, 6'10". How tall is she?
Who's the shortest woman you ever dated, Scott?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, how tall was she?
Height-wise. Yeah, we don't need a name.
We don't need her name. How tall?
Oh, probably 5'5".
5'5".
5'6".
Okay. So you basically were dating DMac.
Nate, really seriously. We're not on a golf course.
Bang!
Listen, when you're my size...
You were dating Vic.
Hold on. Every inch... You know, it was one of the most heartbreaking days of my life when I really stood back-to-back with Vic about a year ago and realized, oh, my God, he actually is a little taller than me.
Is he really?
He really is.
Wow.
I just got to hang around Drew Goodman more. That's all I got to do.
Do you have Drew? Are you sure?
Oh, I definitely got Drew. There's no doubt about it. Zero doubt about it. I got Drew.
His first wife was 6 foot.
Oh, yeah.
Christy.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yep. I'm not sure about the new one.
Okay.
Does he have a new one?
He's got a new girl for sure.
Okay.
But I don't know. I don't know the details.
He wants a new baseball team to broadcast too, I think.
Oh my God.
How about last night, huh?
I was pissed. Scott's asking me like, why am I still doing this like watch along stuff? And you're right. I was pissed. I was.
The only other guy watching it in maybe North America is Kreckman, so you ought to have him on your podcast.
No, here's who watches the Rockies. Me, Kreckman, and Kaner. That's for sure. There's no doubt about it. But we might be the only three.
I actually didn't watch last night. I went to a show, but I watched.
You went to a show. The game was on at 7 o'clock. It ended up 7 o'clock at night. What show were you at?
Oh, I went to Red Rocks to see Primus last night.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was on air till 6. I got home.
You zipped over there.
Packed up and went out the door.
But
You didn't have time to tailgate, really.
Well, you didn't go back and watch your DVR copy of it?
I watched the condensed game this morning on MLB.com. So I got 11 minutes of Rockies failure rather than 2.5 hours.
All right. Did you get it?
Did Primus not do South Park's theme song or
They
something
did.
like that? Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
Did they do that last night?
They did not. No.
Oh, that's kind of a bummer.
No.
Kind of fun.
They did a couple of years ago. I think if I'm not mistaken, Spring went to it. There was like a South Park anniversary show at Red Rocks. And
you went to that show?
Primus
that looked amazing.
And Wayne played.
Awesome.
I've watched the whole video.
Geddy
of that.
Lee was there, right?
Was he?
Who is that? I don't
From
know.
Rush.
No, maybe it was.
I thought it was something like, didn't one of the South Park guys play drums on like Closer to the Heart or something like that?
Not Trey, Matt.
Yeah.
Because he played
I feel
drums.
like I saw that video. I could be making this up completely. I just swear I saw that video.
I think they did a Rush song
Okay.
because they did Sail Away by Styx
Great.
as Little Rush. No, they did. No. They did Limelight. They did Limelight because Little Rush did Limelight. They also did Sail Away. That's another one, I think.
If it's not Christopher Cross, I don't know anything about Sail Away.
It's KKSC FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder.
Talking yacht rock.
By the way, if you had watched the game, and I yelled about this earlier to the boredom of Scott and Tyler.
Who are you mad at?
Warren Schaefer.
2.0.
I'm just calling him 2.0 because he's Bud Black 2.0. Because he puts Halverson out there in a competitive situation. Halverson sucks. He has no instincts whatsoever as a manager to get his guy out there, nor have anybody else ready. They have Ichabod Crane, Jimmy Hergert, or whatever his name is. I forget what his first name is. Hergert.
Jimmy.
It is Jimmy Hergert.
You were there.
Yeah, he really looks like Ichabod Crane. Am I losing people on that reference? Well, he does.
With or without the head?
The guy can't throw more than 85 miles an hour. He's one of these pitchers that, like, if you got dippy doopy little, you're 6'3" and you throw like crazy sliders and whatever, I guess you can make it to the majors.
If you're a loogie,
then hang in there.
Yeah.
But it's like I don't have any respect for pitchers like that. And Halverson throws 100 miles an hour, but he just flat out sucked. And so Warren Schaefer, like a moron, is just leaving him in the game, and everything went sideways. He didn't get an out. Halverson didn't get an out and gave up like 5 runs. And
gave up 2 bombs. Yeah.
It was so pathetic. I'm screaming at the whatever.
Let me ask Nate the same question I asked you guys. Would it surprise you at all if at the end of the season they take the interim tag off Schaefer and just say, hey, the guys really liked him and they never quit and he's going to go ahead as the head manager?
I will be shocked. I'm telling you, I will be floored, stunned, all of it if he's not the full-time manager. Floored.
I said the same thing.
No. You said it would be a total Rocky thing for them to do.
Yes, and I only expect them to do the most Rockies thing. He checks every boxes. He's a lifelong Rocky.
Yep.
He has the baseball at elevation thing, which is everything to Dick Monfort. Yep. He's loyal. He's a good soldier. He's been in the organization forever. He is, of course, going to be the guy. They're gonna talk about, we like the positivity, we like the new energy. Right. It was better with him than Bud in the room. We got to get him some better players, but we love what he's doing.
And by the way, it was like that for a little bit. It was for a little bit.
Oh, I bet the vibes are still better.
But he is
They
gone.
just suck.
But they do suck, and I'm not taking him off the hook, but he's gone soft on them. He's gone soft.
You think he's too close to the guy?
Way too close to the guys because he managed a lot of these dudes in single A, double A, triple A. So he's like Halverson was a great example. Like you got to face 3 batters, but you suck. You're out. Like, let's go. And instead, he was just like,
they didn't
come
have anyone
on.
up. And
they didn't have anyone ready. And then, like, Kyle Freeland, you're babying Kyle Freeland. The guy's pitching nails, lights out, and you take him out of the game? Why? It's way too emotional for Warren Schaefer right now. He needs to not
Which means he'll be the next manager.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
And his pitching coach will be Bud Black.
That I will never watch. If that happens, I will never watch a Rockies game again.
I don't think that's going to happen.
What about the roving pitching coach?
Because wasn't that Nightingale's report, and then Saunders had some more reporting on it that was like, I'm not really hearing the same things right now.
If that happens, I will never watch a Rockies game again. If that happens,
did you guys, real quickly, did you guys realize Antonio Sensatella? There's another year on that contract.
Can you believe he's won 3 games?
Oh,
he might be the worst starting pitcher.
Three of the 21, though.
He is fat, out of shape.
He's terrible.
He doesn't know how to pitch anymore. He's literally the worst player on the team.
That thing who was it last night? Was it Narvaez? That pitch was just that thing. To call it batting practice would be an insult to batting practice. That pitch that he threw to that guy was just absolutely murdered.
Do you hear Schaefer after the game too? He hung in there, 5 runs. Like, it's pretty good. Like, you got to be kidding me. He's so bad.
Their starting pitching is so poor that's like all that Schaefer can say, though.
But Freeland did pitch well.
And I hope to God we get 5 innings out of this so that I don't just murder my bullpen all the time.
By the way, last one on this too. Ryan McMahon have you ever seen somebody trying to get traded more than Ryan McMahon?
Is hitting 097 this month, DMac.
Yeah, he's
097, a batting average that starts with a 0.
He defensively is very, very solid.
Yes.
Very solid. Above average third baseman fielding.
Without a doubt.
His plate approaches right now is screaming, get rid of me.
He is 3 for 31 this month. He has extra base hit. I mean, they are working him down and in with that breaking stuff, and he cannot help himself.
Oh, I think he has
waving at it.
I think he has 0 plate discipline.
Yeah.
I think his body language and whatever other intangibles you want to look at is terrible. They're lauding him because he's played 1,000 games. Can you imagine? He knows the Yankees want him.
Yes.
He knows it.
Oh,
and he's got to dress up for the Rockies every day.
He's biding his time until he doesn't have to be on this team anymore.
Well, he's about to be on the Yankees because they ditched DJ LeMahieu and they're paying him $22 million. They're putting Chisholm over to second. It's wide open for the Rockies to do a deal with the Yankees today.
Maybe they're just waiting for the Yankees the Rockies to offer paying the rest of McMahon's salary this year before they make the trade.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Scotty, Summer League, besides Deron Holmes and trying to figure out if he's physical and explosive and all those things, what else is there for me to be looking for in Summer League?
I have no idea. Here's what you want to tell what you look for.
You know what though? And I don't just laugh at that. That's kind of what this Summer League is, isn't it? There's sort of like with where this team is and with like all the veterans that they brought in. There's kind of not much to this Summer League.
Yeah, but the Summer League is fun, though.
Of course it is.
Of
course it is. It's
Summer
just
League.
this, like the collection of players they sent there. Like, I don't know what there is for Hunter Tyson to prove anymore at Summer League. He's really good at Summer League. And, like, we got to see what Holmes looks like. Like, that's the biggest thing. But the Nuggets aren't a team that, like, needs something grand to happen at Summer League.
I'm a little curious about Tamar Bates, though. And
okay.
Holmes is really the story. I know
Holmes
is
the big story. Here's the thing about Summer League. You can get overexcited about a guy going off in Summer League.
Hunter Tyson.
Yeah. In all summer, if you play well, that means you probably can play a little bit.
Well, for Hunter Tyson,
if you stink in there, then you're probably not an NBA player.
Hunter Tyson played well his first Summer League.
Yeah, he didn't shoot well last year.
Last year was not that great.
You know what's crazy, though?
Just opposite for Strother. Strother was terrible that first one and pretty good.
Really good the second. Jalen Pickett. Awful last year to the point where we were talking about like, whoa, he's not an NBA player.
Yeah.
And however they like, I don't know, reset the hard drive on Jalen Pickett last year, like in the first couple of months of the season when he wasn't seeing the floor. Miraculous that they got that guy to a place where he was actually like a useful.
It helped you win a game.
He did?
There was a game during was it the Golden State or some other game? Actually helped you win a game. I haven't seen a roster. I'm not doing the game till Saturday, so I haven't really got into my research. Is PJ
Hall's gone?
He's gone.
Trey Alexander's gone.
I knew he was gone.
Yeah. Where did PJ Hall go? I think I read a PJ Hall.
What's the other big guy they had that played good against Golden State too?
Spencer Jones.
He's there.
He's on the Summer League roster.
Now, I was told by a coach they really like him.
Yeah, he'll be Mr. Summer League. Yeah. It sets up well for him.
Hi, honey. I'm still on the air. We're just talking with DMac and Nate.
We're doing the Summer League talk. Yeah, he's.
By the way, there is some.
Hey, Paul McCartney's coming to Denver.
I saw that.
Coors Field?
Coors Field.
Yeah.
In like October, yeah.
That's a fun place to go to. Concert.
It's a really good place to see
It's also the rare occasion when something happens at Coors Field in October.
Yeah. Hey, we do know the field will not be in use.
That's good.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
Actually, you know what's funny? Look at that. That is actually sad. That is actually sad. I remember when I was working.
Grass, you don't care if you kill it?
Dude, I remember when I was in Buffalo and I was friends with Michael Peck and he got engaged to a girl, Kristen, that I was friends with. And they scheduled their wedding during the Stanley Cup Finals. And I was like, well, that doesn't look good, Michael. He's like, oh, I didn't even think about it. Like,
he knew. He played for the Buffalo Sabres.
He wasn't that bright back then. I think he's had a nice career since. By the way, there is some breaking hockey news with the Avs.
What do we got?
Josh Manson signed a 2-year deal.
Oh,
Fantastic.
There you go.
There you. And Andy's not here today.
2-year extension.
Josh Manson is an Andy Lindahl special, a big physical stay-at-home defenseman, and Andy's not even here right now. Right now, Andy's giving his takes to his dogs.
Lockdown for 27-20 through 27-28, Josh Manson.
Yeah.
Happy about that?
It would help that he's been good for him, though.
Somewhere Andy Lindahl is through the roof. That's all that you need to know.
So you got a couple of big guys. You got Burns. You got Manson.
It's more physical on the blue line.
Got Malinsky. He's a slender dude. But
Sam Girard's still on the team. I don't think Andy's going to like that.
Is he going to stay on the team, you think?
Probably.
Probably.
I think Sam Girard's useful. I think he's useful. He's good on that second power play.
But don't you think there's certain guys, and I'm going to go on this, and I think same thing with Porter. There's certain guys, those 1 through 82 this year with the NHL, 1 through 84, right? You need them on your team. And I think Sam Girard, through 84-game season, you need a Sam Girard. And Michael Porter's the same way, too. Now, come playoffs where size starts to matter more and the ice shrinks, the court shrinks, finesse guys, I think, suffer a little more. And I think that's been Michael's issue in the postseason when the floor shrinks, the game gets more physical.
Got to work in the phone booth.
That's away from his skill set. And
Not
I think
as
Sam
comfortable.
Girard, the same thing.
Porter, I thought, was better last year at that Minnesota series 2 years ago is the one that always just like it is burned in my brain of just like, oh God, every limitation of his is so on display right now. He was better in this postseason. It was the damn shoulder injury just absolutely killed him.
It would have been nice to see, or
Yeah. But
maybe not.
Cam's going to solve a lot of problems. The great Scott Hastings, DMac, Tyler Polumbus, PhD, every day, noon to 3. Kreckman and Lindahl, me and Spring, taking you until 6 o'clock. And we're doing this when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You heard it here first on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I suppose after you saw it on Twitter. Josh Manson, 2-year extension with the Avalanche, will pay him an average annual value $3.95 million per year, which is less than his current contract. So Manson will get a couple more years of security, but will see his average earnings go down just a little bit. So, Spring, correct me if I'm wrong. And by the way, Mark Springer is going to be with me today until 6 o'clock. Great to have Spring with us. The host of Between the Pipes, the star of Between the Pipes. I guess, Raj sits sidecar every now and then, but, people tune into
we all know
Between the Pipes to get all those hot spring takes when it comes to hockey. Taves McCarr, Manson Gerard, Brent Burns, and Sam Mayday Malinsky. Is that my top 3 pairings?
That is correct.
Yes.
Yes. I really like Brent Burns.
I think that's a good signing. Brent Burns has been in the NHL, I believe, since the Carter administration. Has he not?
Yes. He also has a Ulysses S. Grant beard.
How many more presidents can we work
He had a beard,
into?
right? Did Ulysses have a beard?
Ulysses S. Grant, of what I know of the $50 bill, yes, Ulysses S. Grant, notable presidential facial hair.
Okay, not that big. Not as big as I was actually picturing it, but bearded nonetheless.
I bet it was big at times.
Yeah.
Brent Burns has played 1,497 regular season NHL games. He enters his age 40 season this upcoming year. He turned 40 back in March.
That's all right. These dudes, you talked about it the other day. They can play forever.
He has played all 82 games for 4 consecutive seasons. He has played all 82. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 different times in his 21-year career. Phenomenal, the durability that this guy has had. Also, and I don't want to bury the lead here, Spring 2 years ago in Carolina, he finished 64th in a tie for 64th in the Lady Byng Trophy voting.
Wow. Now that's the statistical information you can only get from Nate Kreckman.
Me and hockeyreference.com where I'm reading
but
it
you
from.
Had an eye for it.
Thank
you cherry picked that out.
I do. I find these things. John Michael Lyles, he tied for 17th in the Norris voting one year, and I bring it up every single time he comes on this show, and I think he enjoys it.
You reference a different one of Sanford's stops every time he comes on.
Oh, I know the Mike Sanford resume. I've got that thing on lockdown. The fun part there was when me and Sandman were doing high school football games, and I made sure every time I reintroduced him, I got a different line on the resume in there. I was trying to call a game, and I had the binoculars and the spotting chart and everything in front of me, and yet, Spring, I kept at least one eye on that Wikipedia page of just like, oh, yeah, don't forget about that time he was at Yale.
Wouldn't be you if you didn't. And I think Brent Burns, I'm trying to find, he's the active Ironman leader. Like, he's played the most consecutive games of any active player.
Cool.
He's the current Cal Ripken in the NHL.
And it was, wasn't it a suspension that undid the last Ironman? Why am I spacing?
In the NHL?
Yes. I believe that it was.
Phil Kessel holds the record.
Oh, you know what I'm thinking of? Cogliano.
Yes.
When his Ironman streak ended, I believe it was because he got suspended. If I'm remembering that correctly, which everybody knows my retention of hockey information, I might not be remembering that correctly.
That sounds about right.
Sounds good. We'll go with it. Why not?
I could Google it real quick. But yeah, Andrew Cogliano in the front office now.
Yep.
I had seen him, in the playoffs, walking in the press area, which is also where the brass sits. He was right next to Joe Sakic. Like, they were... It was his right-hand man was Andrew Cogliano. So he's very much so involved. And whether it was Cogliano or now Brent Burns and re-signing Josh Manson. Chris McFarland would say, oh, if I actually had this on.
The sandpaper.
Yeah, they got
He's
sandpaper.
They got sandpaper today. By the way, I was right on Cogliano. 830 consecutive games. Streak ended January 14, 2018. By the way, that, I believe, was from the beginning of his NHL career. Cogliano had not missed a game, but he was suspended for 2 games back in 2018.
Okay, Brent Burns, 925 consecutive games played. Currently
that he has played.
It's currently 4th all time.
Okay, he's going to have to play all 84 if he wants to keep that going. And that's a dude in his late 30s.
Ooh, you said 84. Is that this season? Are we doing that this season?
Does it start this year or next year?
I don't know.
Okay. I know that there's 2 games being added.
Yeah,
I thought it was this year.
That's going to be so weird to adjust to.
No more e-bugs. They're doing away with that. We're going to have an 84-game schedule. There's changes that are happening in professional hockey, and the Avalanche have 2 more years of Josh Manson as of today for doing that. Okay, this really is one of those where, like, I'm willing to bet you, and he's not here to speak for himself, and if anybody knows, trying to predict what Andy Lindahl thinks about anything is risky. But I think I know my guy well enough to say, with Brent Burns, with that acquisition plus the Manson extension, again, Manson was going to be here this year anyway, but 2 more years, I have a feeling that Andy is very pleased with those moves. Now, he would lament that more hasn't been done, that they didn't have more physicality when it came to guys in front of the net, but at least in terms of getting bigger on the blue line, I have a feeling this is all good news for Andy Lindahl. He has a particular affection for hockey players that weigh at least 220 pounds. That's very big with him.
Well, and they need bigger defensemen because Cale and Gerard. Now, Cale is underrated physical, but it's not his game per se. Certainly not Gerard's, but he has his positives as well. Taves is not the biggest. He's great positionally defensively, but in terms of pure physicality. And also the thing with Taves and Gerard is they're left-handed shots, so Burns and Manson give you bigger right-handed shots. Malinsky's not the biggest dude either. So, Josh Manson at this point of his career is kind of like where Eric Johnson was. He's there, Eric Johnson, now that he's the Avs Eric Johnson for where EJ was in his final few seasons before he left the Avs. Yeah, that's what Manson is now.
This is all, like, again, you're putting the band back together, or basically keeping the band together, but you got more physicality with Burns. He's got great facial hair. He's been in the NHL forever. He's going to be great in the room. He wants to take, one last swing at getting out here and winning himself a Stanley Cup, which he has never done in his career. He did win a Norris Trophy back in 2017. He's been to a few All-Star games, but this is an opportunity here for Brent Burns.
Like that.
By the way, question, Burns has mostly been, let's see, in San Jose he was 88, but in Carolina, he was 8. Now, clearly that number is spoken for here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I haven't seen this spring, so is he going to go back to 88 in an Avalanche sweater?
No. Well, Natchez is 88.
So he can't even wear that?
I don't know. Maybe they trade Natchez. I don't know what's going to. Natchez is entering the last year of his deal.
Good call.
I think I saw 84.
He can't wear 18. That's Jack Drury.
I think I saw 84.
84 for Brent Burns.
Yeah, he's going to Shannon Sharp that thing.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
That's tough when you've got, like, you're so committed to the 8s and yet you get to a team and somebody already has it all.
Yes. Yeah, it's like Aaron Rodgers can't wear 12 with the Steelers.
Shouldn't Nate just give that up? Isn't that one where you look at Brent Burns and you say you're an NHL legend?
Sure,
you're
but I think Natchez was 88 with the Hurricanes.
Burns
even though
might be a future Hall of Famer. They played together in Carolina. Isn't that one where you defer to the bigger legend in the sport?
In a pure sense.
In a pure sense.
Natchez is a good player, though. Okay.
I'm not saying he stinks, but what I'm saying is, like,
I get exactly what
Brent
you're saying.
Burns is kind of a legend.
Look, he was here first. He called shotgun. Natchez called shotgun.
That's what we're doing on this one. Shotgun.
That's what it was. You mentioned, you're talking with DMac at the end of the last segment, like Sam Girard, are they going to trade him? And you recently with Andy did the Bleep, Marry, Kill.
Yeah.
And it was Coyle, it was Girard, and was it Natchez?
And Natchez, yeah.
Okay, well, it was probably either going to, maybe Ross Colton was a candidate as well.
By the way, I was super wrong on that. Shocker, I know.
Well,
I would have kept Charlie Coyle around here, but
well, and especially considering now that they haven't really added to the forward group at all.
Yeah.
And Coyle is versatile. Like, he was a second-line winger with the Bruins. So you don't have to play him at center, but, man, he'd be a good 3C. You know, Colton also can play wing and center. So there would have been some versatility there, but they clearly made their decision. Like, Gerard's staying. It was only going to be one, and it was Coyle. So, you know, as we started this segment, like, the decor, that's it. That's what it's going to be. Maybe part of the reason that they weren't overly active in free agency is maybe there is a Natchez move. Maybe they'll flip Natchez for a couple pieces. I don't know. Since he is in the last year of his deal, maybe it's a Sidney Crosby thing, but it won't be Gerard. I would have done that, though. I would have kept Coyle, and I would have flipped Gerard, but we'll see what they do.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. That's Mark Springer. I am Nate Kreckman. We're with you today until 6 o'clock. We didn't get to this yesterday, and I do want to spend a little bit of time on it. Deion Sanders at Big 12 Media Day down in Texas. We haven't seen really haven't seen Prime much at all this offseason as Deion Sanders has been dealing with his health issues. And Dion was at Big 12 Media Day yesterday, and he had an exchange with a reporter from The Athletic who was looking for an update on Dion's health. Roll that, Spring.
David Upman with The Athletic. Coach, what have been the challenges of your health issues, and what did an average day look like for you?
Athletic, sometimes y'all be on that bull jump, so I'm really not going to tell you much.
All right.
You know that. But I'm not here to talk about my health. I'm here to talk about my team.
Do you know what an average day look like for you on the ranch?
Average day, I'm looking good. I'm living lovely. God has truly blessed me. Not a care in the world. Not a want or desire in the world. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Okay, so The Athletic is talking the bull junk, and Dion is declining to talk about his health. He had the conversation on the podcast in March, or excuse me, it was in the spring with Asante Samuel, where he said, what I am dealing with now is at a whole other level, revealed that he had lost 14 pounds, but largely a guy that lives his life on a screen in Deion Sanders. We haven't really heard much of what's going on with Dion. We know that he has been away from Boulder, that he missed some of the camps, which he is contractually obligated to be at, but some of the football camps that he missed this offseason up in Boulder because of what he was dealing with, some youth and high school camps. They are a part of his contractual obligations to be the head coach at Colorado, but Dion missed them. And again, he's mostly been back at his compound. He had to go through the draft process with Shedeur and all of that, and all of the stresses that brought for him. This is where the question gets a little bit fuzzy for me. Is like, what do we need to know right now about the health status of the state of Colorado's highest paid employee? Like what do we need to know? And Spring, I think what I've mostly settled on is right now, I don't really need to know anything. Like, I know that Dion's dealing with something. I know it seems serious because, again, like it isn't all being broadcast to the world. Like, this is clearly like Deion Sanders is going through a private struggle when it comes to his health. And I don't know what the result of it is going to be. I don't know if Dion is going to coach all 12 games this year. I don't know if Dion is going to be coaching from the booth. We don't know what is going to be happening. And my attitude on this as I stand here right now is I don't need to know anything that's happening with Deion Sanders really until I need to know it.
But you asked the question now.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that reporter, you asked the question. You
have to ask
the question.
Of course. What's going on with your health? Absolutely. Yeah. I don't besmirch the reporter at all. I don't think that's an unfair question. My point is I respect Dion's answer.
Sure. He's there.
He met his obligations of being at Media Day.
Yeah.
I think it would have been a big story if Dion had not been there, but he met his obligations of being at Media Day. When it comes Friday, August 29th, and the Buffs are opening up against Georgia Tech, where is Dion going to be when it comes time for camp in August? Where is Dion going to be? And my attitude is if he's there and he's fulfilling his obligations as a very well-compensated college football coach, then great. Like, coaches have dealt with health struggles before. If something were to happen that precludes Deion Sanders from coaching the team this season and being in Boulder, then at that point, like, we will need to know that. Like, clearly Dion is not in the best of health. He went through an amputation of a couple of toes a year ago. He's been dealing with these blood clot issues. Like, he's been dealing with some pretty serious stuff. As of right now, like, I'm okay with these answers. I'm satisfied with these answers. Again, like, it's a story, it's a concern, it's a need-to-know thing if it impacts his ability to be able to coach the thing. But, like, one of the things that, if anything, what this week and, you know, it's not the same situation, but, like, it brings up the same question is, like the Valanciunas thing, it's a good reminder, these guys are human beings. They are dealing with this, they deal with the same struggles that all of us deal with. They deal with spousal things and things with their kids and divorces and loss and deaths in the family and health issues and all of that. And that currently is what Dion is dealing with. Is he going to be able to coach the Buffs for the next, coach out his entire contract in Boulder? I have no idea. But I don't need to know on July 10th.
Well, I'll be curious to see, because they put out a lot of behind-the-scenes social media videos. Dion Jr.
There's been very little this offseason.
And especially as we get towards, their training camp, whatever it might be. How many videos have we seen in the past couple of years of Dion, saying his Dionisms during practice, and it's great content. How much of that do we see? How around is he?
It's a good question.
But at the end of the day, you really just need his face around. You just need his presence. How much of an X's and O's guy is he really?
His presence, his brand,
exactly.
The overall specter of Deion Sanders. That's what you're paying for. That's what you're paying the $10 million for.
You might see less of that daily content by the week, but as long as he's on the sideline on game day,
we'll see.
That's really all that matters.
He wouldn't be the first coach ever to coach from a booth. That wouldn't be, it wouldn't be the first. Bowden did it. Paterno did it. Like guys do that later on in their careers. It's just Deion's 57, and then it's happening to him right now. Again, like, that's clearly number one by him not saying, I'm great, I'm good to go, I have a clean bill of health. It's obvious he's going through something, and okay, let me know when they're getting ready for Georgia Tech. Okay. By the way, they get the Blue Hens of Delaware in week 2. Don't forget about that.
Hey, that's Joe Flacco.
Elena Deladon also played.
That's right.
At Delaware. If I'm not mistaken, in spring, because we had him on the show, didn't CBS sideline reporter Evan Washburn play lacrosse at Delaware?
Deep cut.
Yeah. I believe he was a Delaware lacrosse player.
That's Evan Washburn of CBS?
Evan Washburn.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Yes, I believe he was a Delaware Blue Hen. Evan Washburn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, I could be totally off base here.
Okay.
But and all this news came out like in the spring with the Dion health news, right?
Yeah.
Just thinking out loud.
Remember he did the podcast with Asante Samuel.
Yeah, and then there was that week where it was news. I don't even remember like a podcast attached to it. It was just like Dion's not in good health. But either way,
it was he had said that he had lost the weight. I think we played the audio on the high five, honestly.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Usually I remember all this stuff.
My remembering of things is pretty good today because I did confirm Evan Washburn, excellent hair, looks like Zach Morris, and he did play lacrosse at Delaware.
You're on fire.
Thank you.
Did this have anything to do with the Cowboys job? I'm just thinking out loud. Or was that like probably all before this? Because no way in hell can you take that Cowboys job if you're going through this.
The Cowboys stuff was before all this.
It was before.
They had settled on shoddy shots long before we knew that Dion was in bad health. Now, to your point, he very well could have been going through it. And any dalliance that he had with Dallas might have come along with the part where it's just like, I'm not doing great right now, Jerry. So
yeah, and I just look at the Brian Schottenheimer hiring, and I'm like, that is so uninspiring.
It also it makes so much sense in the world.
Well, it does.
It does,
considering Jerry Jones.
Yeah, it's a complete Jerry hire.
Yeah,
he loves himself some shoddy shots. Yeah, for right now, Dion. We'll see the last week of August if he's going to be on the sideline and coaching, and at that time, that's when to me this becomes need to know stuff. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Yeah, that's right. We are talking some college football today here on the show. There's other college football happenings, and I want to address this specifically with Dion's other comments yesterday about how he would like to see a salary cap in college football. I read some stuff today, and some of the ideas that are getting thrown out about what could happen with college football. Some of them are wild ideas, but I think it's a sport that's at a crossroads right now where there's no such thing as a bad idea right now when it comes to the mess, the morass that is college football. We'll get to that coming up at 4 o'clock today here on the show, but we'll take a quick break. When we come back, yes, it is it is the day of the start of the NBA Summer League for the Denver Nuggets. What is there to be looking for? We'll tell you next. Yeah, you get your Summer League debut tonight, 7:30. The Nuggets take on Milwaukee. Or guys in Nuggets uniforms play guys in Bucks uniforms. Cox Pavilion, home of the UNLV Lady Rebels tonight, 7:30. This game is going to be televised on Altitude TV, but remember, we talked to Katie Wingy the other day. The way the broadcast is going to work is it's going to be like they're taking the feed, and there will be studio analysts. I believe tonight it will be Vic and Dempsey and Marlowe, and they will interject and give Nuggets thoughts and kind of give the broadcast a hometown flavor, but they're not technically like calling the game per se. They're not sitting courtside in Las Vegas breaking down Summer League buckets. It is kind of a dud of a Summer League for the Nuggets. It's this team has championship aspirations, and this team added a whole bunch of veterans. They added Bruce Brown. They added Tim Hardaway. They added Jonas Valanciunas. So this isn't a team that's like trying to develop a whole bunch of youth or anything else like that. So as such, like Summer League, it doesn't have the pop for Denver. It's not like it's Dallas and you're like, ooh, what's that going to look like? It's not like it's Utah when you're trying to figure out who your rotation is going to be or anything else like that. So a little less local intrigue. They don't even have a draft pick to send to this thing. They got Tamar Bates, the two-way guy that they signed. So a little bit less intrigue. That's not to say it's a giant nothing burger. It's just kind of where this team is at right now. And to me, like, Spring, I don't even know how debatable it is. The story is the health of DaRon Holmes.
Oh, yeah.
What's he look like? Is he physical? Is he explosive? It is said that he has put on some weight. Trying to grow into a bit more of an NBA body from his time at Dayton. All right, what's he look like out there, and how much is he going to play? Is DaRon Holmes a guy that you use in every single game? Do you just use him for a couple of games and then get him out of there? But to me, like it, and maybe even more so than just like I'm not going to be that worried about what his box score line looks like. It's just going to be how does he look in his first competitive basketball game that we have a chance where he's going up against dudes from other teams that we have a chance to see from him since his Summer League debut last year when he blew out his Achilles in the fourth quarter of his first game.
Got to get through that first Summer League game,
you
right?
Do. That'll be a big win for him. That's kind of it. That's kind of it.
That's it.
That's
nobody else on the summer
Spencer Jones.
Remember like Hunter Tyson's first Summer League game?
He was all Summer League that year.
Good.
He did. He looked great.
How has Hunter Tyson looked in the NBA? Not great.
He's fine. He's
so Summer League
end of the rotation guy.
You know, I remember like Keontae George of the Jazz looked good in Summer League a couple years ago. Finding his footing still in the NBA. The Summer League can be deceiving.
It very much can. Jalen Pickett, I brought this up with Hastings before. Jalen Pickett looked like he didn't belong in the NBA last year in the Summer League. Like it was bleak how bad he looked. And good to go, man. Like Jalen Pickett, I think is competing for a rotation spot on this team right now. So it's not an indicator of everything, be it good or bad. The biggest thing that I want to see with Holmes is how's he moving? What does it look like when he's out there? Tamar Bates, okay, two-way guy. You like him. Clearly, you signed him to a two-way contract. You got rid of a couple of guys, PJ Hall, Trey Alexander, that were here last year. Okay, now what does it look like? Is Tamar Bates a guy that could perhaps have an NBA role? But I don't necessarily think that there is like a game one rotation player on the floor tonight. I think DaRon Holmes can play his way into that role this season in Denver. I want to see what his three-point shooting looks like, but more than anything, I just want to see, are you ready for physicality, and do you got some bounce to your game right now?
Well, let's say if. And I would say it's unlikely given how contracts work, but if Jonas Valanciunas is not a Nugget and Al Horford signs with the Warriors, then DaRon Holmes becomes very important right away, right?
He does. Yes, he does. I don't think we're going to get to that point.
I don't think so either. But either way, I expect DaRon maybe not first week, 2-ish of the season, but I expect as we kind of get into this thing that he's a factor.
You'll have injuries. His role will expand. You will have to find production from other parts of the roster. That's why you got 12. Well, that's why you got 15. Let's be honest. So that's how I think it's going to work with him this year. One thing that we got to be completely, I think, cognizant of is being patient with our expectations, because the dude is coming off a ruptured Achilles tendon. Like, it's a major, major injury. So we can kind of slow play getting into that entire thing. Spring, you have done a great job sending me information. Guys, by the way, Mark Springer, just producer extraordinaire. And one of the things I appreciate about Spring is his willingness to wade into internet waters that I have no interest in going to. You sent a Reddit thread today.
Well, this was going around Twitter.
Yeah, like of reports of what is going on with Valanciunas and everything else right now. Like, look, I don't know what to believe. I know what I've heard on what he is personally dealing with, and why there is such a pull for him to be in Europe. But also, I think at the end of the day, the NBA contract is going to win out, and I think Valanciunas is going to be a big enough pro. And I believe within a few weeks, we'll have a press conference, and he will have to answer questions here in Denver. And then we'll all get on with our lives. Maybe it doesn't happen until Media Day. Maybe we don't hear from Valanciunas until Media Day. That's also very possible. I don't think we heard from Dario last year until Media Day. I know he had Olympic commitments and everything else like that, but we didn't hear from Saric until Media Day last year. So it's possible we don't get any of this until, early October with Jonas Valanciunas. But I think we'll get answers sooner rather than later. He's going to be a Nugget. It sounds like he's going to be a Denver Nugget.
And the gist of this Reddit post from it is from,
give me a screen name. What do we got?
The most trusted source in Serbia for basketball news.
Who is that?
I don't know.
Is it Strahinja Jokic? I feel like he's pretty trusted.
All written in Serbian, but translated.
Google translated. Google Translate's been a big part of my week. Translating things from either Serbian or Greek to English, and also, quite frankly, probably having my information stolen and put on a black market server somewhere over in Scandinavia.
So Nikola Jokic reached out allegedly to Valanciunas,
according to Reddit.
According to this trusted Serbian basketball source.
Who is doing the trusting? Some guy on Reddit?
Trust me, bro. That's what this is.
Okay.
But that would make so Nikola Jokic is the greatest European basketball player of all time, and it's probably like Dirk's number 2.
Yeah,
Jokic is a freaking legend.
He is 3-time MVP,
and he's a little younger than Valanciunas, but it's got to carry some respect, right?
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Nikola Jokic picks up the phone and gives you a call, and I don't even think that only qualifies for European players.
Sure.
I think that's for every basketball player in the world. When Nikola Jokic picks up the phone and says, if this report is to be true, that Jokic called Valanciunas and got on him. Again, guys, this is from Google Translate via Reddit. We have no idea.
This is where we're
real.
at. This is the week of July. What did it start with?
Today's the 10th.
Either way, this week. I mean, this. Think about it. Did you see this week going like this? And this story has been the number one story in Denver sports media, and we've made it to Thursday.
It's a great story.
It is.
It really is. It has international intrigue. It has 3 different nations connected to it. I didn't know anything about Panathinaikos before this week. I had not on it, like I had not done my research.
I've dabbled in the EuroLeague.
I know a lot of Lithuanian buckets. You've dabbled in the EuroLeague, huh, Spring?
You know what I mean.
Yeah, uh-huh.
You got Paris is a new team in the EuroLeague. That's fun.
Yeah.
Got your Olympia Milano.
Olympiacos, the other stars
Sure,
in
I
Athens.
could keep going. Cervena Zvezda, something like that.
You got Maccabi Tel Aviv in there?
Yep. The Israeli team.
I believe former Illini guy D. Brown played over there.
You'll see a lot of like names where you're like, oh, this guy.
Right. Oh, totally. Yeah. The amount of I've called a lot of college basketball in my life, and only a handful of those guys make it to the league, but like a lot of them play professional basketball. They play in some interesting friggin' places, man.
Yeah, Real Madrid and Barcelona, and they were like the class of that league, and it's kind of changed a little bit. Now it is more the two Greek teams are atop the league.
Luka was at Real Madrid.
Yep, that's where he started.
Yep, that's where he was before he came over to the U.S. I remember watching EuroLeague buckets when Luka was over there, like right before the draft, and I was like, damn, this guy can get his shot.
I think Ricky Rubio started at Barcelona.
Yeah.
You young guys in Europe, and now Jokic. Man, Jokic was so unheralded; he didn't even play in that league.
Was Facu? Facu was a Real Madrid guy too, right?
He played, and when he left the Nuggets, and he might have been over there before. I think he was Real Madrid beforehand, and then he went back to the EuroLeague. I think he won EuroLeague MVP recently.
That's good insight right there. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
See, I like Facu. I disagree with you and DMac. He's a pest. Could he shoot? Hell no.
Yeah, like I said, I would have liked Facu if he was 5 inches taller and better.
It was what it was.
Good on you, Spring. Love them where they are. Don't change them. That's how you should be. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're rolling with you today until 6 p.m. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, I got a Bronco whose name I'm circling for this upcoming season. And it's a guy that I don't think enough people are talking about. I think there's a guy that's going to be real critical to this team that is not getting enough love right now. I'll tell you who that is next. Hour number 2, Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I had to run across the hall. This is going to take me a minute. I'm 44 and out of shape, so let me just catch my breath really quickly.
I've been there, man.
Yeah. By the way, went up to Red Rocks last night. That thing, it's an ass kicker. You gotta want it if you want to go to a show at Red Rocks. It also didn't help you. You're pounding your parking lot beer while you're walking up that gigantic hill. Yeah, it's
rocket fuel right there.
Oof. Yeah. Good show last night, though. Went and saw Primus at Red Rocks last night. New drummer. Man, I saw that band for the first time when I was 15. They're on the Tales from the Punch Bowl tour in 1995. So that's 30 years of my life that I've been going to see that band. And they're good. They're real good. You saw them at the South Park show.
South Park show,
They're
yeah.
incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Les Claypool he's a virtuoso.
Got that big old, like that weird big guitar.
The Whamola.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like in the last year, like in January, I saw Billy Strings at Ball Arena. Another guy that I would put in that category of virtuoso. He's he's in his early 30s. He's a bluegrass guitarist. I don't even I don't love bluegrass, but that dude is so friggin' good that you get entranced by listening to him play his instrument. It's very similar when you see, like, Claypool is the guy that, like, as a bass player, I mean, he's too incredible. And it got me to thinking, seriously, like, during the show, I was thinking about this, of, like, virtuosity as something that isn't just connected to like a musical instrument or an art form, but also, like, I think virtuosity is something that we see in sports. Like, I would say, I think Peyton Manning was a virtuoso quarterback. I mean, a dude.
Nikola Jokic?
I would say that Nikola Jokic is as a basketball player. Yes. Because when it comes to pro athletes, like, some dudes are just awesome because they are freak athletes, right? You know, like, you could just be an above the rim, just explosive. You could be Derrick Jones Jr. Think of him from the Clippers series. That guy's one of the best dunkers in the entire NBA, right? You can just be a freak like that. You can be Aaron Gordon. And Aaron Gordon has expanded his game and playing along with Nikola Jokic. But what did Aaron Gordon do coming out of Arizona when he was going to the league? It was like, oh, this guy's going to win dunk contests. Like, he's just an absolute freak of an athlete. Like, I do think there is, if you can get that good at a musical instrument or an art form or whatever it may be, there is an element of, borderline athleticism, skill, whatever you want to call it, to get to that place. But also, it's like you have this deep of an understanding of your instrument, of the music that you were playing, that you were able to get every last thing you possibly can out of it. Like, when I think of Manning playing quarterback, he was a little bit like that. Of even as he aged and physically didn't have the same ability, his recognition was better than everybody else. The things that he saw on the field, his understanding of what a defense was going to do to him, like his complete and total encyclopedic understanding of what his offense was going to do on a given play and what the numbers looked like and how he was going to have advantages out on the field and where the green grass was going to be, and then the touch that he would put on the football. Some of those passes that he threw in 2013, where it was just like he was dropping it in. And again, it didn't come from the most explosive arm strength. Like, Peyton, even in his prime, didn't have the best arm strength. But my God, the touch that he could put on a football, it was like artistic as you watched it. I think Jokic is a great example of this as well, of my understanding, my spatial awareness of what is happening out on the floor, my understanding of knowing where everything is on the court, the footwork, the touch around the basket, his ability. One of my favorite things what Jokic can do is when he puts up a shot that he knows isn't going in, but as the ball has left his hand, he already knows, yeah, but this is where the carom is going to take the ball off the rim. And I will beat everybody else to it because of my absolute, complete, and total touch that I have on this basketball and my knowledge of the geometry of the cylinder and the backboard and everything else, and the ball will be exactly in this spot. And so I will reposition my body, and I will get to it, and then I'll catch it, and then I'll just lay it in. And boom, there's 2 points right there. Like, that understanding of every angle that's directly in front of him, it's like a beautiful mind.
Yeah,
that's what guys like that are able to do.
It's like Neo in the Matrix when he starts seeing things in like code.
Right.
Everything slows down.
That's kind of what it's like. You know, I think that, you know, there's a lot of musicians that it's like, well, they're just freaks because they just have this unbelievable skill. Yeah, but like, what are you doing with that? You know? And is it actually making something that is good? That to me is the key difference right there. Like, I think quarterbacks, when they discover, you know, when that knowledge base, like that a late career Peyton Manning had, when that matches up with like what your physical ability is, that's when a quarterback can be at his absolute best. I would say the same about basketball players. Like, we were talking about this yesterday, was so many of these guys, like, they don't win NBA championships until they're 28, 29, 30 years of age, like however many years it takes in the league, because it's like, okay, how do I take this phenomenal skill and athleticism that I have, and now how do I match that up with my understanding of the game, and now I combine the two, and now you see true mastery at work.
Unless you're like the Thunder, who were, I think, the second youngest team to just win a championship.
Or you're just super deep.
But that's right. It's why it's right there for the Nuggets still.
It is.
Yeah, because they got Jokic and they've revamped the roster a little bit.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Jaleel McLaughlin.
There it is.
That's who I was teasing there, Spring.
I was going to ask, who's that Bronco?
Jaleel McLaughlin.
Hey, will Bo Nix ever see the field like that? I don't know.
Maybe he will. I don't know. Again, I don't know. Like, it's far too early to tell. I think it takes time to get to that place.
He's got Sean coaching him. Sean's going to force him.
You have to, I think, to get to that place, though.
I know what you're going to say, yeah.
You have to have such a deep well of experience and understanding.
Sure. Do you think Brees had it? Do you think Drew Brees had it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Great example of it. Of immersion in what it is, and that and that's how I think you then get to that next place. I'll tell you this, I think Nick's I think he's got the work ethic for it. I do. I
mean, just look inside his backpack. He's got what it takes.
Lacrosse ball.
Yeah, he's committed.
Nothing but football. Jaleel McLaughlin, Spring, J.K. Dobbins, R.J. Harvey. They're the stories, right, of that running back room.
I mean, Audric Estime is part of the story.
Of course.
I know people are not optimistic for him right now.
Bidet and Watson and all this.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw McLaughlin, catch one in the flat. And it's OTAs. I'll be the first one to raise my hand and say it was OTAs. I don't want to overrate anything that I saw in OTAs, but I'm going to for a moment to make my point. I saw him beat a linebacker on an angle and get to the edge and boom, turn the corner. That dude is so friggin' fast with a football in his hands. Now, he's got things to clean up. It's funny. He had a quote that I saw that I think he gave to Cosmiter that was just like, if I juggle the ball, I have now given the defense time to get there. And it's, pick up a 4, pick up a 5, whatever it may be. If I make that catch clean and can get my shoulders squared upfield immediately, that's the difference between being able to just bust it. And that's when it becomes the home run play. Do you remember the touchdown that he scored against the Bucks, where it was a pitch outside right, and he was dead. That outside linebacker just had him killed. And McLaughlin slammed on the brakes and then turned the Jets on and beat that guy to the corner and got to the pylon and boom, scored that touchdown. That was week 3?
Yep, and it was his lone touchdown last season.
Yeah.
Week 3.
And it was his lone rushing touchdown. He had receiving touchdowns.
You're
didn't
right. He did have 2 receiving touchdowns.
Okay.
Good clarification.
So, and all of them are red zone scores, I believe. And like that play right there, like that start, stop, all of that, he has that ability. I think he's a friggin' weapon. I don't think Jaleel McLaughlin is ever going to touch the ball 25 times a game. But, like, can you find 8 to 10 touches per game for him and take advantage of his speed? He's another guy to me. Like, we talked a lot about Marvin Mims yesterday, and we played that audio for him of, like, okay, you got Sutton, you got Ingram, but like, what are the other weapons that you can find along the way that are in there and get them the ball? And these guys are dangerous. And yes, there are weeks where you will hear almost nothing for them, but there's going to be other weeks where they're going to bust one and it's going to be a 45-yard touchdown, or it's going to be a field flipping kind of play where he makes somebody miss and then goes. And he is another dude that, while I want Sean Payton doing like all the research in the world to figure out how to take the greatest advantage he possibly can of Marvin Mims, McLaughlin's another guy that, like, I want you to think about that a little bit, Sean. How do you get the ball in his hands and get his shoulders squared upfield?
He was our second leading rusher last season.
Isn't that incredible?
I don't know. I had high hopes for him last season, and just felt a little ghosty to me, despite having some decent games. And now with RJ Harvey there, and they signed J.K. Dobbins, and man, Sean Payton is going to want to use that screen game, and I think that Harvey's going to be the first. He's going to get the most cracks at that.
Yep.
Dobbins will too, but I think Harvey is going to get the bulk of those Joker type looks.
If I had to guess right now, Spring, I would say, like, if they're going to have 3 active running backs. And some weeks it could be 4, but my guess is right now, if I'm putting the depth chart out there, I think it's Harvey, Dobbins, and McLaughlin. I think it's the 3 of them.
Yeah, I don't think you can deny Jaleel's speed, but I mean, I see him as a clear 3. Now, I do think as the season goes along,
yeah, he's a weapon, but he's not the weapon. I don't think he's ever going to be a feature back in his NFL career.
Mm-hmm. I do think as the season goes along that maybe you start to see Dobbins get a little phased out. Just maybe
got to stay healthy too.
Yeah, he's had injury issues. I don't think he's old, but it feels like he's getting older. It's the life of a running back, right?
It's only been in the league 5 years.
So maybe as the season goes along, maybe now Harvey's the one. Now Jaleel's that 2.
Yeah.
Something like that. But I don't know. For whatever reason, it just felt like Jaleel. I was expecting more explosive plays from him last season. But, young guy, undrafted, right? So
1,142 yards total offense, 6 tutties since he's been with this team. Year 1 was bizarre, and it was a bad team, and it was Sean V. Russell Wilson, and it was a mess. Last year, the offense started to find its way as the season went along, like, I don't know if I'm overrating it. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm too close to it. Maybe I've been staring at this thing and trying to hope this thing into being good. But an entire offseason of Nix as the dude, watching the OTAs, again, it didn't look like it was Peyton Manning in 2013 or anything like that. But watching it in OTAs, it was just like the complement of weapons and the amount of speed on that offense right now, it is friggin' night and day from what it was at camp 2 years ago in Sean's first season. I guess 3 years ago now in Sean's first season. Like, it is completely different, and I think there's real competition for touches right now, and Sean has referred to that, and there's actual real speed on that offense. Dangerous, functional speed on that offense right now.
Yeah, like, I think last year I took a flyer late in my fantasy draft on Jaleel, thinking like, oh, like this dude's gonna get some explosive looks. He's gonna have some plays where he just breaks loose and bam, gets you like a 40-yard touchdown.
He really didn't.
And he really didn't.
I think there was little things that have to get cleaned up.
But also from like a fantasy perspective though, like and not necessarily just that, but I do think that the ball is gonna get spread around a lot. I think that there's going to be a lot, maybe not a ton, like there's no true elite weapon. Who's their most elite weapon? Sutton?
Yeah.
But I do think that the ball is going to get spread around a lot. Like week to week, you might not know who's going to go off. And I think that's going to make, if you're into fantasy, Broncos weapons to be tough to rely on week in, week out.
I would agree with that. I think they're going to be a little bit tricky as fantasy options. It's one of the things I talked about with Mims of like, for every Cincinnati game, there was, a game the next week where he disappeared. The playoff game against Buffalo, what do you have? 2 touches, I think, total in that game. Like, as a fantasy weapon, it's going to be a little bit up and down. Where I think the Broncos are right now is that they're sort of in that place where, they don't have that that 25 touch or that 15 target kind of fantasy stud on this team. They just have a lot of guys that are good.
Exactly.
And for many years, they didn't have those guys at the top either, and they just had a bunch of guys that sucked. Now they actually have just a bunch of guys that are good football players, which I think Sean's going to really be able to utilize. Kreckman and Lindahl show. Quick break. When we come back, Deion Sanders says college football needs a salary cap. I've got some wild ideas about what college football could be looking to do in the next couple of years. We'll tell you about that coming up next. We are 7 weeks away from college football. It's almost here. Buffs will open August the 29th at home against Georgia Tech. Good old-fashioned split national championship rivalry going on right there. CSU, Rammies will be in action following day, August 30th, on the road at Washington. Let's get this college football season underway. Air Force opens up on August 30th against Bucknell. Bucknell. Spring, do you know the nickname for Bucknell football?
Well, I mean, their basketball program has made the tournament.
Yeah.
I want to go like Bison.
They are the Bison. Well
All
done.
right.
Orange and blue right
Look at
there.
me.
Bucknell, FCS opponent right there. Come on, Air Force. That's really who you're opening up with. They always do that.
Hey.
Though. It's like Parents Weekend, and they always get somebody that they can beat by 70.
Well, dude, Alabama plays nobody in like week 9. You notice that? Like every year.
They're all nobody compared to Alabama, let's be honest. I want to hear from Deion Sanders from yesterday. Dion, this is not the health stuff. This is Dion talking about the current state of player compensation. And Deion Sanders says college football needs a salary cap.
And Prime, you were talking about it during your presser about NIL and what these players deserve and how the game is modified to that point. From where you sit, doing it at the highest level in the NFL, how do you believe NIL should be guardrailed now, especially with the revenue share?
I wish it was a cap. Like the top of the line player makes this, and if you're not that type of guy, you're not going to make that. That's what the NFL does. So the problem is you got a guy that's not that darn good, but he could go to another school and they give him $500,000, and you can't compete with that. That don't make sense. And you're talking about equality, not equality, like equal. I guess it was equality. And all you have to do is look at the playoffs and see what those teams spent. And you understand darn near why they're in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. It's kind of hard to compete with somebody who's giving $25-30 million to a darn freshman class.
Right.
It's crazy. We're not complaining because all these coaches up here can coach their butts off and give them the right opportunity with the right players and play here and there, you'll be there. But it's what's going on right now don't make sense. And we want to say stuff, but we're trying to be professional. But you're going to see the same teams darn near at the end and with somebody who sneaks up in there. But the team that pays the most is going to be there in the end.
I read today, by the way, that reports of an SEC team did a presentation with their players during the spring and said, now that the players are compensated through revenue sharing, that what was spent on the team a year ago, roughly $27 million, will be cut to $14 million for this upcoming year. Basically telling the players the kind of pay cut that is coming their way. Now, we've talked about this again, like what the way that they have tried to have new NIL enforcement, I think is only going to go back to the black market now, and the collectives and the alums and the big money guys are still going to be paying dudes in college football, and I think really the new rules kind of welcome that in college football. College football is screwed up right now, and I read a piece today that was in Yahoo. Deion's talking about a salary cap. Danny White, old Cowboys quarterback, Danny White, he's the AD at Tennessee. And he's been going public in recent weeks only. He's been, and according to reports, he's had these conversations for years, but recently it's time to talk about what a collective bargaining arrangement will look like in college football, where the players they're not student athletes, they're employee athletes, and it is unionized in college football. And they're going to have to collectively bargain how this thing is going to work, which is crazy. I don't know how you do it. That union is so massive if you were to have a players association, and there are versions of players associations currently in college football, but it would be treating these guys as employee athletes of their institutions. Like there's This piece is on Yahoo, and Ross Dellinger wrote it. And like the amount of different ideas that get thrown out in here by people that are just trying to address what is happening right now in college football and how to get it back onto any kind of solid footing right now. There's no bad ideas because every idea is out there right now, Spring. Do you want to know the wildest one that I read?
I do.
Okay. This one, when I saw this, an SEC athletic director who wished to remain anonymous talked about eliminating recruiting by holding a college football draft.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
A college football draft. How you would do that?
Oh, no.
I have no idea.
Well, that would change everything.
But, like, right now, and that's just one idea that'll never happen in a billion years.
Air Force with the, 10th overall pick selects like a 5-star pocket passing quarterback. That would change everything.
Is that guy going to get the congressional letter of approval to go to the academy? I don't know if he is.
Now Ball State can win the national championship.
I don't know if that guy's ready for aerospace engineering 350 or whatever that they take down at Air Force. No offense to that.
You don't even have to go to class anymore.
Hypothetical.
At this point.
That's like seriously, as I read all of this about trying to set up a national organization to employ and unionize athletes, and you would have to do this for college football and for men's basketball. Like, if you're going to do it, those are the two sports, the two revenue sports. Those are the ones that you do this with. But, like, as I read all of this, Spring, I was just like, college football has to go away.
Dude, and
it does.
I know that, like, the UFL and all that, like, I was thinking maybe there's a world where it's just like an amateur league, where forget the universities and the colleges.
Sure.
It's just this league with teams and money, and it's for kids aged 18 to 22 or whatever it is.
The part where amateur football or developmental football, minor league football, whatever you want to call it, here in the United States is somehow tied to higher education and academics
because it's tradition.
That's what creates the draw for it, right?
Sure.
I've never cared about a UFL team in my life,
but the heritage.
But I care about Illinois football.
Yeah,
because I have a connection to it. Like, my wife's entire family, they're all diehard Buffs fans. Like, why? Because of the University of Colorado. That is why that connection there exists.
And the brands are already established. They're
massive.
Yeah, they are stapled into our brains.
They oftentimes have larger fan bases than NFL teams do, and they're able to pack the stadiums as such. Like, that's why there is such a deep passion for the sport. But now that we have gotten to the place where we finally recognize, like, okay, we can do away with the myth that these guys are just students doing it for a state university. Like, we know that's a load of crap. The money got too massive, and everybody filled their coffers for years and years and years, and then finally, through legal action, the players were able to say, "Hey, aren't we the ones doing all the work over here? Like, what the hell are we doing over there?" There's this kind of this sort of largesse exists in this sport right now. This is what we are manufacturing, and we're not seeing anything for it. This is effed up, and that's got us to this place right now. And it's really the only way that I see to fix it, Spring, is, and I'm not proposing a solution right here. I'm talking about a total shift in mindset. Is that you need collectively a lot of people to say, well, it's time to stop chasing mine and do what is better for the collective of this entire thing. The problem is human beings are hardwired, I think, not to act that way. And also, people will resist any kind of change as long as they possibly can until it's forced upon them. How do we end up in this current mess with NIL, where collectives were we're essentially paying guys on a free agency system in college football over the last couple of years. Like, how did we get to that place? Because everybody resisted the change for so long until it was slammed down their throats with no regulation whatsoever. And then it just turned into a gigantic mess where Deion Sanders has to sit there and say college football needs a salary cap. Like, yeah, this thing needed regulation. It needed it 50 years ago. But you all resisted as long as you possibly could.
Well, yeah, it's just all about which university can offer which football player out of high school the most money or transfer, whatever. It doesn't matter anymore. Like, someone can go want to play for Coach Prime. Man, you know, what a great personality. Man, he would be fun to play for, but they're not offering me as much money as this other school. The decision is that simple. So, yeah, I mean, I understand why they would want a salary cap, but, I mean, would that be across all of FBS or just across certain conferences?
Sure.
You know, who are the haves and have-nots there? Would we have, like, a relegation system? Because there would be programs outside of whatever group they could hypothetically create that could, you know, improve and...
This is why the Big Ten and the SEC are saying, well, we should redo the college football playoff, and there should be 4 slots that are just automatically just slated for us.
Mm-hmm. It all just leads towards one just kind of big league either way. If you want to do it under the pretenses of universities, fine.
Yeah.
But I do think there should be a salary cap. I do. Or else it is just going to be which school has the biggest boost or has the most money in their pockets, and that's how you win.
So of the $20.5 million pool from the revenue sharing that each of these universities is supposed to have to spend on athletes at whatever their discretion may be, and if, you know, let's say 14 to 15 million of it is automatically that's designated to go to the football team because the football team is the biggest revenue producing team in the sport, then okay, but like this goes back to what are the dark money deals then going to look like? For example, today, remember we were telling you about NIL Go, the new enforcement arm, college sports enforcement arm, NIL Go, regulating name, image, and likeness payments to athletes, and anything that goes over $600 is supposed to be approved, a third-party deal by NIL Go, which again sounds like an app or at least a streaming service. The 2 main requirements for those deals are that they're for a valid business purpose and within a fair market range of compensation, the goal being to prevent schools from utilizing booster-driven entities to funnel payments to recruits and transfers as a workaround to the $20.5 million revenue sharing cap. And my response to that is, good friggin' luck, dudes. Good luck.
Okay, so, but just to be clear, you're suggesting that even with the salary cap in college football, that they could still give them extra money under the table, just like before NIL, there were players getting money under the table. And yeah, there's a salary cap, but we can still give you extra money. Wink, wink. This is why you should still come to our school. Okay, but in professional sports, like, do they do that in could they do that in like in the NBA? You got a salary cap.
Sure.
Here's we're offering you this contract. It fits into our cap. Now, these are bigger money contracts where I don't think the player might care, but you could always, I've always wondered that, like, even in pro sports, could you offer them something that's completely off the books?
So, here's a prime example of that, okay? What did everybody always say about Tom Brady?
You know, I had a feeling that that's where we're going to go.
What a hero.
Mm-hmm.
He takes less money.
Sure.
For the good of the team. Didn't Tom Brady and his TB12 company have didn't they have access to the players, and his trainer was there providing supplements for the players? Didn't TB12 have a storefront in One Patriot Place in Foxborough where I believe they were paying rent for like $1 a year in order to be able to sell their supplements off to everybody, which was going to be one of Brady's many money-making entities going on forward after his football career, in addition to now getting $375 million from Fox to broadcast NFL games. Like, yes, that's a prime example of it where Brady was willing to say, oh, man, Robert Kraft is going to basically let me establish my supplement business empire under the table here, so to speak. Yeah, you don't have to pay me top of the market dollars. I can take on some of that stuff. Of course it goes on. Of course it does.
That is, though, that's not outright paying Tom Brady. It is setting him up to make extra money and helping him out.
It's Brady investing in his future.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But in college football,
football can make him a millionaire. Supplements can make him a billionaire.
In college football, though, like if there was a salary cap, I do feel like the bookkeeping would be easier to track.
Easier in college football?
Well, at least there's a record. At least there's a record.
The shadiest of athletic endeavors in the United States?
I'm just saying at least there's a record. There's like, you can have a spreadsheet of, okay, here's our, each player's contracts. But yeah, I'm sure that there would still be money still being transferred outside of what is allowed. I don't disagree.
Yes. I believe right now, I think this NIL Go thing, unless they just have like massive resources committed to enforcement, I think this thing has opened up a whole other weird market now for these athletes and for these collectives, and they'll figure it out. They figured out the last one.
Well,
they'll figure this one out.
Okay, so let's say there's a school that does, that they have signed. You look at their roster and you're like, how are they paying like these high level players under this salary cap?
Sure.
Like, what are they doing?
Sure.
Like they have, if there's like an all-star team in college, they got all the all-stars. How are they affording this under these salary cap restrictions? That would raise red flags.
Yeah,
right?
you don't want to be too stupid about it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you got to do it well.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Because when you see with salary capped leagues, there's a reason that Mikko Rantanen had to go.
Well, that's just it. It's like, okay, yes, the NFL is salary capped, but if you commit guaranteed dollars to a player, that contract then has to go into escrow. Like, that's one of the advantages the Broncos have of having the richest ownership group in the entire NFL, because they always have enough cash to cover it. Pat Bowlen didn't always, and that was one of the struggles that he had. That's why sometimes you will see organizations that they cannot sign multiple 9-figure deals in a given offseason or whatever, because do they have that kind of cash sitting around? The Broncos will never have that problem. That's one of the advantages. Plus, there is no limit in the NFL on what you can spend on facilities, what you can spend on coaching, anything else like that. The Broncos have the biggest advantage in the NFL when it comes to all of that. There are absolutely financial advantages to be had, even in a hard salary cap league like the NFL. So, again, like you will find those loopholes and exploit them at every single opportunity. And again, it's pro sports, man. Kill or be killed. College football draft, though, would be kind of funny. Hey, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, Spring, Ryan McMahon has been struggling. Why has it gotten so bad for Rymac? Well, we're going to tell you when we come back, and here's a little bit of a spoiler. A few of you out there listening right now, it's actually your fault. We'll tell you next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. We have been telling you to go to roller.bid/altitude to sign up for the email list right there at Roller Auction. Well, you should do exactly that because you can win baseball tickets. You can win concert tickets from us right here at Altitude. So go ahead and check that out. So many great auctions available to bid right now at Roller Auction. It is the summertime. In fact, I'm looking at this contracting equipment auction that's available to be able to bid right now. I'm looking at these pressure washers, some of them available for fewer than $100. Go to roller.bid right now to be able to get in on this auction. This one closes next week, the 15th. So you got some time, but you got to get to roller.bid and start bidding right now, closing next Tuesday. This rental and contracting equipment auction at Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid and check it out. Roller.bid/altitude. That's where you go to sign up for the email list. And again, you can win tickets like some of our great listeners already have. That's Roller Auction, the website, roller.bid. Where to sign up? Roller.bid/altitude. No Rockies game tonight. They just got swept by the Red Sox, outscored 29-7 in the series out at Fenway. They are now 4-15 since their 4-game win streak in mid-June. Highlight last night, Spring, and somebody just tweeted this at me. The Jaron Duran Little League triple in the first last night. Got booted at short. Got kicked out to Fernandez and right. He whiffed on the thing. Duran ended up going to third. There were 2 different errors committed by the Rockies on the play. Funny part being, Senza actually got out of that jam. Duran did not score.
Not a boy.
He would go on to give up 4 runs, and they would give up 10 in total last night. But Duran did not score that inning. It's bad. 21-72. 3 games to go before the break. They are in Cincinnati this weekend. They are all around terrible. And one guy in particular is really, really struggling. And that's Ryan McMahon. I gave this number to DMac before. Month of July, he's hitting .097 for the month. 3 for 31 with a single extra base hit. But I want to give a shout-out to the boss man, Kevin Shockey. Kevin went a little bit deeper on the research, okay? The struggles for McMahon, they actually go back a little bit further than that. And I know a lot of you are listening right now, and you're just like, well, yeah, he's got a top 5 strikeout rate in all of baseball. He's been struggling all season long. You're not wrong, okay? But it goes back to a specific day. And this is on some of you out there that are listening to this show. Does everybody remember June 20th, the year of our Lord 2025?
How could I forget?
June 20th. How could you forget? Because we all remember what June 20th was. The Rockies were at home on that lovely Friday night playing the Arizona Diamondbacks. But June 20th was something specifically as it related to Ryan McMahon. Spring, roll that audio in case anybody forgot.
Hey, this is Ryan McMahon, third baseman for your Colorado Rockies. I'd like to invite all my fellow Ryans to the first Ryan meetup at Coors Field, June 20th. Cheer on the Ryans on the field and join hundreds of other Ryans in the stands. Get your tickets at rockies.com/Ryan. See you guys there.
Ryan Knight. Remember Ryan Knight, Spring?
Of course. Didn't he homer? I think he homered on Ryan Knight.
He went yard that night. And do you remember as he rounded the bases, he pointed to the Ryans. And it was a big moment. The Ryans all had white Ryan T-shirts on. They were all really excited about it. It was a big Ryan party out there. He did homer that night. You're absolutely right about that. Do you know that's the last time that he homered?
So it checks out.
Did you realize that he has a 338 OPS since the 20th of June? Not batting average, not on base percentage.
Oh, no.
OPS on base plus slugging.
Dude, Marquez would have a better OPS if he could still hit.
On that night, Ryan McMahon, that was his 12th home run of the season. It is now July 10th. He still has 12 home runs. His OPS that night got up to 751 after that bomb. Solo shot against Arizona. By the way, Rockies would lose 14-8 that night. His OPS up to 751. Not good, but trending in the right direction. And he had been playing really well. It's down to 675 after last night's 0-for-4. Struck out 3 times on Tuesday night. Only K'd once last night. Right now, the slash line, 208, 307, 368 for Ryan McMahon. He was trending in the right direction. He was finding his way, and then Ryan Knight happened, and it has been into the tank for Ryan McMahon. This is the fault of Ryan's everywhere, and specifically the Rockies organization for getting all those Ryans out there.
Actually, it sounds to me like every night needs to be Ryan night.
Maybe.
Because he's only productive on Ryan night.
Maybe that's what it is. You can't have Ryan night every night, though.
We're gonna have to.
Ryans have other things they have to do.
No, can't.
They can't just go to every Rockies game for Ryan. By the way, he was only 1 for 5 that night, so it wasn't like he was necessarily outrageously good.
Just trying to find out how much the Ryans care about Ryan McMahon. He needs you. He needs you, guys.
It should be noted he was 1 for 5 with a home run and 4 strikeouts that night.
This is a home run.
Hey, you'll take the home run every time.
Every other night's 0 for 5 with 5 Ks. So at least we've got a bomb on Ryan night.
I think he's
got.
Boy. How many 4 strikeout games does he have this year? 2. I believe
the Yankees.
Three.
Would the Yankees even want him, or would they just be thinking like you get him in a better lineup with more? I do think that's one thing that's going on with the Rockies right now. When everybody's so bad,
everybody sucks.
You have no protection in the lineup.
None.
Nobody's pitching around anybody. Nobody has any fear. No, like at least if Ryan was in the Yankees lineup, he could, bat around a couple players who, might strike a little bit of hesitation into, the opposing pitcher. When you're on the Rockies, like the opposing pitcher just feels like he can throw his best off speed, he has no hesitation at all.
He'd have the shortest porch in the bigs in right field.
There's that.
He'd have that going for him as well with the Yankees. I think Ryan McMahon would rediscover his way. The problem is that his trade value is plummeted, and it has for a couple of years now. But it's gotten really bad. He has unfortunately devolved into such a true outcome kind of hitter, except he doesn't walk. It's like strikeout or homer. That's the best you're going to do right now with Ryan McMahon. Excellent defensive third baseman. He'd be very good. So he'd be an upgrade there for the Yankees. But yeah, I don't know how much you're going to get for him. They should move him. They 100% should move him. I don't think they're going to get anything great for him.
And of course, it's another example. I mean, he should have been traded last year.
Should have been traded probably 3 years ago.
Probably, and that's just up and down the list. The value of all these guys has plummeted.
Jake Bird was awful in his last outing. That's not helping anything right now. But you absolutely have to move Bird. You got to move Marquez. You should move Freeland if you can. If they call and ask for anybody, anything,
you take whatever
nailed down.
It doesn't. Even if it's a terrible offer, you take it.
You have to.
Their value's not going to get any better because the team is going to continue to be poor next season.
Yes.
So you may as well just start now.
Start to collect the assets as much as you possibly can. The White Sox did it a year ago. The Rockies have to. Should Bill Schmidt be the guy doing it? No, but are they going to fire him before the trade deadline? Are they going to fire him before the draft? I doubt it. Wouldn't be a very Rockies move to do that. That would mean that they would actually be taking their struggle seriously.
Ethan Holiday, a -175 favorite.
High school, right? He's coming out of high school. Matt Holiday's younger brother of Jackson.
4th overall to the Rockies, which is I thought Ethan was going to be the 1st overall pick when we were kind of looking at this last year.
Yeah.
But would that excite you?
Yes. Yeah. I'm excited.
It would excite me too, but the only problem is you're looking at least a year and a half. I think Ethan can make it because Jackson made it up fairly quick. Jackson freaking tore up the minor leagues in the Orioles system.
He did, and he had a little up and down when he first got here, but he's
starting to settle in.
Yeah, he is starting to settle in as a good major league player. Yeah, he's probably 3 years away from the big leagues, but they're 2-3 years away from being competitive in the slightest bit.
Yeah.
Got the 5 biggest stories of the day. What do we got? An NBA high five.
NBA.
When we come back, we're doing it. The Thunder are paying everybody. That's next. Got Spring on the other side of the glass filling in for Andy. I am Nate Kreckman. Chris Dempsey will be with us tomorrow. Fresh off of... That's right. Fresh off of Nuggets Summer League coverage this evening as Deron Holmes and company take on the Bucks at 7:30. That game's going to be televised on Altitude Television. There's so much happening in the NBA. We got the top 5 biggest stories of the day from around the league. Thursday, Tesh. What do we got today, Spring?
Well, the Oklahoma City Thunder are committing a ton of money to their young core 3. Jalen Williams and the Thunder have agreed to a 5-year maximum rookie contract extension worth as much as $287 million between Jalen, SGA, and Chet. The Thunder are paying those 3 as much as $822 million.
Collectively. You know, it's so funny because the Thunder taught everybody the lesson. Don't have 3 max contracts, have depth. Have youth and depth. That's how you win NBA championships. That allows you to get Hartenstein in free agency. That allows you to trade Caruso for Caruso and pay him. That's how you get it done. Well, that's the tricky thing is you win a championship, then you got to pay guys. And both Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren, who got paid this week, they're max players. You have to pay those guys max dollars. You got to make that move. And so here's my guess. Spring, Sam Presti's pretty good at this. He's no dummy, okay? Yeah, you got to do those deals because that's the player's market value. But do I think for 1 second that all 3 of Shea and J-Dub and Chet are all going to finish out their max extensions as members of the Oklahoma City Thunder? Nah, I don't think so.
Sure.
No, there's going to be a trade coming here down the line. But for now, you maintain this as much as you possibly can. The Thunder currently have a projected payroll, $246 million for the 26-27 season, $77 million in non-guaranteed contracts that could allow them to retain flexibility. Good news is they still get $1 billion draft picks. I think the Thunder are going to be a weapon for some time, but they're trying to build it the way that Denver has in the last couple of years of like, we're going to have these maxes, and then we got to get a lot of youth to be really good players after that. If anybody can figure it out, though, it's Sam Presti.
Well, the good news for them is the Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren contracts don't kick in. Like you said, you mentioned 26-27 when that pay. So they have one more season of Chet and Jalen on the rookie deals, and they're fairly cheap. So shouldn't affect them, as they can, it's probably just going to be the band back together, right?
Yeah, and I would think, again, like, honestly, this is the scary part. I think both Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren are only going to get better.
Oh, yeah.
And so both of them will have very high trade value when it comes time for them to have to do that. SGA is not going anywhere. One of them will probably get moved. If I had to guess, it would be J-Dub that eventually is the guy that gets traded away from there because SGA is an MVP, and Chet is just something that you can't find. And I think Chet Holmgren's going to win a few Defensive Player of the Year awards. I think he's that.
I mean, from a positional standpoint, him being a big.
Right.
But I think Jalen's a better player.
Phenomenal player. Chet's just harder to find.
Sure. But yeah, so they really have one more season when you think about it. With how long has it been since we've had a repeat NBA champion? Like 8 years now?
Yep, not since Golden State.
And once they'll probably trade one of them eventually, but then they're going to have to do all these gymnastics, and we've seen how that's gone for the Nuggets. So, and I don't even think they win one next year, just because that's the way the league is going.
That's the way the league is going. I mean, the benefit that they have is that I think Jalen Williams is going to be eminently more tradable than Michael Porter was. And then
they'll get a haul.
It took the Nuggets to find a deal to kind of fall into their lap right there. It was really interesting, like what Porter was saying about his conversation with John Wallace and everything else like that. Spring, I really do think, like, I'm not saying that nothing was in the works, that conversations weren't being had, but I don't think the idea that the Nuggets would be able to trade Michael Porter was real right up until they were able to trade Michael Porter.
I do think, though, like, similarities between the Thunder and Nuggets, and the Thunder, locking these guys up, and we'll see, how long it holds. But when you, and I know SGA wasn't drafted, acquired young though, savvy trade. When you draft these guys, Jalen Williams, very savvy draft pick. When you hit on picks like that, and it works and you win a championship, you want to ride it as long as you can. Like, these are your toys. Yep. And as an executive like Sam Presti, it worked. You want to keep it going. That's what the Nuggets did.
Yep.
With their core four, it worked. They wanted to ride it out as long as possible. So I could see the Thunder riding this maybe a little longer than they should.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, hey, there's talk. Luka Doncic is entering the last season of his contract. But according to Brian Windhorst, Luka could wait until mid-September to make his contract decision. August 2nd is when he can start negotiating a new deal.
Interesting point here from Wendy. He said, and I'm going to sound this warning now, he's probably not going to sign August 2nd. He's going to be playing with the Slovenian national team in Eurobasket until mid-September. He may not entertain that issue until he comes back to the U.S. at that time. So it could be a long wait, but make no mistake, this offseason is not about LeBron for the Lakers. It is about Luka. Doncic can sign a 4-year, $229 million extension with the Lakers, or he could opt for the shorter 3-year version of that deal. All right. Does Luka Doncic want to be a bro to all of us? Don't sign it, dude. Don't sign it. Not saying never sign it with the Lakers. Just give us that intrigue. Give us that intrigue for a year, which would be really fun to talk about. And here's one of the other parts of it. And I think I talked about this with Andy a week or two ago. Is like, Luka had a pretty weird year. We saw how emotional he was when he went back to Dallas. He never thought he was getting traded away from the Mavericks. Clearly, he never thought that was even remotely a possibility. Guess who else thought that? Everybody else on the planet, except for Nico Harrison, thought that about Luka Doncic. You just got to L.A. You played, what did he play, 30-some games or whatever it was with the Lakers, 20-some games last year with the Lakers, in addition to the playoffs. Why don't you get your feet underneath you for a minute, Now, again, ultimately, do I think Luka stays with the Lakers? Probably, because NBA players love living in L.A. It's very conducive to their lifestyle. Absolutely. But he could look at it and he could say, I don't know. Maybe I want to play somewhere else. Maybe I'd like to spend the golden years of my career playing in Denver with my buddy Nikola Jokic. You never know. You never know what you want to do. Why don't you just pump the brakes? A, for your own wise decision-making, and B, so we can all have the content and everybody can freak out about it all the time, because the NBA is more fun when you can do that.
Yeah, I mean, if winning is the most important thing to him, then, we'll see what the Lakers look like this season.
Totally.
And how they're shaping up, to go into what could be the Luka era. It might not be the most appealing situation, but the Lakers are, they're going to do... And all they really all they really can do is, just offer him the max deal. And that max deal he can make more money re-signing with the Lakers than he can with any other team. And that the NBA and the Lakers franchise want that player to be the face of that team. Like, it's a match made in heaven. I don't see how Luka leaves. But it also is interesting how, Doncic and Jokic's contracts are kind of expiring at the same time,
right.
And it could be a team up in one of either cities.
Along those lines,
could you imagine the alternative scenario, the nightmare scenario?
Well, I want to talk about that a little bit here on the other side, because Nikola Jokic this week, Spring, turned down a 3-year max contract offer from the Nuggets. Is there an ulterior motive in there from Nikola Jokic? I think there's a sliver of a possibility of one, and I'll tell you about it next. We got the news this week that Nikola Jokic had turned down a 3-year max contract offer from the Nuggets. 3 years at $212 million. If he waited another year, or if he waits another year, he'll get 4 years, $292 million, which, yeah, $292 million is better than $212 million. I would take either, but Jokic has the right to wait and get himself the extra $80 million bucks, as well he should. Absolutely, as well he should. But there's kind of the question when it comes to Jokic turning down this extension of, well, does this put increased pressure on the Nuggets front office to keep it going? Does this put increased pressure onto ownership to continue to spend? Does this perhaps put pressure on the organization to be willing to spend into the tax or go above whichever apron it is they're up against at the given moment? Spring, I don't think that Jokic has an ulterior motive. I don't think that there is a, well, I'm going to turn this down because it's a big we'll see. I'm going to turn this down because I'm not going to commit to you until I see exactly what this looks like. According to Wendy and his secondhand sources, he's pleased. Okay? He's pleased with the offseason that the team has had. As well he should be. The Nuggets have had a great offseason. I think Valanciunas is going to be here, so I think it's been a great offseason, right?
Oh, yeah.
So Jokic absolutely should be pleased. It's interesting, though. Like, did Jokic, was there some Machiavellian scheme in Jokic's head of just like, oh, man, if I turn this down now, that's gonna send him the message they really better commit? Like, I think they know.
Sure.
Like, I'm pretty sure Ben Tenzer and John Wallace, who have been so active since they took over as the acting front office, and clearly with pressure from Josh Kroenke to get this done, I think they know he's 30. Time is running out. It is of the essence, and we got to take care of this thing right now. And they worked magic. They got a team to take Michael Porter. Okay? They got Michael Porter out of here and big time cap savings, and they did something with it. They went and got Bruce Brown, who loves being a member of the Denver Nuggets. They went and got Tim Hardaway Jr. They pulled a savvy trade for Jonas Valanciunas. Yes, it's been a little awkward and bumpy so far, sure, but I think ultimately cooler heads will prevail. So, Jokic has got to be pumped with the offseason that the team has had. And again, according to Wendy's secondhand sources, which could be Stable Boys and Zombor, we don't know who they are, that Jokic is really happy about all of this. You know, it's funny. I saw in various different places, Sean Keeler wrote about it in the Post. My buddy Jeff Morton wrote about it on Twitter of just this is good. This keeps the pressure on the front office. Spring, I don't think that was in Jokic's motivation. I think Nikola Jokic is a committed Denver Nugget. I think he is loyal to this ownership group. I think he is loyal to this city and this team. And I'm not saying that never changes. But I believe Jokic plays out his prime here in Denver. He has talked about, Hyatt talked about it yesterday, wanting to be like Tim Duncan. I think this is where he is going to be. But I would say that there is a residual benefit to it, that anytime that the signature isn't in ink, there is a seedling of doubt, a seedling of question. I don't think Nikola Jokic ever wants to go to L.A. or anywhere else. I don't see that for him. But also, I don't know. People change. People evolve. He's lived here in the U.S. for however long. Maybe he wants to go do something different. I have no idea. I don't think he does. It doesn't seem to match up what we know of Nikola Jokic. But I'm not going to say it's a complete non-zero.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I look at this right now and say, I don't think he's playing a power play on the front office, but they do need to be aware of it. And that's not the worst thing in the world to stay aggressive and keep putting a winner around him.
Yeah, I agree. I think that this is now. It's weird as I say this, and it's. I think this is a case of where the most obvious answer is what it is, like the most obvious. It's about money, and only by re-signing with the Nuggets can he make the most money. It's one of the new rules that I do like, and it benefits, and it's been in effect for several years now. But the ability to, you get that super max money only with the team that you're currently playing for.
Yeah.
So he can make the most money by staying with the Denver Nuggets, and he makes an extra $80 million
if he waits
a year. So yeah, okay, but and the reason I said it's kind of weird to say that is I'm talking about Nikola Jokic and money. Now, money is important to everybody.
Sure.
But Jokic is I don't want the limelight. Now, even he, though, really cares about money, probably.
He knows his value.
Sure.
Absolutely. Like, when Tim Connolly negotiated Jokic's first contract extension, he went to Sombor. He sat down with the brothers, and these guys had a very close relationship. But the message was conveyed like, we're family, right? That you're going to show us we're family? Like, he is still a business entity.
And his brothers are going to drive, like you get your money. Everyone's going to get your money. His family, get your money.
Nikola doesn't want to think about that stuff, but he's not Gandhi, okay?
Yeah.
He wants to be paid like he's the best basketball player in the world, as well he should.
Okay. But, and just to stir the pot.
Good, stir it.
Let's stir it up, okay?
Little darling.
Maybe winning is the most important thing to him.
Right.
And Doncic is up a year before Jokic. And I agree. I don't think he gives a damn about LA, New York, Miami. But if it just so happened that going to play with Luka in LA in his mind gave him the best chance to win, maybe he would go there.
And maybe his family is like, hey, we want the warm weather of Southern California and, a sick mansion in Brentwood or whatever.
What are Jokic's post-career plans? We're just assuming that it's to go back to Serbia and
raise horses
and do the horse thing.
We assume. That's the funny thing about Nikola Jokic. We make so many assumptions about him based on what we know, but we don't know. I don't want to pretend for 1 second that I know that I always know what Nikola Jokic's motivations are. That's what's so funny about this. He turns down that contract extension, and we look at it and we go, no big deal. He's just waiting until next year to get paid. I don't know that. Do you know that? He didn't said anything to anybody.
Look, part of the reason LeBron went to L.A. was Hollywood and post-career motives, production motives.
Yep.
Now, I know that this is going to sound like Jokic would never want that, and probably.
I don't know.
But what if Jokic goes to L.A., and now all of a sudden he's really is America's sweetheart?
I can be the executive producer of the Pokemon film franchise. I don't know. I don't know what he wants to do.
There is post-career mobility.
Yeah.
Now
he can do whatever he wants. Whatever he is going to have wealth to a point of like whatever dream he comes up with, he can realize. I don't think he wants all that stuff, but again, I don't know.
I just stirring the pot, man.
Yeah, I don't know. So it's gun to my head right now, what do I think Nikola Jokic is going to do? I think he's going to sign a 4-year max contract extension with the Nuggets next year. But I can't tell you that for sure. And it's again until the name is on the contract.
And I will say, like, that would just be like if you were to leave a little money on the table.
Yeah,
there are other business ventures you could get into because you're one of the. I mean, the combo of Luka and Jokic would be like that's Hollywood right there. And it's crazy because those are two. It's a Slovenian and a Serbian, but nonetheless, that's
the Balkan boys.
That's basketball celebrity.
Yep.
Right there.
Two of the most famous people on the planet.
It would come down to though, like that's just an added thing of money you could make up for if you're leaving extra supermax money on the table from the Nuggets. It would come down to, again, back to the basketball conversation. He would look at the Nuggets roster and say, ooh, yeah, they tried, they did some things, but it's just not working. Maybe there's a better opportunity to win elsewhere.
Josh Kroenke did bring up the specter of having to trade Nikola Jokic.
He did.
Worst case scenario. But
now real talk. And
real
you said
talk.
He's gonna re-sign with the Nuggets, right? There's like a 1% chance that doesn't happen.
Right. You never know. Stirring the pot. Spring, you've got a Michael Porter take that you sent to me today, and I need to hear this be expanded here. I want to play a piece of audio. Okay, Michael Porter on his YouTube podcast page.
Curious Mike.
He's curious. And Porter reacting and I thought the video was great. I really did. I'm going to root for Michael Porter forever. And he had some thoughts about his time ending here in Denver, and the opportunity that awaits him with the Nets. Play that, Spring.
So I'm really excited for this next chapter out here in Brooklyn. I think over there in Denver, I felt like my ceiling had kind of plateaued. We have a very we just have a way of playing, and how Joker plays, how Jamal plays, that two-man game is very potent, and that's how we play. And I'm so appreciative of the way we play. We end up winning a championship, but I do feel like my ceiling in Denver kind of plateaued a little bit, and I'm excited for this next chapter in Brooklyn for sure.
Plateaued. Spring, I don't know how much better Porter's going to be with Brooklyn. I'm curious to find out. I'm curious, Mike, to find out. But no, I really am. Like, I think there's limitations on his game. I think he's going to find life pretty tough playing without Nikola Jokic. But also, I've never seen Michael Porter play every single night without Nikola Jokic on his team, without being surrounded with the kind of championship level talent that the Nuggets have. So I don't know exactly what it's going to look like. I've got my thoughts. I think he's going to struggle to facilitate. I think his handles have a ways to go. I don't think he can body on guys the way that you need to be able to consistently get to the rack and be able to finish. But also, you know what? Michael Porter probably physically shouldn't be in the NBA anyway. So who the hell am I to doubt that guy? I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt and kind of see what his game can do right now. You have an interesting comp here on Porter. Lay it on me.
Yeah, so this dawned on me extemporaneously. I was just thinking out loud on The Blitz, the show that I some nights, summer's been a little off, but 6 to 7 most nights, host with Mark Bertinoli, and so it's the night after. So trade went down the day before. Okay. Now 24 hours have passed. We're talking about it, and initially my mind, I'm thinking like, oh man, like it was shocking. I was shocked. I was
stunned. I really was.
I kind of wanted them to trade Porter, just knowing that.
I did too.
Just knowing that I thought this roster needed a change.
I didn't think they could.
I thought he was the most tradable. Obviously Jokic is the most tradable.
Spring, I didn't think anyone would take him. I really didn't.
I thought someone would
until and honestly, like even with the reporting of the trade, until we got the email that it made it official and it went through, I was kind of like, something going to happen? Is he going to fail a physical? Or is there going to be something that happens where this trade is going to fall apart? I had my questions.
Well, I mean, we had just done the Core 4 score jersey giveaway. Felt like there was corporate synergy. Like it was almost like a spoiler from the Nuggets. Like, hey, Core 4 is going to be back. I was just expecting the Core 4 to be back.
You think Kevin Shockey had a line to the Nuggets front office that we didn't know about?
That's something.
Okay.
So shocked. And I was like, now I'm doing the sports radio thing where I'm like, what else was so shocking? And then, there was the Mikko Rantanen trade earlier this year, which was,
the timing of it was stunning.
Even though I was one of the few people saying this could be a possibility, when you see it, it's still shocking.
Right.
So I was shocked then. I was shocked for the Porter thing. But then I started thinking about those two in the same breath. Mikko Rantanen, Michael Porter Jr., and it dawned on me. And this is one of my favorite predictions I've ever come up with. Here's what's going to happen. Michael Porter Jr. is going to get traded. I think it's going to be by this trade deadline. Could be the following year because he's got 2 years left on his deal.
But he's got an expiring contract after the 27 NBA season, which is going to be very valuable. I agree with you. I think he's going to get moved. I don't think he plays a full 2 years in Brooklyn. The Nets are fully rebuilding, and Porter on an expiring contract is going to be really valuable to somebody. And it could be a team that's ready to win right now that could say, okay, we'll open up cap space, but also we would like Michael Porter shooting on our team right now because we've seen what it's capable of doing.
Yeah, and the reason I still think it could be, even before he becomes an expiring contract, a trade by this deadline is the Nets could maximize return for a team getting a year and a few months, couple months of him. I would say a playoff run. Because I think it would be I think like Mikko Rantanen going back to the Western Conference.
Yeah,
it would be a Western Conference contender acquiring Michael Porter Jr. And whether it's, Mikko goes to the Stars, so it could be the Wolves. Tim Conley loves Michael Porter Jr. Yeah. It could be the Lakers. Those would be very Dallas Stars-esque teams. And then it's like, oh, crap, he's in a conference rival.
Yeah.
Now, so I had somebody on Twitter say, well, but Mikko's a top 15 player and Porter's a top 70 player. It's not the same thing. I don't think it matters because when Porter comes back to the Western Conference, you just need to be a role player like you were on the Nuggets. And I think like we saw with Mikko Rantanen, who I think is a very good player, but also has his flaws. But revenge is a hell of a drug. And when Mikko went up against the Avs, he was motivated as all hell. I think Porter would have a similar chip and is going to have a similar chip on his shoulder here to start with Brooklyn. Certainly if he were to match up against the Nuggets in the playoffs, I do think, Nate.
There's a key difference, though.
Sure.
The Nuggets paid Mike. The Avs didn't want to pay Mikko.
They didn't want to pay him that next extension.
And so what I mean is exactly, the motivating factors of that chip are going to be a little bit different.
I do think Mike is surprised, though, even though, and he admitted in that video yesterday that he had sensed that changes could be coming if they didn't win this year.
Oh, he had been saying it dating back to last offseason of if we don't get it done now, I could very well be on the move. No, in terms of the revenge factor, I don't know if I can go all the way there with you. I will say where you have me is I think that Mike gets traded at least once before the end of this current contract. It could be at the deadline next year. You could absolutely be right about that, especially if he has a good first half of the season. If he looks healthy and looks good,
sure.
I could see Brooklyn doing that. Can I give you one other prediction on that trade?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's so what else was involved in that trade? The 2032 first-round pick, all right? It's 2025 right now. Here is my prediction. That 2032 first-round pick will be traded at minimum 3 more times between now and 2032.
Man, that thing's going to get passed around, huh?
That thing is going to move. And it's, what's funny about it is it's going to be valuable. It's valuable now because what is everybody going to say about that trade? Nikola Jokic at age 37. You're going to be able to do something with that draft pick. That could be a top 5 pick. That could be a number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft by then if the Nuggets fall off a cliff the way you would expect they would when Nikola Jokic is in his late 30s. Not guaranteed, but Spring, I have that thing is gonna see the world. Okay?
Yeah.
That thing is gonna be elf on a shelf around the NBA, and dudes are gonna move because of the value of that draft pick. I think it's going to reach mythical status. I'm saying that draft pick moves at least 3 times in the next 7 years.
I do want to say one more thing on Porter playing with the Nets. He's playing in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
Weak conference right now with all the injuries over there.
And just generally being the Eastern Conference.
Exactly. So I think that will help him. I think he will play well. And this texter says, Ryan says, MPJ's comments made me think he wanted to get traded. I do think there is truth in him because, what was his comparison coming out of the draft? It was Kevin Durant.
I don't know if I fully agree with that.
No, I think
he wanted to be traded.
I think he's kind of convincing himself right now after the fact, like justifying.
Which you have to do.
Sure.
After a big breakup, after you get fired from a job, after any big major life change, like you do, you confront it, but then you also deal with like, okay, what are the silver linings to all of this? And I'm sure that Michael Porter has given thought to, because everybody gives thought to a situation, like what would it be like if I wasn't a fourth wheel on a team with the best two-man game in the NBA, which he talked about right there. Like, what if I was a part of a team where, like, I got more shots? What if I was a part of a team where I was more directly involved in the system? Like, the Nuggets they'd run the pin down stuff and get Mike and get him shots that way. And they did a good job of that. But he was always the number 3 option at its highest in the offense. Like now, because every basketball player in the world thinks that way, right? Oh, man, if I just had more minutes. Oh, man, if I just had more looks. All those things. Every guy thinks that, except for, the top 10 players in the world. Every guy thinks that kind of stuff right there. So I'm sure Mike has thought about it before, and now he sees this as his opportunity. I don't think he was dying to get out of Denver because I think he knew this is my championship opportunity, and I think he was happy here. He was a good locker room guy. He was liked by his teammates. I think he was liked by the organization. I think he felt all that loyalty, but I also think he's doing a good job of finding the silver lining.
Yeah, we've only seen him mostly, in that floater role, who then clashes the glass for offensive rebounds, in the Nuggets system. Yeah. But, coming out of Missouri, even though he barely played there, coming out of high school, I said his comparison was Kevin Durant, and when you're playing with Jokic and Murray, you're not that ball dominant pull-up shot player.
Yeah.
Now, do I think that Porter is going to hit that ceiling? No, I don't. But I do think that playing in the Eastern Conference and in a situation where, he's going to get, I think he'll flourish a little bit.
I hope he does.
I don't think the Nets are going to win a lot of games.
I really hope he does. I have my doubts, but I hope he does.
But I could see him flourishing a little bit, but maybe not to the level, that he was ever supposed to be, in which case he will get traded back to the Western Conference and we'll go back to being more of a role player. Somebody mentioned the Spurs to me. That's a destination I could see for sure.
Yeah.
There are several in the Western Conference, but I do think either way, even though there are differences between him and Miko in terms of getting scorned, I think he will, for the rest of his career, want to prove something to Denver.
That's Mark Springer. I'm Nate Kreckman. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Andy is vacationing. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, more reaction to the Josh Manson contract extension. Plus, we have a note. I would call it, Spring, some explosive news.
Ooh, I see what you did there.
From the AFC West. We'll tell you what that is next. Josh Manson, 2-year contract extension. He'll pocket just south of $4 million annually on this new deal. He was already under contract for next season. Now the new one will be for $3.95 million per year. What is it, Spring? $4.5 million this year, I want to say, for Manson?
Yes.
4.5 for
I know it's north of 4. 4 or 5 sounds right.
Okay, so he gets a 2-year extension. Coming off a year which was really impacted by injury, played 48 games this past season. But 33 years of age, when he's healthy, he's productive. When he's healthy, he's valuable. When he's healthy, he's a much-needed second-pairing defenseman for the Avalanche. Likes being here, big, physical, gritty, sandpaper, all that stuff. It's Josh Manson. We know what kind of player this guy is. Spring, great move. I think it's a great move by the Avs. No-brainer.
Yeah, and Brent Burns with his signing as well, but 1-year deal there, and he's 40. Maybe this is probably his last season. I don't know though. But either way,
it's pretty old.
Assume
age 40 season.
1 year of Brent Burns, and then 2 more years of Manson after that. They'll have that big right-handed shot defenseman going forward. That's what Josh Manson is at this point of his career. He's their veteran, big physical right-handed shot defenseman.
Got a big clapper. He's booming clappers from the blue line. Spring.
You need that right-handed shot, big boy.
You got to have that
because they got Gerard and Taves. They need
right.
to mix those sticks.
We got breaking news. Chargers running back Najee Harris sustained a superficial eye injury during a 4th of July fireworks mishap, sources tell Adam Schefter. By the way, I know when they say superficial, they mean just like on the surface of his eye or whatever, but sounds like they're calling the injury shallow. Worried about the wrong things. Materialistic.
That eye injury doesn't even care, man, about my soul.
He is fully expected to be ready for the upcoming NFL season. So, yeah, Najee Harris, new Chargers running back, former Steeler. They also drafted Omarion Hampton. Don't forget about that part of it for the Chargers. But he took a firework to the eye. According to everyone's favorite aggregator, Ari Mirov, Harris was present at a 4th of July event where a fireworks mishap resulted in injuries to several attendees. He sustained a superficial eye injury during the incident. The fireworks accident Najee Harris was in unfortunately resulted in several injuries, including one person who was in critical condition and reportedly lost fingers.
You never like to hear that.
You really don't. Be careful with the fireworks, kids.
But that's just statistics, and you don't want to be a statistic on the 4th of July.
You really don't. No.
You don't want to be Jason Pierre-Paul.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was brutal. The man who lit the firework, he is still in the hospital. He is the one that is in critical condition. The man lost several fingers and suffered other injuries to his face and chest. The explosion, which involved a high-grade firework, occurred around 12:20 a.m. Saturday in a back alley at an apartment complex on Spano Street off Sycamore Drive. This according to the San Francisco Chronicle. High grade.
Do you light off fireworks?
I don't.
We did when I was a kid, but I have no desire to do it.
Yeah, like growing up in the northern part of the state of Illinois, you had to go to Wisconsin. It's just like here, you got to go to Wyoming if you want the good stuff.
Yeah, we never got the good stuff.
Yeah, no, I don't really participate in it anymore. I get it. It's fun. I understand why people do it. This is my only annoyance. Okay. So the 4th of July was a
Friday.
It was a Friday night this year. So Sunday night, the 6th of July, okay? The 6th. Sunday, by the way. It's Sunday, okay? Some jagoff just went to town on the fireworks at midnight in our neighborhood. Loud. And my parents are in town, so the dog is there, and then the dog is freaking out, and then the whole house is suddenly awake, and it's just a whole thing. And it's like, guy, it's the 6th. It's Sunday. I'll tolerate it on the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th. Yay, America, blow stuff up. I'm all for it, okay? Go ahead and enjoy yourself. Again, it's